All right, let's get it. Damn, Spirit Falcons should go crazy today. Wait, did they have a tech issue? Oh, son of a bitch, bro. Okay, well then. Let me turn on my coffee machine. Boys, we're co-streaming. We're getting paid to co-stream today, boys. Not Blast. Not to be confused. I'm co-streaming a bunch of streamers attempting to play Counter-Strike later today. Should be good. Should be good. I'm not sure who's in it. I'll get familiar with it. It's for the Annihilator Cup stuff. Frankly, nice for the Twitch Primer. Sunday's gone. Why can't I see who you gifted to? Arna. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Sunday. Thank you. I wasn't sure if you were trying to be funny, so I was trying to make sure I read the name. If you're talking shit, you know? No distress. Enjoy the lurk. Yo, Flom, you the best? Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, I guess they had a tech issue. I just turned on my coffee machine. I'm gonna clean up all these fucking cans I have next to my desk here in a second. Gaming hard. You know, there's been many gaming going on when you got like fucking 5 cans next to you. If the Leafs get reverse swept, how hard would you laugh? Pretty hard, but also like unironically, it's the more predictable outcome right now. As much as I like to dunk on Leafs fans, like it's literally the more predictable outcome right now. I was looking at Commander tier list. Look at this shit. This shit's pretty sick, dude. One of my fucking lights is tweaking right now. Well, no, it's done and dusted. Dallas take it either way. I wouldn't be so sure, but what does this dude do? Oh, that's kind of crazy. What the fuck? Cards? Well, Yenam, be nice. How you doing, Yenam? Yenam, let me have A new hobby, alright? Yeah, that kind of goes crazy. That's kind of slick. How much money have you invested so far? We bought a bunch of precons and then we bought a big boy booster, so probably like trying to think, probably like $600 for Nori and like for both of us, not just for me, because Nori and I are both playing. So, but keep in mind that we bought like legitimately, I think we have 6 decks now between the two of us. Yeah. Yeah, it's fun though. It's fun to have different ones and stuff like that. I don't plan on like buying a deck or anything like that yet, but I have been looking around just to see what would be fun. New Mythic leaderboard locked in. Alright. Time to make my coffee. I think my machine's warm. Commander cards limited to 1. Yeah, it's called Singleton. And then it's 100 cards. So everything is, yeah, 1 of 1. Unless it's a token. You're sitting so still, I thought the stream broke. Alright, 1 sec. I can't see you guys see all my gaming cans from yesterday. It's embarrassing. I was live to winning over here, dude. Live to win. Commander sounds wild. It's hella casual. It's fun. Oh, okay, there we go. It's all right. It's hella casual. That's why it's fun. I mean, there's competitive versions, but I ain't playing that shit.
Da da. good to see FL0M picking up MTG makes my inner child happy, but also fuck FL0M.
Tech issues have been resolved. We gave the players a bit of freedom to go out there and enjoy the beautiful weather in Copenhagen before they head into the server and have to chime in and have to get ready. Football was played, certain headshots was made. Flamesy, you gotta pick up them glasses, and that's exactly what he's doing. I'm not sure which one of the two teams are best at football, but I'm pretty goddamn sure that both of them are pretty good at Counter-Strike. I am very much ready for this game. I'm very much excited for this game. Number 1 in the world Vitality, number 2 in the world Mouse taking on each other. We have 2 wonderful casters as well, ready to bring the game. Anders and DDK, take it away.
Well, thank you so much, Jacob. I'm glad we got the tech issue out of the way. I did hear a rumor that there wasn't really a tech issue. It's just Jacob wanted to talk for longer. It's kind of a problem that he has, but we're ready with
that.
It.
It's believable.
Yeah, it could be, right? You know, but still, good job. I appreciate it. We got some more analysis on the desk. That wasn't too bad either. I don't know, Dan. This is a crazy game. This could be and has been, you know, both, you know, quarter, semi, grand final. Like, that's the caliber of game that we're treated to. It's 2 days into the tournament.
Yeah, it really is a treat, and I feel like anyone that was, you know, really with us throughout all of yesterday, and you saw Mouse's performance there, you may have some questions, but I would say, don't worry about that too much. You know, this is a really different ball game. When you're a team like Mouse and you're going to be up against a team like Vitality, the respect is through the roof. It is the team to beat for you as Mouse. So everyone is going to be fully wide awake as we kick off this series. And what better map to kick it off with, Anders, than Mirage?
The battleground has been set. We won't slow down. Rushing straight into the hallways here. We've got 2 smokes, actually 3 flashbangs. Let's see. I feel like if they're this far in, it doesn't make sense to fall back now. You might as well just commit to it. There's going to be a bit of counter utility coming out. 1 flash, 1 HE. But it's down to Mezzi. Can he get the timing? He jumps back in. He's gushed already. Down low on health, but Rob's there to hold them back. Executes the first player trying to get onto the site, and that does slow it down a bit. They're taking a lot of damage, even just trying to get in here. Mezzi finally drops, and now no bomb plant happening yet. They haven't got the control. Another blinding shot comes up from Rops as he puts Spinks to an early grave. Torshi hoping to fight his way back in, and it's actually a winnable round. Look at the damage here on the rest of Vitality. Somehow Mouse, even though this has not been a success yet, if we could convert it into a bit of something. I think you saw the shadow. No Torshi.
Oh.
Doesn't matter. He's going to catch Apex anyway. Swings wide.
What the burst?
To take down Flames.
He bursted him. Holy Torshi, bro.
3 kills at the end for Torshi. And then will be Mouse turning around. In spite of the stack, in spite of the early prep there. For Vitality.
On the ice. Back in the day, I was more of a Bauer kid.
Quite a result, and that is, I think that is.
I had a CCM once and it broke within like
individuals on the team
6 months.
Again, I feel like you can even just feel that vibe right there with that clutch.
Parents were not happy.
Oh, with that performance
what
here
the fucking? That was them, chat, not me.
Close range condition. Super.
Trotters thanks to the 8-month reset. Franklin thanks to the primer. Azrael thanks to the 43.
And we're going to be.
What the hell, Azrael, dude? MTG's fun. Be nice to me. Kaiser thanks for 13 or the 6-month resub, and Zone thanks for your 13-month resub.
Player Vitality. Let's see what he can do with it here.
Did you hear that Cole's going to announce the temp coach very soon? I did not, Miller. Thanks for the 5 super
chat. At the same time with a lot of utility.
Is it you?
It is Saiwu, so who am I to doubt him? But this seems like a very tough call for him to get a lot done. He does have a helmet too, but look at the challenge.
Oh no, I am fake.
Grenades raining down. They know there's a second player because of the boost. So actually taking care of business.
I'm not a real fan, and they're not a real NA team. We are the same.
Charging through the bomb site. All the kills so far with the Mac 10s. Money being made. Everyone's quite happy right now on the Mouse side of things. Romps with a deagle.
No, I had to.
And they are going to check it here. Still,
I think
1 kill picked
I made
up.
like some dumb choices, but I think it was good.
Already trapped in, locked in.
I stayed up later yesterday than I should have.
Out of spawn calls in both the opening rounds.
Playing the World of Warcraft. But then I also, because of that, was so tired, I didn't set an alarm and I was able to get extra sleep. So
he had the ability to shoot a bunch
won't
of bullets
bullshit you. That's what I was doing.
And that could have been then, you know, a potential 3v3.
But I slept 8 hours today, which is huge.
Vitality would still lose the round, but that would be able to damage a crew. But best case for Mouse, where they don't really lose anything except 1 player in this round, and that's going to be a great start. You know, moving
I think
forward.
I'm like,
we'll see
hopefully getting around the corner on my
again, it's just a pure anti-eco now.
On my sleep schedule, you know, going from Aussie time to Denmark time is not the easiest thing. But I think we're good now.
There that Jacob was doing with Apex, he said something about how it's hard to play the same team this much And I think he's alluding to this idea that, you know, obviously Mouse are going to be learning every single time. And
Ooh, the bombs might actually meet a couple pistol players here. This could be interesting. If Torty goes down and the AK's rescued.
okay,
Shroud.
The kill at least, but no AK for him.
Literal shroud.
that would have been a real wrinkle in the round, wouldn't it? You're right, though. If they got the kill immediately, picked up the AK, picked up the bomb.
Yeah. Well, I mean, essentially, yeah. I was watching an event in Australia. Now I'm watching an event that's starting in the morning in Denmark.
It was so compromised.
So yes,
You know,
I've
interesting position.
jet lagged myself
Might
without
get
the
this one
travel.
in. There's a max 10 to be collected, and this is damage here. Obviously, you're not expecting Rops to win the round out of this position, but he's going to get more fights.
Holy shit, I feel
Yeah,
old.
he's still got 14 bullets.
How you
Swings
doing?
for it, and
Mayor, how you doing,
damage
man?
onto Jimmy. Mezzi back here. Robs proving to be a bit of a nuisance early on. Nice utility. I mean, this is the kind of stuff you want to see. Again, Mouse making sure that there really are no easy fights for Mezzi. He can't hide in a corner. Bomb is going to be planted, but he's trying to sneak up. He wants to get the kill on somebody else first and isolate that position, which, honestly, the chances that he wins the round anyway are so low. I appreciate the fact that he's trying to do this.
They have
True.
no idea
I've
what
never
it is.
baited
This is
subs, though. Thanks for the
interesting. There's
28-month
certainly
reset, Pyro.
potential for at least with the surprise
I don't know
element
what
for
you're
one
talking
more
about.
Guaranteed, it feels like. As long as Mezzi connects a shot. And there is that potential target. Finds the headshot. Looking for the second player. Knows one's down by T-Rap. You just saw it happening. If he gets that kill, gets onto the site, picks
I get
up
my
the
coffee.
AK,
Yeah, I'm just...
there's a world of pain.
Since it's
there
Americano,
for
I kind of like
the
to let
Mouse
it sit
squad,
for a
but-
second.
I mean, I love the creativity. Just that he got into that spot, Anders.
I know that pro
is-
players
is
overcome
super
jet
fun
lag
to
so
see,
quickly.
But that's a 3-0 start there in favor of Mouse as we go into the business
A
end
bed
now
when
of
they
this
travel
game. We
if
get
they're
the buys against
fortunate.
The buys, the AWP in Torzi's hands.
And
He's absolutely feeling
just fully
it. He's throwing
committing to
pistol.
switching their schedule the
So I'm
first
very
day they
curious to see
land.
what his starting position will be in this round.
Rencilio, Sivia, Cactus.
Already. Saiwu in the middle, tapping away, looking to block that smoke if he could. And he will be successful at that.
Damn, Chester, yeah, you are
See
hating.
if this is
Hunter
gonna
Killer,
test
thanks for the
Exertion.
12-month
He's gonna
primer.
swing in
Thank
here
you.
and realize, oh dear, there's no smoke in the window. Saiwu's absolutely bodied him on that one. He designed pretty much that entire kill himself. And a real
Which
nightmare
org is
moment
paying
for
for business
Exertion.
class?
You know, it's like, oops,
Well,
wait a minute, guys.
none of the orgs pay for the
Did
travel.
somebody fail the smoke? Well, technically they didn't.
The tournament organizers do.
Just
And,
slapped out of the sky.
I mean, Falcons.
Difficult spot here for Mouse. I mean, down a player, I mean, it's not the end of the world on the T side. They definitely want to activate Torzi with that AWP.
That is close. Now, Jimmy's going to call that in. He saw Apex going into it, so he might even say, listen, there's a chance they're going to go for it here. You could see that we're really aware, Mouse, that something could be happening. Jim Fat's going to be able to take down Apex as he rotates back, and Spinks has watched this rotation. Flames might be in a bit of trouble, and he will go down. That's concerning. Bomb is being brought back through the underpass now. Rops, some clean dinks coming through, and Spinks is no more. 3 versus 3, and 40 seconds left. Nice shot onto Rops there, stopping him from playing this position, but they know that Mezzi's going to be here somewhere, and now they definitely can confirm it as well. Doesn't quite hit the headshot. It leaves it all up to Saiwu. 1 versus 3 with very low on the time here. Mouse running onto the site. He's already been spotted, but Jimmy can't take him down.
Oh,
It's
dude,
Braun
Mouse look
instead.
good right now. They're
They
looking
stop
switched
him up on top
on.
of the ticket booth. Mouse 4 in
They're
a row.
looking
It's a
clinical
brilliant
at the
start for
moment.
them.
Yeah, really interesting round there just from the individual play aspect where you've got a lot of kills being traded in spots I think where maybe neither team is necessarily expecting. This first kill here from Zaiwu obviously slowing down the rounds, and then you got that play through the B apartments. It looked like we were going to get a push, and then suddenly we get a surprise kill around connector. Then they bring it underpass. So very dynamic
Pew,
stuff
that's
here.
wild.
Both teams adapting quickly on the fly, but that's still going to be Mouse undefeated so far on Mirage. And there we go. Windows
No,
Mode
I
actually
do.
lands.
I mean, that's what I was saying before. I felt
Mentality
like
on some of these Deagles,
when Falcons smacked Mouse, I was really
dangerous,
surprised. But I didn't want to
It's really
like.
fun to see what Mouse.
You know, a lot of
have in
people right
store
now are on the
from a
Nico
tactical point of
Monacy
view
Glaze
to
train,
try
so
to circumvent
I didn't feel like
the
stepping in
Deagles
front of
because
it and
it is
getting
vitality after
plowed
all.
over.
I mean,
But I
we've
did kind of
seen
feel
it
like an
already. Rops
overperformance
gave
a
us
bit out of
really early
Falcons and a
reminder that
complete
not really that
underperformance
much
out of
to
Mouse.
work with. The 5-7 earlier, he still somehow could be dangerous. So I'm sure that Mouse are well aware of the potential danger lurking even in a
Damn,
round like
UK
this
Wild,
one.
you've been doing that 3 months at a
Smoke up
time. Thanks for
towards
31 months,
connector,
bro.
towards
Appreciate
window.
it.
They're going to blow open that smoke really quickly, and I think he sees the top of his shoulder. All right. It's a single click. The AK is
Oh.
picked up, and Mezzi's on the other side. I don't like this at all. Torshi in some trouble here. Misses the op shot. And Flames takes him down almost immediately. Spinks and Jimmy just left alone. And in T-spawn, the bomb is dropped in the middle as well, Dan. It's a disaster.
A veritable disaster indeed. And I mean, with the time that's left on the clock and the Palace position we see Jimfat, it's pretty hard to imagine he's going to have any ability to really contest this as the CTs are huddled around the bomb. That's, I think, really all that Jimfat can do to just maybe peel away another player, perhaps get some extra economic damage. And given the fact that Vitality came into this with, you know, just the pistols, they are.
Pandora's boxes look so nice, man.
Ramifications of having these 3 AKs in hand, so I feels like that's a good objective.
The Wild Lotus
looks nice like
too, though.
Jimfat's going to be going for it.
I think it also says something about, you know, the margin for error in a game like this when you've got such a high level.
Some stickers is chill. I'm glad it's not completely fucking
for just a brief moment in connector. In a lot of other games, that would just be an annoyance, but you would probably still win the round. But here's like, oh, they pick it up, and now it's just all over in no time flat.
Yeah.
I guess you could say for Mouse, it's also dangerous to go into the middle in a round like this one because, again, there are just so many angles that you can lose control of it a little bit, but still.
Do you think he'll be get them the dad buff like Messi? Hopefully.
Like, oh, it kind of makes sense because if you.
I don't know. I don't really feel like asking him. I don't want to like
maximize this longer ranges.
Like asking is indirectly pressuring.
Kind of
you know.
The world is your oyster, but again, I think the caveat is always it's Vitality.
Yeah, Artist, thanks for the 29-month reset. Thank you. But I have no idea.
Smoke up. Cyber in the middle announcing himself. Now, once he shoots that gun, he's going to rotate away immediately, which is obviously one of the big powers of the AWP is, you know, keeping it hidden from the enemy team. So relocating after a shot is a very normal thing to be able to do, and it keeps Mouse guessing
That's
for a while.
That's for normal players. I mean, I think it's fine.
Like,
I just don't want him in my sweaty matches.
Have someone to fight back with here.
Good timing on the HE there, actually. It's kind of perfect.
I definitely don't think agents are pay to lose. I think most of them, I don't. They used to literally be pay to win and go.
No real play around that here this round for Vitality. Playing more on site. Robson jungle, giving up Cat completely at the moment.
I think
they're gonna boost.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think that like it's kind of an advantage because like even if they don't blend in, sometimes your eyes
they do go
like
for,
gloss
for
over
a connector play because then the timing
because you're not used to seeing them.
Spinks is around the corner. This could be really interesting. 45 seconds. He's going to get the first one of the Exertion. He might not realize there's already a second player in the window. Comes down to the timing and the fight. Spinks should have won that. He had the advantage. He had the position. He knew exactly where
I have no idea,
was.
Miller. Hopefully that just doesn't happen.
It's a double kill for him and a 5 versus 3 with just a couple of seconds left here. They need to get onto the site right now and win some fights if they even want to dream of planting the bomb.
Knowing a certain player
would be a bit of a
plays a certain site is free info ammo.
She gets one.
A little bit, but that information already exists in the game if you
really
just
making a lot of
keep
headway.
track
They're
of it
actually falling
yourself.
back into connector now. It might have just given up the round. Vitality. They're not giving a lot of way to work with. 3 kills in the round for Robs.
An issue is that Mal's played a really slow
Like
round.
my point is, if you're smart enough to use the agent model
it's the case that
to figure out where
Vitality
people are playing, you're
surpassed
smart enough to have their
themselves.
names
It's
to
kind of
know
the
which
perfect thing
players
to do. If
play where as
Vitality
well.
were playing aggressive, that really plays into Mal's playing a slow round, and then you've given Mal's an opportunity. And
It does make it easier, you're not wrong.
from Torsi
I'm just
there
saying that
gets really activated.
I think most
But
people
Torsi
don't
can't
use
get
it that way
anything
anyway, is my
because he's gonna have
point.
to go
Most
deep
people
into
suck.
position to find the players from Vitality even. So now they're having to come through connector with no time at all, and it's just that 1 kill and a Molotov, and then that's it. The round's kind of over. So that kind of forces
That's
Mouse
what
now
I'm saying,
to
like,
respect Vitality playing
it's
passive.
still
It's also
easier
they
with
have
the
to speed
model,
up
but
a little bit in these defaults to have a better chance here.
Oh, look at Apex. Sneaking his way in front of that smoke. Torshi already scoped up, had no idea
Was that their
of the
miss?
threat that was lurking in front of him. They do have the AK on Jimfat, and I think Exertion has managed to pick up the AWP at the top of mid too. So they can keep some danger in the round here for Mouse, but the truth is, Vitality are climbing back in this game really early on, and a lot of it, if you look at the scoreboard on the Vitality side, it's down to Rops. He's got 10 kills.
Construct miss? I don't know. It looked
Even
like
if you
top mid
combine all
miss.
the rest of it, they can't even make that on the Vitality
Probably
team,
pop a
so
pickle. I didn't get to
I'm
see
sure that
today
will
though.
change
Thanks for the 9-month
really
primer.
soon,
Thank you,
but
thank you, thank you.
Great impact
Did
from
JBA have
Rops
a really good
just in the
day?
first 5 or 6
Oh, dude,
rounds
that
here.
sucks. I would have liked to have seen that to hype him
I'm
up.
curious how they're going to, again, kind of activate the opposite, because so far we've seen the priority for Mouse, picking that one up.
Good.
And
Good,
now,
man.
of course, it's in the
I'm sad I
hands
missed
of,
it. Fuck. But
Spinks.
I needed the sleep.
Torsi went down. And having to go quite deep again for these angles because of the.
How do you miss the top mid smoke? If you do what I do, I miss top mid smokes by combining the window smoke and the top mid smoke in my head as I throw it.
A little bit too quick there, and then Zai with the follow-up also gets caught.
What?
Opportunity strikes for Mouse, but only 30
Sphinx
seconds to capitalize.
opping kills Rops and Zaiwu as we all
Scenario
expected.
here with Spinks out-opening Saiwu at range. Not what I was expecting today. This position for Mezzi, though. Backbench at the B bomb side, very dangerous. If Jimfat goes down, it will leave Spinks alone. He's picked up an AK again, though. But they are going to check it. Wide swing, and it looked like he didn't even stop to take the shot. Nicely done.
God
10
damn.
seconds here as the bomb is going to be planted. We'll see what Flames can do. He does know kind of where one of them is. Spots out the other one, so he's got a general read of the situation, but at some point, you're going to have to pull the trigger and just jump out that window. Oh, timing is insanely awkward. Jimfat with 3 kills, and such a critical round here. Mouse were running out of money. They were running out of, they're kind of getting beat up by Rops a lot in a couple of rounds there.
Yeah.
I think stealing this one back early on is super, super important. And by the way, also, obviously, winning Mirage for Mouse is generally quite important because Inferno, I won't say that Mouse couldn't win it, but obviously, it's a map that Vitality are insanely good on right now.
That was sick out of Sphinx, dude.
Yeah, and this round
That was actually
is really
sick.
interesting
Well
because
played, dude. Well
obviously
played.
Mouse, I feel so far, they're not really finding the success off of the strategy that they're approaching.
Seems like Apex is trying to keep his cool though right now.
Vitality are putting forward a really good defense there, but you can see even still, if you just have the individual skill and you can kind of adapt, sometimes you get that opening kill, and then timing is a series of events after that first kill. Where we see,
By the way, boys, no more primers, prime forgetters. Remember that massive day where we set the new record on my scam trade?
That position posted up.
Let's just say it's been a month.
You're in a great spot.
We're gonna need all primers, prime forgetters at all times.
Even though they're struggling everywhere else in some of these.
What goes up must come down.
Mid aggression.
And a lot of aggression. Look at this position from Saiwu. That's
Exactly,
so disgusting.
PPU.
How has he done that? He's actually looking
Any viewers basically have to choke slam their fucking sleep schedules and then they wake up like the Undertaker. That's exactly how I woke up today. I won't even lie. Javinator, thanks to the 17-month primer. Thank you.
This is a good play there from Jimfat, realizing the aggression in mid, knows he has a free A bomb site.
What the hell, Chalupa?
Flames as well.
Watch your tone, Chalupa.
And another one from Jimfat. He is playing so well right now. Good damage onto Apex despite going down. And Mouse, I mean, they had the bomb. They couldn't make it to A in time. They're having to commit into B.
Yeah, they know where the grenades are coming from.
And YouTube, no, member mommies on YouTube, and yes, of course.
Lands another
you guys are still getting me free ones, though, you know?
Exertion in a 1 versus 2. Oh, I didn't realize Apex had already shown up.
If there's a free
from the catwalk position,
YouTube membership
Vitality winning the round
debate, I would.
Saiwu and just, putting up a little bit of a front foot there for them.
You
already highlighted it, Dan.
What's up, Aurora? How you doing?
They've been playing so far back on the map, so throwing in one round like this, where you're really up in their face, is super hard to deal with.
Yeah, and especially given how teams really love to get in that underpass on the T side. And like you say, you're playing against
damn, bro, he just hopped in underpass and he said, fight me, bitches. Totson, thank you very much for your Twitch primer. You're absolutely stunning. Thank you, dude.
One Galil in terms of the rifles here for Mouse.
It's going to be fast.
Looking like they want to just barrel into the
Sub count fell off worse than Stralis. Brother in Christ, I am not selling the stream. Calm down.
You can see they're rotating back. If they can get rid of Flames right now, Apex trying to help out. Saiwu is just now rotating into CT spawn. Oh, what a burst.
How did he get that? What the fuck? Oh my god, are you blind or are you fucking blind?
They get rid of Flames, and I think they know where Apex is. He fired that gun. They had no idea. A little bit of trigger discipline might have kept him alive for a minute. Little flick. No bomb plant yet. In fact, the bomb is really far away here, and now it's got taken down. Mezzi had to rotate out of the B bomb side to get some action. It's been a little bit boring over there. Just one player left in Spinks, and it's too much. It'll be Mezzi. All right, getting his share of the pie here.
Good work from Vitality on the side. Like, kind of.
Isn't that just hitting the subscribe button? Well, that's a follow, but yeah, I mean, people don't even fucking hit the subscribe button on YouTube, man. They're fucking
the util on T-Ramp. It just slowed it down just enough so Zaiwu can kind of get there in time to have a chance to get some of this cleanup. Not enough forward space was able to be taken by Mouse to really create a problem and like lock down that ticket position in time. So, man, Vitality is so dangerous, and they're 4 rounds up now after a pretty slow start off of the loss of the pistol.
Yeah, the problem is, there's such a good chance right now that Robs has carried the weight a little bit until Saiwu got his game warmed up, but there are
Shady Watermelon, thanks for the Twitch primer. Shady Watermelon.
It could just get worse and worse and worse from here on out from the point of
like
view
a
of Mouse.
devious watermelon with like shades on.
Get more of their players lined up. Also, obviously,
In
running
a
out of money
trench
on the T
coat.
side, not exactly ideal. Shooting gallery in the middle.
You selling like
Round.
special
Get
seeds
it
or
over
some
and
shit?
done with. The scoreline is tied up 5-5, and this is what we want. We really don't want a blowout game anyway between these two teams.
With a knife? Holy
And
shit.
we're
That's not
at
even
this
shady.
interesting
That's
inflection
just...
point now as well, where we've seen the conditioning in terms of both teams, how Vitality is deciding to play their gun rounds. We kind of noted it, slower pace, and then they can throw in that aggressive play into the underpass. Now we've got, you know, Mouse, who have been...
What are my thoughts
obviously,
on
they
all
kind of
these tournaments
feeling out
back to
what
back?
does work,
Oh,
what
that's
doesn't
way
work
too
on the map,
much.
And you wouldn't expect
Yeah,
our
we
team
kind of
to
knew
see
this was going to be a
Vitality
thing.
go aggressive again in mid, but they could.
That being
because
said-
they have been getting a lot of success from doing it.
Yeah.
I'm
So
entertained.
it is something that
I
you
won't
have
lie.
to be worried about as Mouse. Do
You know what
decide
it
to
is?
slow
Like
down
I
and just
will
keep
say
going
that
for
with
the
all
set
these
pieces, or do you
tournaments,
try
I
to
am so
gamble
thankful to
a
have
little bit and
VRS
say, okay, we
because
think
it
they're gonna
puts
put
stakes
some of
on
that
every
pressure,
single
they're
match we
focusing
watch.
mid. Let's try to hit one of the sites a bit
Even if
quicker
they're
to
slightly
capitalize
lower
on space
and not
that they give
as
up.
important,
It feels
like
kinda
this
gambly
isn't
right now, I feel like if you're
this
Mouse, because
isn't
it's been
right
hard
like
for them in these
VRS
rounds
defining,
to actually get a decisive advantage off their
but it
openings.
gives an overarching and all-encompassing
Okay, might be a bit faster
storyline
than
to
the
like
usual
every
sort of
single
baseline.
game that we watch.
Listen, those straight A executes, I mean, we can all see
I'd rather
what's
them
coming,
skip
but
this
there's a
event,
reason
to be
why they're
honest.
good
Well,
to
that's
do.
up to the
Nice
players,
nade.
though,
That
like-
actually hits 4 people.
Like, Vitality
Sets it
could have
up the
skipped
flames.
this
He's gonna
event,
spray down
you
a
know?
couple, and he's still got 11 bullets left. Insanely proficient with the M4A1.
But as
Even
teams, you also
takes
don't know
down
which ones
Exertion
you're
on top of it,
necessarily going to
Spinks
make
and
deep
Torshi.
runs in, and which ones you're going to...
There's no headway. There's
You know,
5
there's
people
a
on
world
the
where
A map, and
Vitality
none of
had a
them
bad group
survive going
stage
up the
in
stairs
Australia,
already.
right?
Well, not a great spot to be in. And there's definitely also issues
Yeah,
with
they've
fast,
also,
A
like,
plays
Vitality
too, because
specifically was
the CTs will
skipping
have full
PGL.
util for retakes,
Caspian,
and that's
thanks for your
very hard to
1,000
hold
fucking
as the
bits.
Ts, but,
AJB, thanks for
you
your
know,
14-month
they
resub in
wanted to
chat.
have the initiative. They've not been able
It's
to
that time.
get it.
I'm matching all
And
gifted on
Ruffs is
Twitch and all
closing
member
in. He
mommies
doesn't
on
even have
YouTube.
to do
Thank
this.
you.
He could just chill.
Sure.
But Ruffs wants to get these kills, looking for the flank. You would expect someone to be holding this, but a little bit too late there for Spinks, and Torsi might just lose his gun as well. I mean, I think Vitality absolutely interested in trying to take this weapon away.
I would say so. No
Vitality
reason
wants
for
to
them. In
prioritize
fact,
that
I would
major?
be
Yeah.
A bit disappointed if they didn't. Robs has fallen away, but that's just to get a fun angle here, range. But yeah, they should be looking for him. All right. The
Spirit
crossfire
skip
to
Melbourne?
set that one
Yeah.
up.
For health stuff.
Really,
That's
really
what I'm saying.
strong.
Like,
The power, by
teams
the
are
way, of
definitely
those
trying to
straight
make
out of
sure.
square
I
executes
think
also is that there are
Vitality
some rounds where you know the CTs will be fighting middle early
might
on.
be
So there's a
overdoing it,
chance
but
that
like
they
I
would only
said,
have
it's
one
hard
player
for
there
them
right
to
at the
know that
start.
they were going to be doing
That's
so well in
almost
maybe
true,
some
but
of these
obviously
tournaments.
It was delayed a bit, and the backup was there.
So, like, for example, what I'm saying is with how early you accept these invites, you're telling me like towards the start of the year, they're like, yeah, we're not going to lose a single map for 3 fucking months or a single series.
Because of the retake with the util
Like, that's too
strong. So another mid
That's a
ingression.
bit tough. Sleeky Sluggy, thanks for the one gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Means Apex is feeling a bit lonesome right now.
I would actually say the one interesting thing is because events have to be announced so early, they knew they had to do this, you
Coming
know?
in with no issue. It's Torshi and Spinks. Even in a 2-on-4, some of them are a bit low here, but it's the last round of the half, so...
You know,
if you
this
want
isn't
more,
like a
not that
surprise to
5 is bad
Vitality.
for
I
Mouse,
can't
it's still very
believe
competitive,
Mouse actually got held to
but it's gonna
5.
feel weird
Vitality's
because
so
it was
good,
such a
dude.
better
It was
start,
fucking...
and Vitality just fought their way back.
5-0,
Nice
was
shot
it?
to
No,
spot
4-0.
Saibu as well. Knows he's hanging around by this jungle position. The bomb stuck in connector, and can you even make it out? You're going to be shot in the back by Mezzi, potentially. There's the timing. Between Mezzi and Saibu, it's such great communication, and he will take down Torshi as well. What a comeback from Vitality. After a slow start, they end up at 7-5.
All right. Heads up, chat. I'm running an ad. Halftime ad, halftime ad. Chat out, you one gifted right now.
At least this is the first map, so I kind of know what, no matter what happens, you know, they can just say, okay, well, we have some more chances here. They get time to reset, but this is a difficult. Just thinking about that clutch still, it's just a difficult spot to be in. It's very demoralizing for a team, and Sonic,
Oh, here we go.
Here's the man.
Okay, bro.
5-7.
Caspian,
It can be
brother.
done. At this range, it can. If you're quick enough. He's waiting for it. They do line up for
Oh,
him. He gets 1, 2,
yes.
looking for the Sonic.
Yes.
Sonic! Taking him down and bringing Wildcard back into the game.
Gifted.
Oh,
That was sick.
boy.
5-7. People
is-
literally will see this and buy a CZ, unironically. Caspian, brother, thank you so much for the 5, 10, 15, 20 fucking gifted, and shout out to you 21 gifted now. Thank you, dude. Yeah, victim, I'm not balding. Not yet. Give us some time, though. 32. My hair is growing like this, but honestly, you never know. Life comes at you fast. It's Carolina versus the Caps now. I'm give me the Caps. Give me the Caps over Carolina. Victim, thank you so much for your 5 gifted subs. Chat, I owe you. What did I just say? It was. What did I say? It was 21. So we're 26 gifted. A732, thanks for your 54-month resub. Thank you. Isn't Vitality gonna be in Dallas, or are they skipping Dallas? The heck is it on your head? I realize putting a shoe on my head for money, I'm more likely to get money, so I'm kind of a genius. Alerts are broken. No, they're just muted because it's still Sicko still like has it a little scuffed. When people do 20, it like doesn't like reads them out 20 at a time individually. Mby, thanks for the 55-month resub. Thank you.
We return to the second half here.
Yeah, only put an actual shoe that he fucking wears on his head. That was not good.
It is only day 2 here at Rivals. This game, though, again, it could just as well be a grand final. That's the level that we've got going on here. And it's pretty close.
The other shoe, of course.
Still, anybody could win this right now. But I think for Mouse, just in terms of the momentum, how nice would it be to pick up this one? Also, utility. I wonder if they're going to signal B a little bit and then just go straight back, splitting that A bomb site.
Yeah, the bomb for us kind of showing it's a bit of a giveaway, but we have an info play coming in from Mouse. They're going to find the bomb. 2v2 in this position. If they manage to secure the C4, if they actually get these kills, that would be massive, but they at least get the info. Neither team wanting to commit to that fight. And in the meantime, positions gains. We have the invasion through the window, and Robs is taken away Torsi. So now this is going to initiate that A play.
Oh, that's suffering for Torshi. He needed that kill. Spink still trying to bring it back up in the palace. Exertion.
Zaru kind of got a little lazy right there, dude.
Now while Flames is
Auto, thanks to the 5 gifted. Nice Willie.
Has to get rid of him. I love the fact that he's fighting
31 gifted, chat.
Brings it back to 2v2. Oh my god, it's not
and you wanted to pick up the USB. Flames. You wanted to pick up the USB Flames. Why?
And it leaves the
when the Glock can do that, why would you do that?
The site, a shot down from Mezzi. Good recovery from Vitality after running into that early pressure. But I think for Torshi, I mean, losing that fight there in the window, that's so painful. He actually spotted him coming out of the smoke. He's going to feel himself like he had the advantage. And if he wins that fight, like the whole round would be different, no question.
Yeah, I mean, this is what really created a like sense of urgency for both teams. Very nice position to play.
No, the Glock on pissed around is actually the goat.
Insanely clean shots so far here in this Mirage game.
London, sweet, thanks for your 3-month reset. Thank you. Slept in today, huh? Yeah, I slept into a whopping 4 a.m. Big sleeping energy.
It's too much. It's too much to handle. 8-5, Mouse. I do love a double scout. Does it work a lot of the time? No, but it makes me smile.
Well, interestingly, we almost had a tease there, Anders. I feel like, you know, Mouse setting up towards this B side, really wanting Vitality to move in.
Thank you, guys.
Vitality, they were teasing us. It looked like they were going to go for it, but they're walking all the way back now through T-spawn to A, where there isn't really a setup. There's no position.
You still got that CS2 shoe?
For Mouse to stop them getting into the site.
It's the CSGO one, but yeah.
If Exertion can catch him, that's a headshot. Wait a minute. Apex and Exertion on the other side, having a bit of a fight. It will be Apex to pick it up, and no more scout shots being rang through just yet. but they are low on health.
Hunk, you gotta rest, motherfucker. That's why I was late. I didn't set an alarm. I slept 8 hours.
Does he feel safe enough to make the run to the bomb site? It doesn't look like it. So actually, I kind of like this from Vitality, even though they're technically on the bomb site.
Okay, being real, I probably slept 7.5 hours, which is like, that is my version of 8. 7 is like where I thrive.
Flames getting another one, but Torshi finally finishing off Apex, who was low from the earlier shot. And 3 versus 3 as the bomb is being attempted. Flames gonna hold on. Torshi finding 3 kills. He's just firing off. He just wants more. Bit of a wall bang, not connecting on this one, but another headshot. The scouts are actually doing it. Saiwu out in the open hunting and taking down Torshi.
That's a huge round, man.
Unreal. The scout is so nice, and they are nice with the scout.
Torshi has aura for Mouse, dude. He is their X Factor. It's so fucking crazy, man.
Because the momentum for Vitality, if they get going, obviously it's going to be
Xerxen is that guy for them, but like they're we need some bullshit players. Definitely Torshi.
Spinks at the end there, but for Torshi, 3 kills in the round, and you could see the frustration in him losing most of the pistol round and not getting the kill on Rops, so bringing it back in the very next round with the scouts.
Yeah, I can't sleep that long, man. I don't know. The last usually in the rare instances where I sleep more than 8 hours, I feel awful.
So this is a sick position for Mouse to be in, and we talked about how difficult an Inferno win will be for them to pick up. So winning Mirage for this series is really a must.
Yeah, if I go above 8, it's never good
against the #1 team in the world.
Pretty defensive Vitality at the start here. You can see Apex is holding to see if anyone's going to be pushing top mid. Flash is a nice idea, but Saiwu just lightning fast.
And he's got the responsibility, the star player with the AK-47, the singular AK. Xerxen getting some info up top mid. It's going to spot a couple players. The bomb is...
I don't know how you guys sleep that long. I wish I could sleep more, though. Like, I want to. It's just wake up.
3 versus 5 now for Mouse to try to find a recovery. And just moments ago, Anders, we were talking about Mouse's momentum. It's vanished.
Come on. They carved out such a great spot for themselves in winning the previous double scout.
There's almost a world
double
where
scout.
Try to save him potentially. I mean, they got 3 weapons, 5 players on.
Just gamble stack aside.
They already have positionals. There's no position for Mouse on site. There are
no. I don't have problems falling asleep. Trip. That's actually I just going past like 7 or 8 hours is
Spinks could slow them down.
unlikely.
He's going to toss it very deep. I was going to say to maybe stop the bomb plant. Bit of a lineup here. All right. Torshi, he saved them in the last round. Can he do it again? A couple of kills. Down to 15 seconds. They're hunting for it. That's the bomb. Now lost and picked up once again on Flames. 1 versus 2 here.
Nice.
Very clean
Nice. Dude, well done.
Spinks.
Very well played.
Alive towards the end of the round. And Mouse, they just barely stay alive. I actually think that
is that 31 gifted? Yes. If you could help remind me, that would be fantastic.
He's creating problems. The fact that, I mean, okay, his teammates create a little bit of distraction, and he swings in from CT right at the perfect moment and gets a double instantly. Whilst the T's are still scaling.
No, guys. Eras aren't 3 months long, guys.
This maneuver here from Torsi, from
Eras aren't 3 months long, and they usually should include a major source. Nobody ever calls it the liquid era when they won the Grand Slam. They just say they won the Grand Slam.
Again, Vitality back on pistols, but in this match, nothing is given.
3 deagles picked up, so...
Did you see Machine Street, by the way? I didn't.
Potentially dangerous, but... I feel like it would be nice for Mouse to just have a single
Armory against air potential? No, it's like the Launders thing. It's like when everybody said that Mongols won an S tier event when they didn't.
Round. That's all we're asking. Just 1 normal round.
You rob a team of like its actual glory by trying to jump the gun and like just
every occasion.
It's like the first.
I mean, the Deagle
it's literally first comment culture, but like with eras.
Got everybody's attention. He's down below here looking for it.
Like, let it happen when it happens. We're not there yet. They haven't even beaten Liquid's win streak yet. They're about to tie it right now, which is going to be huge, by the way, if they do. Like, that is huge.
I was going to say, not looking to challenge too much, although just as I say that, they actually are kind of going for it. This could be risky for this very reason. Torshi here, taking a fight towards top mid. He's going to get traded out.
Like, we haven't even passed what Liquid has achieved yet, and ain't nobody ever calls it the Liquid era. Everybody just talks about it as the time they won the Grand Slam and Estrella stopped playing.
Vitality begin to creep through the connector position, but in the pressure on the site, they need to get this kill really fast. Just have to get that delay there from the default position, and you've really done your job here for Mouse, because
Flip it, it's just early, man.
To concern himself with, and I gotta say, I really do like Mouse taking the stand in mid there, because
I like calling it the Liquid Air Blue
worried, I feel
Magician,
like,
but
when the pistols just flood into a site. But if
it's
you
also
get
different
control, you've got
time frame back then. They won the Grand Slam,
it gives you a lot of options.
and then
You
there
can
was
also
a
work the
players
ranges
break,
with
and the
your
first
weapons.
event after the
It's just that
players
I
break
think
is the
there's no
major.
round
Holy
against Vitality
shit, that
that's
was
ever gonna
awful.
feel easy.
No.
Oh man.
And
Eclipse
the
thanks
fact
for the
is,
81-month primer. Thank you. The hell,
like,
Eclipse. Watch
if they
yourself.
would have waited a long time and there would have been some sort of sick setup where they'd rushed onto the site, we would have said the opposite. But instead,
Oh,
they
as
were
soon as
really
I was
passive,
2025
maybe
stats, of
too
course.
passive, so they're going to get criticized either way. That's just how it is.
It's the internet.
Yeah.
Was Liquid even the world #1 during their own era?
Counter-striking here.
Yeah,
People
bro.
in the
What?
palace. That's a lot of people to try and get out
And
of a
I'm
very
just gotta
narrow
take
choke
you guys.
point.
Guys, you're
From
literally
us
the
down
way you
below
guys
on
are
Roland
watching
and Fine,
Vitality
there's
do all
things up
this. They are
We'll
currently.
see
Let me
if they
put this
have
in
a Molotov to
perspective.
get rid of
Right
him, or
now,
if they just want to
if
try
they
and
win
test it.
this,
I mean,
they
fair play. If
finally
get the kill on
tied
him right
Liquid's
away,
win
then
streak.
Brolan's not going to be able to hold the side on his own with a FAMAS. Look at the setup here. But Spinks, where have the bullets gone? How did he not hit the shot there? Exertion shows up to try and salvage another dramatic round. They have the man advantage for the minute, and Roland here actually making great work with the FAMAS.
You guys are all trying to jump on the era and do all like
Cyber with the double kill. That's all he can get here.
the CS
Mouse with a
revisionist
nice
history.
stand. Gonna be able to
Historians
upgrade
are
the FAMAS
crazy.
into
That's
the
why.
AK, and they keep
It's
the
not
AW
revision. They
alive.
just literally don't
They've got the
know.
round lead now. This is pretty good.
Yeah, and actually one thing that's really interesting that I don't think is always often discussed in games like this, where the T side, so much of it is about the conditioning, running rounds where you set up the pace expectations and how you're going to be attacking certain spots.
That's the worst. When you feel like you're crosshair, they're gonna perfectly walk into it and you just barely miss
It's
it.
been so weird. They haven't really been able to set conditioning very much.
Right.
So it does create a difficult position for them to know what to expect that Mouse will do.
I think that's so important to think about that. Yeah.
I think the biggest reason why their T side looks a little fucky right now is because they got themselves reset by that Torji round. And then as soon as they went into a bit less of like a pacey type of gameplay. All right, again, dude, really? All right, well, they got to pull back a 3v5 now.
Where you can just relax, make a bit more money, cement a bit of a lead. And once again, you're
66 win streak. How good was NIP back then? Brother in Christ, NIP went 87-0 on LAN.
Maybe to make a force of it, but you really don't want to have to do that.
And it's interesting too because Robs has that position in jungle at the moment, and Vitality is just pausing. They've got the clock.
And
to play with,
back
so they can
then,
afford to
there
do
was
this,
like an
no exposure to
Astralis
themselves.
Liquid
And
type
there's always a
battle
chance that
going
Mouse
on.
will maybe try to make a play, and by just holding spots, you will catch it. However,
The 87-0 wasn't on LAN, if I
Stack
recall.
controls
I
beat.
think like
love
3 of the
this from
games
them.
weren't. It was like a very small
They've
amount.
already decided that, hey, we're in a really bad situation.
Kind of the
at
plumbers
this
there.
point. Let's
Calm
at least try to
down.
get- like if they go to A, okay, fine, whatever.
They still
If
had
they
those
stay,
plumbers
they have a
were
really good
still
chance of
actually
winning
pretty
rounds still.
decent.
So
Some of those
it's good
plumbers,
decision-making,
if
and
you're
yeah,
old
you get
enough,
the
were
same
like
potential,
RPK
so
and
Small
MBK.
plays from Mouse here.
That's who they had to play in all the finals all the time. So, and then the other plumbers that you're currently, flaming are the Polish players.
Happens all the time.
That then
but I
later
feel like
became
now
the
they're still
plow.
Looking pretty controlled at the moment.
Oh my.
Okay. Okay. He doesn't know it yet. He doesn't know what we know, but also have to respect the fact that Rops is just straight ignoring the fact. Like he's above it all. He just got wallbanged with an AWP.
Only 28 games of the NIP streak were BO3. Yeah, that sounds about right. We had a lot more BO1s back in the day.
I mean, it was the fact that he crouched. Like, oh.
But also, in a lot of ways,
Take it
winning the
all rest, I
BO1s
suppose.
that many in a row is actually almost more impressive, in my opinion.
Still, around that.
Not BO3s are harder,
shouldn't
but
have been
BO1s
losing.
are easier to
And when you
fuck
go
up.
back and you do the retrospective on a map like this one,
Was
those
showing
are
up on
kind of
on one day
they're
and
gonna
just
be
somebody
first
getting the
ones
better
you're
of you.
highlighting, thinking about and saying, if not for that round, there's more runway. Mouse have a better economy. Everything is looking a bit brighter. Now they
That was during the double save era too, chat. Like if you didn't win pistol and you got converted on, you were like.
I feel like Mouse has this now.
Pistols
right?
had a lot
But
more
you're right,
weight
it has
back
been a
then.
little back and forth.
Very hard to stabilize in this game so far.
Connected with that is so stupid.
If he gets that kill, I do wonder what would have happened.
There it is. So a little bit of a start here.
Wasn't
towards the second
RPK a
half,
literal
but,
plumber? RPK is literally the GOAT. Don't you ever disrespect him ever again. And plumbers are dope. And no, he was a mechanic.
For those of us watching at home, that it's
He is a mechanic. I think RPK literally owns like an exotic like garage in France or some shit.
a pretty aggressive one here with Exertion playing the front of it. Got to be careful. He does make it back around the corner just in time. Spinks hits the shot on the Saiwu. No delay, and Flames couldn't really answer back because he was airborne when that was happening. Great beginning.
There's
It can't get any better.
You think anybody ever gets work done at his shop? And I was like, thank you, Latang.
This is really cool though from Mouse. It's one of those situations where, for those of you who have watched StarCraft, it's not really a big thing anymore these days, but there's this idea of a build order loss where, you know, you're going to...
Dude, RPK was dragging them down so bad. At one point, yeah, but...
And you're going to run no.
You also weren't there when they had to, like... So there's like a few arcs of RPK. There isn't even just one arc.
As Vitality also put the emphasis there.
RPK never really wanted to go to CSGO right away, so they kind of, like, there were 2 times in his career where they basically had to drag him kicking and screaming to come play with them again, and he carried the fuck out of them when he did.
Yeah, I think that's...
But yeah, towards the end, obviously. But then he just was done. Bro knew what was going on.
Just making some of these rounds expensive, even when you lost them. Now, I think there's so little time left. They might have even given up on that idea and have just said, all right, we're going to have to sit this one out. 18 seconds here. But yeah, I mean, for Mouse to keep this economy going, it's everything right now. It could easily be the thing that decides who wins or loses when we get towards the end of it, which is coming.
Never mind, they just walked around for like 45 seconds after getting
like
picked.
The other aspect of the back and forth nature of this game, where Vitality...
Watching some RPK source videos would be...
bonus is not very high at this point because, you know, we're going with trading round for round like quite often. And so that means that this is like a horrible position to be in for them, where you're losing rounds and not even getting any kind of a reward for that, in a sense.
Wait, Machine's playing Magic? No.
It makes sense. Very hard to guess. Because again, the level of research that comes into a map like this one is so extremely high that that is not going to be... Now, we had a lot of out-of-spawn calls for the A-bomb site, some for middle. Not many for B. And obviously, it is hard to do just a straight call. But if you wanted an out-of-spawn call to B, typically what you would try and do is probably put some pressure on the catwalk itself and split the B bomb site, which you can do with smokes in the window and the top connector, and you can put a lot of pressure on it. It's super fun. I always enjoy watching it. But we'll see what Vitality end up doing once we get it back into it.
Yeah, I think mid is still like pretty good. I think they got kind of unlucky in that last round with the opening, and they're indeed still going for this mid control. I think it's often a stable start for the T side.
Flom contaminated the whole scene. Magic the Gathering, ST. Okay, dude. It's just Commander's fun, man. I blame the format.
And there is some of the counter util to slow down the T mid take. Rops in the palace.
It's a far more enjoyable way to play the game than Standard was for me.
Making sure that they get information, and this is interesting. In a mouse.
You hated Commander though? Anytime I didn't even play with this Commander.
They saw a Vitality player there, Mezzi, I believe. And so they're going to fall off.
Bro's telling me what I did and didn't like. Like, you know what?
And there's no one really looking to take a fight early on. And now Vitality regrouping towards the A side of the map for what could likely be that split.
Yeah, but
although I've never played Commander until like
rotated over, they're satisfied that as long as Jimmy is jumping to for the hallway over at the B side, then that's enough. Spinks is a little bit further back now. Brolan on a mission of his own. He sees just
I don't even know what you're saying.
A lot of damage, but even more information to know they are on that ramp with 2 players. If there are 2 players there, pretty good shot. It's going to finish at A. Nice shot from Torshi. He's been a real machine. Up to 19 kills. He's actually outranked everybody in the server all of a sudden. 30 seconds. Swings back for a bit of another peek in Brolan to get the kill. And now they've been slowed down. Vitality maybe too much at the moment. How did they get the bomb plant even at the stage? Cyber's very low on health, and he's got the bomb on his back. He's losing all of his teammates at the same time. And even for Saiwu, this
chat, we have another history revisionist in CS in chat.
Exertion takes him down, and Mouse get up to 11.
Truck driver, why are you trolling, man?
A ramp was just phenomenal for Vitality. I was almost thinking like, oh, I'm expecting like in my head like, oh, this would be like a pot flash play, but it's just like a solo push because they can kind of see obviously like
no idea photo
toes if there's going to be a push coming. So
why don't they smoke CT? Oh,
very good
talked about this before.
Smoke,
because if you smoke CT, basically just give the ticket guy a one-way anyway. Also, you cannot win most of these rounds without CT or jungle in some capacity.
Super dialed in on the reads at the moment against Vitality.
So if you smoke off CT, you kind of give them a smoke to play around where they can peek you on multiple different angles now. makes it very hard to deal with.
Mouse battling their way
But
back
also,
through
if you end up
a
getting
lot
into
of
bomb
wild
site, you've now
rounds.
trapped
Now
yourself
stabilizing
in the
game
A bomb
their
site.
favor. They've got the economy, they've got the momentum. Exertion starting to get warmed up as well. Spinks has had some crazy rounds, a lot of, you know, finishing rounds where Spinks is alone in a 2v2, 1v1.
Hopefully that. So you need to
bit of a
just have
trade going
proper
into it,
util
not
and
the end of the
flashes
world, really.
to push the Ticket guy off, because
Mezzi,
Ticket unironically is
5
fucking
kills,
dog
all of
shit
that's
if
down
it's
to the
not
fact that he was
smoked. Like,
anchoring
it's
the B
easy to
bombs
kill
out
the
in the
guy.
first half, which always means you're
But
just going to be in a
that's
worse
the
position.
dilemma. Is like sometimes the op
It's not
starts
ideal.
converts on the first one. Maybe he's partial. Maybe the flash wasn't good enough.
Never allowing
And you're never able to like
play
fully trap him behind
their
Tickets.
setups, trying to get the information, trying to.
But if you
instead of
do,
just
if
find
you
those early
do,
kills and then forcing
they get
Vitality to
mauled.
adapt. In a 2 versus 3 now, so definitely doable. 45 seconds left for Vitality, and they have the mid control, and they're gonna push through that connector position.
Did they intentionally fail to smoke this time to keep Torshi occupied? I doubt it, but it did
Like,
almost look like Erops should be shot.
I don't want to
back
sound
on.
too
He's not even got
condescending,
the
but for most
run
of your
out in
games that
time.
you're
Torshi
playing,
will drop
smoking a
him
CT probably
20
doesn't negatively
kills.
impact your game.
And 12 rounds on Mouse as they are.
But once you
so
play against
close
the
now
Mirage
to
Demons,
picking up the map. And again,
you
I think
smoke
it's an
off
absolute
CT and let the
necessity.
entire
That
CT
second map
team
on
rotate
Inferno
into CT without you
is
even being able to see him.
potentially quite a
You're gonna
dangerous
feel the pain.
battleground for Mouse Sports, just because of
Especially
how
if
good
you weren't
Vitality
able to
are on it.
take
So
jungle, which
for
you
the
probably
series,
would have
for the
smoked
health
as
of the
well.
series, if they can win this one, I think everyone is going to be real excited about it.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, it's super exciting also just to understand, like, okay, what's Vitality going to do on this next round? And what does Mouse do? Mouse has had a lot of success playing aggressive, but there's a good argument to try to just
Rob's
chill
just
in
like
this
me
round.
for real.
And actually, it looks like they are going to play a 2-2-1 at the moment.
Oh, here we go.
Or a 2-1-2.
What up, Liam? How you doing?
Those nades on the ramp have been great. Roland comes back into it.
Damn, he
Massive
gets a
spray down,
second?
2
That's
kills to
so
get the thing
sick.
going. And it's not going to slow down either, Dan. They're going to keep rushing into it. This is an all-in push for Vitality to try and get this into overtime somehow. But again, the whole team is here. Mouse with the rotation. They're so quick.
And even crossing to
See,
the
they
side right
smoked it
now,
this time, though.
yield
But you
kills
see it-
for the Mouse Force.
Yep.
Absolute desperation here. For the
It's
remainder
so
of
ass.
Vitality, and that's going to be a wrap.
They had to
14
smoke it
9.
that time
Mouse
'cause they were
with an
fucking
incredible
stuck.
display of resiliency, individual skill, and they put Vitality on their back here going into the second map, Inferno.
Mouse
Well
gets
done.
the job done on their very own map pick, which means that
Well done, well done.
under an awful lot of pressure. A game that was very competitive, a game that was back and forth. We're gonna dive into round 14 later on, but initial takes in this one, Mouse coming out and playing super solid Counter-Strike.
Very impressed by Mouse Sports. I think they played off each other really great. They had a really good understanding
Falcons
how
lost
they
to these
wanted
bums.
to approach
I'm
the game.
telling
I felt
you,
like they were playing confident
I realize I'm gonna get owned by the Nico Monacy Glaze train, but
some of the rounds that actually looked really bad for them.
Falcons
But
had a
overall, I
great
think
performance
Mouse Sports
versus
were
Mouse, and
definitely
Mouse
the best
had a really bad day when they played each other.
wild game.
Mouse would have
This is
given us
kickoff
the
this
crazy
series, but
final
it's exactly
too.
what you want. You want
But
excitement,
I
you
will
want
say I
story,
ate
you
my
want cool
words,
things
and I
happen.
love
They got a
eating.
lot of it. I mean, Mouse came out
Falcons
against
delivered a
this
great
bad
final
pitch, which is
versus
exactly what they
Vitality,
needed to do
straight
to be
up,
successful
so
in this series, is make sure
I'm
they
not
secure
too
their
mad about
map
it.
pick, and they look ferocious.
If
on
they
the
got
B side
fucking
this
mauled
week.
in that best
But
of
credit
five, I
where
would have
credit's
been so
due.
upset. That
Vitality
was a
started
really
getting
good
little
best
bit
of
more
five.
aggressive in middle, kind of the last 5 or so rounds of the first half.
But I
They
still
started
rate
disrupting Mouse, making them
Mouse
feel a
higher
little
than
uneasy,
Falcons
eventually
personally.
stamped their
At least for
economy
now.
down,
That
and they
could
were able to
change,
put
but
themselves
for
back
now.
into the game. But then the second half was just total chaos. I felt like to start. We see a good pistol victory from Vitality, but then Mouse responds.
Are we
with
close to
Torsi
1 million
doing crazy
followers? Just
heroics
keep
with the
telling
scout,
people to
and then at
follow
that
and
point,
we'll
it
get
becomes
there.
like a sprint for both teams for the finish line.
It did become a sprint. It did become a bit messy, but is that the
All right.
Mouse playing well and pressuring Vitality to
That
maybe be a
shirt
bit
is
messy,
bright,
or is
Pimp,
it just Vitality not
for this
playing
early
up
in the
to par
morning
right
for
now?
me.
I think when we look at the game overall, I think Mouse Sports were definitely one playing better. I think Vitality.
Chat, I'm
seemed a
running
bit
an ad.
rushed in
I'll be right
some of
back.
the
One
decisions.
sec. I
They
gotta
didn't
make
get
my
off
brekkie.
to the start that they wanted. Obviously, they maybe felt that they got off to the wrong foot in the sense that they didn't feel like they could control the pace of the game. Then they started doing some adaptation to try and get some of the rounds in that we know that they are really good at playing. But overall, I just felt like Mouse had a good understanding, and also the way they rotated around it. They seemed to always not be afraid of making information play. Like they wanted to push into B house, get information. They were not afraid of getting flashes out mid and trying to get out and sniff out where they're playing. And we also saw Brawler multiple times going for the aggressive play on the ramp to actually sniff out if there are players there. So I think they dared to play, and that is what you need to be able to do when you go up against a team like Vitality.
You spoke about heroics with the scout. Round 14, I think you may as well play it out there. And Dust, please take us through it. What is exactly happening right here?
Yeah, I mean, after a really good pistol round victory from Mouse Sports to kick off the half, this is the opportunity to really start trying to climb up a lead. But Torsi says he's not having any of it. Just picks up a scout here at the ticket booth and just goes on a clinic. Just the shots he was hitting was absolutely bonkers. And I really feel like this is almost what took the win out of the sales of Vitality. You secure the pistol. You think, okay, this is where we can get our footing. We can start looking to build a lead. lead, and then a round like this comes to sweep you off your feet, what you're not anticipating, and then look at the fuel. Torsey from that point forward looked untouchable for the rest of the half.
I think it's very clear to see that Torsey is, as I mentioned yesterday, he's like the fuel of the team. He's the one that hypes the team. Obviously, when he also plays good, that gives even more energy, and you can see what it means to him, also knowing that he made a really impressive play. And it's also a play that is very necessary. Like, I don't think Mousesports would have actually made it back to the series if he didn't pull off this one. I think there's so much depth to this round, and also the way they played out, the way that he gets all these frags, getting the information in the beginning of the round, and actually making a little bit of a fast rotation into CT and catching off the first player. And then the way they ended up having the 2v2 where they actually utilized the movement speed of the scout, both him and Spinks, moving into the A bomb side and knowing that we have one shot, and that is when we know where the planter is because he's just playing the bomb and the guy coming in from stairs.
I mean, it kind of feels like that was the round that broke Vitality in a sense. It could have been 9-5 T-side Mirage. You think that's going to be game over, and it wasn't necessarily Vitality playing bad here. It was just Mouse coming back into the game. You have a round as well, or a mid plate that you wanted to focus on for Vitality as well, that, you know, throughout this game looked good.
Yeah, I think this is what kind of kept them in the game, to be honest. Again, they had such a cold start in the first half that this was really what allowed them to at least get back in the game. You're going to see really multiple rounds here kind of gone through where you see like Apex in aggressive middle with an M4 in middle. You see Ziwu using his op, you know, getting picks underpass, you know, just having good highlights all around. And this is what allowed Vitality to become competitive in the game. And then when they win the pistol, you think, okay, they could actually take over the game. And really, I think that's what's the most damning part about it, is they put themselves in a good position. But then when we saw that round from Torsey that Dupree kind of took us through, it almost like it canceled out everything that Vitality had been doing to build momentum, you know, to end the first half and to kick off the second. And then when you kind of go from that point, I just feel like, you know, Vitality, we talked about how they're so diverse. Like, they have so many different openings that they can go for. They have so many different, like, little mid-round plays they can make. Sure. And the fact that Mouse were willing to play so fearless and aggressive for information, for forward positions, that allows you to get the read. You know, I think that was so crucial for them to win this game.
Now, I don't want to stretch it, right? But I do want to contextualize what we're seeing in front of us. Vitality obviously ended up winning IM Melbourne. You can argue they probably should have lost that game against Falcons. The comeback they made on Nuke in that fifth deciding map was crazy. If you haven't watched it, make sure you do. Now, you're coming in here as well. You're playing Mouse. You're losing your first map. Last time you played Mouse in the grand final, you also lost 2 maps. You're down 2-1. I mean, Vitality is undoubtedly the best team in the world right now, but they're not unbeatable. Is this a Vitality that is slowly but surely stagnating, or is it a Vitality that is just human?
I think they're definitely human, and there's no team in Counter-Strike that has ever been unbeatable. You know, it always comes.
You guys were kind of unbeatable.
Yeah, but we were still beatable. You know, we didn't end up. You know, we did end our winning streak like earlier than Vitality. And we end up losing. So it's all about the fact that, you know, everyone is unbeatable, and you also have to take into consideration that we're all humans. And, you know, I've known for a fact, I've talked to the guys from themselves. They are tired. Like, they have come. They've been on the road for a long time, and yeah, they are fueled even more because they are winning. But sure, they are beatable. But at the same time, you know, Vitality is such a great team right now, but by far the best one, that you cannot count them out just because they've lost this one. It has happened before that they've been behind. They've found themselves in these kind of situations multiple times, and that is also part of being a competitor. That you know you get off from the wrong foot, and you know, okay, we gotta step it up. This is also coming to their map pick now. You know, they shouldn't be afraid, and we should not be worried yet.
Do you see anything in Vitality's gameplay and the way they approach the game that looks weaker, or have they stagnated, or is it just a question of playing good opposition and at certain times you will lose maps, you will lose situations you're supposed to win?
I tend to want to tilt the slider more in favor of Mouse just playing a very dynamic and confident CT side, as opposed to Vitality just completely throwing their T side out the window. I do think there were a couple of moments where they got stuck at A little bit more than I'm kind of used to seeing, or they really couldn't get out into open space, actually start threatening stairs, actually start threatening jungle, be able to try to open up those lanes they're usually able to do to secure the A site. And so in some senses, I felt like they got like a little bit stuck in the mud. They looked a little bit less sharp than normal, but again, it's so hard to judge. Is that just because they were cold coming in, or just Mouse was just playing so well? And I kind of lean more in the direction of Mousesports in that particular argument.
That's fair enough. You know, you can also consider in this game, both Saibu had some great rounds, Rups had a great game as well. So you have your 2 star players doing well. You have a Vitality that is up, you know, 8-5. Had they won that round against Torsey and his scout, it probably would have been a win for them as well. So it's not Vitality not playing good Counter-Strike, but more so maybe Mouse getting closer and closer and closer to beating them. I know it's just a map 1 Peter right here, but with the way they were playing, I guess we can have high hopes, and maybe you as well, with your gut feeling, can have high hopes that Mouse can potentially win this one.
I mean, like, the gut feeling is going exactly as it's supposed to. You know, everything is working out so far, and maybe I'm going to look like a genius in a couple of hours. That's going to be
Your gut is, not you.
No, that is true. That is true. But obviously, the whole fact that you still have Saibu playing good. You usually have Robs playing good.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it's just like the whole dynamic and how they interact as a player that's a little bit off. You can also feel like Messi maybe didn't have the game that he wants to have himself. But, you know, you can always kind of rely on the duo of Robs and Sawu. They will always put up great numbers. And you can see, even though that they are actually losing this game, they will still have a decent scoreline. And, you know, they are true professionals, and they will definitely also show up for the next one.
Before we dive into Inferno, just quickly, before we jump on a quick break here, should we be worried on behalf of Vitality at all? Or have Vitality shown us enough that they can always bounce back? Obviously, Savu playing well, Rob's playing well. Are we looking at any issues here? Or is it just, you know, now makes the game much more interesting that they actually lost the first map?
I feel like one of the most important factors that defines a true champion is having resilience whenever you're behind. And I think that Vitality has shown that they can do that in the middle of a map, like they did against Falcons at Nuke in Melbourne. They've shown that they can do it in the middle of a series when, you know, Mouse Sports went over them 2-1 in that Lisbon Grand Final. They were able to bounce back and win that series 3-2. So I think when you have a team that is capable of that particular trait, that's one of the harder ones to be able to find. And so, no, you can never count them out.
You can never count them out. It makes me excited for this matchup. I think we've now blown open the entire series with Mouse winning on their own map pick Mirage. We're heading into Inferno. I know Mouse have been struggling on Inferno as of late. Hasn't necessarily been their best map. Hasn't necessarily been where they always go to in order to win. But with the way they're playing, with the mood within the camp, I think Mouse have a good chance of making the game competitive. We're jumping on a quick break, and then we'll be back with map number 2. Mouse were able to win their own map pick, but it gets significantly harder as we move into Inferno. Vitality have brought in Inferno into the mix. Obviously, a map that they like to play an awful lot. They've won, is it 12 times in a row, 100% win rate on the map in the past 3 months, and not necessarily a map they look to lose anytime soon. So if you're Mouse right now, you have to bring your A game. You have to come in and show us something new. And Dust, last time we saw the two teams duke it out on Inferno, it wasn't pretty.
No, it was a 13-0, and while I don't anticipate that we're going to see that big of a blowout again on Inferno, there is just no undenying that there's two streaks at stake in this game. It's the obvious attempt at a 23 series streak for Vitality, but also an attempt to keep their Inferno undefeated and go 13-0. And really, they've already beaten the Mouse Sports team 3 times, and the one constant that we can kind of pull from why that has been happening each time is that their T side's always just so damn good in the first half. You know, they obviously got the 12 T rounds in the 13-0 game, but even the other matches, they had, you know, I think 9 rounds in the T side starting out in the other Inferno match. And I think the issue that they face in Mouse is that Vitality are just so dynamic. Like, their banana control is just so powerful. Obviously, Mezzi and Apex are really the core tenets of that, but then this is where we have that Ziwu factor, where he can be the AK that adds to that. But it's also the fact that they hit A so differently each time. They can hit it dry, they can hit it slow, they can hit it fast, they can hit with a lot of utility, and they just become very hard to deal with. And that is that's something that Mouse has to solve.
There's a stark contrast between the two teams, obviously heading into Inferno. Vitality being unbeaten, best team in the world on Inferno. Mouse playing it yesterday against Pain, who haven't practiced the map, yet they still win. So, Peter, give me a reason as to why this game can be competitive.
I think obviously the fact that Mouse, they played against Pain yesterday and it was not looking pretty. It was looking pretty dire, you know, and they also ended up losing. And we know that Pain has actually not practiced Inferno, so Mouse, but they probably had some lessons and something to learn from that game. Maybe it actually comes into the beneficial part of Mouse, but that they played the game yesterday and they feel like there's stuff that needs to be polished or something that didn't correct. Maybe there was something in the tactic wise or the preparation that was just off. So maybe they've had time to adjust, which could come in handy for the game like this. But obviously, they will require more than just polishing a few tactics if they want to go up and fight against Vitality. Because, you know, Vitality being 12-0 in this map, having a 100% win rate, it's also tough mentally to go into a game where you feel like, wait,
sorry guys, how many subs are you guys from before? Anybody remember?
So there's a lot of things that need to come into change. But I still believe that the fact that they won Mirage, you know, they've set themselves up for success in some way. Like, they know that if we lose Inferno, we will go into train a map that I personally believe that Vitality is maybe not super prepared on. And in fact, that fact, I think, is that Mouseport has a chance to go far.
1 million? Yeah, 1 million is that. The men's thanks to the 8-month farmer, thank you. Stakey thanks to the 17-month farmer. Clips thanks to the 81.
The one thing that Mousesports can try to do to somehow turn the tide to this and deny Vitality that streak is they have to find a way for Braun and Xerxen to be more successful.
It was 31 gifted, not 36?
Okay, you know, Apex and Ziwu. That matchup has to be won. And also Spinks has to be able to have the impact in that new position he has on the T side at middle. We need to see that come out into play.
We need to see the best version of Mouse on
Connor.
Inferno come out to play. If they want to take it to Vitality, who currently is the best team in the world on Inferno. Anderson DDK, does it end here, or do we have a map 3 in store?
We
here
have
you go,
to have a
Revise.
map number 3. We desperately need it. There's so much on the line here. Vitality, they were pretty good on Mirage, but not good enough. Mouse Sports, I mean,
I had to
if
get
they
my
actually break this, it's going to be so insane. They'll stop the streak. They'll also stop the Inferno streak. There are a lot of streaks. Really
raspberries and blackberries today, boys.
I don't know. What do you think?
Huh?
I see a third map coming.
I think it's I think a third map is obviously
My billionaire
most likely,
breakfast
but
with 3 eggs as well.
Count Mouse out for on a map like Inferno here is that we know that they know all of the fundamentals super well. We saw them execute it. What was really missing, I think, was just some of that snappiness. They weren't quite as dialed in, but we see that they are super dialed in. And the reason, Anders, is because they are against the best team in the world, and there's nothing that's going to wake you up more than Vitality. This is the team to beat, and Mousesports are here to play.
That is absolutely true. Yeah, they're going to be so ready for this one. I'm excited.
What's the
mansion
mansion
goal?
goal?
Into the second map.
We
start on the
lost
CT side, Vitality.
because of our big boy scam train that we had last month, the biggest one we ever had. We lost 2.5 mansions.
2 people here. They do have a smoke and exertion, but the timing of that smoke will be so critical. He's got dualies on the other side, so if they push through, he actually stands a decent chance, but it goes pretty deep, that smoke. Are they going to respect it? Normally not going to be happening. It's so close. They hesitate. A bit of hesitation, and Flames goes down. Another shot comes in. Brolin with a headshot takes down Robs. And
how the fuck did Robs get that?
Hunting for a bomb plant right now. Actually hunting for the bomb to begin with. They've lost Apex at the same time. And Mezzi trying to get into this game at all. He has nothing to say. No more bullets. And Brolan takes him down. A nice triple for the newly minted captain of Mousesports.
All right. All right.
Yeah, that is a beautiful start for Mouse. And again, as the underdog, heavy underdogs on this map.
Good start. That's already better than last time for Mouse. Holy shit.
Is certainly going to be a huge relief. And I mean, what a beautiful performance here. It is obviously very hard to get into the site. You kind of have to kind of push through the smoke. But what a great series.
When you
of
make an
shots
entirely
connected there
dumb
by
comment,
Mouse.
but it's also very true.
I mean, they're going to be coming out into this map with so much confidence, especially after how they won Mirage. Every player kind of stepping up in the key moments, and they were getting kind of beat down for a moment there as well. So they had to like show resilience. They had to come back into it. So I'm super pumped, Anders, to see how Mouse is playing so far.
Do I think
mean,
VGK will make another
really
cup run?
encouraging.
They got to get past the wall
It
first,
would
bro.
build such an insane rivalry between these two, organizations. These
Prickly
two teams.
motherfuckers,
If
dude.
they could stop Vitality right as they're about to set a new record and, unseat Liquid and all the rest of it, how cool would that be?
They could play spoiler here as well, though. They're looking to go for a set piece, and the timing for Mouse's aggression there is pretty good to disrupt the set piece. I think they were looking to throw in from
here we
Banana,
go.
but now after that opener, they're going to go in. It's all up to Brolan. Brolan able to take down one more player, getting some good damage in there, and now it's just down to Torsi and Jinfat to try to recover this one. But the site's been lost. However, they got rifles. There is, of course, still a good opportunity here for Mouse to get back in this round.
That actually connects onto Saiwu as well. There's so much damage with the smoke. I mean, they're so low on health vitality, but somehow I'm
A lot of people
still
always want to get
scared
so
for
close
Mouse
to
in
Tech
this
9s.
round.
It's not that they want to get close to Techs. It's
Even
that you're
with
trying to
low
make
health,
sure you
players
maintain
of
your
this caliber
advantage.
can be so dangerous. They don't need a long fight.
Like, yeah,
They
you're
really
close to
just
Techs,
need,
but
like, a
also,
split
like,
second and they've been up in the round. They said, we don't trust it. They probably don't know how much
if you
damage
just
they've
sit
done.
and you
Is the
let them
other thing,
execute,
right?
they're
It's
going to be close on
unconfirmed
you either
damage.
way.
Shoulders likes to say, Apex does go down, and they might even give them a bit of an indication that, we did some more, but Mouse will have to surrender the round and Vitality. I honestly thought that was going to be fine. Brolan hit a really nice grenade. He very nearly got 2 kills with the FAMAS, but just not quite.
It was so marginal, wasn't it? It was very close to being actually a spot where it's actually okay for Mouse. But I mean, it's just the thing, Vitality, just.
Nah, I didn't watch Canes vs. Devils, but I do believe you, dude. Playoff hockey is the best shit
because I'm like, they're
ever.
just hit this side with like a pretty quick set piece. But I think on
There's
Mirage,
two types of
we've got this
people.
point
People
where
that watch
when you're
playoff hockey
playing
and
against
people
the best
that
team in the world, or even
haven't
just the
watched
tier
it
1
yet
top 8
and
caliber
understand
teams,
it, that's all.
You can never let a team execute their plan on the T side. You always want to find a way to disrupt or force them to adapt, because if you let them execute, it's going to be very dangerous.
Yeah, we've seen it time and again. A challenge for Mouse. They did save the 2 M4s. They're going to buy around that, which I don't think is that surprising. Sort of a tug of war at the beginning for the economy here, which
I'm
we
a
saw a little
Sabres
bit of
fan. I
in the
don't know if
second
playoffs
half
are.
with
It's that
Mirage.
time of the year where you can
might
finally
as
watch
well
some
in-
good hockey.
In MR12,
Wow.
it's really brutal to surrender the economy to the other side, and just you want to keep fighting for it.
It would be fun to see a continuation of just the economic chaos that we have. It makes matches play out in a much different way, and it becomes kind of weird. But I mean, for us, it's super fun and
Tweet about
interesting to
multiple
watch.
plays. Are you talking about like the multiple
typical
overtime
spread of
weenie
players
thing?
for
No,
Vitality.
I don't think. I'm pretty sure that's not true. I think that was just like a made up thing that made the rounds on
Always
the
doing
internet.
appraisals in the apartments.
Evicting people, potentially.
But a lot of people believe it.
Finds anyone up there?
Top mid take coming on through for Vitality.
Yeah. Bro, I'm going to call it out. Oh my god, Toshi just lines them up. How did he get all the kills? I need to see that from the start again.
Yeah,
That
I
is
thought we need to see
shocking.
that. Yeah, we need to see that. That all the bullets connecting straight into the faces of Vitality.
That is so unexpected, but obviously fantastic news. He's assisted on that one as well. And he was really the main engine.
Case man
on
with the
the
gift of
rise.
sub
It
to
was
Spud.
Toshi
Spud,
doing all
welcome
the
back.
work. He had that one round of the pistol in the second half where things were getting a bit questionable, but then he more than made up for it.
Yeah.
Or he throws down the smoke, and they just all line up for him. They run and stop right in front of his crosshairs.
Maybe I'm from out mid. That
That is so beautiful, Dev. What a performance. And I mean,
I love the comms with that.
You can't help but put the streak in your mind that Vitality are playing for right now.
Sure.
And I'm getting a little bit worried for that, but I'm getting ahead of myself. It's only 2-1 in favor of Mouse. To get the deep banana smoke, we saw this a lot.
But that would be hot. That would be a big topic of conversation in the community, no question.
I don't think they're going to respect this smoke. They might try to flash through it. There it is. There's the flash through. And I mean, Exertion is absolutely ready for that one, knowing them down with the
it's pretty early.
AK-47. It seems like every
Damn,
player from
Xertion's
Mouse
not
is
letting him get this
completely
shit.
fully activated.
He said not today,
right now.
motherfucker.
You said they weren't going to respect it. Unfortunately, respect is earned, not given, and Vitality unable to claim it in this round as Exertion just completely destroys any attempt to get on through here. Huge start. Mouse going to be 3-1. They don't lose a single player in this round either.
Right.
I did love the communication the previous round from Torshi. Out mid, and then like 1 second that he's dead.
Yeah.
That's his only call to the team.
Yeah.
It's pretty decisive.
It's like, how many? Dead.
Doesn't actually matter.
That's it. That's what you need to know. And Exertion is trying to get the one up there, just like spraying down 3 as they rush through the smoke. And that's a great thing to show Vitality. It's like, we will have a player there. So that's going to force more respect, I think, in that way for Vitality when they're looking at that deep banana smoke.
This is super interesting. I mean, they said it on the desk that last time it was a 13-0 in favor of Vitality. Now, our analyst did point out that probably wasn't going to happen again, and you know, there's no reason to believe that it would either. Those are really rare. But Mouse looking much improved and a level of focus. And you highlighted some of it, right? They obviously want some revenge, Mouse in general.
One of the players of Farms Up,
in his pregame interview actually alluded to this idea too, that the sort of the psychology of wanting to continue the streak is something that could also weigh against
Xerxion's good vibes, man.
weigh against Vitality, right? That could be a bit of an issue.
Great stuff, that.
Not just because he subs to me.
Well, right? Dupree
Although
said
clearly
it on the
that
desk
helps.
as well, said sometimes the fear of losing becomes actually overcomes the you know the joy of having a streak and winning. So there's a lot of stuff going on. You know, it's not just
No, Chad just likes to make it.
good Vitality, but
They like to take a wholesome moment and try to ruin it.
The top dogs is really difficult. It requires.
It was like a while ago now, but when he first joined Mouse, it was discovered that Xerxion was a big fan of a couple of the older Mythic rosters.
Everyone's gonna be coming for you with their A game.
Bro was holding it down and watching all of our games way back in the day.
So, and there's a lot more to say about that, but we get the AWP coming into play now for Mouse, and that's going to change the complexion of some of
You
these
ever met
rounds ever so
Xerxion?
slightly.
Yeah.
We get a deep angle there on mid as well, and Vitality.
Yeah, I met him in Dallas.
Trying to work on that initial banana control.
2 years ago?
Drops in the apartments.
Was it last year?
okay, there's a team kill in there as well. Mezzi gets one, but swiftly returned, immediately revealing. I mean, 3 people at the top of the banana position there. They know what the rest are.
So it was just wholesome, you know?
Vitality can pause here too. They've got 1 minute 20 to play this advantage and kind of force the CTs to make choices.
I think they will just go 3A and cross their fingers. We saw them do this as well in Mirage. It's the same kind of logic here.
Oh, and you know what? If they weren't already going to do it, that smoke should further.
Nah, yeah, it is just a seeding match,
rotation.
James. This format is cheeks, but at least it's a fun game.
This is a variation
with 2
on
good
this
teams.
kind of thing that obviously is heavily associated with the
But yeah.
heroic lineup back when
I don't want
Kanan was
to
there. They, you know, you stack up on
upset
side, but then you
myself
also
again.
push out. Yeah, you're right. They have a really good read right now on Vitality side, so should be no real issue. They are running back.
Yeah, Vitality may have been a bit too slow here because Mouse are actually in position.
Isn't the third
and
game
they have
seeding?
utilities.
Not this one?
Robs.
Are both
Robs
these
is
teams...
on the other
Oh, wait,
side.
no,
He
it's only
hasn't
been
met
1 day.
anyone.
This isn't
He can still
seeding.
call them back,
Oh,
right? He
you're
can still
right.
make a run
James is
for it.
gaslighting me.
It's going to get a bit close now.
This
They might
Louis
just
is not
come straight
seeding.
into it. This would be horrific for them. They're pushing into the 3-man stack. They should
Yeah,
have
yeah,
the
they
round
both
ahead
wanna
over
know.
but
They
it
can't be
kills
seeding
19
here.
seconds on the clock. Jimmy does go down, but at the back, Brolan missing a little bit of a spray down. Still gets a good shot. Picks up the next 10
Right
seconds
format,
left.
wrong
They
time
can't
to
find
bitch,
the bomb.
James.
They can't find the space for it. No piece on this one. And the bomb is picked up once again. 4 seconds left. If he swings now, Torshi, he's going to be able to stop
This
it.
is
but the
seeding?
bomb is
Wait,
planted.
did they
Robs
remove an
to the
entire round
rescue.
off this one?
Gets the headshot.
see.
There really was a really big chance there. If Robs hadn't been there, put on the pressure, I think he could have swung to
Oh,
stop the
son
bomb.
of
He was
a
in the middle of the fountain. There was
bitch.
no cover there.
Yeah, it's actually a crazy scenario because Vitality.
Oh,
not
fuck, it's
expecting
missing a
against
whole
such
extra
force and
round.
play through the smoke at top mid. So that actually creates a world where it
I was
makes
right
the
like
reads
usual.
for both teams
Like
kinda weird.
usual
Obviously,
is
we
an
saw that
absolute
Mouse,
lie, James. Don't lie
they
now.
made the perfect. They had the
You're the
information,
second
and they
dumbest
were
person in here, and the only person that's dumber than you is literally named Potato.
overcomplicate things. The Vitality trying to understand what are they going to do. Are we going to hear a pop flash for the info play? We're going to get anything extra, and it slowed them down too much. That was very scary for them.
Pop
and
chart, I
somehow
wouldn't get
they
an
still
ego.
come out
You're
on
next
top,
in line, bud.
which is, I mean, that's a huge relief for them. It's still 2 rounds.
Fuck
two,
you, Fal. I'm not you, Spud.
for a deficit for them against Mouse at this point in time. But I mean, that's a much needed one, and it couldn't have really have been much more scrappy.
That's completely crazy. There are probably more things that
We
we
have
can catch
Sleepy
in
in
that
chat.
one round.
Well,
but
no,
there's-
Sleepy's just an
towards the
asshole.
end
It's
there, you've
different.
got to wonder as well, Brolan, if he hides even 1 more second, I mean, it's hard. He's already done such an amazing job in that round. I'm shocked that he
At least
even
Sleepy
the
makes
kill
good
against
choices
Cyber, I think
and
was
good
hard to
streamers
get
he
in that
watches.
first engagement, and he still managed to do it. But here we go into the next Very brittle economy on the Vitality side. It can't just be the one round here. It has to be more. Deep double nade. Somehow, how does he only do 49 damage?
I don't know.
Wait, I'd love to... Oh, never mind. On to the next one. Exertion gets blown right out of the sky. And Brolin walks into the HE. Nice start here.
Yeah, Brolin was going to rotate off, but has to stay in the position. And now we get the challenge for top mid. AWP in position for Torsi, getting Molotoved out of the angle for the moment. However, a quick recheck, and there's nobody there. So now there's a question in their mind. Okay, is there a rotate back to Banana? And for
that doesn't
Mouse,
make it
they're
not
actually gonna
shit, Nate.
respect that presence towards mid, and they're going to take Brolin and move him across. And that's largely because we still have top Banana control for Mouse. And so they're able to play it like this.
What a timing on that smoke. So uncomfortable. Do they
You got
really
your trainer
wanna
hooked
try
on
and flash
Magic
their way
yet?
through?
Brother, my trainer's the one that plays
It's
more than
scary
me.
if you're running in there and you get stuck, but I think they will.
My trainer
One
competes in
flash
Magic.
already out. Jim's not trying to relocate.
Yeah.
They couldn't see a thing, and they trade their way in. Torshi.
Jim bro
they
by
are on
day,
him so quickly.
Magic nerd by night.
If we see that from a bird's eye view, you're gonna see that the coordination between the peaks on all sides for Vitality, it's expertly timed. There actually is no way that anyone from Mouse could relocate or even, like, you can't readjust any of the angles. For the shot with the AWP, there's nowhere to hide. Like, you're just, it's so fast.
Where's Flamin' Bomb? Just
Absolutely, and this is a
Where my
much needed following round for Vitality.
Yes.
And you know, one thing that you can see is as much trouble as Mouse are kind of giving towards Banana, Vitality are still contesting it.
Well,
We
now
saw
I'm
Zyra
being-
getting a
I'm
pick
back
there,
to being
you know,
annoyed
using
with
a lot
this
of health
format.
for that as a dangerous scenario, but still extracting that value, not allowing Mouse to take full control as they were able to do so against Pain yesterday, because Pain didn't have the same quality that Vitality does in understanding how to play these utility dynamics, and also not valuing the map control in the same way that Vitality does. And there's one extra thing about Vitality as the just constant winners in the scene right now. There is this evidence that they always win. So sometimes you get into this inner narrative for the entire team that no matter how bad it gets, you know that your team will find a way to do it, because you just have again and again. And they're coming off of that best of 5 against the Falcons, where they had an insane comeback in the final map. And so right now, I think Vitality does have an enormous degree of like a mental strength just because of evidence.
Yeah, I think it's a kind of luxury you get. I think you're right. When you get to the very top, somehow you kind of know you can always do it. There's always a way back.
Does that mean wildcards in
For the
playoffs
fact that
then?
Vitality have 3 rounds. Look at the kills.
Or do they have to
Nobody
win
has
one
more
more?
than 3 kills on the T side. How have they even won 3 rounds with that?
That's a good point.
Actually, I don't think I've seen that before.
Dude, this format is
This is
so
a weird way. I mean, obviously, part of it is, you know, a couple of rounds with the saves and everything else, but still, that is kind of a bit of an anomaly there.
Only a couple of smokes left on the map at the moment for the CT side, but those are both towards top
Wildcard
Banana.
plays losers
So
of
it's gonna
Spirit
enable Mouse to
Falcons and
always
quarters.
have
Oh,
this
so the
control
easy
around top
matchup.
Banana, but
Nice.
actually playing a little bit more passively there. Obviously, they throw that smoke on the half wall once again. Oh, okay, no, they didn't. It was just dissipating.
It's all in
Trying to
studio,
open up
guys, because
double
this
HE
event
to
was
that
supposed to be
corner.
in
It's become
Mexico,
pretty popular.
and I'm not sure what happened, but it
Just
fell
a smoke
through.
to suggest that there might be something going on, but I don't know if that's going to sell anything. Torshi's actually rotating back. So now they almost have 3 at the B bomb side. This could be a genius call.
And that's the last
We'll see,
smoke.
Chai. I wouldn't give up on your wild
This
too soon.
Banana defense, and given the fact that Vitality are
Lucid
still
thanks
heavy
to the
presence
65 months.
towards Banana, and Robs has given up apartments, they're going to commit.
The Wild have
into this side, but they're
completely
not gonna have much
exceeded all
time left.
expectations of the series, at least to me.
Yeah, not at all. Torshi's run away, so it is just going to be
So
the
I wouldn't
double defense.
underestimate them now.
Exertion and Brolan, all they need is a couple of seconds each. Like, just keeping the round alive a little bit longer. And you're right, Vitality won't have the clock with them any longer. 10 seconds as they try and get through. They haven't even got the first entry kill yet. Flames gets one and Cyber on the other. And somehow, with no margin left on that clock, they find a way through.
They
get the
can't
bomb
keep
planted
getting
in.
away with this.
I don't think
This
Mouse
has got
have
to be a
choice
save.
here.
It's got to be a
3v5,
save, dude.
they're
Don't.
gonna be
Oh,
saving.
well.
Torshi sticking around, and obviously the
They
boss
respoke
radius on
CT
the
towards
furthest
you. You
peak,
should
so
leave.
potential chance for an injury if you really wanted to try and play it
How did I
that
not
way,
get
but
one?
the
Good
rest of the team
flashbangs
already
are a
gone.
bitch, huh?
Okay, he's looking to maybe just make it expensive at this stage.
Hey, now you want me, rather, you're having me want a
I'm not a least favorite
I
map.
wasn't
Yeah,
even
exclamation
considering
point
that, but now I
Inferno.
want it, so
It's just such a delicious treat, but
it is, and I haven't seen one for a while. Don't know about you.
they're rare. They are rare. Still, this is one of those weird rounds where at the end of it, it's a 3v5, and they
How
just
does
get a bomb
Blast
time
decide
without
which team
losing
to play
anyone
that will play in this
running onto the
tournament?
site, so it
All the
feels like a
staff
pretty
vote on
one-sided
which
round,
teams
but
they like the
if you
most,
take
and
into
then
the
they
context of
invite
the fact
them.
that there's no time left in the round,
Yeah.
if anyone from Mouse had landed a kill there, it could just be over based on that. Like, it could just, if the bomb goes down and it rolls into an awkward corner, that's it. There's nothing you can do.
And if you look at the smoke economy in a sense, you know, one of the things about
I should
playing
chill. That's
this
not
map
true.
or any map where
Somebody
it's
will,
like
for whatever
heavy on the
reason, think this is
information,
not true.
and you're trying to control that as much as possible. Holding onto the smoke for as long as possible is a goal for the CTs. And if we looked at that, you know, Torsi gets the smoke in the right spot, like with like 30 seconds left. And so that's like an ideal scenario for the CTs to be in. So in that sense, you know, Mouse did a lot really well. And just as you say, to like back up your point, that creates a world where it has to go perfect for Vitality. It like actually has to at that point. So 4 to forward, all tied up. And considering how it started, Anders, this is an
Why don't you
interesting
do
switch
some
of
variety
momentum
streams every
into
now and then?
Vitality's
I do.
favor.
You just don't watch them.
I still can't get over the fact that
That's
I look at
probably
the
why I don't do them as
Like,
much.
They're tied for rounds. Look at the kill difference. That's so ridiculous. Oh man, what an entry from Flames as well, jumping over the smoke and basically stabbing Roland with his AK in that previous round. That is pretty action-packed.
Bro got caught.
Sacrificing your mind.
And
I do like dedicated variety streams like once a week.
A side for the most part, and so this is the stronghold. And Jimfat's gonna reveal one of the M4
Where's face
positions.
cam? I ate it.
The apartments player, Rops. Brilliant start hit for Mouse. If they're going to win this surprising, what will be a surprising round to win, this is the way to get it going. And look at that beautiful movement there from Vitality, going through the long side, up mid, and making things awkward here for Mouse.
I thought Spinks was going to push through, but now he's backing up instead. Jimmy's on the bomb site, still plenty of time. A nice headshot from Apex. He needs to do something here. He's had a hard time of it. Flames certainly hasn't. He's back in the round with 3 kills. Roland, the last to get blown up. Unfortunately, the M4s, even though they were in a decent
Okay,
position,
that
not
was
enough for him.
insane.
And now it's just exertion here. No risking a lot either.
Thank you, by the way,
to
Best,
try
for the
and do
14
this.
and the nice words.
Maybe if he can find a gun, it's better to escape with it, but yeah, Apex, that was his 2nd kill of the map. We'll give up the AK, and I think for exertion now, there's not even a question that you're going to want to save this one. Could try and do a bit more damage here. I mean, again, if you can make them blow up with a bomb, that is at least something to mess around with. Looks like Flames is going to go down, so optimizing the round as much as you can. Still, 5 on the side of Vitality.
And it's so funny as well with Vitality because it's like you have 5-star players because when you looked at the entries there, everyone just instantly gets their headshots. Like all like across multiple players. It's like they got multiple star players active all at the same time. And as you mentioned, they don't have many kills to their name at the moment. And there are star players, there are teams where we all understand that this is a thing where if you get a slow start to the game, it's
well
a bit
handled
harder to
from
find those
Flames,
kills
man.
because a lot of players need that bit of confidence that you get from getting a few kills, and if the game is dry, it feels a lot harder to do that. Vitality's got so much quality and experience that that's not an issue.
Yeah, you couldn't ever imagine a scenario where none of them show up. You know, eventually someone is. The incendiary in front there, and it doesn't spread to Saiwu. Deep grenades, a lot being exchanged. Not really sure who's coming out on top yet. One more for the road as Flames goes down to 48. 3 people at the top of Banana early on, and it's possible that Vitality might have a bit of a sense of that just because of how much they've run into. They're gonna
Inferno
try
seeding
and put
match,
even more
my
pressure
hell.
on here. Exertion expecting that there could be a boost coming, and if they try
I
to
knew it
attack
was
him,
this
he's got a
format where we
flashbang
get a seeding
inside
match
of the bomb site ready
that
to be
I
thrown.
hate, but I didn't realize it was after fucking 1 game,
Yeah, it's
dude.
an
That's
interesting
crazy.
reset where you would normally expect if you're Mouse to have Robs with that apartments control, and you would expect the top mid take to be coming on through. And Mouse are actually keeping 3 players still towards Banana at the moment.
Yeah.
And as a quick info play there with that flash on the half wall, and they're going to have to surely rotate someone off there because they see nothing. They've got to respect that, but at the same time, if someone's listening for info at the bottom of Banana, here's the pop flash, as the Vitality player, oh, that's an info player,
Seeding,
they're going to
Jason.
rotate someone off.
Both
And so
what
might
that
be the
means
reason
is
why
both
Mouse are
these
keeping
teams
3
that we're
players on
currently
the B site
watching
right now.
are
But
already in
unfortunately,
playoffs.
It looks like we're going to get most likely an A play from Vitality.
Meaning if you lose, all
So
good.
many
You're just in
details to try and
quarterfinals. You
figure
win,
out
you're
where
in
you want to
semis.
go, but I agree. They've set them up for this one. Jimmy gets one Torshi with the other, and it's on. 18 seconds. Vitality trying to crack the A bomb side. I don't
But
think
I
it's
did
gonna
get a
be easy
giggle
at
that
all.
you
It's
thought I
deep
said a
Molotov, though.
seating
We'll
match.
put some pressure on.
Seating match.
Backup is coming as well. Jimmy goes down, and Torshi a couple of more seconds to stay alive. He can't do it. And Exertion almost had to wait for his teammates there. 3-on-3 in the
No,
afterplan,
Drew.
but
They're
he
both
goes
already
down
in.
immediately. And Torshi was already dead. Now Spinks is going to fall next. That's
Feels
right
like I
for
just
the
had
smoke.
deja vu with
No
that Moto
chance here.
moment, right?
A 3v5 conversion.
Oh, damn,
as
Zai was letting
Vitality
him
pick up
know.
6 rounds. That's almost a bit criminal because there was such a bad start to the attack, but
Yeah.
again,
Seeing the evolution
trust
of
that
Zai
they
was
have at
crazy.
Just powering through and overwhelming the bomb side is it's a lot.
And now the interesting thing as well is that Vitality have shown that when they are able to hit the A side, they are having a really good time on the entries. It's the cleanest looks that they've had so far on the map. And so if you're Mouse,
My wife wants to
you're
watch Black
wondering,
Mirror
are they gonna keep
on the
targeting
PC,
A
and
side?
I'm watching you.
Should
What should
we
I do? Just
make
tell
an
her this is a
apartments
Black
play?
Mirror
Should we
episode.
try to switch things up, not have such a heavy emphasis towards banana?
Just
There's
get
some
creative,
matchups they
dude.
may consider. And with Vitality, they're actually emphasizing more of an apartments control play here. 3 players moving in, so not just Robs by himself. And the bomb is there as well.
Okay, really fast. Mac 10. There's no helmets on the other side, but they have gone for a bit of a half buy here, so it's really not that bad. They have some money left, Mouse, still for the 12th round. See if they could do anything. 5-7, not quite catching a kill in the air. He's going to get the
Oh,
one
that's
headshot there.
so emo.
But apart from that, everybody else
Jimmy
smoked
seemed
out
ready
of
for that,
this
but the
round
crouch that
and
he
will probably
hit
continue to be that pretty
made that
much
fight look so
all the way
stupid.
until the end. So nice call to get
Are you
out
buying
of
the mouse
apartments
dip?
on the
That'll
inside.
tell you I've been buying the mouse dip.
Yeah, and it's one of those principles again where if you think
The
about,
Nico
okay, what is
Monacy
the
Glazers are
easiest
trying
way
to
where we get
hit me
like
with the
least fights
fucking
until we're just
glaze
on the
train,
bomb
but
site? Apartments through onto the
I
A
still
side is
feel
one
like
of those
Mouse
options.
is the
So
most
that
likely
or just
team
going
to
through
like
banana
really
and
give
section on the
Vitality
B
a
side.
hard time.
You're eliminating all of the possibilities for the CTs to have any kind of weird
Yeah.
plays or like abusing 50-50s.
But
and all
I'll
of
be
this. And
real,
so if
I
your
thought
goal
Falcons
is
would
to
get
just
swept
the
in the
bomb down, so you
finals,
know
and
that
they
against
definitely should have
pistols,
won it.
It's impossible for them to retake.
And then they
as soon as
lost
the bomb
it,
goes
so
down. This is a great approach
in
to
some ways,
to achieve
vindicated.
That. So again, nice round from Vitality.
And now that they've removed the railing up on the, as you exit the apartments, it's so much easier on the T side too, because you don't get into that awkward moment where you have to jump, because if you get caught in the middle of the jump, it's really weird. So
Yeah,
now
that's
you
true.
can just kind of run and slide on into the pit. Does make it a
lot
bit
smoother.
easier sometimes.
That's a great point. Yeah, it is a lot cleaner. And it is actually pretty amazing that Flames is the first guy. Like the first guy in, you're just drawing by. Your job is not even to necessarily get any kills there.
Right.
So, but the fact that he actually does with the Mac 10 that's the point where you know that it's definitely not going to go well for
he's-
Mouse after that point.
He's played a really great game, Flames, so far. 7-4. See if Mouse can get another one on the board. I feel like going into the second half, if Vitality come back and win this next one, I mean, it's already going to be a little bit grim. Exertion traded out completely blind in this fight. Does leave a single player on the side. They know who's anchoring it. It's no surprise that Brolan is going to be. The only thing they need to figure out is
I thought he was going to get
how
both
much
for
of
sure,
a
but
rotation is being forced here. Can they guess that early on? Then they're going to have a much better chance here, Vitality, to make a bit of a call.
So it's like one smoke.
I think Spirit has a chance to be Vitality. Well, Spirit has that the donk effect. Like
towards that B site to keep it.
the
locked
answer
in.
is
And
yes.
The only other smoke is it's in the hands of Torsi, who's guarding mid at the moment. So
I don't
once
care what
that
anyone
smoke
tells
goes
you.
away, it's just going to be an easy.
Donk
take on
is
B site here,
absolutely
and it's
capable of just absolutely single-handedly beating a team.
For him, gambling is one of the things that sometimes you just have to do.
Yeah, they've tried it a couple of times, but this time,
So does
again,
OBS.
not really
But
working out. Nice HE, but it makes no difference. There's so many T's on the other side, spamming straight
They have
through
Nico,
that
though?
smoke. So Spinks and Jimmy
his question
2-on-4 for
was,
the final round of the half.
can
and
Spirit beat
no reason to
Vitality?
think
I
they
did
should be
not
able to
know
do this.
Nico was on Vitality.
You're trying to get some early shots through the smoke, if at all possible, but none of the Vitality players on the other side are in a position to deal with that. Pretty deep grenade, trying to force it out. Even that's not enough for a kill. Would have been nice if Spinks would have been a little bit more ready for that one, but he was holding the church.
I need to get sassy.
There's one.
I got a little
Swiftly
bit.
back. Apex up to 5 now.
That
And
happens
Rox
a
to end
lot
it with a
in the
single
co
kill.
streams. Is I'll answer
8-4.
somebody's question, but then
That's
somebody
Vitality
else like
off to a
was
great
like half
start on
listening, and then
Inferno.
they tune in, and I'm like, bruh, that's not what we're talking about, man. So sometimes I gotta give it back a little bit. All right, chat. Ends up real quick. Ain't that big of a deal though. I'm running an ad. Heads up, heads up, heads up. Hold on.
Second half is coming up. Mouse looking to do anything at all here on Inferno. It's better than last time where it was 13-0 in favor of Vitality. So Mouse are up to 4 rounds, Vitality 8. And now we're into the second half here. It's not completely done with for Mouse. They're not out of this one, but obviously Vitality are really warming up into this one and they're playing a great game.
Certainly stabilized. We'll see how the pistol goes here for both sides. Mouse splitting between Banana and second mid at the moment. So not just a straight up rush as we have actually, I think, more so commonly seen as Banana rushes on the pistol from T sides this tournament so far. And oh, hello. Okay, well, that might eliminate the option of going towards A at all. So maybe we'll just get the straight up hit into the B side after all. What else does Mouse really have going for them here?
Yeah, the fact that it's Gym Fat as well, they find over on that side, it might be a bit of an indication. Smoke up on the boost to try and stop anyone from being there. Apex is playing in front of it though. Flames holding on as much as he can, not hitting the headshot yet. Instead, it's through the smoke, and as he's reloading, Spink's very nearly hunting him down. That was a nice attempt to get one more kill. 3 versus 4. Bomb gonna be planted. A single flash on Apex. When they go for the retake, Torshi already setting up a bit of a challenge and finding Apex. That's a huge kill to stop even any chance of a retake. Spink's helping out. Mezzi hits the ground. Sau clicks his way. One of them back already. Can he find even more? He knows there's a player out on Banana, but he's not really getting this one in the head. Is so
oh, Sau's just like me. Wait, no, he's not. Never mind.
Brolan holding on.
Jordy, thanks for the 56-month reset. Thank you.
Massive round there for Mouse. And that's going to get the momentum going their way. And they get to
No, he's much better. My bad. My bad.
A lot of, obviously, forced by wins. But as long as nothing crazy happens, Mouse will get to set the pace. And it really makes a difference here on this T side, especially on a map like Inferno. However...
I watched a video on how Blu-ray is still the premier form of watching media.
So used to seeing
Thrice.
these days. And Three players are going to be starting off on this B side here.
How do you have all this time?
Couple MP9s, got the 5.7s online as well. A big focus from Mouse here on that initial banana control. Keeping tabs on the second mid side of the map here. But again, it does feel like
Llama's just lumberjack Zaiwu.
Once again for Mouse.
I'm Zaiwu if he never said no to a grand slam at Denny's.
Early on, maybe not. It looked like it was free. It felt like it was free. But now they've had to pay with Roland's life and very nearly extortions too.
And one of the issues here as well, Anders, is apartments feels dangerous. When you know your opponents have 5.7s and MP9s, you get the close ranges of the apartments. You don't really want to have to go in there now. Obviously, there's not a lot of choice. Jimfat's going to be clearing that also by himself. So it feels dangerous. We understand there's no one there from Vitality, but Vitality in a 5 versus 4, they have to start making some choices. Do they hold the 3 players to B, or do they try to gamble, towards A?
The Vitality always went after pistol. I don't fucking understand, dude. It's a crazy stat. They win like 80% of the second rounds or some shit. At least it was that high at one point. It might be lower now, but
They think it's a fake.
Oh yeah, they might.
Mind games on those smokes, man.
They're walking toward Rops and Zaiwu. That's the only thing that really scares me about this. That still somewhat newly minted duo that's just... It's been so hard to beat. Torshi's gone down. There's no one else coming through. They're going to realize 30 seconds.
well,
Can the A defense hold or do enough damage is the question here. This is a long range. MP9, though, he looks like it doesn't even matter. Takes down Exertion. What a disgusting double kill. And Rob
not sure their credibility, but I saw an article that said that Mobs wanted to leave G2.
How do you expect to win?
Yeah, it's so cool as well just to see again the mind games that we're.
I don't think it takes a genius that somebody that joined with Nico and Monacy on the team, and they left
Apex is like goes back
6
to
months
the
later.
B-site, and then it's the case that they try to sell the B hit.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that crazy to assume he'd want to leave.
When Mouse is just up against a force buy, and
If Mobs didn't want to leave, I'd actually be surprised. Like,
of all of these types of events,
and that isn't even to flame anybody on G2, but like,
I think it's also because, like you said earlier, they have so many star players.
that's the reason he
Two
joined.
people at the A defense. Those 2 players usually not in need of a lot of backup, so you're not going to be necessarily too.
I don't even think that takes an article. Like, I don't need to read an article to hear or understand that.
I don't think there was any head armor either, so Exertion just dies.
Even if it wasn't actually true, or he didn't publicly say it. I'll say it, bro. I'd fucking want to leave if I were Mobs. Are you high?
And already to have one of those numbers get peeled off so early, that's going to make the eventual push a lot weaker for Mouse.
I'd just straight up make the assumption that that's true.
Really slowed down the game here. 4 Tech 9s. I've got to be honest, towards the end of Mirage,
Careful, one long. You only got one.
Vitality had maybe run out of a couple of ideas. It felt like they were cooled down a bit too much.
3 best landing spots for Mobs.
Engineering that kind of a
Well,
game,
Liquid
but now
would be
it
a
feels
really
like
good one,
Mouse
but
here,
they didn't sign him for like
do they
4
have more
years.
steam left in them on Inferno? I mean, if they don't win this round, they don't have any money, and Vitality probably bounce straight to 11 rounds. It's a lot to deal with.
Yeah, it really is, and there's not a lot of util. 2 smokes, couple flashbangs. That's all Mouse have to work with. Looks like they're going to head into this B site. 3 players here though for.
Unironically, Mobs would go crazy in
It's
phase.
annoying to have to deal with that when you're trying to push in. It messes with the timings there and the spacing, but Mouse are still going to make their way forward. They have to go for it. In amongst the smokes here, the Galil rattling off there for 2 from Apex. Great work there from him. Nice trade though from Spinks. Now alone against the world. 15 seconds to plant the bomb. It is not anywhere near a spot where he can grab it and plant it. So this is over for Mouse right now. It's all that Spinks can do to maybe get some damage.
Instead of who, though?
In the closing moments of this round. But that will be completely denied. And
pretty obvious who it would be for, but I'm not going to say the name out loud because I can't do that. Can't do that to my boy. No way.
Yeah, I think it looked like they had some real early information about what was coming.
I know it wouldn't be a lead.
Vitality on that defense, they re-smoked the front of B. And
you think Brookie gets removed for a new op? Probably not.
Forces Mouse, because I think maybe Mouse would have waited, but once the half the players are like they're in a terrible position. If they fall back, they have to run for the incendiary, and they go forward, and it's not really.
Rain IGL, like Mobs comes in, Kerrigan coach.
Forced weirdly by the defensive grenades.
New phase era begins.
So awkward, that's for sure.
How many of those bullets landed right on top of Rob's head? Like, I'd love to see like the wall behind.
He doesn't fit in phase. Cake, you don't fit in your car.
Pretty suffocating stuff, I think, for Mouse in this round, because
That's because FaZe right now is dysfunctional as fuck and has been.
On it, there's going to be a fight. You don't have much real estate to work with at this point. Really, is the apartments that I think Vitality's not super interested in, but they do have tabs on it. Of course, you know, Cyber on that position.
All right, Neo. No, you just
keeping
do the
it
zip
honest.
mix. He's assistant coach.
Obviously, doesn't have to commit to a fight with multiple opponents from this spot.
Can't
Just
imagine
wants to get the
Rain calling
information.
rounds. Okay, but with a
Pick
straight
the
phase,
frag,
hear me out.
can
Hear me
follow up
out.
if he wants, but there's no challenge.
As much as I didn't like the move, and I still am a little bit
Vitality have
reserved
a
on
total
it,
of 47 kills, and I
did
think
you ever
Mouse
think
have
Brolin would be
46,
IGLing Mouse?
If my math is correct. So again, they're so close on kills and so far apart on rounds, which is, again, it's just a very weird kind of game. Normally, there's a very strong correlation between the amount of kills you have and you know, and the rounds that you're winning, and obviously.
Like, bro, I
same
didn't even
thing
know
if you're liking
Brolin
the kills.
spoke that much. I'll be honest.
Sphinx
Like,
trying to get the job done. Might have been
Brolin went
possible.
from the guy that I
Would've been fun
swear
if
he,
could
if
have
you
and
told
got
me
the
he
bomb
spoke
planted,
like
just
only
again to get a
like
little bit
calls
more in
on the
back for
team,
his team.
and that was it, I believe you too. IGL.
The game isn't going to be won, you know, on another bomb plant hero there. We just need more out of Mouse here. We need to shut down Vitality. They haven't really found one on Inferno. Again, it was much better than last time, but 11-5 is it's a tall order. How do you come back from this kind of scoreline?
Yeah, and we haven't again seen too many rounds where Mouse have had a great.
I still don't know how I feel
economy
about
where
Brolin
we've seen,
IGL.
Just
Well,
full AKs or full sets of.
The
nades.
impressive thing with Brolin IGL is I'm not saying they're the
And that's
best
always
team in
awkward
the world,
because
but they've
when
won
you're
some
able to run a lot
tournaments
of
this
gun
year,
rounds,
which they
you get a much
previously
better
weren't
sense,
able
I feel,
to.
as to what's working and what's
They
not.
didn't do it in front of
And
the
in this
largest
particular
crowds,
case
but they
for
did do it
Mouse,
in front of some
they're
good
gonna have to
crowds.
just make some good guesses
And
as to where they think
he's
the
had some
weaknesses
good
might
calls.
be.
Like,
And Vitality have been really good at just contesting.
basically, the
everything,
only team they've
and
consistently lost to is
when you're
Vitality,
putting
which
them in a spot
isn't.
where they have to play super passive. They're also super
I
stable.
mean, a lot of
at
people have been
anchoring
losing to
sites and
Vitality
playing
lately,
those
so it's
spots
not really
super
the end of the
well. So
world.
it's everything, every advantage you're trying to win as Mouse here is extraordinarily hard fought.
Is that the exception, not the rule? Well, yeah, like I said, I kind of hate when they
Initial
do roles like
grenades
that. But
as
Rain
we are used to seeing.
as an IGL would be an interesting
impressive
prospect,
from
dude. He
Mouse.
clearly is.
Yeah. They want to see if they can
Like,
power
still
on
has the
through.
desire to play and is
They've
willing
got
to like do what the
Jim
team
Fan on the other
needs.
side
And I'm
of the
just
map,
saying, I feel like
looking
that's
for
actually a
rotations,
great
looking
trait
for
to have.
lurkers. Maybe someone's pushing up. He's just there to catch whatever is going on and maybe get a bit of info. But the main attack is over here. Such a sick flash to retake
Like,
the top of
also,
Banana
at
with.
least for now, I
Grenade
feel like a
around
lot of the
corner, which they
meta
had to
revolves
respect.
around
If they
having
would've gone
a
forward there, they would've
IGL
died
that's
just
willing
like
to
that.
entry a lot.
Spinks.
Apex
That is a
being kind of the
touchdown
blueprint for
grenade.
that.
That kill does change everything, but the bomb
Rain
is
slots in
actually
pretty nicely for
still
that if he
by T
wants to.
steps. That does need to get collected. I'm unsure whether Jim Fat will go for that. I mean, they have a minute to play with, so they don't have to force things into the B site, especially with that smoke blooming there.
Wait,
I don't think that'll actually happen.
hear
What
that
I'm
drop?
saying, I'm just saying it's a fun little.
I think he might have been
Rabbit
able
hole.
to. Saiwu's got to be real careful.
Over a year with the
Destroys a couple of picture frames. Bomb's been picked up now, so that's a start. Under 40 seconds though, and there's nobody here. Vitality making the same calculation that Mouse did a couple of times when they were on the CT side. Say, let's stack B and hope for the best. He hears the smoke.
Yeah, I don't think Rain
Don't
would
even
be
know
able
where
to
that
just
smoke's
like.
supposed to be
Yeah, I'm
landing.
just
I think
saying it'd be
it's
like
smoke.
cool way. I
Doesn't
think
matter. Spinks.
the evolution of
Wait, he's
Rain
got-
doing
yeah.
that would be quite cool.
It's great. It looks pretty. Almost like we're claiming the bomb sites.
Hope you're doing well.
Oh yeah.
Calling
Thank
the
you
airstrike.
for the 13
Spinks
months.
obviously got a lot
Thank
to
you.
prove as well. Playing up against Vitality, so.
You
Sure
change
he
your
wants to,
username again?
right?
Well, I
Sure
can't.
he
How
wants
am I
to
supposed to
impress.
keep up with it if
Yeah, and I mean, the economy isn't amazing for
You'll be
Vitality.
changing their
They want to make sure
names
that they do
every-
have enough because
every month,
so
and
that
I'm
they
supposed to
can
keep track, and there's like
just
50 of you
maximize
that
the
do
amount of
this.
buys that they have, so that they can just get this over to the third map. Again, trying to protect this streak that they have going, and you wouldn't want to get like pipped at the post, as we say, in football.
No, there's.
Well, Alex, it's different though.
On some
No,
stage, you
hold
have
on.
to not think about it, obviously.
So
when you're
first
in the
off,
game,
Alex,
but
if you
of
haven't
course,
watched me much, I hate that
But I
Twist
mean, at the
became the
same
IGL. I
time,
didn't like when
it
Nico
does
became.
feel
I
like
don't
it is
like
kind
when
of
star
added
players
pressure
become the
to
IGL.
the team. That's such a
Like
nice
it or not,
grenade.
Rain is not at that
Good
point in his
stuff.
career right now.
Spinks, very clean.
Right?
Well, 6-11.
Like Rain right now has to basically adopt his new roles,
a lot more
which
winnable
are
now than it was
completely
even a couple
different
of
for
rounds
him,
ago
and
here for
excel at
Mouse.
them, or he has to
Yes.
evolve
I'm
in
not gonna
like
count them
I
out
said,
yet,
like I
even
think the IGL could be a
I mean,
natural route.
obviously, if the forecast here is saying it's going to be Vitality for a third map, but let's see.
One thing that I'll say though, right here, is that we'll have
Raspberry
a,
Muse before this
just a
will be on the
switch up,
test.
right? We'll get
Motherfucker, I dropped out
Saiwu
for a reason.
Picking up the AWP, and so that will change how some of these fights are taken, the kind of plays that he's going to probably make, and he's going to be starting off here in the mid position and scoped. looking for something there. Obviously, the smoke is obscuring.
I don't see Ren's on IGL.
And at the same time, Mouse
But
trying
I'm
to
a
get that initial
novice.
banana control.
Yes, no, I mean,
Previous
that's
round, they were
fair.
able to
Like,
win
I don't.
because they got these. They were able to capitalize and punish Vitality's top.
I'm just
banana
talking about, like, it's a good way for a player like Rain who has as much experience for him, where if he committed to it, I think he could.
Nice trade with the HE, and that's going to make it a 3v4, so it's doable, but it's now getting a bit scary.
Again, the bomb is really far back here. It'd be so interesting to see that Apex double kill in slow motion. I think he's tracing the one guy that's jumping up on the barrels. Apex is sort of tracing him all the way. You could see like the bullets landing on the wall behind him. That didn't look like it was supposed to be a double kill. I feel like if you're not hitting a shot for that long, typically that means you're about to die. But really great play from Apex, who again had an absolutely terrible start to this map. It really wasn't good. But
Zaru might get a kill just like for free here.
Yeah.
It's a dry peek. They kind of have to do it, and it's the absolute worst thing to dry peek into an AWP. But Mouse have to go now. There's no more element of surprise. The rotation is coming, and a double kill comes on through. That is absolutely excellent.
I think the A1S Howl looks like shit.
Strong chance. 2v2
And no, I haven't really thought of a craft, nor do I really want to do one for my hot rod.
they should not be in this round. I don't know how they both died that quickly. Bomb.
I can't believe this is a 2v2 right now.
That's
Hold
fairly
on.
low on health, so he's down in the pit. It's a really good position, and you don't have any grenades to get rid of him either. So strong chance that he could do something with the AK, but otherwise it'll be on Spinks again, playing his old teammates. And slowly ticking away. Mezzi's moving up on the one side. Flames coming in. The crossfire here. Spinks gets one, and even chances a reload. Flames running up close to him. 1v1, and it's Spinks to swing for it, but Flames takes him down instead. And he's got the kid in his back pocket. He's going to be able to pick it up. 12 on the side of Vitality.
What an awesome round. I mean, from both sides, too.
Damn, Apex
I
be
think,
yapping.
you know, running into the AWP there, that's like one of those things you can't avoid, because late into these types of rounds, the AWP becomes even more powerful, holding spots.
Yeah.
Because you can't, even if you wanted to flash that position, if you do that, well, Zayu is then going to fall off the angle and then post up behind it. And so then,
To be honest,
you know,
I actually
lose
don't
this-
remember
this
Nitro's arc that
timing
hard.
that you get with the element of surprise. It's like worth it to almost lose a player there.
Nitro.
You wish you would be here. Woo!
He owns you, and you wish you were him. Is that what he said?
Yeah, that's epic. Well, right now we've got Apex thinking that he's him, just going straight down Banana with the most aggressive play there I think that we've seen. Certainly has that energy, that aura, and I mean, Banana still will be under control there, largely speaking, for Vitality. They'll reinforce it with the second.
Yeah, no, Nitro did IGL, but more so out of necessity for a different few rosters that he played on
James.
James.
Spot here for Vitality. Mouse, maybe they are collectively him.
Just combining all of them.
Yeah, I'm
sort of
watching on
Megatron
YouTube, yeah.
situation into
a him.
Just get them all together. Sawu. Yeah, they're running away. They don't want to do this. I say it every Vitality. I love Apex so much. I just it's like what a gift to the world of Counter-Strike that we have somebody like him.
That's so true. Yeah, that's so true. Yeah,
There's
I mean, there needs to be a documentary on his entire career.
Somebody should make that. Also, like, there are so many different elements of his game, but also his personality that I love. Personally, I think one of the funniest things about Apex is no matter how much they're winning Vitality, if he even suffers one single death in a round, even if they win the round cleanly and it's no problem, he just has this look of disgust on his face. Like, he's so mad, and I just think it's amazing. 7-5.
It's hard on his sleeve, that's for sure.
I mean, he's also good on the mental recovery, though. Like, no
Andy
matter how
Dunn, that's
frustrated
why
he
you
looks,
wouldn't watch the Blast
he's back in the
right?
game the very next round, you know?
Well, speaking
I don't
of
know,
the
there's
next
not-
round,
there's
it's
not
gonna be
really any
interesting here
advantage.
because Vitality, will have that kind of hodgepodge situation. They saved the
Can you
AWP.
tell me why I
for
should?
Zaru, and everyone's going to be buying around it. They saved an AK on Flames.
What
and then
the
we got
fuck?
3
There's a
MP9s.
Clips
So
leader
that creates a situation where you can
badge?
get some fun positions, creative spots that players
Push down
might
the
play.
middle.
Push down. I mean, that is one of the most fun ones. That is for sure.
Plus, also, it's kind of a gangster way to finish Inferno.
Seems like such a French
Just,
thing
you
to
know,
talk when you're winning.
send one MP9.
Yeah,
and
dude.
Saru,
Only the
down
French
middle,
talk
and the
shit
other-
while they're winning.
The other down Banana, and let's see what happens.
And then don't say anything when
And
they're
it is
losing.
interesting because
That's
if you're
totally
a
not
mouse,
the
you wanna
most
avoid the
normal
AWP,
thing that
you could
normally
just
happens
try
in
to go
competitive
super hard
sports when
Banana,
you're
but
winning. You usually
it's
talk
hard
some
to do that
mess.
against the initial util.
Yeah.
And the other thing you have to be looking out for is
That's
because
true.
in this kind of
It's
spot,
'cause he's
Zaru might
French.
want to try to get an early kill. So is he going to have someone escort him him in apartments and try to get like an aggressive pick. So there's a lot of things you have to worry
personally,
about.
when I get fucking
as Mouse
13-0, I
in
make
the
sure I'm
initial stage of the
screaming
round.
at the other team to let them know that those zero rounds I just won never affected me.
Not really going to be rushing. You could see they're taking their
Holy
time.
fuck. I can't tell if some of you guys
Right
just
now,
like
5 in a row,
use
get it into
ChatGPT to
overtime.
create
I still think it's
insults
pretty
or like
doable
have
right
actually
now.
never interacted with
Vitality
any
don't have
human
a lot of
ever.
money. They should
And this is coming from the guy that's
be looking
literally
towards this
talking
game
to a
before it
fucking
gets out
monitor
of
for
hand.
12 hours a
And it
day.
already- the round already is
It's impressive.
Apex alone. They're running for the flames. They don't care. They just want to get the bomb down. And at this stage, I don't think he could get enough kills with the MP9. It's very unlikely, at least, that he could have stopped that kind of a push.
It's
So,
easy to talk
sick,
when you're winning.
Well done.
Yeah. Brother in Christ, why do you think he does it? It's literally got you triggered in the
I love call
YouTube
from
chat
Mouse,
right now.
You know, I was mentioning it there. You know, if you want to avoid the AWP or like at least minimize the strength of it, just hitting B is like obviously really good because there's all these close ranges. You can just get on top of the site, and so often teams won't even play the AWP there because of
Also,
that,
if
because
it
it's
was so
hard.
easy, everybody
Zyro
would do
was
it.
there, but he got instantly.
Notice how they don't all do it?
When the first player died, it's like, oh, but there's still well,
Yeah.
he's gone as well. How did that happen? But yeah, so great call there, great confidence from Mouse. They're playing against. Obviously, any mistake and this map is over. And this map is probably
Auditor.
might be one of the better
Thank
chances.
you very
that we
much,
have.
bro.
Not too far
Congrats
away
on your 6
from an
months.
overtime.
You smell like
They've
shit, though.
actually picked up the AWP on Torshi, right? There's Cyber
That's why fuck you Apex is a thing? Damn
off
right.
camera, when we were talking, Dan, yesterday, or maybe it was today,
Good energy.
you mentioned this idea of, when you're on the T side and you pick up this kind of an AWP, it can at least change
They
how
didn't
you
talk
end
shit
up
all the
approaching
time,
the
even
T
when they're
side,
down?
so-
Yeah.
No,
Not
he
saying
does
it's a
not.
mistake, but it's kind of interesting.
Absolutely does not.
Potential to
No, we're just
because
making.
your teammates want to help.
Yeah,
you
you
get the value
you saw
out of it,
you
and
saw
it's like,
Kaden
so
talking shit while he was on Astralis to other
this
teams
whole
while they were
team,
playing.
In some cases, kind of has to play that pace with
Yeah.
you. And I think we were talking about that Mirage game where Torsi were trying to activate around mid.
Yeah.
But then if any of his
Yeah,
teammates
okay.
have problems, which was kind of happening, he gets kind of exposed before he's in a position.
Yeah.
And then it all just falls apart. And it's a big investment.
Well, it's also hard to let it, be on the ground when you just find it for free. You're like, okay, maybe we should do it. Probably not an issue in this one. Hopefully not. MP9, 5.7, even a P250 there on Apex. Let's see.
I feel like this is the round Vitality wins it. This is the bullshit they win,
Find a
man.
freaky way to end it, or if Mouse can stay, a step closer with 5 rounds in a row that we're needing. Now we're down to 4. MP9s not getting the production that they were looking for.
All right, editor, cut that
It's
part
gonna
out.
be a lot easier. USP around
Editor,
the
cut
corner.
that
and
part out.
Spinks being real careful here. Gonna hear not just the
Holy
footsteps,
shit,
but
what the
burn
fuck?
as well, and you'll catch
What
him.
an assassin, dude.
Bomb was on Torshi, so I guess in theory, if he would have died there and picked up the AK or the AWP Apex, that could have been interesting. But none of that is happening. 9 to 12.
Yeah, and I think it's a great point about, okay, how is the AWP going to come into play? Because it is, Inferno has always been an awkward map in that respect.
True.
In like the past of professional Counter-Strike, we've seen many teams that have that insane star player.
No, but
AWP,
James, he was
and
literally
it's like,
IGLing
you
before
can't
that, though,
have,
with
like, you
iBuy
almost feel
Power.
like you have to give him an AWP on any T side, but then this is like one of the maps where it's like, the
Vitality,
team
thanks
has
for
to
the
have
6 with
an
primer.
entire
Thank you,
plan
thank you.
as
That's why I'm
how
trying to
actually
remember
get
his
it
arc.
active. You can't just try to make it work. Not against the super top level of teams. Because you just get shut down by good CT utility.
Yeah, when
we'll
Days
see how
and
I'm curious.
Steel got
I'm curious
banned,
how
and I
Soldier's
tried to
gonna get
fill
it
in.
going.
It was Desi,
Yeah, I do feel like Torshi,
Nitro,
especially-
Brax,
I think we talked about this yesterday, but
AZK.
he's one of these insane momentum players. When he starts shouting,
No, it wasn't
when he's feeling really
AZK.
good,
No,
then
couldn't have
he
been
is the
AZK.
kind of person that could
But it was
stand up to
Brax,
that
so it
kind of
wasn't during
chaos
the
and
ban.
still
They just
find the
left.
kills.
That's
you've
right.
seen
They
him
like
inside
had
of the
beef.
debris of HEs,
I can't
still
remember what that
landing the
roster
shots, and
was. I think it was AZK.
Maybe that's
so
what
it
they
was
need right
Brax,
now to get the
AZK,
game into OT.
Nitro, Desi.
Vitality back with a bit of a bite. It is
Skadoodle,
lacking
I
some of the
think.
crucial grenades, which means if Mouse play this a bit slower, there's a chance that Vitality just won't have a lot of
I
utility.
think that was
left at
that
the end of
roster.
it,
I think.
but Torshi being pushed into the middle. Sort of like a cannon on wheels here, trying to see if they can find anything to open up with. But if he commits too far, it's going to be a lot. Cyber goes down. That's when the orb is really worth it.
Yeah, and at this point, it's interesting because nobody else has shown themselves.
Chester, he
top mid,
keeps
and
the
so
same
for Mouse,
energy
you're
even
thinking,
when he's
oh, well, we got
losing,
the
bro.
pick
That's what
there.
makes him a
That's
good
gonna definitely
IGL.
commit a rotate.
Just when you're
And
losing rounds, there's
we might
nothing
not
to
even
shout at
expect
the other
anyone
team.
else
That's
to
kind of
do
how
it
it
just
works.
yet, especially with that smoke. You feel like
You
oh,
don't
it's
lose
my
around and
info.
be like, get shit
But
on!
Vitality have pretty
Nobody's
much
doing
full
that.
info
That
right
does
now,
not happen
but no one is top
in
mid.
anything.
True.
That does not
Again,
happen.
the 4-1 split. Mouse really loves
It's okay
this,
if you
which
don't
is
like
also why
somebody.
in some of the previous
That's
rounds when
fine, but you don't need to like try to make it like a grander point. Like it's actually completely fine to say that it annoys you.
Bordering on too predictable, but then again, Jimmy's been playing great.
You don't need to like try to like put some crazy logic behind things. Like it could just be like he's annoying. Like it's not that deep.
They are really stacking this up on the boost. They have been throwing the smoke for the boost a lot of the times, but it's not a guarantee. Early Molotovs going down. Mouse pushing into a 3-man stack. This could be where it all comes to an end. Flames trying to make sure. Huge double, and Mezzi trying to join in.
Alright, well, train it is. At least we get train third map. That should be nice.
13-9 as Vitality extend the series. They keep their win rate on Inferno going, and the battle is on now for Train.
Or if they admit it just annoys them, they can't feel morally superior.
I
don't know if we're getting morals in this,
but got close at the end of it. Vitality keep their win streak alive. Mouse will have to face the fact that they have to go to a third deciding map. Not a big surprise considering that Vitality is more or less unbeatable.
What clips do you? What self-promotion is this, Bonamont?
Overall, have you guys dropped a map yet at all?
No.
And anything? So this could. You didn't drop a map in Frag 18 either, did you?
No.
See?
I'm just saying, if we beat Nip 2-0 and then we just like don't drop a map all of a sudden, we're like, we might be like, Vitality, watch out. You know
Yeah, watch out. So putting everybody on fraud watch.
We won 2 frags. Watch out, Vitality. You know what I'm saying?
Was there any Fint in the server?
Sadly, no.
No Fint?
What?
Okay.
I mean, I
Vote
think,
him out.
I said
Did you just fucking ask it? What?
Alan was like cooking
The fucking interview? What is this, Bonamont?
some Fent, but I said medium rare Fent, but like,
What am I listening to?
it didn't. I didn't get any, so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So he's not a team player?
Nah, I don't know. He's like not sharing any. It's
That's
like weird.
crazy.
Yeah, I don't know.
I do have.
We need to get you guys like talking to people. This is not good.
One of the reasons why we talked a lot about their T side being so strong, because they just take their time and they do the things like instrumentally correct, and they just wait it out. They deny the information and they just make a decision where to go, and they just do it in a really good way. But also on the CT side, putting a little bit of attention towards the banana area, which is so instrumental on this map. We have the likes of Flamesy and Apex being those like the most aggressive players on the team. I think they benefit a lot from these guys going out, getting information, not being afraid of taking fights. And I think why they make up a good pair is that they probably think somewhat alike. They like to be aggressive, they like to go for things, and they can probably set each other up. They know the utility that is needed for them to do it. So it's not like Apex always
They end
have
up
to
losing
do
a map.
for
They lost.
Flames
Yeah,
and
they
vice
lost
versa. They can mix
NIP.
up.
It was a
And
really
then
close
sometimes
game
having
though.
Sabu as that third guy,
It was the finals before the finals because Sharks got absolutely mobbed.
He'll be the one to refrag and always keep the enemies guessing.
13 wins in a row in Inferno. In this day and age of Counter-Strike, that's very impressive. One thing that makes Vitality
The Sharks
so good
players
was the
magically
team
got
strategy
sick,
as well,
so they
Dustin.
couldn't play
We
one of
made
their
a little
maps, so then
combination
forced
of
themselves
rounds
onto
where they
another side
run
of the
clock
bracket.
down very late. I believe it's round 8, 9, and 10.
Sure.
Where Mouse are actually in a winning position. You can see the scoreline here as well, 4-3.
They
Mouse
proceeded to get 0 maps in the finals.
12 seconds left, and Vitality, they come in, they trade their way out of the issues, and we're going to see this from round 8 to round 9 to round 10 as well.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, like once they are able to actually get out into space and break off, it's just their spacing and timing is just so good. They know how to play off of each other. They know exactly how to swing together. And this goes back to what we were talking about with Vitality being so dynamic. Like, you never really quite know what they're going to do. The round we saw was obviously just kind of a standard B hit. This round you
What's
have
the
like
biggest
a triple
win
R
streak
trap,
besides
but you're
old
also gonna
NIP?
have
It's
those rounds that are
Liquids.
gonna
I
send
think
3 out
somebody
balcony,
said if
or they're gonna
Vitality
send
wins
4
this,
up
they
lane,
tie it.
And then sometimes they're going to use utility to do it. Sometimes they're going to do it dry. Sometimes they're going to do it fast. Sometimes you're going to wait until the last 10, 15 seconds like you're talking about this series of 3 rounds in a row.
23, there you go.
There's always the fear of the pacing change, right? And I think that is what makes them so hard to read.
Nobody's
so hard to
broken
prep
an
for.
IP streak,
And I
but
guess
it's a little bit weird because they have VO1s mixed
the
in.
quality of the line of passing, so to speak, the way you enter the bomb side, the way certain utility gives you cover from certain places. It feels like all the players know that their backs are covered in some sense. Even in a 3v5 with 15 seconds left, it does feel like all the pathway from the players are somewhat feeling comfortable and safe.
I think it's very easy to feel that they trust each other within the team. They trust also the utility that they throw for each other. It's very easy to see that even if Torsi gets the first kill on the short line and they know he falls back inside, they take their time, they drop the Molotov, then they get the flash, they swing, and also like whenever they throw the utility,
That's
they
that
are
NIP's
so
28 in a
fast-paced
row
that
if they only
like,
count.
when the guy gets blind, he doesn't have time to readjust. He doesn't have time to actually think about it. They are all in his face, and if he gets that first kill, there's another guy that trades instantly. So the pacing and the first frag and the refrag that Vitality has, the composure of having, is just something that is not really seen at the same level as all teams right now.
And I think that's part of the story. A lot of these rounds came down and
talks
they were
about-
very, very close. Mouse could have capitalized. Mouse could have won some of them.
Let's
Round
talk about
12,
the
another
word.
great example of what Vitality did
Bitch,
so
they're about
well
to
in
get
that first
tied.
half
That's
to
why everybody keeps.
basically
I'm not
secure
talking
the
about
win.
it. Fuck
Something
you.
that I've tried to pay attention to when it comes to Vitality, especially when they execute, is that we have the situation on the B-bomb
Keep up the
side
good
where
work. I'll sign
they
your
throw the
profile in
utility,
6 to
they throw
9
the
business
smoke from
months. I
spawn,
got
they
you, though.
They smoke also for coffins. They actually get blocked, and in that situation, instead of Vitality just standing around and just either waiting for the smoke or rotating back, so we can see here, they get blocked. They used clever use of game mechanics. They blow up the smoke and they instantly scale with utility. You know, at this case, the guy is playing in CT spawn. He is completely blocked off. Now they have the entire side. If they would have fought back because they were afraid of the smoke, which potentially would have been in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, they now have the entire side. They are not afraid of using this mechanic often in situations where they feel like this smoke is not used against us in a way that they don't want us to go. They want us to block us after we rotate back, and that is what I've seen Vitality do a lot.
Yeah, and to kind of go what you were talking about, like with you know, that just, you know, willingness to go. I think it's one of those things where I never see them be indecisive. You know what I mean? Like, I think
no hesitation.
Yeah, exactly. I think every team at some point in time does have that moment. You know, even some of the best teams in the world will eventually have a round where it's like, I don't know if this is actually the right play, and they'll have that lull of a few seconds to actually make that decision. The ability to have this team basically just be like this network that everyone's just so connected on. No, we're going. You know, and like there's never any hesitation, as you said. So I think that pure confidence in yourself to go for the play every single time, and the fact that there's never really a gap in that decision-making process, I mean, that's a testament to just, you know, the trust that you're kind of talking about, as well as just the amount of time spent really drilling it down on what you want to do.
So that's the story of the first half. Vitality not hesitating, very explosive when they have to be, and they get off to a good start, have a good foundation for the second half. On the CT side, it felt like Vitality were in pretty much control from the get-go.
I think it was very easy to see that Vitality, they still feel comfortable.
Bro,
they
it is
want
so
to go
yellow,
for the aggressive
but
play.
I am
They are not afraid
staring.
of winning the force battle. You know, these rounds, they're so complex to buy. You know, you see Torsi trying to get for a little cheeky play, but then eventually when they return back, they still
I don't know why, I'm
crossfire,
just
and they're
amazed.
still low. They've taken a lot down for utility by fighting for the banana, and overall, this is not what you want to do as a mouse bot player if you want to actually try and win the series.
And that's the issue, right? Mouse, if I'm not mistaken, they win the pistol round in the first half.
Falcons want KSK, no? They do, but if that's the response to somebody talking about KSK being on Spirit, well, he's on Spirit's Academy, so...
They get off to a good start in both halves. Would we had a game where Mouse could have potentially ended the win streak of Vitality, or do you still feel that when we were in the gun rounds, when we're in the buy rounds, Vitality was so much better?
Yeah, I feel like on a map where a lot of CTs can struggle, and for good reason, the CT Incendiary is not that great. Banana's even wider than
You want to
used
hate
be.
how yellow it
CTs
is,
can
but you
very
think you
easily
like
dominate
it?
that space in the early round.
I mean, it
It's
doesn't
very
necessarily
difficult
look
to kind of deal with that.
bad. It
I
just
think what
is so
Vitality does so well, and this kind
bright.
of links back to something that Peter was saying earlier about this, you know, Apex Flames combo.
It feels like
is
it's
that
glowing,
there's
man.
just that fearlessness, that Banana that other people don't necessarily always have. And what I mean by this is, like, a lot of times teams just mirror, right? Like, you know, okay, our Banana controllers on T side are also going to be our Banana defenders, and it's a very common trend on almost every map. But the fact that they have consciously said, yeah, Flames is like our mid-boiler guy, but we want him at Banana. And the reason why is you want that aggressive identity to be able to be relentless, even when you're up against adverse odds where Ts are throwing better utility than you, or they have maybe more numbers than you have. They are able to kind of, in the face of that adversity, still find ways to just say, fuck it, like, we're going to take this shit.
You are in a position where you need to be a little bit crazy. Like, this is a position where you need to be crazy.
I think it's also because Dupree and Dust both have like colors that match the room really hard. So it's so goofy when they pan out.
And still run up Banana and maybe take some Molotov damage. There's so many things you can do, and it actually is what is required of you if you want to get some success.
Exactly, it's what's required of you, because if you don't do that and you have no information, and then you're gamble stacking. And I think that is what you try to have to avoid as much as possible on this map.
I think Vitality have cemented they're the best team in the world on Inferno, 13 in a row. I think we also now can enter conversation
Chat eyes
where
up.
for Mouse, we're giving them the excuse that yes, they lose Inferno a lot, but they only do it to the best teams in the world. My counter argument to that now is they lost to Pain yesterday. You are one of the
they lost to Fury and VP as well.
You lost to Fury, you lost to VP as well. You lost 8 out of the last 10 times you played it. If you're the best or the second best team in the world, and you have to hold off Spirit, you have to hold off Falcons, is that good enough that you have such a big weakness in your map pool? Can Mouse allow themselves to not figure out Inferno?
It's going to be dangerous for them for sure. I mean, like, you know, their losses to Pain yesterday, it looked better today against Vitality. They also played against greater opposition, obviously. But it is definitely a weakness. You know, it is always difficult when obviously you have a permanent ban. Most of the teams have permanent bans. Then you go into people analyzing, okay, what map do they actually play but are not comfortable playing? And that could be a sense of Inferno being one of those cases.
It's actually almost unfair how good Vitality's map pool is that we then kind of use that as a leaping off point of comparison for any other map pool that we look at. And I really feel like from the eye test, I think Mouse's like map pool is actually probably like right up there with them. I mean, obviously not as good, but it's about as close as you're going to get right now when you compare it to some of the other teams and the best teams in the world. Like every other team kind of has those discrepancies, whereas I feel like Mouse are pretty well rounded. It's just you never get to use your best map because it's a permaban of your opponent, and then you find yourselves on like-minded maps, you know, like Inferno, like Mirage, like Dust 2, where you are pretty good, but Vitality are just better. And that's always tough to deal with.
All I'm saying is that if you're Mouse, I would definitely work on your Inferno coming into the major, coming into some of these bigger tournaments, so you don't have it as a weakness in your map pool. However, for now, we're going to change focus. We're jumping to a quick break, but once we're back, it's going to be with Train, with the third deciding map between Vitality and Mouse. Will the win streak stay alive for Vitality, or will Mouse finally get the W that they've been seeking after for such a long time? Stay with us. We'll be back very shortly.
At what point did full-time Pro CS teams start being a thing? Right when my fucking dumbass was playing. That's how long ago. Like 2014? There were technically a couple teams before that, but like a full-on scene, like the VC money got in like around 2015, I think. So probably like 2014, 2015. Greasy, stop trying to get a shout out. Chat, I'm running an ad. You gooning fuckhead. Chat, don't read Greasy's message.
Pressure is mounting on both Mouse and Vitality as we head into the third deciding map between the two teams. Train is up, and Mouse right now, they're looking kind of hot. We spoke about it already. A team that is getting closer and closer and closer to finally beating Vitality. A team that by many, and by my standards as well, seems to be almost unbeatable at the time being. The mentality, the fact that it can always come back from a deficit, it's very tough to put him down. Now, Train being the map that is up for grabs here, does that change that at all? You see see Apex having a conversation one-on-one right now, making sure that everyone is ready. Is Vitality still prone to win and keep the streak alive, or do you think Mouse finally get over the hump?
I think Train becomes a very much a wild card map in a series like this. Obviously, they've proven they can beat Mouse on this map. They've already done it before. The last time they played against each other in that best of 5 at Lisbon, that was the 5th map when they were tied 2-2 that decided that Vitality would be the champions. I think the issue for me, though, is like I just don't really know how good anyone is on Train. And what I mean by that is like you don't really see that much variance in how teams approach this map. Like no one's really innovated yet. And maybe it's because you can't, because you can only polish a turd so much, or, you know, maybe it is just we need more time. But I feel like Vitality are very reliant upon just how much sheer talent they have, and they basically just brawl outer, and they're able to brute force their way into victories. The only thing I can even pick out that's unique about them is they're a little bit more heavy-handed at pop than most people are on their T-side splits. Most people are more heavy-handed at T-main. They like to throw a little bit more numbers at pop on their splits, but that's really about it. Like it's more of just like very cookie-cutter map play, I think.
Now, obviously, Vitality is a great team, and they can play Train to a high level, but you and I, we spoke about it already, Peter, that against Falcons at Melbourne, we both felt that Falcons probably were the better team, but they just couldn't close out the rounds. Are you worried on behalf of Vitality? Is their Train not as strong as the paper maybe suggests? They have never lost the map.
No, a little bit. I mean, I think the numbers are lying a little bit, honestly. I think also what we watched, as you just mentioned, in Melbourne, it didn't look that confident from Vitality. And we also just saw pictures of Apex getting briefed by their assistant coach, Matt, outside. You know, that is definitely also a case where I know for certainty, because I've been in the team, that Matt is also the guy that sits out and prepares the map 3, so they are probably not prepared the map coming into this game. He has probably prepared it while they were playing, and now he comes in and briefs them. So that is probably what we're seeing here. And also for the other side of the things, where we saw Exertion tongue to Cyclone, I think that they need Exertion now. Like he didn't play the best first map. Now he was a little bit better in the second one. The third one, he's going to be extremely instrumental coming into the game, dictating the pace and also dictating things both on the T side and the C side.
One thing I find interesting with Train nowadays is that it's a way more compact map. We used to quantify Train as being these long-range
or did I fuck up the segments in my head?
Anywhere, and they could always have a field day. Now you're forced to be up close with the AWP. If you're Saivu and if you're Torsi, you have to be a combat AWP player. Now Saivu can do a lot of things, but I don't recognize him as being the best in the world at the close combat sequences. I think Brokey, I think Monesi is on par with him. Does that make it easier for Torsi coming into this matchup?
No, because Awu can just have a rifle in his hands and be just as impactful. So, I mean, I think that's really kind of the curveball that always is going to set them apart. Again, I think this map has still got a lot of breathing room left to kind of discover on it. And so I think it's very much a wild card in the series.
Peter, final thoughts from you. Your gut feeling have been telling you Mouse all the way through. Is that still the case?
Of course it is.
You're sticking with Mouse?
Yeah, of course I am. I wouldn't back down just because it's a 1-1. You know, of course I'm sticking with my boys.
And you just...
I want Vitality to make history. So let's see him get it.
He said sticking with my boys. You were on Vitality, Dupree. Actually, they cut you. No, that's fair.
Grand Slam by being one of the best teams ever assembled. Now, question is, Anderson DDK, can they continue on winning?
I suspect that they can, Jacob, and I want to see some history too. They've already made headlines, you know, winning everything they participate in at the moment. It's absolutely sick, isn't it? And now we're on Train, the third and final matchup here. It's going to be brutal to begin with. Vitality look to be starting on the T side. It's going to be Mouse on that CT side, and I am so ready for this one.
Yeah, Vitality really, truly do seem unshakable, despite a lot of these very difficult scenarios that Mouse have put them in. To the credit of Mouse, who have had to play out of their minds to do that, Vitality just seem to be in.
Here we go. We got some Train map 3.
Take it home here as we
this
get
is nice.
on to a Train.
It's a seeding match,
Vitality
but fuck it.
And a Mouse. Vitality
I'll take a
on
map 3 Train
to start off with. That's what I like to see.
And a lot of utility on the T side. So 2 smokes, 1 Molotov, a flashbang as well, stretching out to potentially split that A bomb site. Very curious to see where the smokes are going to land. Doesn't matter. Cyber actually finding the early shot there. Look at the aggression. Double push with the dualies coming up out of Pop Dog and taking down Rops. They find him alone, and now I think they see an opportunity here.
It's actually crazy how they both just got to pick on either extremity, and then they just met in mid, and oh my god.
With Spinks and Brolin combining, and a bit of a shrug as Brolin says, all right, that worked. Mouse on the board to begin with. That's
crazy. They sent 3 players Ivy, they sent 3 players inside, they get the inside lurk, they kill the Ivy player, then everybody just converges into mid.
How active they.
It's actually the same strat on both teams.
You know, showing the confidence, showing the skills. And, I mean, we saw some really great shots there as well. The dualies, I don't think I'll ever get bored of the dualies being as popular as they are.
No, it's great, isn't it? I do wonder, I think because Vitality lost Robs that early on in the round, they never got to throw the smokes that they wanted, because you could see the position that Spinks had there in the icon position shooting into main. normally I would expect when you have two smokes that one of them probably is going to be either smoking the red train that Torshi's up on, which would still have smoked off Spinks, or it would have been thrown into Icon. And I guess that was just a thing where they felt like they had to go so quick they couldn't really set up the grenades in time, and it created a bit of chaos, to be honest.
Okay, we've got a flash potential out of main here for the team. That's the only investment in this round, in fact.
Nice.
And Roland, Jimfat cleaning up the yard. Oh, hello.
Jimmy
Jimfat,
said,
what
please
are you
move,
doing?
Georgie.
Still cleaning up.
He said, please move. I gotta get some kills here.
What's he done to you?
Listen, if you crouch in front of him, you know, whose fault is it? Who's liable in the insurance, Dan?
Hungry for the kills, I guess. 2-0 start for Mouse. And of course, we're going to be right into the buy here for Vitality after the save.
We need to know how to use
the stream just
Julie's
feels like a map there.
tier 1 guide. Oh,
Vitality
yeah. Okay, so you
are
bind
gonna be
your
savages on,
shoot
just
to mouse
shoot
wheel
to
and you
all of
just
the things that they,
fucking
they're good at
scroll that
everything,
shit.
So maybe that's just, goes without saying, but
That's the move.
They put in so much work at the beginning. I think they defined an enormous part of the meta pretty much on day one. Robs has been reinventing a lot of the grenades. I know that he's done so much work to be ahead of the game.
You know what's crazy is, like, actually, though, you used to be able to... In Source, I don't know if it's the same for 1.6. People unironically did that, like, all the time.
It's kind of almost
Mouse wheels back then were so dog shit, too, that none of it, like, they would infinitely spin. In fact, I think some of them fucking bragged about it, like some of the mice back then, the gaming mice.
Resetting the map a little bit there,
So you could, like, just fucking spin that thing and just run it down to people.
But this is the activity we're seeing in Mouse looking up Ivy.
Like,
quick peek there, trying to see if they can.
So I'm kind of joking, but that used to be, and you used to be able to shoot him way faster in Source.
Ooh, it's so... Did he see it? Yep, he did it. You could see him calling it. Jimmy knows. Someone's walking back. The Apex actually going to come back. That's the bomb as well. He could be in a lot of trouble, and he will be. Goes down. Bomb lost with 48 seconds in a 2 versus 4. If you're going to save, then you make the call now, and if not, then you just probably fight for damage. I think falling back to recover the bomb and then fighting on, I doubt is a viable option. Although saving on this map can be a lot easier sometimes because you can be up in the hallways back there. It's hard to really find you, and it looks like that's pretty much the call that's going to be made here.
Yeah, just a really unfortunate situation. And again, Mouse...
I haven't hit 1 million yet, Carson. I probably won't hit 1 million followers on Twitch until next year.
Version of trainer as well. Like, just if you're able to set up those plays and take that position away from the...
If we're being honest.
Yeah. It just slows them down. Even if, let's say, they don't...
The million follower goal is quite... Like, I'd have to have...
It slows them down a lot.
Unreal growth.
If you end up watching a lot of tier 2 Counter-Strike, but to be honest, a lot of the metagame evolves so quick because those guys just play so much, like an insane amount of Counter-Strike that's being played when you're in
Austin Major will be a juicer. Maybe, but it still probably won't be enough. The tricky thing is, too, is you got to understand, like, with co-streams, while I do, my stream grows, a lot of it is a lot of you guys just coming back to hang out, more so than, like, enormous growth for the stream.
This was a much slower version of it, but I'd be curious to see if Mouse are going to keep that a threat, because it does make it super uncomfortable for Vitality if they have to worry about that all the time. Nice start, though. Regardless, for Mouse, they do pick up 3 to begin with. Still 2 AKs, no AWP yet. Also a map here where we do see the AUG come out more and more, because it's just so good on the CT side at those long ranges.
Holy shit. Donate, you're cooking right now.
Vitality here, Anders, and it's going to work out. So we're finding that opening pick there towards Sandwich, and now you've got Mouse scrambling a little bit around E-Box to try to mount a defense here, and Vitality, they are pretty savage when they get going on these pushes, looking to trade out with the AKs, and they are making their way forward. Brilliant stuff there from Flames, opening up the map, opening up the outside, and finishing it off. Robson Apex, Vitality on the board now, 1-3.
That whole push had me curling my toes as the whole Vitality team group, they were just one group pushing together. If anything lands on like one good 8 chain...
What do you mean unless, Rise? You better have both open, you 6 son of a bitch.
But it doesn't matter.
Dude, Flames just does that shit, I swear.
9 kills, and then Robson Apex to help out, and get the first round on the board.
Flames is still, I think,
I'm looking every round
the second most important player in Vitality.
Or CT spawn smoke.
Robs will continue to get all the credit.
There's
it's
a
fine.
really fast version you can do. Oh, never mind. Saiwu,
but I still think Flames is that guy for them.
Up the double kill. Spinks and Brolin goes down. This
He
is
gets
so
overlooked
awkward.
a lot,
There's no
but
more
I
money on Mouse.
think
I mean,
he's
they
so
could be
good.
letting Vitality back into the game pretty much right now.
Yeah, Torsi has the AWP as well, so it really obviously depends where Vitality
Like, to me,
decides to go at the moment.
Rops
Towards
is more like the
connector,
icing on the
guarding,
cake, dude. And yes, I'm getting a food
wrapped.
analogy. Flames is the cake, though.
And it looks like Vitality.
Zyu's the main flavor, and then Flames
is
is the accompanying flavor, and then Rops is the
into a
icing.
position where he has the most impact, able to maybe defend as Vitality are hitting the site, but it is so hard to know at this point. They kind of have to gamble it a little bit, and that is just how Train is in a situation like this. But nice catch there from Exertion onto Zyu.
Zyu is the
Vitality
cake.
go B after all, where there is no.
Why are we talking about Zyu's cake right now?
Perfectly.
All right, well,
So nicely played.
game time for Mouse.
Could have been in a way, running into Exertion at the front of the A bomb side like that could have actually been a bit of a tell to Vitality not to go B, just because sometimes when people do this, you know, like sometimes when there's 3 people alive, they'll put 2 in B, and then one player will be playing essentially in T main, because it's kind of a safe position in a lot of different ways. So, but still, they did a perfect call, no problems. Saving, though, is kind of nice for the CT side here. Look at how sick that is.
So
Honestly, he
orange,
almost
man.
looked surprised
Do you
himself.
guys play
He
with
was like,
Digital Vibrance?
Yeah.
That's the second kill.
And what's really cool as well, you know, we even saw in the previous round, Zyu getting
No credit to
opening
Apex.
picks that
Oh,
sort of,
Apex is the baker, dude.
Started the cascade of Vitality players able to get out into the outside position around Sandwich. I think he got that.
I don't know
pick.
how people do it
And,
with
you know,
CS2.
for all of the gears that Vitality have to go to, all the execs and like complicated layers.
Especially some of you at TN panels, I feel like if you're using a lot of Digital Vibrance and you're on playing CS2, I feel like your shit actually
To
glows.
find a pick,
Yeah.
sometimes it's as simple as that. And Vitality, you know, back in winning ways here. As you say, you know, Mal's economically speaking, not in a great place, but at least able to save some of those guns, so still have some options. And they have had a lot of success by getting active.
Yeah, I have an OLED as well. I definitely don't need the
This is going to
Vibrance.
be another round where they try to do that. You know, getting that opening towards team main, the Ivy push. These are the 2 things we've seen so far from them that have worked.
Another map that in the last 3 months, Vitality have 100% win rate on. Again, everything on the line at the
Mezzi's
moment.
the oven. No, Mezzi's the container that it all gets put
Yeah,
into.
saving a bit. You are correct. CT side
He's the
will make them
safety.
dangerous. I think especially having the AWP on Torshi, even though he hasn't really got the chance to use it yet. And not a bad pickup. Keeping all the AKs for Vitality. All right, so they're doing the normal smoke from CT spawn. It's Torshi throwing that one up. There is a faster version. I think it's Aurora that have started throwing it, where you throw it running, so you can actually get it down a little bit quicker.
Mezzi is the
Roland
beans.
does end up going down at side. We're
not
finding yet
the
another
oven.
Kraken opening, and Apex had pushed in front, and that's why you want the quicker smoke anyway, so that Apex doesn't have an easy time getting up through T main. Already a fantastic start to this round. Mouse struggling. How did they make it back? It's another 3-on-5 that they had to try and recover.
What a find there from Torsi. It's so hard to find anything with all these smokes down, but still able to get 1 kill on the board here. And a decent position from Jim Fat as he looks for players around the bomb train. Is there anything to be had here? Really important, but around the side, Flames is going to be able to take him down. Just leaving Torsi. A nice shot there on top of the bomb train. And there's still more players to go, though. Able to work around these trains to try to find more angles. More positions. A 1v3. It feels impossible, but is Torsi able to...
If you're food, what would you be?
Else here? Maybe a kill that
American
could convince him to go
Wagyu.
for more. And these Vitality players, highly
Bananas.
disciplined. Oh, what a shot there. Reaction on point. A headshot, no less. But there's the flank coming in from Apex to finish him off. It was a good attempt, but it's just too many players on the map.
It's a really
I
small
don't think he's
detail,
that
but once he
tasty.
picks up the
Well, I was
first
just thinking I'm
shot,
that
once the ball
fatty,
is
but-
down, he takes a couple of steps making noise towards T main, and then he walks his way back the other way.
Right.
He's hoping to, you know, fake out the audio.
Got the
Maybe
Angus, got that
Vitality
got
heard
that
it, maybe
fat,
they don't know that
got a
he's
bit of
already
both,
walking
you
back.
know.
It's a really
I really
nice
am
idea.
American Wagyu. I'm a perfect blend, you know, in between both.
Right back in, 3 versus 3, or 3-3 of the scoreline here, and obviously no money on the Mouse side.
Not too
They've been
much,
pretty
though,
good
you
at
know what I
saving,
mean?
But nothing to save in that last one. They might go for a bit of an attempted opening at Pop Dog. Late push maybe coming into the hallways. Robs, though. By the way, so the wallbang that Robs is trying to do there, you're going to see that so much. It is.
How many gorillas
It's
would you need to beat
ridiculous how
one?
efficient it is. It really doesn't seem like it should be, but I've seen so many train games lately
You
where...
mean how many of me would it take to
where
beat
the
one
CTs
gorilla?
just
Is that
get
what you meant
blown
to
up from that
say?
position.
And it's a really good, site selection too from Vitality.
Yeah.
Again, it's always the question, you'll be up against pistols, so where do you think Mouse are going to play? Where can you get the best value if you're the CTs and you've got a collection of pistols? So very well handled by Vitality, and they really seem like they are so
Chat versus
comfortable.
Gorilla.
Anders, I think if we go back to the beginning of the series,
I think it would
there was a
probably
period
take
of
everything in
comfort
both
for
chat
the first
rooms
half. But then since
to
then, even,
maybe
I think
take
towards
down
the
one.
first half of Inferno,
We'd have to combine both
it's a little
chats.
bit stressful for Vitality, but they've really sunk their teeth into
But
this game, and
putting
they
both the
aren't
chat
letting go.
rooms against one Gorilla probably would end up like half of you dying immediately because you guys would just be arguing about how you
Just to
should
add
fight
to
it.
That makes them such a hard team to put away. Even if they start a bit slow, as soon as the whole engine gets warmed up, it's a different situation. I mean, the fact that they have 2 maps in the last 3 months that they have 100% win rate on, it's already just completely disturbing. How's that even allowed for? They haven't played Train nearly as much as on Inferno, but still, it is a lot to deal with.
Yeah, clearing out team main. They got this forward smoke. They claimed this position again. Again, this was an early success for them, but Vitality might be outpacing them if they're just going to walk into the B side. But looks like Torsi is there, has the AWP in hand as well. So Mouse up.
100
set up
Flams
quite
versus
well,
Gorilla
I think,
who'd
to deal with
win.
this B
The
push.
Flams easily. What the
They
fuck?
could be, but these Molotovs can go all the way down to the C connector. And the
We'd
question
lose a
is,
lot of good ones
if
in
Torsi's
battle, but
relocating out of
we'd get
fire
there
as
in the
they
end.
push in, is he going to be able to land the shot? There's a bit of a smoke to set them up for it. They're going to be bouncing right through that. The attack is coming. It's not going to be delayed any longer. There's the deep Molotov. You can see how it spills on over. Rushing up close, jumping with the Mac 10. He spins around. What is going on?
Editor, cut back to where I said Flames is the second best player on
How
this
did
team.
he get away with that madness?
Cut to it right now.
Actually outrageous. He made that second kill look like he had an AK. That's ridiculous. And the funny thing too, as well, we didn't mention.
What about
that
100
Mezzi
gorillas
was
versus
on a
one
late
flop?
lurk kind of position
It'd be
where he's
close.
sitting in Ivy.
It'd be close.
And
I think
that's
they'd
like
win though.
So the interesting thing about the late lurk there is it wasn't shown, so they could very well use that again if they go for a similar timing.
That's true.
So that's something they may be thinking about. But yeah, I don't think you're expecting. Flames has hit some pretty awesome Mac 10 kills this series, and that's just adding more to the tally. The hunt is continuing. They want to get rid of all those guns. This would be huge if they are able to get rid of them.
I'm not allowed to eat any of them?
Mouse,
Dude.
are they going to be able to hold on? Here comes the final push.
That is just making
it
an
looks
unfair
pretty
fight.
good
Oh,
here
oh
for
my.
Vitality, erasing
Well,
all the weapons at the last moment. That is beautiful
every
from them.
single
A 5-3
gun is gone. Did
scoreline, a
Apex
complete
just pick his
reset.
nose?
Economy, obviously, we got the round loss bonus kicking
Yeah,
in a little
fucking
bit
valid.
for Mouse,
All
but
good, man.
they are struggling to find anything that would work, even by getting team main. That should have helped them to yield something, but
this is just This is just wrong.
That's gross.
It looks so ridiculous from Toxi's side.
Yeah,
he misses
that's a
the
tilter.
shot.
That
He has
is
to
a
watch
tilter.
His friend essentially die to a jumping Mac 10, but he must be thinking in a
Trying to
flash of
shoot
second, like,
a
at
Mac
least
10
I'm
with
far
their
away,
back turned to
and
you,
It doesn't even matter.
and then they
Look at another fast
180
play here, but it's just
insta-kill
Zyro
you.
off the spawn. He thinks he can beat the nades, and he's feeling it.
Yeah.
But it actually backfires in this instance, which is going to give Mouse an interesting opportunity at this round. They don't have a great buy. Obviously, got the MP9s, it's a half buy. And so with a 5 versus 4, Zyro dying, dropping an AK out there is a strong chance here for Mouse.
Towards
They are
head armor,
suffocating all the
opera
forward
moment.
positions before falling back now from teammate slightly.
Okay, so this crunch that's coming in here for Mouse, I think is like half the battle on train right now is happening in those back B hallways. If you can push out of Pop Dog and out of the B bomb site and stop the T's from being there, you are winning so much already. Now, in this kind of round, it might matter a little bit less because Vitality still have all of the best weapons, and you could see they have the control out here, but it is something to really know about the map, that how much it's changed in the past because of Pop Dog has basically changed. The ladder is gone, obviously, so now you can really crunch it on the CT side, and it does make a big difference. The bomb, though, here is going to be planted, and I don't think Mouse could do much to stop it either. I think if they can get some AKs picked up and get them into the next round, that would be a big victory. Rob's so uncomfortable. Okay, Jimmy trying to get a bit of a push in there. Unable to do really much of anything.
Apex is 11-3, dude.
Vitality are in control once again.
Yeah, they felt a little bit dangerous for a moment there.
He's immediately dead, dude. As soon as I mentioned that he was 11-3, he's now 11-4, dude.
And it is finally silenced. Just Spinks left, but yeah, it was a half buy, so we'll get the full buy coming in from Mouse in the following round now. But Vitality are going to be on 6, so they're looking so good. They lost the pistol.
John, thanks for the 5-month primer. Thank you. Any other primers? Prime forgetters out there, guys?
Issues so far on their buys whatsoever. It's feeling so smooth from them. And Torsi, he's picking up these AWPs, but it's been so difficult to get him into positions to succeed. We've only really seen him getting frags, not in really stopping the T's from getting out into the site positions, but more so when all of his team is dead and he's been isolated the whole time, and then he can get a couple kills that aren't really valuable. That's really been the sad story that Torsi's had to deal with.
Which Kips, thank you very much for the primer. Thank you,
that bring it up because obviously Train famously is a really strong map for an AWP. I mentioned the idea of the AUG earlier. For anyone that's been watching any Bet Boom games lately, you're going to know that they will pick up a double AUG on actually a lot of maps, but they do it on Train too. Just to
By the way, guys, we're going to be watching the clown car that is going to be a bunch of people that don't play CS versus each other later.
Upper echelons of Counter-Strike, because it's kind of interesting. Sometimes all it takes is one team to prove that a gun works. I mean, for the longest time, nobody wanted to buy the Krieg until suddenly...
Oh my god, it was so broken.
Suddenly it was
I want to scoop off for the baby? Not sure.
Spills on down.
Not,
stop the Molotov that's thrown in
I'm
from
not
the
asking
T
him.
side. Again, you want to use grenade. You want to fight for this control.
I don't
want
to... If I ask him, I feel like I'm pressuring him.
So going to have it in Spinks. 2 kills for the map here so far on him, and they might just go fairly quickly. Again, it's the same setup. You said they could reuse it, Dan, because Messi wasn't discovered in the previous one, and they're going to try again.
And Torsi, I think, just spotted him trying to work Ivy, so that presence is understood, which also slows down the rotate from Mouse because they have to worry about the flank. But at the same time, here he goes into the B side. And Rob's getting the opening pick there onto Jimfast. Going to allow a lot of forward scaling coming in here from Vitality. Be great defense here. Finally seeing it out of Mouse as they're picking up all of these kills, making it look so clean. And Messi's coming out of Ivy. He's like, guys, I want to like activate this play. And they know exactly where he is as well because they cleared all the space around his position, and he showed his spot earlier. So Messi doesn't even have the element of surprise at this point.
He said like 2 to 4 weeks probably.
Every single
I just like I said, I don't even want to like.
Die. I think if the first one, I think they actually had a flashbang as well. Vitality. Maybe it wasn't that flash.
He'll tell us when he's ready to go. You know, Biscuit, thanks for the Twitch primer. Thank you.
Super well played.
You're not part of the AT&T tourney this year. I'm doing a watch party for it.
4-6. It's pretty respectable.
But I am not playing
it
though. Which low key?
That one was hard. You could see. All right, it was pretty faded there, but some of these shots
I kind of prefer it that way.
Like, there's nowhere for him to go. Right, he's really exposed back here.
I enjoyed doing it last time I played it, but it kind of lasts a little while to the point where, like, if there's a lot of CS tournaments, it can make it kind of hard to navigate.
But that elevated position at the B hut is really strong on the CT side.
Like, don't get me wrong, if they ask me to play it
again,
like,
from the
I
T
would,
side of that same
but
position,
this kind of works out better from being real.
So he's out there so fast onto E-Box, just eliminating. I mean, 2 players have gone down now for these fast entries to Vitality. Complete switch up on the pace.
Jesus Christ, bro.
On the yard, and this is a problem right now for Mouse. They are shocked right now. They were not prepared for that pace.
Because I was already in the back. Oh my god.
She just executed. I mean, we had this conversation yesterday about the pace changes and how hard it can be to hold on to on the CT side once you've been conditioned to one thing. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, obviously the kills go with it, but just the shock of the speed of the round. 3rd kill for Saiwu, relentlessly hunting them down.
And it's also hard, I think, because of course with the way that the Counter-Strike spawn system works, you know, sometimes that will decide the play for you. We've seen it happen for Zaiwu a couple times where he gets a really good spawn. He's like, I will beat the nade timings, and I can catch CTs getting into position. So all I have to do is just get my first entry. And I think on the T side,
so I'm reading through it now.
Equation. If there's like a 50-50 fight,
the whole tournament starts with CS.
Because if you win that fight, it just completely cripples the CTs. But if you die, your team still has a good like, you know, a good chance to get back into it.
Scrappy buy for the 12th round as they try and get in. Nice grenade on the ROPS. You can bounce them off the corner there. So that'll do a bit of damage. But
as you said before, when they lose a round that takes a bit longer, or that they should win, Apex does a much faster round. Yes.
AWP on Torshi still. And you said it earlier, and it remains true.
It's just hard when you're in the server versus it to predict it, right? Like
that blowing up under the smoke wasn't even that
it seems so obvious. See, this is the tricky part, is when we watch, it seems so obvious that he'll do that. But if you're the competitor, if you're Mouse, you don't know the round that Vitality feels like they should have won.
And we get the
right. There's like a bunch of factors that go into it. Sometimes it's obvious. Sometimes it's like a clutch. Sometimes it's like a big moment. That's like easy to
Maze
just
man
put your finger on it and be like,
train,
oh, that's the
and
thing.
still
But like
having his teammate, though,
sometimes
Torsey
you don't
activated,
see
finally
like
getting to see some action with
how
that MVP before getting
Vitality
taken down
maybe
by
flubbed
Robs.
it,
E-Box
so you
position
don't
has
know
been
that
claimed.
it's that easy,
Can they
like
get
that it's
past
coming.
Orlando? Still in that forward position. And it looks like another team kill coming in from Exertion. And he's at least going to kill Apex and finishing off the
Exertion just
round
killing
against Robs.
everything that moves
Very
out
nicely
there,
done.
okay.
Mouse with a nice recovery, 5-7 as we go into the second half.
All right, heads up, heads up. One sec, chat. Biscuit, thank you again for the primer. Ads income.
Final half of the series, Vitality looking to beat Liquid's win streak. That's 22 matches that we're currently on. If they can win this one, then we've got a new record set by this incredible team. But Mouse is standing in their way, and they'd love some revenge. They've had a hard time taking down Vitality lately. It's 7-5 right now, going into Trey now, and Vitality on the CT side, Mouse on the T side. We're already seeing a lot of utility. They are going to go for, I think, a pretty much as a set execute onto the site here.
Yeah, Vitality in position to respond quickly. A couple players around connector on the B side, so very easy to switch between sites.
And look at Vitality. They've done some research. They think it's going to be B hit. Otherwise, there's absolutely no chance they would have 3 people at the B bomb side early. That is such a suspicious amount. Maybe they are right. Robs is sneaking in. All or nothing for him as he does take down Spinks. Bombs on the other side of it though, but Robs hasn't seen that yet. At least they don't have that info. I still think it's going to be B with Jimmy up there. A solo plant as the rest of them attack the A bomb site. This is such an elaborate strategy. Has anyone figured it out? They're back looking now. Robs is a bit suspicious, and now actually Jimmy's running away from it. Cyber goes down. It's all out chaos in this round. Somehow they found a way onto the site, into the C connector. And Mezzi He's low on health back here. They're going to get the bomb plant. This is the wildest round I've seen in a while.
Yeah, just the calling him back for the bomb plant. Robs is going to make his way on that flank, but it might take him a while to get there. In the meantime, can his teammates hold on? Mezzi's very low, as is Apex here, so it might all be on Robs. He's not super healthy himself, and now a couple players starting to be discovered. Is the timing going to work out here for the Vitality players on this retake? Mouse dispersed amongst the trains, all 4 of them, all healthy at this point. Time is ticking.
Idiot streamer.
The pressure is mounting here for Vitality to make a move, but
Everybody
they are going to
him.
disengage, Anders.
They can't. They don't have the kit. You're absolutely right. They could try and make it expensive, but maybe even that is it's not going to be doable. It would be nice if they could find some more kills themselves, even just in terms of if they want to pick up a scout or something, but it's not happening here. I'm going to be honest. That's a hard round to recall for Brolan because they're so deep. Like, Jimmy is so close to making the drop down onto the B bomb site for the bomb plant, and they just managed to pull the plug on the whole thing, walk him back. That shot there, if he sees the bomb as well, Robs, it's such a different round.
I wonder
Oh my God, that's like the crazy aspect about it. That that's really
wagging the
and what's
finger.
really crazy too is that obviously Vitality looked like has looked by far the better team on train so far. If we look at the first half,
Australian looking
however,
pro, fun.
you lose 2 pistols.
It's a fun
it doesn't
map,
matter
dude.
as much. Mouse are setting themselves up to be in a great position here, but of course we get the buy coming in from Vitality.
Goodbye.
Although Apex will be lost, a good entry through Team Main, and this is a very desperate position now for Flames. Stuck by himself, and there's
Great Molly.
Yeah, they keep on dropping here. No head armor on the first 2 players. Rops is the only one that even has a helmet. But an absurd shot. Rops coming in to try and help
How
out
the
his
fuck is it still a
sniper,
3v3?
who's still almost burning. It's actually close. And Mezzi, he knows the Torshi's in here somewhere. That's been called out. The communication is at an all-time high for Vitality, but it's not enough. The USP unable to get the job done, and you could see Saiwu love to relocate somewhere else. They don't have any more grenades, and they don't need them either.
7-7.
I love there's like a small detail there with Zywu's movement where he spots the player, he knows the player has spotted him, and so he knows when the player's going to peek with a pre-aim, so Zywoo actually shifts himself a little bit further to the right, so you get that spot where he's going to peek and he can't quite see you, but you have enough to see his body type of thing. So just all these tiny small edges here in these fights. But still, it goes the way of Mousesports to tie things up 7-7. This is the 3rd map between these 2 teams. Again, Vitality streak is on the line, and I'm sure they're not sweating. They are stable. And out Team Main, Mouse go with no issues.
Roland, bit of an awkward spray, surfing on the ladder for a second there as well. But the rest of the team are there to get control of the round. A minute there where I was getting really worried. Mouse have been putting in an enormous amount of work to try and get back into this train.
You got that one? It was on.
To see them end up losing it to an early push with some pistols.
Okay.
They're going to lose maybe more rifles than they would have liked, but honestly, they're still a pretty great start to the second half. Right, it's 7-5 first half. Now it's up to 8-7 in favor of Mouse. I'm going to be looking to see the smoke from CT spawn. I still think it's really interesting how fast it's spread. If it's still the traditional one, I would be shocked if Robs doesn't know how to throw it because he is the ultra nerd when it comes to this kind of stuff.
He did miss 2 Mirage window smokes.
Completely right. Everyone knows.
Yep, that's the one. They know.
Well, so Torsi's going to pick up the AWP here. So we'll have to see how this goes for Torsi, looking for those openings. A lot of nades into that team main position. Torsi unable to find anything. In fact, he's going to find some grenades, and it's going to put him down to 31 HP. So
it's cool looking smoke. It's the instant team mid smoke.
This feels desperate right now for Vitality, and it's just from the look of the economy.
It's really nice. It's really, really nice.
No question.
It lands with like pace.
They can't afford the AWP, and they can't afford another buy if they were to lose this round. Exertion would love to take that fight, feeling confident that he could win it. No sniper on the other side here. Apex is going to get shot in the back. Just the timing for Spinks is crazy good.
God damn, Spinks.
And Flames holding this awkward forward angle.
That's such a tilter
like
for
Apex.
Should
check, but somehow
guys,
it's very
you remember
hard
that
to
time
do
I said
T-side.
Apex is 11-3, now he's 11-10?
It's just one of those things that's hard to do. Everybody knows it exists. Saiwu goes
All
down.
I'm saying is don't piss me off, Chatter. I'll say some shit about you. Swear to God.
They're up in the hallways, slowly stepping towards the B side. And obviously, you have to walk this whole way because otherwise you're going to get hurt.
Rob's on that B side. Smoke still down on the ramp.
He's not sure if anyone's back there.
Yeah, quick check on Ivy. They surely will be figuring it out now. You can see Vitality speeding back to the B side. Rop's able to shift his way down, create space for his teammates to come out connector. Better coverage for the defense here as Mouse look to get that plan on the Bone Train. There is Torsi rattling off the shot there with the AWP.
He has one flash, Rops. He could set up his teammates. He's going to do even better than that. Actually get the kill on Jimfat. There's that flash going into it, and they're going to swing out of the connector at the same time. One grenade to get a little bit more space here. Exertion's dropping very low, but Torshi helping from the high ground. I think he just saved Exertion, but only for a minute. Nice retake from
that was a nice
Vitality,
retake.
It's kind of sick to see how they spend the
smooth.
time before the push happens, clearing out CT spawn and Ivy, just to make sure there was no one there this time. But it's such a common feature of the map, and it's one of my favorite parts of the map that the T's can sneak back there sometimes. So good job.
Yeah, and I mean, this was a really stressful round, I think, for both teams. If you look at the opening 4 kills, were these like kind of solo plays into trades for both teams, and that is very scary stuff. Vitality able to hold on, able to pick up the AWP onto Zywoo, so that's who you want to have it. And one of the interesting aspects of these trades with the map like this,
thank you.
unlike other maps in Counter-Strike, there is a similarity in some respect to Nuke, where the rotations for the CTs are so fast between the sites, you don't get quite as much advantage having the man up situation on the T side, because the CTs can obviously just rotate so fast and have so much coverage with all the open parts of the map. So very sketchy stuff here on that first round, but we managed to stabilize for Vitality, and we'll see what they can do from here.
Now, right when this map was introduced, Vitality had some of the most insane protocols to take care of the back B holes and pushing out a pop dog, with Zywoo throwing some really sick smokes from the C connector. So especially when he's got the AWP, he did that. He's not going to do it in this round. You can see he's already run through, but I am really curious if they still try and do that every once in a while, because it was so much fun to see. The problem is, a lot of the T side now they're also better at stopping the B ramp push that's coming up from Robs. So it's possible that they will delay that until a little bit later, maybe when they think Mouse have less of an economy.
What chance is the best team to take Vitality out? This is probably the team, dude. I mean, I guess Falcons, right? Falcons should have beat them,
down to 36.
but they didn't.
Dude,
Falcons have got to be crazy mental right now versus Vitality. Falcons didn't just blow, what was it, 11-4, 11-5 in that last map. If you guys remember, they also fucked up like an 11-3 lead as well in groups. 12-6. Yeah, 12-6. It was like, maybe that's what, maybe I'm confusing my two storylines. 12-6 in the final, and in groups they were like 11-3 or 4.
He just wants to maybe get a kill.
It was against, I think, was it Navi? Yeah. Falcons is,
but he's actually going back to main instead. Smoke going down. It's a great call for
11-5, then 12-6.
Honestly, for Vitality, I'm so curious how they're going to set this up. They're going to get blocked out here for quite a bit. There's even 2 more Molotovs left on the mouse side. I actually think Vitality could be in a lot of trouble. They need entry kills on this retake, lightning fast to even get close to this one.
Cast the match? Well, I'm going to be co-streaming in Austin, brother. I will be in Austin.
We'll see if Vitality can circumvent it. Flames at least able to take down Spinks. Robs with a nice headshot onto Exertion, and suddenly Vitality are out on the yard. Can they make their way across now? A 3 versus 2 situation post-nade. It is just a Tech 9 now for Torsi. Can he hold on? Great flick shot there from Torsi. My goodness, gets the second one.
Tech 9 goes so crazy sometimes.
Zywoo in there to save.
He got it.
Vitality from a desperate situation, and as you don't often see the T side that has that much control actually able to lose around like that.
This main thanks to the 38-month primer, thank you.
We would almost need to see like a replay of like almost every single kill in the round just to understand what was going on there. There's every chance Mouse even get the first kill on the retake. They have the grenades.
He got hitched on the ladder. Did you see that?
Run down quite far. That's
what it was.
I'm actually really shocked that Vitality find a way back into that one. I feel like that should have been over.
Thrice, I don't think they're sponsoring Austin, but that could change.
One of the more important rounds here in the server, if not maybe the most important round in the second half so far.
They're not.
And the danger doesn't
work
stop
with
there,
either
because
one right
you
now.
might in one world think, oh, you know,
that's why I'm not going to Dallas.
A couple in a row, but they're taking so many losses here, Vitality, that their money is completely stretched. They're going to be going into the next round with 2 MP9s, AWP, and 2 M4s. And maybe the MP9s to just ensure, well, it is to ensure that they can have full util, which is obviously so critical on this map. The MP9 also performing really well in these close ranges,
me to Austin?
which you have a lot to play on.
Yeah, Blast is bringing me out.
Mouse, not with as good of a buy, but in a super dangerous team, we've got the single AK on Exertion.
Specifically one of their sponsors. It's
Yeah,
less
you
like a
really
full-on
can't count them out.
sponsored stream and more like just like
Jimmy's still
shout
gonna be
out,
playing
and
down
I'll have
by
like
Ivy.
some of their
It's weird,
stuff
we
on the
still haven't
stream.
seen any real
but, yeah.
CT aggression. I mean,
It'll be
Jimmy
chill.
did, I think, once in the first half, but nobody else really wants to give it a shot here. Deagle to play around with. Looks like they're going straight to the B ramp once again.
Paid
Bit of a
streamer. Well,
more
no, I'm not getting
challenging
paid.
position this time.
Like
Robs is
my
up on that same
flight
position
ticket,
that
all
Spinks was
everything's
holding when he was on the
accommodated and
CT
all that,
side.
and it's because of the
Again,
sponsor. But
you
I'm
can throw
yeah,
Molotovs from the other side
no,
of this
no
hut.
cash, no
If
straight
you
cash.
want to get rid of it.
Unpaid
Some damage
streamer.
already through
No,
the
that's.
Spinks. A little, just tickling
I
him a
will
little
be
bit through
asking
the
for
smoke
primers,
here.
prime forgetters. You know.
Nice flashes, but it's not going to stop Saiwu.
Take me as a +1. Nah, Nori's coming with me. She hasn't been to an event since MLG Columbus with me.
They do get onto the site as well. Toshi, can he get the bomb plant here?
How crazy is that?
Alive? Saiwu actually does go down. Apex, 1 in return, still 50 seconds, and a 1 versus 3. And Jimmy, nice headshot. We need about 2 more of those, and Rops is going to be the first up to take a swing, and he'll land that, knock him out.
It feels like one of the more calm rounds of Vitality in terms of it's just one big fight and they manage to eventually win it, but still they end up losing 3 players.
It just
and
depends,
we've talked about the
Greg.
maths several times so far.
Yeah.
There will be
This
some
tournament,
other sponsored
and
stuff that I'm doing
we can
there.
be certain
It
the
seems
economy's
like
still
Greg,
not
but
growing
it just
for
depends.
Vitality. They can replace a lot of the weapons, especially as they had a couple MP9s on board, but again, if they lose a single round, their economy is ruined. So they are playing against that tension constantly, every single round. But at least this time, Mouse stuck on pistols. Tech9, Deagles.
Oh.
You'll be
Yeah, you
streaming
wanna get out of
arena?
there?
I think
Oh,
so,
no.
yeah.
He
I don't
jumped
know what
into
my
the
setup will be
ceiling.
actually, dude.
He could have easily died, and who knows what would have happened behind that.
I haven't co-streamed at a Blast
Yeah, you're
event
right.
since
Back to
LA
the wall
and
when it comes
Miami,
to the economy.
and both
Mouse
those I had
would
like a
love to put a little
separate
bit more
setup.
pressure on
Like,
him. They catch Mezzi. He's had a real tough time on train, by the way.
damn.
We'll bring it back swiftly, and I think
There you go,
that'll
Flames.
be
All right,
all
well.
it takes in this one.
That retake,
either
I
by
think,
grenade
took the
or by
win
AK.
completely
There
out of
was gonna be
Mouse.
a kill towards the end by the E-Box. 11-8. They're 2 rounds away from setting another record here. Unseating Liquid from that position. And also, I mean, the grudge match between these two teams, it's
the game is crazy,
becoming
but it
some
feels like
really
the commentator's
exciting.
energy is a bit low.
Oh, there's
No, the
no
energy is
doubt,
good.
and-
It's a seeding match, bro.
I mean, the
Neither
economy
team
now
gets
looks a little bit
eliminated
better
here.
for
They're both in
Vitality after
playoffs.
That win compared to some of the previous scenarios, still not amazing, but Mouse
You don't
will
want
have
to
a
deliver
full
playoff
body here.
energy for this match, even though
All
it is like
AKs,
essentially
almost
like
on
it's.
deck for them.
You're playing a
And
game.
Vitality are able to
I've
pick
talked about
one
this
up.
before. The problem with this
Such
format is
good
even if
position
this match
close out
should
the
matter,
game.
and it does, and both teams
Teammates,
want
but
to win
they're
this.
just going to bully their way through here, and straight into the yard, and the smokes are going to
Even when you're trying your absolute hardest, like to
lost. Vitality in trouble.
Yeah, great
lock
entries.
in, do everything. It's not that there, but there's always that element that you know that you have a safety net.
Smoke. One player down. Flames up here, right in that face. He's going to get the first one.
It's a
Toshi
glorified
firing
seeding.
it. Brolin,
Man.
he dies
Trying-
through the smoke.
Trying to make the quarter this format not
He's
seem like
always able
total
to get those
shit.
kind of kills. I don't know if Robs could see the top of his head there with the X-ray. It looked like it was possible, but you never really know. Masai was ready, Deagle in hand, and
23
hiding in the
health.
corner. Him and Toshi. This could easily be the round that settles this one, and with it, maybe the whole map to go. He does get the headshot, and it's all on Spinks against Saiwu, who's already low. And the bomb's ticking away, though. Smoke, not going to bother him at all. Grenade to blow it open. They don't really know. Now they know. They spotted him out. They tapped the bomb. It's going to force him out into it. He has to take the swing, and Rops will stop him
Damn,
in
that's
his
tough.
tracks. It's once again close. So many rounds where it's down to these 1 versus 2s, but Vitality are winning them, and that puts them on series points.
So ESL normally has, so
Insane
it's
stuff
literally
there
8
from
teams
Vitality
and
again.
6
They were
make
put in a
playoffs. I
horrendous
think,
situation
right?
there. Miles, to their credit,
It's
with
missing
the
a whole,
util, were
like,
able to
I
scale
don't know,
so
man.
deep
I
into
don't like the
site.
format at
All
all.
the defensive positions for Vitality were kind of broken up. You know, the goal for the
It's
CT
'cause
is
technically
on these
there's a
outer-yard
qualifier
holds.
for
It's
this,
often
so,
to
like,
get these
it's-
lines of sight where you can play off of one another. The util
So like
breaks that up
ESL
effectively
runs
from Mouse, but
a
still,
slightly, it's the same format, just not as bad because you have 2 rounds.
Imagine if they're trying to go
Hi,
into
buddy.
a 2 versus 3 there instead.
Yeah.
That's a completely different story there. So Zaiwu, he has been so instrumental in Vitality's ability to be ahead here on train.
Look at you.
Yeah, he's up to 19 kills. Apex having one of his games. There's always at least one in a tournament, maybe 2, where he is somehow playing, way above what we expect, which is super fun. The fact that Mezzi's at 3 kills almost doesn't even matter. It's like, who cares? The rest of them are all playing super well. And he is also playing some of the harder positions in general, so...
Vitality, can you win this round? My weenie doge is about to take a massive shit with this on the floor.
We're going to get at least one here.
Oh shit, he's
Follow-up
gone.
is there for Mezzi. Fantastic trade.
And funny, Mezzi getting some action there, but it's a 3 versus 2 here. Still a chance here for Mouse. Well, maybe a little bit less so here, Anders. Just one player left. Spinks to save it all.
Spinks, if you 1v3 this, you're dead to me.
You know, the difference between getting close and actually closing a game. This is how you do it. You smack the door right in their face, pushing down, leaving no chance for Mouse to really make any decisions in this final round. Spinks against his former organization now trying to see if he could win a 1 versus 3, but they know where he is. He got the kill. They can just keep this unlocked. They've got the bomb and everything. You couldn't get more stacked against him. He has to make the way down. Just tiptoes down the stairs in the middle of the night. He's not here for cookies, though. He's here to try and get the kills, and they're waiting for him on the other side. Vitality, they'll break the streak. 23 matches in a row as they destroy Mouse on this final one on train.
Every single time Vitality takes on the server right now, they're trying to rewrite Counter-Strike history, and today with this victory against Mouse, they're getting one step
passed
closer.
Liquid, chat.
Indeed, they have now secured the tied spot with Liquid in the #2 all-time
Spinks in 1v3
series in a
Oh,
row.
is it tied or they
after
win?
6
I'm getting
years
conflicting
of
info.
really holding the
Anders
line,
said they
we
beat it.
have a new
They're
level
tied.
of
I can't
dominance
keep
being
up.
attained by Vitality in an
It is
era
tied?
where you're playing more
So
BO3s,
Anders
you're playing
gaslit
more
somebody that's
BO5s,
saying I was
it
wrong
is
earlier? That's
so
crazy.
impressive what they have accomplished.
They look almost unbeatable at times, Dupuy, and even when they look beatable, they always find a way back into the games. Right now, Vitality, undisputed the best in the world. Only compliments from you.
No, well, I think there's so many things to it. You know, they just have so many different
I
players.
passed and blame you, right? I was right, though, you
specifically in
stupid
the last
fuck.
map here on Train, where he just decided to take matters into his own hand, you know, setting the pace, and he's so good at getting the most out of his players, and obviously having Robs inside, we're just stepping it up pretty much every single time and getting all the entry frags and just
Let me make sure Butters
making
is
it hard.
handling his
And all
business
the rounds that
outside.
we saw, like, it was very hard for us to find a round, but it was not difficult for Mouse, even when Vital was simply sitting on pistols. So what Vitality is doing right now, you know, they're simply putting up a really great fight for becoming the best team ever, in some sense.
Speaking of one of the players, we're joined by Robs here on the desk after another victory. I guess it almost gets too easy for you guys at some point. 23 in a row, how does that feel?
Today wasn't easy, but if you look at it in hindsight, yes, 23. What can I say?
Well, it's a pretty good start for your whole Vitality career, obviously. You've been in the team now for quite some months, and I remember your first loss was in this studio as well. Ever since, you never looked back. What is it that makes you guys so goddamn good?
Zaiwu.
That does help.
I think the individual form is everyone is peaking, I think, in terms of individual excellence. I mean, we have Apex playing out of his mind as an IGL. I think he's having a lot of good events back to back, and that's, I think, contributing to the wins he's calling as well. And yes, it didn't start so well. We lost here to Eternal Fire, so it was kind of odd to lose one match here in the beginning of the year, and now we're already dominating. So it's surprising as well.
I don't think I'm stepping on your toes by saying that your final months in FaZe weren't necessarily the best for you individually. There were some events where you didn't play up to par, and then ever since you came into Vitality, you seem reignited. Did you just need a fresh breath of air, or what's going on with you? Because personally, you're also playing some of your best Counter-Strike right now.
I mean, I think I definitely stepped it up, but I think it goes without saying, if you're a lurker, it's sometimes rough if you're having a rough time with the team. So it was also my fault back then in 2024, but I think this year, yes, coming into a team which is just in form and finding my own game as well within this team, I think it's the reason why.
Now, when you were watching from afar Vitality last year, they were a very consistent team. They just didn't have any trophies in the cabinet. What did you kind of see that you could bring to the table to kind of change that for them? Because now you've won 4 titles in a row and you're looking for a 5th.
They just needed a guy like me. I mean, I saw it when they were discussing about, you know, if Spinks is going to leave or not. And then, you know, when we were in FaZe back in 2024, we faced Vitality. Of course, we won them in the majors. But other than that, we got destroyed more or less. And yeah, that's why I was looking at this team and was like, yeah, if I have an opportunity, then of course I would like to join this team. I mean, let's be honest, they outside of the majors, yes, I think they shit on us quite a lot.
And you recently claimed a championship in Melbourne and also securing your 2nd Grand Slam. How does that feel, and how does it feel for the team? Did it feel that the team was impacted by the fact that you were so close to winning another Grand Slam, or was winning the first one for the team itself? But did it actually feel like something came off your shoulders getting that one out of the way, and now you only have to kind of focus on getting that streak going?
Oh yeah, it definitely lifts some pressure off when you get the Grand Slam on the first chance, and you know, it was a bit of nerves when you are getting into the playoffs in Melbourne and you are getting closer and closer. 2 matches left, 1 match left. Then it's getting more and more pressure. But yes, as you say, it's definitely good to get it out of the way. We will be looking forward to the major. That's the next step, the goal, the big goal. But for now. We're winning, we have a win streak, and that's something we want to keep as well.
And then I'm curious, what are you going to spend your money on now you got so much money from the Grand Slam? Are you going to buy another car?
Yeah, give me 5.
Oh, damn.
5, okay, snap. How much does the win streak mean to you guys? I know titles mean a lot, the Grand Slam means a lot, the major means a lot, but how much does it mean to actually try to go down all time as the team that's won the most series in a row?
Oh, it's a tough question. I think it's something, you know, we don't really realize how big this actually is, like doing this in the year we are in. Like, you know, you don't see this sort of dominance. Obviously, Australis did it back in the days, which elevated the game. I don't think we're really, you know, elevating the game in that sort of sense, but we are just really, yeah, as I said, we're in form. And players are playing good. And I think if we can take one more above Liquid and be number 2 in the history, I think it's gonna be, everyone's gonna be happy and it's gonna be looked back on for sure.
Now, one thing is the win streak. One thing is you guys obviously zooming out on all the big goals, but you're here to win this tournament at the Blast Rivals. Now, do you consider Mouse as your biggest threat, or are you looking towards Falcons? You're looking towards Spirit? Who's the team that could potentially ruin that for you guys?
I think someone said it well. I think it's mostly just Spirit right now, just due to the jet lag. So,
okay.
you know, Miles is up there. Falcons is definitely up there from Melbourne. But I think, yeah, Spirit have got a good rest before this tournament, and I think that's the reason we have to be careful if we match them. So, yeah, we'll see.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us at the desk, and best of luck, sorry, for the rest of the tournament as well to you guys. Obviously, that means the Vitality are moving into the winners side of the bracket. Mouse will drop down into what could potentially be an elimination game. They're still alive in the tournament, so no worries on that behalf. But let's be honest, Peter, with the way they're playing right now, it's hard not to imagine Vitality being part of another final.
Definitely. I mean, like the way they're coming in, you know, they know what they're about to create in history. You know, they are aiming for it, but at the same time, it's also something they try not to rely on. They don't want to put too much pressure on themselves, but I think there's also going to be a little bit of pressure. There was pressure today. There's going to be pressure the next one. So obviously, I think that, you know, they're in a good spot. As Rob's also mentioned, like they are playing extremely well. So it's going to be interesting to see how things are going to pan out for the rest of the games.
All right, we've spoken to a winner. We're also going to speak to a loser. Unfortunately, Spinks, it's not the first time you're trying this. You played against Vitality quite a lot lately, and you just can't seem to get it done. You're getting close, but not quite there.
Yeah, we are getting close. But before we start, can I say hello to my boy Peter?
Come give me a hug, big boy. Hey, my friend. Good to see you. Careful with the court.
All right. He actually, he told us his gut feeling said that you were going to win today. So he said that he's 90% sure that was going to happen. He was wrong?
He was wrong, unfortunately. And what is this jacket, Pimp? Come on.
What do you mean?
It's... okay.
No, break it down for us. All right.
Yeah, the jacket is really yellow.
Okay.
It's even more
yellow. He pulls it off, though. He pulls it off, I feel like.
Is that a problem for you? Or?
No. It's fine. They beat me every time, but it's fine. Yeah, we are getting there. I feel like we are getting better.
Yeah.
They're still above us. And of course, it's not the best feeling, but we are still in the tournament. We didn't fuck up like we did against Falcons. So we just focus on quarters tomorrow, and I just hope one day we will be able to beat them.
Is it frustrating that you can't seem to get it done? Because as you said, you are getting closer. We've seen some close matchups as well. Or you seem to be in a pretty good mood still. You can laugh about it still.
Yeah, I'm still in a good mood. We are still in the tournament, so we can still win it. But yeah, it's really annoying for me just to keep losing. I think it's annoying for the entire team. And we always feel like we are so close to win it, and then some round suddenly Zayu just get like these 2 extra kills, and then it's again like fuck, it's happening again. Yeah. But I hope one day it won't.
Hey, we've been on the good side when it happened. When Zayu got those kills for us, you know, so we know how it is.
Yeah. It's not nice on the other side.
Disconnection next to 37. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I know this might be like a tougher question to answer, but what is it? Is it Vitality or is it Inferno? Like, what do you think is the bigger factor in this particular matchup that has kind of caused you so much trouble?
I don't think it's Vitality why we lost Inferno. I think we played better than we did yesterday. I felt we were really close on the city round, and they just won in the last 5 seconds. I felt like 4 buy rounds. And if maybe one guy get an extra kill or one thing go towards our direction, I felt like we would win it and maybe better economy. But of course, Inferno is not our favorite map, but I think we will get there.
And then the follow-up to this is like, with Train being the decider, was a decider the last time you guys played at Lisbon as well, and same result obviously here. What do you think about the approach to Train right now? Because it seems like, you know, people are still trying to kind of figure it out, I feel like.
Of course, I think no one knows yet the full meta for Train. You see every game something changing up. And yeah, I think I felt we will have this one. Especially on Train. We had the lead. But again, we suddenly lose a round and it's all over again.
More of a general question now that you've moved to Mousepad from Vitality, a team that we both played in. How has it been for you to go into, get up in like a new role and go into a team where you come with a lot of experience from the Vitality team, and then going into like, you know, I wouldn't say reinvent yourself, but actually see yourself in kind of a new role? And also, how has it been to see Vitality get that much success after you've now left the team?
I knew they will be successful, especially Robs. We all know how good is he. And they are really a strong team. Like, they have top players in every position almost. I knew they will be good. I didn't know they will be that good. I don't know how much win streak they have and Grand Slam. And of course, I'm not so happy about them doing that good. But at the same time, I've been with these guys for a long time, and I know they deserve it. So it's a mixed feelings. And about Mouse, I think the team did pretty good job, like helping me being in the team and adapting to the roles. I think some positions it's still not 100%. I feel like I can do better. But overall, we are getting there, and still need a bit of time to be better than this.
And that's a follow-up question for me as well. You speak about your individual level. At Melbourne, you played well, but I feel there's still more in store for you. Are you getting closer and closer to feeling more accustomed to the team?
Yeah, I always feel like I can do better. I don't think I reached my peak here in Mouse. I'm expecting to do better, but I don't know. Time will tell.
Time will tell. You're still alive in the tournament as well, you know, and that is a very important thing, obviously, for you guys to stay focused on. Vitality is one team. Maybe you can't beat them just now, but Spirit, Falcons, the competition is getting steeper and steeper. Are you afraid that you may have missed your window of opportunity to win more stuff?
No, I believe in our team. Of course, Spirit are definitely a good team. Falcons now coming up as one of the best teams in the world. But I still believe you can win tournaments. This is the goal of this team. And I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but we believe you can do it.
A quick question for me is, and this is not a roster change I'm asking about. I'm asking, do you think that the team needs to make a change in the sense of like maybe how you're approaching the veto, or maybe is there a position swap that needs to happen, or do you think it's more just about polishing what you already have?
Not yet. I don't think we are talking about position swaps or anything like this. I think we know what we are weak on right now, and we are working to make it better. And no, I don't think we have a strong change or anything that suddenly will make us be better. I think it's just us keeping working, and I think we fuck up usually on the small details.
There you go. Okay.
All righty. Thank you so much for joining us, Spinks. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament. As you said, you're still alive.
Thank you very much.
There we go. That means that we can, I guess, get you guys up to speed with what's been going on today so far. Obviously, Mouse taking another L to Vitality. When I say it out loud, it's not that surprising, but I do feel for Mouse a little bit. They're getting closer and closer, but it's now been 5 times in a row that Spinks couldn't get it done against his ex-teammates. It also gives us an updated situation at the tournament. Vitality are moving one step closer to winning another trophy, as you can see here. Illustrated in Group A, they now find themselves in a very good
kind of
position.
what you expect, though. I'm glad he doesn't lie. Like, it doesn't feel good when you see your team that you left doing better now. But
so Group A concluded, looks good so far. Not too big of a surprise. Group B as well. I guess when we look at that, just not too many surprises here either.
No, Spirit and Falcons are certainly the favorites to move on to that winners match, but I really couldn't tell you where that's going. I mean, I think that that's going to be crazy. We've seen Falcons accelerate so much, you know, even before Munacy got there with the win at Bucharest, but then obviously with Munacy making the Melbourne Grand Finals and really pushing to the limit. So the fact that
this
they
connection
had
makes it
such
37,
a crazy,
this main makes it 38. Also, he flamed
team. We saw some events out. Like, I actually don't know how that matchup plays out, to be honest.
And I think it's interesting to see that obviously we have Vitality just knocking everyone's door and everyone and killing everyone.
Hit him with
and
the one-liner?
we have the 3 contestants in terms of Falcons and Spirit and Mousesports trying to get in there and trying to be the one that knocks him off the throne. You know, we even heard Sonny say that the main goal
bro. Make sure you're saving some for yourself, dude. Thanks for your 1,000 fucking bits.
winning
Isn't
majors,
it pretty
now he's
early in the
also
morning
looking
for you now?
vitality and show that he can create a team that is equally good, if not better. So, there's a lot on the line for these teams, and Vitality is constantly on the
Contra, I
run
saw your
for not
message in
being
YouTube
beaten,
chat.
and
I'm
all
not
the
sure.
other teams just constantly trying
We
to catch
talked about
up.
it earlier. That's why
we're
I was
also
kind
in
of
an
like...
interesting phase right now where we actually have 4 teams playing extremely high-level Counter, whereas maybe like the teams within like the 5 to 15 maybe are struggling a little bit more. Like you do have these 4 elite teams just showing off way better signs.
I very much like that sentiment. The quality of Counter-Strike is very high. Now, one thing I also do like is that we're only halfway through the day. We only played 2 games of Counter-Strike so far. We still have 2 more games coming your way, which gives us the schedule for the rest of the day, which we can look forward to as well. We touched upon it a little already. Obviously, Wildcard, they beat Pain, eliminated Pain from the tournament. Vitality took down Mouse, as we just seen, but we still have 2 more games coming up. FaZe versus FlyQuest in an elimination game, and then obviously Falcons versus Spirit. If we start with FaZe FlyQuest, one team will have to leave the tournament today. Dust, is that going to be FaZe with another massive loss, or do you think they still had it in them to at least beat FlyQuest?
Dude, there's no way they slipped that far. Like, I feel like if they have, you almost have to like consider something before the major. Like, I really do. Like, I'm dead serious about that. But yeah, I just don't think it's gotten that bad yet.
And Peter, for you, the big game of the night,
Well,
Falcons versus Spirit.
now he did it, chat.
2 contenders to be taking Mouse place as the second best team in the world. Who do you see as the stronger one at the moment?
I think it's super hard to see who's the strong one. I mean, I kind of probably have to give it to Spirit. They have shown better results in a longer period. Yeah, sure, Falcons just managed to almost win in Melbourne and has been increasingly gotten a lot better after adding Minus and Nico, obviously. But I still think that Spirit maybe had the deeper map and not the play pool and also map pool. And I think they also go into the series maybe a little bit more rested, not having played for a while. That's also what Rob's touched upon, that they actually feel like Spirit is maybe the team that they are a little bit, I wouldn't say scared of, but it's a team that they fear is actually capable of doing because they've had
5-time major winner right there,
becoming better in certain scenarios, and also the whole like exhaustion factor of them having had a break, is also going to pay in. So I think, overall, I think Spirit is going to be taking this series, but it's going to be close to 2-1.
Maybe that's the key to win the Blast Rivals. Avoid jet lag. Make sure you're ready. Make sure you're fresh. Regardless, one thing I know for certain is that we have some cool Counter-Strike coming your way. Obviously, FaZe playing to stay alive in the tournament up against FlyQuest, and then Spirit versus Falcons. You have Monacy, you have Nico, you have
the lighting and whatever Photoshop they did on Vexside's face reminds me of what's his face that plays Spider-Man.
To guide you through the next 2 games here at the Blast Rivals 2025.
Like, he doesn't look like him, but like for whatever reason, I don't know what it is. I'm terrible with actors' names, but yeah, Tom Holland. I think that's right.
No,
that sounds right.
I won't remember anything, man.
Oh, it's an old one? Has to be.
It's train, it's forest, it's MIBR. I know the time range when it was.
I don't remember this clip. 100% it's not 2014, it's not 2015, it's not 16 because Luminosity was still exist at that time. So it has to be around like 2017, 2018.
It should be 2018 or 2019.
Yeah, it's 2017-18.
Okay, let's say it's 2018, yeah? What major you had in 2018?
Boston.
Can you give me any guess?
I don't know why. I'll just say the E-League Atlanta 2017.
It's I'm Katowice, yeah.
Face It Major?
Face It Major, perhaps? Okay, nice.
Yeah. Face It,
Holy
no,
shit.
London. Oh my god, what am I saying? Wait,
No,
2019
modesty.
was
Everybody wants to forget London.
That was the only one I knew from 2018.
Shout out for those of you that don't know, the London major literally had its
Astralis,
entire internet cut.
Snip or Astralis, obviously.
Like
100% they won this major.
structural
Let's see what he does. I don't
shit underground
remember
had
this
something fucked up.
from the top of my head.
They
But it
couldn't
was
get
in
any internet
2018.
into the building.
Has to be 90.
I think the guy has pretty good movement. There was
Yeah, it was
Blackbears.
something crazy like that.
I don't know. Let's say it's 2018 Face It London again.
I'm not sure, but this one. It's 2019 Star Ladder Major in Berlin, maybe.
It's IM kind of 2019.
Of course, man. I don't know.
There was Major in Katowice? Got the year.
They played off hotspots or what? I can't remember if they fixed it or if they had to bring in like some sort of like
Well, if it's Perfecto
like
or Nami,
truck. I don't know.
there's not many options.
He's gonna kill 4 guys in London.
Oh, I remember that play.
I don't know. PGL Krakow 2017.
I think it just has to be 2021 PGL Stockholm Major.
Stockholm 2021.
This is PGL Stockholm 2021. Navi won this major.
So
I made my account unfollow. Why would I do that? I'm trying to get to 1 million.
At
Brink.
least I know this. It's new generation.
Are we beefing, Brink? Are we beefing, Brink?
Oh, I remember the play. Okay, yeah, that's a good
Also,
one.
bitch, it didn't even
Game
say unfollowed. It says 2019
Okay.
still.
Clip, I actually do remember. Missed
Oh,
small
during the Star Ladder
first.
DMCA. That's what you're referencing.
Say a Berlin major.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was I think fairly recent. Could it be 2022 IAM Rio major? Rio major. I have my answer.
It's I'm telling you, everything what I remember, it's like 3 years ago. It's 2022 I am Rio Major. That was quick.
I don't think I'll ever enjoy any other breakfast more than the UK breakfast.
We just have to shoot really good and 5 rifles.
But a woman help a lot for that, I think.
Hey, I'm Miles from U2, and today we're gonna play Question Chained.
So the game works like this. I get a question from a player, and I have to give a question to another player. And I have to answer, of course, whatever I get.
Hey Vinny, this is a question for you. What's the best tournament you play with Furia?
It's a hard question, honestly, because we had some good runs in different tournaments. I would probably say our best tournament back in the day is reaching the finals in ECS. My question for Stair is, how is it to play with the gold device?
I mean, I think I thought about it more when I joined the team, you know, when I only played Phaser with him. I think, of course, now when you get to know him and like be friends with him, then it's normal, so to say. Just a pleasure, and he's a very nice person, so it's very enjoyable. Spinks, I got a question for you. Do you believe that you can make an Israeli super team one day with the players you got right now?
Good question. If I had to create a super team with the Israeli players we have right now in the scene. I think individual, we have what it takes, all of us, but we are missing two important pieces, which is a AVP player and then IGL. I believe in the future we will have an IGL because we gain so much experience. About the AVP part, maybe we just have to shoot really good and 5 rifles, and that's it. So my question is from Major, from Eternal Fire. How do you balance your family life with CS career?
Oh, it's a good question, Spinks, brother. Finding the balance between my work and my family life when you are e-sport player, professional player, it's a little difficult. What the most important is, I think your wife, your partner, she needs to accept that you will not be home a lot. The balance is difficult to find for a man, like I think working and finding the right balance. But the woman help a lot for that, I think. So Malps, do you have the same freedom that you had in M18 now in G2?
First of all, thank you, Major, for the question. I would say yes, of course I had more freedom. And I would say it's because we were more inexperienced and I was calling whenever I wanted, whatever I wanted. And here now I think we're trying to play more like correct CS and people are over calling me sometimes and that kind of stuff. So I'm just playing more passive sometimes than I would in M80. Hey, my question for Messi is, when you join Vitality, do you enjoy more European breakfast more than the UK breakfast?
It's a good question from Malbs. I don't think I'll ever enjoy any other breakfast more than the UK breakfast, for sure. I think UK breakfast is top tier, it's S tier. There's no chance any European, NA, nowhere breakfast, nowhere is better than the UK, for sure. So that was Questions Chained. Thanks for watching. I'm the last one, so no questions from me, but I'll see you in the next one.
Motherfuckers put beans on toast and thought they fucking reinvented the wheel. That's crazy.
FaZe and FlyQuest, two teams that have maybe grown a bit too used to seeing Fs in the chat of late, but today one of them has to walk out of here with a W. We're here at the Blast Rivals. It's been warm-up games to this point, just a little bout in the cage, but now we're getting bloody. We got some broken noses, and it's elimination, knockout on the line. Got to get it going here and now, and joining me on this desk, on this table, I got a couple of knockout stunners myself. We got Vu, we got Maui Snake coming on through. How we feeling today, boys?
Can't complain. I mean, we got some good
Full
games.
English
We got
is still
FaZe
good.
versus
Don't get me wrong.
FlyQuest should be over pretty quickly.
Everybody else feel like it's too much, though, actually.
We just had the good game.
Oh, true.
Okay,
True.
The streak is alive, Mike. The streak is alive. History is being made right before our very eyes. Not in this one, though. Not in this one. This could be historic. This could be.
It's like it's too much, and if I want to eat that large, there's other shit I'd rather have, you know?
Also reflects the might of the Empire once upon a time, and it has certainly been a downtrend. But first, we'll talk about a team that might be on the ascent, FlyQuest.
There's such large gap between matches because they only have one set up on this stage.
You could say that, The recent win that they found at
teams have
IEM
to take
Melbourne
their shit
over
away.
Virtus Pro, for example,
Right? Everybody's gotta
was
clear
probably
out.
the brightest sign
Everybody
we've
else has to
seen
come in and
from
set
this
up, and you want to
roster
give them some. You
this
don't want to just
year.
make them play.
And
You
now,
know.
when we look at this FlyQuest team
Well, it's not PC
and how
swaps.
they've retooled themselves from
If you guys don't know
last
how it
year, where
works,
they were
I've
playing
explained
with
this a
the
few
full
times, but I'll explain it again. So when you play at these events, it might have changed a little bit now logistically, but this is the short version still. Probably. You show up, you get your own solid state, okay? It is yours, it has your name on it, and you'll usually have two of them. You'll have one for practice rooms and one for matches. And basically, when you're about to play, the admins come out and then they swap out everybody's solid states. There's like a little piece on the front of all the PCs where like it basically just looks like a tray. You basically just pull out the tray, put in your new SSD, it's yours, and then you're good to go, and then the PC loads up and boots it. So you don't need to swap out PCs. You're just like literally swapping out SSDs, and the admins are usually doing it for you.
But if we lean into what we've seen,
Did you learn about that from MBG? No, I learned about that because I played.
We've seen from FaZe that there is a strong chance here for FlyQuest.
So that's how they do it. But yeah, you just want to give players time to set up and get comfortable. There's always like little, like usually they have teams get here before the matches end, but you never know. There could have been traffic when the teams are going to get here. It just gives like a nice little window for everybody to get cozy before the match actually starts.
Most recently at IEM Melbourne.
If you fucking make them play within like 10 minutes of the last game,
to a point now where
they
it
could
actually
easily do
feels
that,
like
but
this is a
the players
bout
wouldn't be really
which
that
is
thrilled.
Not really as much of a mismatch as you would have said maybe a year ago, maybe 6 months ago.
Look, I mean, FaZe have lost to Gamer Legion, they've lost to Complexity, they've lost to Astralis, and you would believe me if I said they lost to FlyQuest if you didn't look at the stats.
Magic Marker, what are you
But
going to
I
say?
don't think they're going to win. I don't think they're going to win. They have a chance, but I just don't see it happening.
But a chance may be all that they need to find out how they're feeling. I talked to Liaz. Now, you did get that dub over VP over in Melbourne. It feels like for you guys, sometimes the big names, the big top 10 teams have been a stumbling block where we don't necessarily see the best face. Is that something that you think is changing now? Is it just maybe a little self-belief that needs to come in for those matchups?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like, if you look at Spirit and Vitality and shit, they just have noob stompers on their team. And it's like, you know, your Zywus and your Donks, the guys that are just going to run over you and disrespect you. I feel like when we're against a team where, you know, the established players, they give you respect when you're playing, they try and beat you strategically. I feel like that's when we get a shoe in, we have a chance at winning. So FaZe are a bit like that. I think we can, might be able to shit on them. Who knows?
Might be able to shit on them. Maybe no noob stoppers present. How do we rate that?
Average Liaz
That's kind of a crazy characterization coming from Liaz there of how he sees people like Zywoo and Donk. Donk, I get it, but Zywoo is a guy where he doesn't really flex on his opponents all too much. That's the whole premise of the cultural impact take. He's not, yes, he has good stats by the end, but he's not playing purely disrespectful CS. He's just playing extremely well
but if you see him, you never get to kill him.
in it, Counter-Strike, like flawless CS. So I get what he means by that when he looks at this FaZe team. Like, they don't have a player that's a superstar, top 10 in the world guy right now.
Zywoo has
but
aura.
that doesn't
He does.
mean that they're still not a class above you.
Yeah, I mean,
Now
I
he
think
just
when
doesn't
says
want to
noob
admit it.
stompers,
He's
he
got to
means
hold on.
really good players, in which case FaZe does have a couple. I mean, maybe not Donk level, but I mean, Frozen and Elige are, I would call them noob stompers. I mean, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, Elige has spent a lot of time in North America. We've got some of those over there. But I want to move the conversation in a different direction here on FlyQuest, right? Because we talked about their new additions.
Because I was that type of player where you can't tell if he's playing versus FlyQuest or if he's playing versus Spirit or Mouse because he's always that clean with it, you know?
What do we
He
think
makes everybody look
So one of the biggest problems
worse
with
than they are.
FlyQuest, they are 30th of 30 in the top 30 on T side. They've had respectable CT sides. Even if you look at their game against Spirit, they got blown out
He
map
just
one. But
looks like
they
he
got
switched
9
the game
rounds
to
mainly
rookie mode
because they
in
had a solid
Madden or
CT
some
side.
shit.
They need a strong T side. New IGL, great way to do that.
You say that, but the percentages in terms of T-side round win percentage have actually gone down. Even though with,
Give him a chance.
with Dexter at the beginning of the year, like everything's actually just
Jack,
gone
can
down
somebody
by
come
a
give me a
smidgen.
shoulder
Like,
massage?
At the
My
beginning
God.
of the year, it was something like 48% on their CT, 48% on their T.
Yeah.
Now it's just 46 for both of those numbers since INS has actually become the
It'll
game
get
leader. So it's really like the worst phrase ever is just they do need more time with INS as the in-game leader, but at least he's in-game led before. So at least there's some experience that he can draw on. Like, he's not doing this from a completely fresh slate and just getting accustomed to the role for the very first time.
Well, we can hear from him in his own words. We've got INS. Liaz told me that you used to wrestle snakes at your house in Brisbane. Are you ready to defang FaZe today?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully that's always the plan. Hopefully, defang
Average.
them. But it'll be a tough matchup for us.
Average
but we're confident going
Aussie
into it.
occupation.
Now, this is a FaZe that's struggling, but I mean, for you, you've just picked back up that mantle of IGLing. You've got a guy on the other side who's an absolute legend when it comes to the concept. Are you looking forward to matching wits with Kerrigan today?
I mean, obviously, someone that I've looked up to, especially coming back into the IGL role. Like, I watched a lot of his stuff, and it's an inspiration to many. But it's going to be, I mean, I feel like I can do it, and it just relies on individuals as well at the end of the day.
Now, with those individuals, with your team, with the shape that you guys have been in, do you think this one is going to be comfortable? Who's going to be the key for you? Who are you trying to get active going into the server right off bat?
I think it's everyone, mostly, like trying to get output out of everyone and be consistent across the board. I think it's important that we have everyone just playing confident, but also keeping in mind like that it's FaZe. Even though it's FaZe, we can still beat them at the end of the day. They're legends, but as you said, they're not in good form as well. So it's just up to us on the day. That's it.
Do you ever feel like with your team, sometimes when there's those legends, when there's those top-end names, there's a little bit of that fear factor where you're almost trying to deflate expectations beforehand that maybe even limits what you're capable of doing?
I don't think so. I think it's actually better for us to be underdogs, like having the underdog mentality. It's just about being confident. And yeah, I think if we're confident and like consistent with our comms, we can beat anyone, I think.
Confident and consistent. Some of the keys to Counter-Strike. I also appreciate that we always get a contribution from Apex in those interviews. He's just a big INS fan in the background there. What do we think? What do we think of his answers?
I don't know if I really actually buy the whole idea of just getting the individuals activated and that it just comes down to them, because if you go pound for pound with individuals on FaZe Clan, you're going to lose 10 out of 10 times. So I want to see a system from FlyQuest. I want to see that they have some idea of how to anti-strat, how to tactically beat FaZe, who has been having a tough time. And I wish that INS said that there was a little bit more up their sleeves other than just hoping that people like Vexite and Liaz pop off, which has just kind of not been the case for the entire year.
Yeah, I mean, they said if all 5 players show up, they can beat anyone. I'm not quite convinced that's necessarily the case, because if all 5 players show up from FaZe, they should have no chance.
Before we move on to the other side of the server, because there's a lot of conversation to be had there, one more thought. You were mentioning, give them time, they need more time. How much time? It's a
Thanks for the 34-month reset. Thank you,
thank you. Is enough time?
I think you can give them at least a couple months before you start to reconsider, because they made some really good moves. They're looking up. They've got Netic. Netic needs a little bit of time. You've got INS going back to IGLing, needs a bit of time. Regali's looked good. I feel like they've done all the right moves, and I just want to let them cook.
Let them cook, let it simmer, let the bread prove. But there's a lot of proof that's needed from the other side. Let's talk about FaZe. Kerrigan, FaZe, it's been tough for them.
It's obviously not been the smooth sailing road or seas that FaZe would have wanted going into this. And usually, for me, when I see a roster, I think, okay, what do the first 3 months look like? For Kerrigan teams, I actually try to shorten that because he's usually so good at finding answers so quickly. It's been 3 months now, and there's been practically no answers. Best finish for this team, 3rd place at a PGL Bucharest that had a slightly weaker level of competition. And then when you see them in the tournaments that actually have the top 3, 4, 5 teams in the world, they're getting blown out of the water. They're not even making the playoffs, generally speaking. The chemistry for this team is far and away the worst I've seen from any FaZe Clan roster for the past 3 years. So this is a
Junks, thanks for the 8-month primer. Thank you, dude.
problem that they, to me, aren't even really getting close to fixing.
And I mean, the concerning part, it's not even what's on the server, which is very concerning. I'm very concerned. They go in interviews, Kerrigan and Neo both said, we're just not sure what's going on. What's going wrong? We're doing the same thing and it's just not working. That's terrifying.
Terrifying indeed. And I mean, we had the interview yesterday with
Terrifying.
Leash where it's like, we can't get down into the cycle. We can't get too down on ourselves. Otherwise, you can't pull out of that tailspin. Definitely time to sound the alarm bells for FaZe, no?
Absolutely. And for a guy like Kerrigan, who still is trying to prove his case as the GOAT in-game leader, like he had a Reflections with Thorin a while back, like about a year ago, and he still talked about the fact that every consecutive tournament, he's trying to prove that he's catching up to Glaive, that he's trying to build a legacy, that there's still something more for him here. But this roster has been, in a weird way, one of the worst in terms of his resume, because I don't know if he's ever going to catch Glaive in terms of the amount of trophies, but narrative reasons have actually built the Kerrigan case for the GOAT IGL. The fact that he has made so many various rosters, successful, world #1. This one didn't feel like an anomaly in terms of it being extraordinarily difficult, and yet has only proved to be his hardest challenge of the past 3+ years.
Yeah, I mean, Kerrigan's one of the only IGLs that has taken multiple rosters and done well with them. That's always been the argument for why he's the GOAT.
Chili's?
And now he's finally found a roster that he's
You all right,
really
dude?
struggling with, and it's not a roster that has bad firepower. Like, if he struggled with Envy back in the day when he went to a North American roster, sure, this is a team he needs to make work.
It is. It is indeed. And I mean, if we're talking about Glaive, I mean, that was super team classic situation. He's struggling to get this super team going, isn't he, Kerrigan?
Kerrigan's just been in
Glaive still plays
problem
Blush.
recently
Yeah.
where it's just been all these almosts. He almost won the major in Shanghai, almost won the major in Copenhagen, and now this is a roster where it's like you're not even close to almost anymore. You're far and away not getting even remotely onto the podium. So he needs to be able to turn this around sooner than later, because I know everybody says they gear up for the major, but we need to at least see signs going into it that there's a chance.
I would say the almost for FaZe right now are almost winning a map, almost winning a series. Like, I mean, if you look at their last game, they looked good until they just crumble in the most important moments. And I can see why they're confused, because I'm confused. It's great players making weird decisions, and I don't even think that's necessarily on Kerrigan.
I was a little confused as well, which is why I sought some answers. Went to find Neo, asked him what was going on. Us, particularly on Ancient yesterday, from your perspective, why do you think that one got away from you?
Feels like it's the same story all over again. We get into a good scenario, we are ahead, and then we just lose 1 or 2 rounds, and then it all goes down, and we lose ourselves. So yeah, felt like we've been there already, and it's not easy to lose the games that you feel like you should have won, or like at least the maps. So losing to yourself is the worst thing ever, and yeah, it happened again.
It did indeed. Let's talk about that, Ancient fellas, because it was not pretty at the end.
I mean, the rounds that they lost in terms of the 5v2 and everything like that are the worst for a coach like Neo to go over. Because when Neo was brought on to this roster, one of the things that FaZe praised him for, and remember, at the beginning of CS2, FaZe were the top.
He is the problem, though,
They were
right
getting
now.
to the grand finals of every single tournament. I think
Much
they
skill
had
6 with
something
27
like
with Primer.
5 consecutive
There's no
wins
offer
at tournaments. Like they were
without
just
buying out
dominating the competition.
Device
and
is
so
the best he could probably
Neo to
get.
go back and say to FaZe, we
In
need
a
to work on
perfect
fundamentals.
world,
it
in a
almost feels
perfect world, you
elementary.
could do whatever you wanted
rudimentary.
right now
This is
that's
not
like
a conversation
realistic.
he wants to have with the team. Guys, be sure to
It's
double
Device.
peak. That's not what
They're
you
not
should be
gonna get
telling a
Device.
team that's getting
I don't
paid
think
as much
that's
as FaZe
likely.
Clan is, that has as much experience as FaZe Clan is, and really has the hardware.
Dexter,
Like, you shouldn't be telling
better recent
major
form
winners,
for sure,
guys,
but
can
he
we
isn't
double
gonna
peak? Can we
change
play off
FaZe.
each other's contact a little bit more? It just feels nonsensical.
I don't
It feels
think
like,
so anyway.
is this really the job that I signed up for? And so I think Neo finds himself in a
it doesn't
very
really-
weird position where they need to just rebuild from the ground up at this point.
I'll give them a little bit of credit in that they look good enough for the majority of the
Like-
game, and these breakdowns are what you're talking about. It's a 5v2 where
Dexter
a
would
major
immediately
or a Grand
improve
Slam
Brookie,
winner
but
doesn't peak
I
at the
don't
right
think
time.
it moves the
That
needle
feels
for
like one
what
of those
FaZe
things where
wants to
a coach
accomplish.
is going to go in, and Elige goes, "Yeah, I know, dude. I know.
Exactly,
You don't need to tell." So it does feel like maybe there are a couple of good wins. Maybe they just need a good upset to find the confidence to actually bring it together, and they could actually get on a roll at some point. But
Been over
I
a
don't
year.
know when
Dude,
it's gonna
FaZe
come.
was horrible
This is why
last year.
it feels so
It feels so
frustrating
weird to
at
say
times
this.
to try and diagnose
FaZe
FaZe, right? 'Cause
got
it feels like
second
we're-
in 2
we're
majors,
grasping at
and they
small
won Chengdu.
trails.
But
If you
last
actually
year, for
look at
like
what's changed, the player who's
outside of
coming
those
in
3
Elige,
tournaments, the whole year they
numbers have
struggled
been
so
fine.
much.
The
That's why
numbers have
Robs
been
didn't
good
re-sign,
even,
guys.
and yet still it's not working. Why?
I feel
If
like
FaZe was good, Robs
another-
would
another
still
big
be on
problem,
FaZe,
and the
right?
dialogue that I always resort to with
Start a
FaZe.
dialogue here.
Yeah, we're continuing
People
the
still
dialogue.
struggle with this
together.
idea.
Is to me the Brokey conversation, okay? Because Brokey can have his moments. Vu was able to point out yesterday just how he's good up until like the late end stages of a game.
No,
Like,
it's
that's
just
when
it's
he
just so
crumbles.
interesting to me
But I
that
also
people
feel
literally
like
watch
one
Robs
thing that
not
Neo
want
has
to
never really
re-sign
had
and
to
play
do
with
is
the
work
team
with
for
an
6
offer
months,
like
but
that. When
then
he was with the
simultaneously
Virtus Pro
like
lineup,
talk
you know,
about
the
FaZe
off
like they were
shifted
so
hands a
good
handful
last
of
year.
times. They almost just use it as like hot potato, like Pasha op for a
Wait,
while.
what are those IMs
I
from
know
Steel
Snacks
Series?
op
Hold
for a
on.
while. I think almost everybody had it except for maybe
Or
Bialy
not
at
IMs,
some point in
but
time. Like
linears,
they
hold
all
on.
tried it, and I don't
Let
think
me
it was
see if I
necessarily
can-
full of solutions. Like it was just people finding a spark to wield the weapon. So I feel like getting the most out of Brokey is something that is a puzzle that Neo also is having trouble with.
Bro,
When
they're my own
came in,
sponsor,
he
and I don't
brought
even know what those
strategies.
are.
He
Hold
was
on.
bringing tactics, things that help and enable the riflers, not things that are going to set up Brokey to get more opening picks.
I think Brokey is really emblematic of FaZe because you watch his games, he looks good, he gets clutches, he hits shots, and then randomly he misses an easy shot. Randomly he dies to a molly in jungle or
Wait.
Mirage or something. You know, he just does something that makes no sense.
Oh shit! I think they
Doesn't
have
make
them.
any sense. You know what doesn't
No.
usually make sense? Interviewing the manager of a team. But I was in search of answers, and I found Eddie. I've got Eddie here, manager of FaZe. Obviously a tough
wonder if
stint for
these
you
work.
guys. You might be the ultimate vibes human being I've ever met.
Yeah, I think I want
so
them.
why can the ultimate vibes guy
Gotta
not
make sure
fix
they
the vibe
work,
in this
though.
roster right now?
That's a tough one, you know? I mean, I think everything before the match, we're feeling pretty good. I think during the matches, there are just some unfortunate scenarios, you know, losing like 2v5s or whatever that kind of carry on into the next round. But otherwise, guys are feeling great, you know, feeling confident. A lot of these matches we should be winning, but it's just these weird moments where it kind of tears everything down. But if the guys can pick themselves back up, charge through it, regain that confidence, then you never know what can happen. You know, normally in those scenarios we win. So
Yeah, I feel like, you know, for those of us behind the scenes, you're almost the embodiment of what FaZe has been. You've been one of the constants on this team for so long, right? And that sort of the FaZe magic, winning the rounds that you shouldn't, the random deagle shenanigans to bring a match close. Do you think this team is able to get back to that? Do you think it feels like that's the spark that's missing sometimes, where the rounds that you shouldn't win coming through? Do you think this team can get that magic back?
100%, man. I mean, you see moments when this team is looking really good, and it's just about just harnessing that like magic that we have, and just bringing it into every single round. You know, I mean, I think we're not the same FaZe that you normally see, but you should never count us out because you never know what's gonna happen. Like, just one good moment can bring us right back.
Your boys gonna mess up FlyQuest on the server?
I mean, you know, this is Counter-Strike. You never know what's going to happen. I think the guys are feeling really confident, though. FlyQuest is a great team. You know, they were looking really good the other day. So I wouldn't say we're going to mess them up, but I think we're going to make it tough for them.
Much skills, thanks
Shout
for
out to Eddie
27
being
Primer.
willing
Thank you.
to take that interview. Couldn't quite get him to say they were going to mess up FlyQuest on the server. I tried.
I don't think Eddie is one that's going to be braggadocious or come in with any kind of hot head. He knows who he's got in front of him. He knows that it's just really going to take a
Dude,
spark
I gotta see if
for
those.
FaZe
I
to
think
get
those
back to the
game buds will
levels
work
that
with
they're
my
at.
setup
But
now that
everything
I have.
he said right there actually
Which
kind of
I would
feeds into
rather
the
have the
narrative
in-ears
that it's
most of
just
the day
like,
than my
the problem with
over
FaZe
the head.
is not really individuals or strategies. It's
Oh, yeah, they
vibes,
do.
which you can
Nice.
actually really more tangibly say is communication. Communication usually is what breaks down when vibes are bad. And if you're not actually talking about how you want to proceed with the next
Yeah, let me
situation,
ask for these.
well, then it's going to be hard to make good plans.
Yeah, the one note I'll point on that one is that he talks about the 5v2, but he glosses over and he talks about carrying that into the next round. That's what FaZe, they can have a bad round. They can have a misplay. That's fine. You can't carry it into the next round. And that's what Kerrigan used to be so good at.
He did. He did. I know you guys have impeccable vibes. If you were going to give them a little couples counseling, family counseling, perhaps, what would be your
Go to a
solution
different
here?
counselor. I'm not touching this. There's no chance. Move on.
I would just say, I think the one weird statement that was made, you know how Elige was saying he was going to bring in different communication and shorthand ways. I feel like that, I don't know if that is the whole crux of why the comms and vibes have gotten worse, but just like go back to what they were doing before, because the comms videos of FaZe last year when Kerrigan used to release them were chaotic. It was a mess. It was so much going on. It was almost hard to hear the game at all, even when people are shooting their guns. So I would rather they talk too much than too little as they try to tiptoe around and think about what's the most efficient way to communicate. Just get all of it out there.
If there's one thing, it's that FaZe thrive in the chaos, but we know Elige doesn't. He doesn't thrive in the chaos. He's more of a methodical player. That's kind of where there's this friction that needs to be fixed in FaZe somehow.
How do they do it? How do they do it? We don't know. We don't know that solution. Friction is a little bit of a problem here, but it's time to find out where they're going to be taking that friction, where we're going to hit the rubber to the road, because it's time for the veto.
Oh shit!
It's always my question. What's going to happen here?
Guys, don't
both of these
leave.
teams
Don't
like
leave the
to ban
stream.
Train,
Pre-rolls
so
are about
it's
to turn on.
actually
I don't
gonna be
need to
kind
run
of
an
interesting
ad.
to see what the second ban is here, but I think.
But
so
don't leave,
actually,
'cause if
FaZe
you
take
come
out
back, you'll get
Mirage
clapped with
because
the-
FlyQuest took out what is FaZe's normal ban. So they're gonna. That seems like kind of a weird target because FlyQuest like to pick Inferno. I'm a little bit surprised that FaZe didn't use this luxury in the veto to not ban what is FlyQuest's favorite map.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they didn't, FlyQuest actually didn't float Train.
Yeah,
knowing
that
that
too.
FaZe don't like to play it. But either way, the problem with this is that I was expecting this to go to all of FaZe's most favorite maps. The maps they're most comfortable on. And you're right, FlyQuest happy on Inferno. Maybe it could have been banned, but the reality is these are not
Oh yeah,
uncomfortable
Teresa,
maps
let's
for
go,
FaZe, I
dude.
think, overall.
King Mendez, thanks for the 18-month
So
primer.
some
Thank
comfort.
you.
I'm going to ask, now that we're getting into the maps, what's FlyQuest's chance here?
FlyQuest needs to win Inferno. It's a map where they've taken down some pretty nice scalps recently. They've looked competitive even against some of the better
third
teams
map,
out there.
Ancient.
The way that they beat, for example, Virtus Pro at Melbourne, which has been the best win that they've had all year, was just the variety of strategy, the way that they're able to handle so many situations, really strong in post plans too, even in man deficit situations. So I feel like
Inferno, at
it
least
has
it's
to
first.
start on their comfort pick, because if you let FaZe get rolling on it, you're just done.
I actually
I'm gonna
give
take a
FaZe a lot
seat
of
for
credit,
this.
or FlyQuest a lot of credit. I think Nuke is a good map for them. They could actually pick this up.
Well, we've recently gotten to witness some legends of yours back in the ring, courtesy of the Pauls somehow. So let's see if these legends can get a little bit more fight now in the server. We got two legends to take you through the action. Scrawny and Launders, take it away.
Why, thank you, Darth Mike. An excellent job over there on the desk yet again. I'm here with Launders, and that was my Darth impression, but you guys did a great job, and we'll try to do the same over here. Mohan, do you think this game is going to give us something to really get all fired up about?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely, 100%. I do think that this is FaZe are really in a moment where they can see
Dude, I actually
themselves
changed my program and it
bundling
feels
this
great,
just
but I am
this
so
being
sorry.
the worst,
I feel so
series they
fucking
play in
old
some
right now,
months,
dude.
and for FlyQuest, as Inns mentioned,
I'm doing
seeing
like
this as an
that
opportunity, trying to
when
draw
I
some
sit.
confidence, knowing that this isn't the best trend for FaZe in
It's
general.
good. It's good,
I will
but
say
holy
that
fuck.
as Vu talked about, it's confusing because I think that the goalpost for why FaZe are underperforming moves a little bit.
Okay.
There's a constant, and that's Brokey's inconsistency. But it was Rain, but now it's not really Rain. And
Did somebody just stop
it was
calling
a Liege,
rounds?
But now it's not really a Liege.
Correct.
So it feels like there are, unfortunately,
Well, no,
a lot of
Liege wasn't
variables
calling
when it comes
T-side,
to
bro.
what's
I don't-
stopping FaZe. It's not just one single thing. And then bringing it back to Kerrigan, it's really hard to pin it on him. I think with the visible inconsistency with some of their players who have won the majors and had MVPs and been the
What
best
did I
for
change
him
it to?
for a
Oh,
long
my new
time.
program? I was
So
lifting
what we're gonna
heavy
do
there
is
for
watch
about
this
2
match
months.
and see how they start out. And
Now I'm doing
hopefully
hypertrophy
we don't
again. I'm
get a
doing
situation
Myo
like they did
reps.
versus Falcons yesterday, where they definitely could have won Ancient at the very minimum.
Right, and then just drop that ball. So I think, one of the big talking points, FlyQuest unable to really break into beating top 10 teams. FaZe currently ranked 9th on HLTV and about to be kicked out of that if they can't string some wins together, because the teams that are right behind them, Liquid, Gamer Legion, Virtus Pro,
kills. Yeah.
when you think of those rosters and their recent successes, despite also having inconsistencies, it's like,
It's good, though.
wake
It's
up,
good.
FaZe.
I haven't been this far in a
Time to
minute.
Step it up a notch. Vexite's position gets announced by the flash. He
I
rattles
was
off
tired
some bullets.
cardio.
Doesn't connect. Gets down into the pit. We've got a CT down there, but also Brokey in from the site's corner. Over towards Library, Liege holds the line, but site gets cleared out in the process. So FlyQuest have enough space to put down bomb guaranteed.
Yeah, cardio
We get
yesterday
this
was-
short walk up from
We
Frozen.
did it.
The timing's
We got it done.
interesting, that's for sure. Regali on the site keeps his head tucked down, but there's no actual coverage.
Oh.
It's a tough shot for Frozen.
Come on.
Can't really get him out of here. He's just waiting for a chance to do it.
Oh,
Goes for the
Frozen.
pit fights, executes the small pit, and he's got a lot of damage in on the other. But Regali's able to
Frozen actually
shave
had a
off
real
the
shot at
lead.
this.
All's looking good.
Yeah.
Regali locks it in with the double
Yesterday
off of
was
sight, and it's a FlyQuest pistol
10
round
sets
one.
of 10 burpees, 5 pull-ups,
rumored to be having a
3
great time
clean
fitting into this
depresses
Australian lineup.
at 145.
Obviously, with the addition of Netic, their ceiling is
Which
undiscovered
those
so
were
far, and I think that's the
fucking
exciting part about
ass.
being on FlyQuest right now. As long as the team is still making roster moves,
But
then
yeah, we
you
got it
kinda-
done.
You kind of wait
Got
and
it
see
done.
if that's the one that makes the difference. And
like 35
it
minutes.
certainly feels like it's going to be a matter of time for FlyQuest in general. Whereas the strugglesome part about being on FaZe is like you're just trying to get back to your average level, and that's not a fun climb.
No,
that's when you've dropped a few rungs and you're just trying to reach a point that you can be content with.
You're trying to touch the average again while also still reminiscing on the glory days of the peak. You know, tough pill to swallow that you're not at either of
What's
those
up, Mr.
anymore.
Puffins? How you doing, man?
Seeing your, the player that left go on to set one of the longest streaks in history right after also wouldn't be too much fun.
No, you have to start asking yourselves, were we holding him back?
They have a better combo than Inferno and Melatonin, I dare you.
To some extent, but it's not as if they didn't achieve a lot with him too, which is always nice to remember.
And 10 Big Macs? No. Nori made some nice, like...
Phase did count.
Yeah,
she
that's very fair.
She was gonna make like a shrimp like pasta, and she did, but she was trying to make like a linguine kind of seafood pasta, and she kind of made pan fried noodles instead.
FaZe obviously
It was fucking great though. Tastes
still
good.
holding on to the frozen smoke over towards the B site. Ooh, well-timed peek out of a Liege. And then Rain gets that same
Come on.
going on the other end. The
Regali aiming like me?
doesn't actually catch anybody falling
Okay,
into
the
the
Galil
pit.
with the gloves
He's a
actually
little
looks clean.
preoccupied now. Liaz trying to get this going. He's got to be concerned about sight at the same time, but Kerrigan opts not to
That
peek.
is really aesthetically pleasing to my brain. Come on, come on, FaZe.
Down to 20 seconds with a smoke in front of him. Frozen's now managed to get all of that utility over to this bomb site. He could end up smoking off the other side.
Nice, very
Frozen
nice.
comes out with the last kill and a force by win.
Big second
There's
round. Let's get
FaZe.
some energy. Slap ass.
Yeah, there was no plans to change that around for FlyQuest. Really committed to that A idea, losing some really key duels to Pistols, unfortunately, and well, there you have it. Momentum gets shifted back instantly. I think for FlyQuest, I'm happy to see that they got a new opera and they tried to change their IGL. I think like those are the two things that could make the most radical difference. With a team, and I think.
Wait, is Inferno the
if
reason
not
why I'm
for
so
that,
tired at
it'd be
work?
more like,
Probably.
okay, well, they might make incremental progress, but there's not.
Yo,
gonna be a
Preachbox,
huge
thanks for the Twitch Primer, guys. Thanks for all the love today, man.
but,
Thank you for your
right
Prime.
now, he's called for 10 or 11 maps or
Alright,
something like that.
just
So far
tap
with
it
this
in
new
here.
lineup.
Kai, thanks for 8-month resub. Thank you.
So this map will definitely, and match will definitely be a lot about learning.
Stuck ahead of the fire there. Nicely done. Sectioning off
Nice.
the pack of
Good
players
hold.
of FlyQuest. Kind of forced their hand into it. You know, at least Ince is able to tap back into his past experiences.
So
being
did
an
they
in-game leader.
switch spots and I missed it? I think they did,
A
right?
sleeper player for FlyQuest in the sense of
Brokey.
at home he was just a good player, but when he went to international, everybody who they expected to play, above their game, it was actually Ince who always overperformed versus those European teams, which kind of makes me feel like as an IGL, he might have something really special
to
add.
offer.
Why did
Now the
Brokey
question
jump?
would be, can Kinetic do the
'Cause he
same thing?
fucked
Right?
up.
Somebody who, if you've kept your eyes on Australian Counter-Strike, for
It's like
whatever reason,
actually so-
you would know, sets himself apart. Took him a while to get here, but now a part of the best Australian roster out there. FlyQuest.
Look, I lose. Just feel
Win
bad.
Pistol, lose to the Force, unable to bounce back because of that utility that just sections everybody off here in round 3. So FaZe converted 2-1 lead.
They're looking angry. They're looking hungry.
The disappointment, dude. It just
Alicia
feels
had another
bad for him.
serviceable
Like,
match, last game he had some great spray transfer clips. He was top of the board, even though it was a losing game. Kerrigan averaged, unfortunately, 8 kills per map in almost 2. And that can still happen sometimes, and it'll be fine, but maybe not in that Falcons game, especially not on Ancient.
Damn. Triple grenades down the ramp. Second one is what pushes Netic over the line. And so FaZe not afraid in a round like this versus Pistols to just kind of flex the advantage, get up in their grills. And I think that's one of the things, like when we heard that pregame interview with Liaz, he said, we have a harder time versus teams that have noob stompers.
Is it true that
That's the
every
term he used
time
to
Elias
describe
gets to kill
Zywoo
his
and
squad?
Donk, players that he
Walks like an
himself
eagle.
said would
Yes.
kind of just disrespect and force down on you. And he thought that with FaZe, he prefers this matchup because that's not really their style. Round like that,
Minus
very much in your
Brokey
face.
plus
We'll
nerds.
see if it's able to be followed
True,
up
Elige
behind
then
once the
ops.
guns get
I'm here
going
for it.
FlyQuest.
Did he say noob stompers?
Holy.
He said noob stompers specifically.
That's kind of funny because I think it makes his team look bad and then makes the player they're talking about look bad as well.
Yep. And also, like, Zywoo's not, like the desk said, like, Zywoo's
It
not.
also might be verifiably untrue.
Yeah. But hey, man, there are many truths. And that is Liaz's.
Kerrigan runs it back with the op. I'm down. Chat will never remember the days that device dropping the optic Kerrigan.
Guns up for FlyQuest.
Was really pleased to see Wildcard play so well after their Vitality game on Inferno. They took, a good 7, 8 rounds. I think it was 7. But they transfer that into, a very full-strength game versus Pain. And it feels like this is a match that could be one-sided, but we'll be looking at the quality of rounds here for FlyQuest if it is.
Incendiary ahead of it, but this is very much the arch hit. Well-timed frag grenade.
Yeah,
cheeky 75 damage on that one. And Liaz looks to get active as Ince gets the entry. Still that big pack of players rounding the corner on long side. Liaz emerges, comes down for the double. It's a bit of a late activation.
In such a bad spot.
Oh, true, right? It's a part of that 3-player pack. You'd think majority members will be able to control it.
Oh, they know it's there.
He definitely saw it, right? So
Yeah, they know.
Oh, it's a bad
yep.
smoke.
Nice.
Frozen able to find the lineup and also that avenue of attack for Elige. They turn their attention. FaZe given a gift in that bomb getting dropped. If only it was able to get closer towards sight. Really value there.
Rather
for
have
the
right now
pit player
Brokey
in the end,
Arcadian.
being able to drop it before it gets close.
Brokey got 3 kills from Mini, and I think this is a spot where their setup is a little uncomfortable because Rain's on the balcony. No one can actually cover him, and they know the R-trap's coming in. Kerrigan just completely pulls guard, goes into the site. So for a moment there was incredibly vulnerable, if not for 3 kills out of
teams.
Brokey.
I just try to support the NA players and teams. So I'm definitely like,
Not often you get the rifle
that's like
highlight out
the
of
metric
him.
for me.
It's an off shot if you're swinging with the M4.
Yeah.
And that was good rifle work.
I just want to see my region do as well as we can, you know? It ain't pretty, so we gotta cheer for what we got.
Double man advantage. Pistol flirting with the half wall, finds its mark. Nice shot out of Netic. Trying to keep the momentum to go forward. Now you've got Brokey dead as well. But you know about the Elige fallback. Thing is, he's on 12 health, and you've got Liaz up into the arch wrap, Kerrigan back turn.
Wait,
no! Idea here. This is
how did he get here? Oh my god, he walked in the
They
mid
got to come back to A, right? If Liaz is going to be finding this kill, but he's got to try to milk this for as long as possible. Let his teammates come close. Rain's in the rotation back to their side.
There we go, an M4 rewarded. Liaz plays with his food just long enough to guarantee that they're able to get it up through brackets. So bomb down, that's 1 weapon for him and Netic the second. And it looks like they pulled this off.
Brokey's incapable of like
so they
playing
won't even
2
try
good
it.
rounds in a row.
Nicely done from Liaz with that lurk up.
Frozen
into
dies,
CT.
Elige hits the spray, backs out, mollies the gun so they can't pick it up. Brokey charges in, dies in.
How do you get in there? No, we were over on Banana. I didn't keep an eye on him.
Well, he is a wizard.
That's okay, sure.
So
a little teleportation.
Invisibility cloak.
Sustaining the belly 1 prime sub at a time.
Thank you, Wizard. Thank you for the 31-month primer. Thank you.
So again, not the perfect game for FaZe. A little messy.
Least standing in the fire for way too long.
This round here.
Talking about well, I thought they were gonna come through, you know.
But
you don't know
it's the player who
instantaneously like what is going on with your corner players, so you kind of have to play like that the rush is coming.
And with Elige on low HP, Rain has no choice. I gotta go help.
Hold
him.
on. Butter's on the.
It's an opportunity here for FlyQuest.
So let's call it tied. 1-1 in terms of the force buy round wins. FaZe pull it off right after Pistol. FlyQuest get it in the 6th.
And the first timeout will be from the team who didn't expect to win so quickly. Trying to catch a tempo with some money left over after their full buy. Brokey opping this time. Not much talking for FaZe on that tack. And Regali opping on the other side.
Quick Dink, tough one here for Ince. And trying to flush through the back corner player with the double molly. Frozen, able to lock this in. All's good.
This late boost might get them something. Yep, Regali grabs that frag.
Roki not able to nab Liaz's shoulder. That'll give him a chance to disengage here. Still, early damage done. There's an edge for FaZe nonetheless. But here comes Regali looking for second servings on this B site.
Timmy, thanks for the 4-month primer. Thank you.
Depending on how risky he wants to play this, one great shot will ruin FaZe's day. Shoulder peaks are here.
Bro, somebody leaning back in the chair? All right, well, okay.
He will only find out about that now, but it could be time to go.
Frozen up on smoke, dies out to the Vex site.
Wow,
M4
what a shot.
Follow through
Dude.
clean.
That was beast, man. He ate the flash.
Oh,
he had a flick to
man.
Coffins, headshot through the wall.
It's like, dude,
That's 1 in a million.
that's a sick shot,
For
but I
Regali.
also just feel so bad for Brokey, dude. Like, this guy is
Round-winning
playing
op
bad,
shot.
but like, and
Bomb
like
site falls
any
right
sort
there
of
with
chance,
it.
like
So
where
many
he can,
bodies for Frozen to try to hold back himself. And they wanted a
bro,
little more value out of his smoke
somebody
grenades. They
has
held
like
it
a
off.
fucking curse on my man or something. Brokey is the opposite of whatever plot armor. Does it not feel that way though? Like
That was better than Zywoo's flick yesterday.
I am
Through
not
the
saying he's not
mid-double
playing poorly, but like,
True.
does it not also just feel like Jesus Christ, this
Off
guy cannot
difference
catch a break?
Here for FlyQuest. At least in this round. Very curious. Gets us one closer. And again,
Oh, that shot was also great.
value out of the boost.
I mean, dude.
Wow. I mean, if that's aim practice, you never get that. Performed in the live match.
Nasty shot. It's going to put FaZe on notice. Now suddenly buying everything they can. It is a full-fledged buy. You got all
That
your
was a
nades in the
crazy
world, but
fucking shot though.
it's all the money they got left.
There's something so cool about that. Right after the flash pops.
Yep.
That was the single safest time for Brokey to peek up for information.
Right.
Wouldn't have ate the flash right before it.
Roki gonna respond. Quick peek down middle out of the gate. Plays with the timings, puts FaZe man advantage. No style points needed on his behalf. And not every day we're watching
To be
Broky go
honest,
for
he peeked
opening
before
kills,
the
right?
pop
A stat we
flash.
bring up with him.
Yes. Oh man. That's
But
why
yeah,
that
like,
felt
that's
so
what he
weird,
should.
I mean, it's also like catching someone running out mid like
You
that.
want to go before it, so that
but
way if
Brokey
you
down
could,
there.
like they're forced with the
spawn.
choice. You want to do it so that way you can then use it if somebody's there.
Roki delivers.
No, that's something we've never really talked about. Brokey changing his playstyle.
Sure. But on another passive angle, that one a little more classic. Liaz killed has been pretty constant up in the apartment, so I don't think it's any surprise to find him trying to get up into Valk. It's just that FlyQuest don't have anything to go behind this. Regali sticking around in middle for the time being. Bomb shifting.
Ain't no way
over
we're putting
towards
curses
Ince.
on Brokey out here, man. Like, he doesn't have it bad enough. That's crazy.
So they're going to try
Twitch
to get
chat,
it
chill with
going
your
on
powers.
B yet again. Will Regali be used as the jackknife to try to crack it open now that the smoke cools it
They've
off?
got mid info. It's an early rotate. This is a really low percentage round now for FlyQuest. The flank coming
Range
in.
is down mid.
Especially
Holy
with no
shit, he's
open line
full
of sight
seven.
for the Opper.
Oh, they're playing retake though.
But
Kai.
Alicia's on a bad time spray because Frozen just died back sight off the reload. He
Bro,
gets killed by
what?
Medic. This should not be happening, and yet we go 3v3. Bomb plant attempt, burning, and
got
Rain
it.
stops it. 15 seconds
Rain
still left.
literally just
disengages
saved them.
after getting even another kill, and so there's the difference off of the Norwegian.
Yeah, Legion
The
Frozen
saving
kind of
grace
trolling on that
of
hole.
round 8
By kind, I
for
mean,
FaZe.
holy
Scary
fuck,
for
they
Regali,
were
man.
throwing.
They can approach him, get
They
really
had the
close
flank.
after time. Molly's coming down late too. 1 second to
That's
go.
right,
He dies.
that's right.
It looks like after time.
Listen, my cope is because
It
they
looked like it
fought,
could
they
be. I
actually
saw
gave
0 on
Rain
the
better
clock.
timing on the flank. Actually,
That
genius
would
move to
definitely
both die.
sting.
With
And
0
that was a low
kills.
percentage round because of the early flank from Rain, but it looks like it was also necessary that they came in. A very solid round from Brokey.
Frozen kind of forced out of the fight there with the molly.
Oh, it could have been. I don't know. I saw the rounds change right after it went 0.
I'll check the game log in a second. Because he has just about as much money as everybody else.
Oh.
Comes in with an AK. No, he dies after time.
No.
He just had an extra wealth of money.
Okay.
Yeah, they did change their CT setup with the Legion Frozen at B. That's what I was talking about earlier.
Still that double MAC-10 out there on the field as well. And with how many members of FlyQuest have managed to get into the apartments, we get this information play from FaZe on one half of the map. It's going to afford a Legion early rotate.
Frozen will join up too.
There's a big emphasis on short side. FlyQuest off to smoke off the other side of the bracket. Apartment player with one of those
Nice.
gets
Okay.
called. This is
All right.
rain. And
Well
way
done.
too easy for him. Not
Well
even
done.
tested.
Damn.
This guy doesn't take a single point of damage in the process, just holds them back.
My man
and
said
there
I'm
were
bored.
guns out
Is that
there
all
on
you
the
got?
field.
Yeah, I mean there's a lane smoke, there's a hall smoke that's fresh. This FaZe just took B control, so they have complete guaranteed info without even seeing anybody right here. These are the easiest fights you could possibly ask for. Like imagine if these two spots are open, what this looks like for Rain. But now we see why he just has so many great fights.
Block, thanks to the 2-month primer. Thank you, beautiful. Appreciate you. What up, Jay Ballin? How you doing, man? Congrats on the win. I heard you popped off.
Considering that FlyQuest pulled off that one.
I'm old. I didn't get to watch it today. I won't lie. I slept in. But I was happy to see the result.
Is this FaZe giving you more confidence than the one you witnessed yesterday?
It's not a result that really matters, to be honest.
No?
I mean, it's not. You can't get celebrate if you win because they have to beat all the top 5 teams at the event. So, unfortunately, I don't think you build a lot of confidence. Like, you see moments where it's like, oh, well, Broky's hitting his shots and stuff, but you can only get so excited. To be honest, Broky has been kind of a noob stomper lately. Like some of the easier matches that FaZe have won, Broky has done well. It's inexplicable, really.
Am I gonna watch Fear Falcons? Yeah, bro. I'm streaming the whole day today. I will more than likely do one continuous stream if this, for whatever reason, like goes 2-0 and the other one's 2-0, and I have like a little bit of. I'm co-streaming the AT&T Annihilator Cup today too.
And so poor Regali's
So it's like a sponsored stream, but I'll be doing like a co-stream. I'll be bouncing around and watching all the different teams. Goodbye.
Double frag to the face. They'll keep this one clean.
Yeah, the teams are
That,
pretty
my
sick.
friends, is a welcome
Should be
sight.
good. Yeah, I played in it
Grin
as well a couple of years
on
ago, if you guys remember. Tyler one is insanely bad. It's funny. Let me see. We got Double Lift, Ludwig, Made Shot 10, Scump, Tyler 1, Octane, Jake and Bake, Summit, Squeaks, Hutch.
Every day is a blessing.
Yeah, right.
Landmark, Emaru, Emily,
Well timed.
Kuno, Low, Agent, 00.
Funny to see a double nade timing like that so late in a round.
I'm probably gonna fuck up this person's name.
Try to chuck some down middle. Vexite's gonna try to
Katamina?
force through
Sorry,
smoke
and
on
then
flash,
Gingy.
but doesn't anticipate Kerrigan. My man getting even more aggressive as he tries to dive through it off of a flash. Going tit for tat with the aggression out of spawn.
I've played with Landmark in a little bit of CS.
That was
They'll
what
get in
Liaz's
there.
expectations were. This is a straight up gun round, and FaZe are making them look like fools out mid.
Man, they're still pushing alt right now. Rain's getting the whole marathon lap around the entire map, eventually constricting the only path that they can get out of, and they're going B with
Is
low
that the tournament
HP.
today? Yeah. So I'll be co-streaming that. We'll bounce around.
Rookie not missing. His counterpart right here between the two sets of
Ever played a
fire, so
Summit?
that'll catch him off. Regali
Sometimes, when it makes
on the
sense.
angle, with more to do if they want to get into this B site. You've already got Rain down on T-ramp. Does not need to activate at all. Shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, it might be in their best interest to just come and try to find him because they see that Brokey peak and they know
When it
something's
makes
up.
sense. Well, yeah, when bros on Sea of Thieves, we're not going to be gaming together, you
Try
know?
to consider it, but they approach loudly, so Rain on high alert.
Yeah, I'll be co-streaming
And a
that today.
high performance. Another multi-frag out of the Norwegian, up to a good-looking 14 kills on this first half.
He's had quite a map. It's one of his newer spots as well. Switching over to play pit, and here comes Finn.
Kerrigan just calling it out.
Cheeky,
And
cheeky.
Rain finding timing on Liaz as well. a round that FlyQuest would have loved more space to be able to play their game plan, but no such luxuries tonight versus FaZe Clan, it seems.
We got the Netic ump.
Let's see what it's got to offer. Mac 10 for Ints as well. Those are the limited
Yeah, that's all one stream. So Falcons, Spirit will be after this best of 3.
Multiple bodies around that half wall. Tagged slightly by a frag, smoked off in the process, and will FaZe disengage.
No kick.
They keep an eye on that boost, and a lead spams through. So a nice solidifying end to the first 12. FaZe Clan looking real confident in the face of the FlyQuest challenge here on Inferno. Heads up, high alert, waiting for this to fade so that they can end the half.
It's a bit bittersweet because it's FlyQuest, but it's also nice to see FaZe handling business.
FaZe will be happy to have established very comfortable start to this best of 3.
Alright, it's everybody's favorite time, ad time. Now it's nice to see, like, they do need to get, like, these are the types of wins that they need to get, you know? Let's keep it clean. No disrespect to FlyQuest, but I want FaZe not to be shit. I think Counter-Strike would be a lot more fun if this FaZe roster wasn't so bad right now. Has FlyQuest looked any better since their roster moves? They did beat VP. That's their claim to fame right now. Which isn't bad. Frosty, thanks for the 5-month primer. Thank you. It's a bit tricky because everybody in this event that they're playing is like a top 10 team in the world. And I just don't really know if FlyQuest is... FlyQuest is not making roster moves to get to top 10. FlyQuest... without sounding condescending, I think their goal is to be like top 15 and try to stay there if they can. Like that would be their... Where are they at right now? Let me see. Number 27 in VRS. Yeah, these guys are trying to get to like top 15. Like that's like in this area, you know? They're below Navi Jr. right now, but they're above M80. Dude, Navi Jr. is actually killing it, bro. Zealer, thanks for your 27-month reset. Thank you. What the worker? What you doing? Prime, thanks for the 38-month reset. Thank you.
Subscribe to FL0M.
Was Modesty a Navi Jr.? A long time ago, yeah. What tournament am I co-streaming later today? It's the streamer one. It's like the AT&T Annihilator Cup where they have teams and they play different games and shit.
Liaz seemed happy that they wouldn't be facing noob stompers,
like Tyler
as
One,
he
Summit,
called them,
Landmark.
But looks like FaZe Clan didn't get the memo. Very confident CT side, very suffocating in some of those defensive setups, getting up into the grills of the limited gun rounds FlyQuest were allowed to play. 3 rounds on a T side with pistol in their back pocket, but the FaZe force pulled through. Set a precedent, set a tone, I'd say. Yeah, and they followed through all the way.
Difference between Navi Jr. and Navi? Well, just Navi Jr. just plays in all the tournaments that Navi, the main roster, isn't a part of.
If it's not close at all,
They're an academy
that's
team.
something at the very minimum. That's just the bar for FaZe. They just have a heavy handicap when it comes into this game.
Player
in terms of
development.
their expectations, but we did see Rain have an excellent half, and
That
we saw
cup that I'll
Brookie
be
hit some
watching
blinders.
is for much later.
That
It'll
was
be
a
if you're
very solid
European,
game,
you
very few
probably
mistakes.
unless you got a fucked
They
up
happened
schedule, probably
early,
won't be able to
and
watch
then
it.
didn't
It'll be
happen again
4
after
my
that,
time.
so T-side to look forward to, or wondering in the veto why they let this come
For
through?
my time,
Looks
and
like
I think
had
they're
good
planning on
reasons.
the latest it to go is 8 my time, but
This is where
good chance
FlyQuest
it
wanted
ends
to
a
go
little bit
badly.
before that, I think.
Vexite and Netic inside of this one. Smoke comes sailing over top.
Thanks for the 28-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Damage. He'll find his mark, and Vexite even better. Double Beretta headshot, triple kill from him. Goes swinging in, looking for the final 2. Smoke comes out of the rotator. Netic can just comfortably sit back sight. There's not a lot of FaZe Clan left after that. First 3 duels. And so Frozen, 1v4, kicks it off with the first one, but the B-site defenders do it all on
You're
their
on the
own.
board.
Yeah, man, that
You're
was
all on the
great
board.
From the perspective of that setup, we got the full house and the B-site defenders. Vexite from the top ropes, using those dualies excellently.
FaZe
Covers
worst
beautiful.
pistol
It's all
team in
about the
tier 1.
headshots right there.
Whose fault is it? Who do we blame?
4th round for FlyQuest.
We can't just let this slide. We gotta
Falls
blame
into the
someone.
fire, forced into the next ones, and still pulls up.
Vexite's debut on the team was one of the most promising for the roster's history, and I think when grabbing Netic, that's sort of what they're also hoping. Be the first time in a
Leash 'cause
while
of
that there's
NA?
been
No,
a
no,
promising
no. You can
talent
only
that
blame us
wasn't
for
on the
losing
main
the
best
second round. You can't
Australian
blame us
lineup
for
that they
losing the
wanted to
pistol
see how
round.
well they do.
Pick one. You pick one.
Nasty nades coming out here for FaZe Clan. Netic, bit of a tough spot, but he keeps it clean with that MP9, now swapping out to the pistol. And Frozen's on a reload, so that'll give him an extra bit of confidence, because Ince comes quickly in behind him. And Liaz makes a bit of extra cash, so solid stuff here from Netic, losing his teammate to the nade stack.
Yeah, lovely here for FlyQuest to kick this off. We'll get a real second half now out of this, at least an attempt now. We do have 2 MP9s to work with, so the buy will be a touch better for FaZe in a situation where they have
How many gifted to
slightly lower
Permaban
grenades,
Lucid?
but more AKs.
At least a few.
I guess Regali's off balances that out quite a lot. Shot of the tournament in that first half, I want to say.
Oh no, we're not banning Lucid. Calm down. Also, Kirby's gonna have to get a full-on approval notice just to send 1 gifted in here, based on the conversations last time.
That should be an award we give out more often.
Yeah. Because you call back
That's
to it,
crazy.
it's saved somewhere, and it's like, you know, why wouldn't you
You
wanna
deserve
watch the
some
shot
flame.
of
You're
the
kind of a
tournament?
piece of shit,
Like, what if
Kirby.
we had, well, we got like 52 tournaments a year, basically. Why don't we have a shot of the event?
Shot
I'll tell you, you're
Make a
literally
supercut of
not
it
worth
over the
any
years.
gifted. I'm sorry.
That's a lot of content, one video.
Get on it, HLTV. Smoked off, but the close support of Netic out through Arch. Fomus in hand with a teammate's flash. He goes for the close clear, and the coast is clear.
Ellie, can you just walk up here and just like one tap
So
to
it
him? That'd be
seems.
so
In
fucking
reality,
sick
FaZe
right
just
now.
posturing outside of this A site, pausing for a moment with both apartments and mid control.
Just do the funny, man.
It's all coast in Australia. Got to make the rounds.
Valid.
Your time will come soon enough, Case
Surfs
man.
up. Here it comes. Attack on short side as the first blood goes the way of Rain. Quick scramble out of Liaz. Not ideal here with the SMG. AKs honed in on him. Oh, and Regali had kind of pulled
Regali
himself
just
off
left.
the angle
He
because
said,
of
"Good
the
luck,
smoke
guys."
here on Moto. So utility makes a big difference. Sections off
Look
the
at
two
Regali say,
players,
"Good luck, I gotta go."
neither of which come up with a kill in either apps or on the ground. And so that one just ends up looking a little too easy for FaZe Clan.
Honestly,
I've
for
always
a
looked at
first-time
Rain
chat,
again as a player in,
I think he
like,
took
over the
every
years,
brain
that's-
cell I had left.
I mean, with this, with all due respect, but has been sort of a slow learner. But
I'm gonna
high
give him a
ceiling in
day.
the new roles that he goes into, because he just has like a
I
such
can't
a
do
particular
like if he
approach
puts
when
that
he
in chat
eventually
again. I think
becomes
I'm
great to
done.
them, like Cave on Ancient, or when he played Overpass A back in the day, to kind of catch up to what Fur was doing back on SK. He became the player that everyone copied there.
Revival series is this
To see
weekend,
him
guys.
playing halls now. In the debut with FaZe, it was definitely like, oh, he's getting caught off guard a lot, and he doesn't jiggle a lot. He picks really angles he really believes in, and sometimes that means in his debuts or early on, he makes some hard mistakes. He gets hard cleared, but I draw that up because we
YouTube
see
chat
in this
just chilling.
position
Yeah, they're
how
just chilling, not
important
liking
he
and
was
subscribing.
holding
YouTube
halls
chat
down
is just chilling.
and
You're
how
right.
this half affected the rest of the game. It's big for FaZe that he's comfortable now in this position, especially for their Inferno.
The Rain longevity is one that's going to have to be studied.
My
when the sad
favorite,
day of
my
his
teammate that had the best
retirement
bind I'd
eventually
ever
comes.
seen was
Incredible for the player that he
Hayes had a
was once the best player on
config where if
FaZe,
he hit a button,
objectively the biggest star when he was younger, to
it
get
had like
the
a bunch
major
of just
MVP
like
in
really
2022.
nice things that are clearly condescending to say, and it was completely
Yeah, like those
random.
chances
And I
come
never saw it repeat
few and
itself
far between,
once.
So he made sure to grab it.
Like, it would hit it and just be like, I hope you're having like the
another one of
most
those
swell
players
day
that,
or something
like
like that.
Roki,
Or
feels
like,
impossible to
I don't know,
judge,
dude. Like
you
it was
know,
it was
in
way
terms of
more
their
elaborate
recent
than that, but it had
performances.
like something like 100 different texts. It was crazy. You just hit one button and it just fucking.
It's a roster that I feel like has just
rattled
earned
him
so
off,
much
dude. It was so good.
forgiveness in struggles because you can't help but believe it'll bounce back. And bouncing back through arch control right now till the nade finds him. Well-timed peek out from Vexite, but he drops empty-handed. Ince's utility keeps the pressure up. It's going to send these low-health players scrambling into Liaz, who hits a zinger of a headshot, repositions underneath the balcony,
Of course
and
it
opens
was,
the door
Mano.
for the in-game leader to just get into a comfort zone. And Elige, no teammates left over. The utility, I think this time, kind of the best thing about the defense, really pelted them on both sides of brackets.
Elige,
Yeah, I even felt
do
bad
some
for
magical
Vexite, like
shit
you
right
said,
here.
Really well timed, but awkward as one player was
Come
leaving
on.
the smoke and another
Give me
was
the
just coming
goods.
back out.
We haven't had a
You
clutch
got
yet
this?
in
Oh,
this map.
shit. Look
Elige
out!
going to be looking to change that here in the 16th.
He's upping arch. Wait, he's good.
He's
Keep
got a smoke to
going.
smoke off Liaz.
No, it's
Once
fine.
he
It's fine.
gets
Keep going.
line of sight on it. Then it's all about just isolating the duel versus Ince. But he could also
Oh, yeah?
decide not to throw it, not to announce himself, get a kill
Got
first,
spotted
and then
already.
use it to cross over. Ooh, he gets it, turns, and
Aw.
a single round would have dropped Liaz out of this one. Then the plant is his, and a smoke on Moto to block off the rotate. Ooh, what could have been? Instead, FlyQuest 6.
Yeah, fortunately, Liaz came to check that sliver in Big Pit, I think, spotted him.
I thought for sure he might be able to do it. If he got that
So,
first kill
as
cleaner,
mentioned,
Elige is
and
so good,
as Maui
and
talked
I'll
about
glaze
as
him
well,
so
it's like
much, he gets that
Inz
kill in
brought
pit.
up making the individuals
But,
show up at the same
I say
time
he's
today
so
to be able
good,
to
but that
win.
first one
But Maui
wasn't
said if
too
that
bad.
happens, well, they'll still be behind FaZe. So it really, you want to hear more about the game plan, and I think that's where utility comes in.
And it is the problem. The problem is Brokey can't hit fucking
Speaking
off
of
shots,
which-
buddy. Calm down.
More nade damage for FaZe to have to stomach.
He's looking better this game, though.
Trying to isolate Vexite, trying to soften him up. A lot of utility being burned here by FaZe on the approach. Vexite steps up to the plate with a double. Nicely done.
Oh.
We
Look
also
how
get
far
this
they are.
arch fight. Opper
What a
right
fucking
in. Perfect
shot.
out of Regali, and the
What the
disengage is
f- he's
clean.
cheating, man.
We've got Rain, of course, to try to join up with Brokey on the B site. Nedic's got to be on high alert, and he wins the
Hear me
duel.
out. What if
Ready
FaZe
for
get
Rain's
Regali?
approach. Brokey cautious about somebody in sight. It's the CT hold instead. And perfectly timed here out of FlyQuest. So they're cutting down this lead on the defense. They've won majority rounds since the second half started. They've just effectively
What if
reset
FaZe
the
loses
economy of
BO3?
FaZe.
They might.
And that's going to leave them just 3 rounds behind.
FlyQuest has got the
with an
pistol
eco to help
converted.
catch up as
Got
well.
some good econ now.
So not too shabby already here for FlyQuest on Inferno. The spray was awesome. And then Nedic being very
Brokey
aware
slammed
of
it.
the
Listen,
potential
man.
threat. Also, Regali
I want him to
coming
do
in
well.
a little
Brokey has
late, but
real
hitting
aura
him
when
hard
he's
flick as
playing
well.
good CS. He's so fun to watch.
Oh, but he's going to be
He's
key.
been absolutely bunned, Skirpy.
Much needed dual win from Nedic, because if not, we see
Brokey's
that
been
position
so
from
rough
Inz on
lately, he
CT
makes me
cross,
think that I
fully
might be able to
exposed
off
the
these
CT
days.
spawn threat if it's Rain and not his teammate. Things certainly could have unraveled. We are tied 1-1 at the moment in terms of lesser by round wins. Both happened early in the game. Less mistakes have been made as time went on. Let's see if that changes here in the 18th. You got all of FaZe Clan ready to hit this A site, but basically all of FlyQuest ready to defend it.
He's been bad form, but come on.
numbers game
Sometimes the
looks good,
truth hurts.
And process of engagement there's perfect.
Buns is a
Drawn
compliment. This man's has been
Knock him
cheeks.
down.
T-side was a bad problem.
Explain
on
to
that
me every
Dust
time
2
I
versus
shame
Falcons,
YouTube
the
chat
first
for
match
not
of
liking the
yesterday.
stream and subscribing to the channel. They always
Don't
do
think
it.
they
So
got a
they
single
really
round
do
besides
just.
maybe
They're
the
like
pistol.
prime forgetters in Twitch chat. It's like the same energy.
That would be a weird story if they somehow
They're all
got their
down,
CT together,
but they
their
all
T-side
just
starts
forget
to fall
everything
off.
all the time.
This one gets completely iced out. No openings, no chances, no hopes.
Wow, it says round loser on the big screen. That's just extra harsh, I feel like. You'd just say
Loser.
round lost.
Luckily, it's behind you.
Oh,
so you
yeah.
don't have to read it.
Right.
If I gave you 3 benches to
Then you
place
could
on
just
this map,
say,
where would you place
like,
them?
these guys are losers
I'd
with, like, finger down
place
emojis
all 3 of them
pointing
at the
at
bottom of banana, so you just can't go there, and then
go all the
hopefully
way.
they delete the fucking map.
What a joke, laughing, crying emoji behind them. This one
But
feels important.
everybody knows what they would do if I did that. They would simply just widen banana to balance out the map.
Oh, like wishes he would have won
Fuck.
that.
Yeah, absolutely pelted by nades. Still able to keep himself alive. They know damn well that he's in there.
Oh, he doesn't find that?
How did he not take any
How did Kerrigan
damage?
survive this?
What in the fucking aura
And
was
what does
that?
that mean now? That's a golden chance.
Moto Smoke soon to fade here. FlyQuest sitting
What
on
in the
his 2
fucking
A
plot armor?
defenders.
Guys, is
A very
FlyQuest about to
cautious
beat
rotate
FaZe, by the way?
because they don't know about Archside. And that means no vision really for anybody to kind of poke and prod. Not to mention, they could be grouping up inside of Banana right now. That's going to cause the FlyQuest rotation back. Good call from Kerrigan, I think, to just pause this.
I think they're also a little bit suspicious of the fact there's no searching being done here inside of middle. They wait this out. They're expecting a FlyQuest to re-expand. And FlyQuest are the ones who are doubting themselves now in this moment.
They do
Falcons
get back onto
Spirit
site.
starts
Yeah,
whenever
that's
this
a key spot.
BO3
Good angle
ends.
for
We got a
Regalia,
bit,
right?
boys.
He was stuck over towards the porch instead, but first shot's clean. Liaz has kept his head down long enough. Now just keeps it really tucked. Rotator dropped down to 40. Liaz allowing them to get ever closer on Regali, but it's all about when he comes swinging at this pack, and he tries to test them. 20 seconds. Time's against it.
Oh, no
Regali
one's
still
peeking.
just stranded. FaZe Clan finally try to pull the trigger. Brokey can't clear sight immediately, but they do indeed get there. Liaz still up. 8 on the clock. Brokey fakes it, and the challenge out from Library ends
This
this.
looks
FaZe
so
looked like
bad.
they were stalled.
Yeah, they were. It was really messy. I mean, I
This
actually
looks
think that it was
so
FlyQuest too. It
bad.
felt like they needed to peak at some time. Obviously, it still worked out fine for them, but FaZe looked a little confused as that didn't happen. So here's a messy start. I'm quite happy for FlyQuest because it felt like they had a good move to take out Kerrigan. They even let him go after that, which seemed impossible. And then Regali's the perfect spot to hit a shot. They have enough players here to put up the defense. But Liaz is just patient enough, obviously.
Oh,
He
man.
knows that they have to cross
This
to
is
kill
not
Regali. He
looking
makes sure
good,
Regali's
dude.
defended even though he misses. And that felt like an important round. We'll see if that's going to be the
Editor,
case.
cut back to where
FaZe
Beth
have
said
a
if they
half-bite to
lose
work
here
with
that they
here
need to make a
defend
change
against
before
this
the
game
major.
getting tied
But there's
up.
no way they lose here.
There was a burst of damage out of Brokey there.
Guys, it might be cooked.
Into Regali on that corner that I was shocked he didn't die within. You know, it's one of those moments where I think you kind of turn around when you think you've done enough.
This would be beyond a disaster for FaZe to lose a 9-3 lead at the end of the first half. After allowing Inferno to come in.
Who's calling mid-round for FaZe?
Unexpected T-side
I would assume Kerrigan.
so far.
Kerrigan
Just
saw
feels like this
Jalen,
team
so I'd be a little
is plugging
surprised if
one
it wasn't
hole-
him.
one hole and
Could have
finding
been
a
somebody
new
else in
leech.
that round, but
Just an old rickety ship. It hasn't sunk. Not outside of the top 10.
who could replace Kerrigan at the moment?
Constantly
Flom?
work in
True.
progress. Where's that Elige X factor on entries? Maybe that's something they'll be able to get activated here in these final 4 rounds of the map.
Yeah, you could give him a little freedom as well on T side, especially on Banana. I mean, back in the Liquid days, he
That's what
would
I was
be
thinking.
running up your, you know, like Nico, but at 1.5x speed, sort of taking duels by himself.
Here it is.
Tyler, it just depends.
It's a round
That's
for
why,
Elige to shine, and
like, a
all
lot
he's
of
got to
players
do
that
is
are
deal with
up
Netic.
Yeah, he's
in
alone.
front are a lot of secondary
Solo
gels because they
defender
have the
drops
info.
Incendiary. Of course, rotate not too far off. They can set up some flashes for Netic.
Uh-oh.
He's trying to drop
That's gonna
util. He burns down to half. It's frozen.
Well, yeah, I'm not
dead.
happy anymore.
Frozen
They're not
goes for
taking
the
care of
entry.
business anymore, Kaz. It
T9
looks
that
like
eventually get into the go of things, and it's Elige to the kill feed for FaZe. 20 on the clock. This smoke's still up.
they
Doesn't
might
look
go
like
to
the flank
Lige
is uninterrupted.
entering in
Desperate
for them.
little spray. X8 finds a headshot. Man advantage off that one. And so FaZe may have put the bomb down, put an M4 into the hands of Elige, but at the cost of half his health and 0 banana control. But the reality is FlyQuest don't have that for the retake.
We've got no retake utility at all.
Banking on the hold with the solo defender. Ince catches contact up close. There's the swing. M4, it's doing damage, but it's not finding frags. Elise finally gets one. Regali with the double. Clears off the bomb site. 5-second stick. Down to the last second. There's the peak. Oh, point one.
Oh.
Point one on that defuse.
Oh my god, I thought he got the defuse.
My goodness.
The A4
As
spray.
close as
The
it
A4
possibly
spray
could be,
caught
but
him.
Brokey kept that
He
5
almost
seconds
missed
in
it.
mind. Last
He
chance to grab it.
almost-
Regali shakes
oh
his head.
my-
I
but-
feel like not because he didn't pull out the clutch, but his teammates here coming in, they get nothing.
Eight-tenths of a second.
What the fuck? What was that from Brokey, dude? Yo, Flom, yo!
Not the one you wanted to win. That last round was important because it got them the half buy, which was supposed to leapfrog them into the lead. And now it's a 2-round gap in favor of FaZe. It was a position I think FlyQuest brought on themselves a little bit by having one person solo defending B without car control versus a half buy. Why did they have the 4-man rotation? There was no fake on A. And even though the support came in, you know, Nedic was back on quad with no smoke
Break
for
their
himself.
money here and just tap it in here, FaZe. Just tap it in.
Smart of FaZe to have the molly land there on a low util round, but they'll be kicking themselves for that.
What's up, Talika? How you doing, man?
Middle of a spray. You know, it's one thing when like an eighth, that little amount of time.
On the hair long? Yeah.
On a defuse is one thing, because you're just
With a
holding
little
the button,
extra
but when it
scuff.
comes down to just a multi
Showering after the
spray,
series.
and then it
Fucking
hits.
scuff.
God, that's gotta feel just disturbing for FlyQuest. Tie game otherwise. You lose to the Techs. You try to stop this bracket play here, but it looks like FaZe want to set a slightly different pace, opening the smoke a second time. Elige ends up killing the
nice. Yeah, hold that, Regali.
Put his entries in question,
Ball the
but he
Eagle
offers
Peak,
one up.
motherfucker. Sorry. I get like this. FlyQuest fans, it's not personal.
Nedic again on this
They
solo.
said you had 8 hours of
defense.
sleep. Interesting. What? What's so interesting about that, dude?
A little awkward here because no pit.
You know where my sleep data is
no
probably
crossfire
at?
for pit.
Thank God sleep debt doesn't collect interest. I'd be actually fucked.
And he could move in here, but now they're losing arch vision as well. They are flying blind.
They got to run a risk, but they're right about it. No arch wrap at all, and that's a big pickup, but a huge wall bang
So about
response
that?
here
Oh,
from Elige.
fuck.
Multiple bodies swing in. He's
Wait.
going massive. Triple
Guys,
kill
sleep debt
for
collects
John.
interest?
Like
Fuck
how that
me.
setup distilled, but they were obviously nervous about the right thing in general, which was lane.
And facing with a 4v5.
Yeah, and I mean, that wall bang looks ridiculous.
Oh, dude, I'm in
but
hella
honestly,
debt,
it's
dude.
very
I'm
common
like,
now. It's,
if sleep
much
debt
easier
collects
to hit
interest,
that
I'm
than
like
it used to
using
be.
credit cards to pay off other credit cards type beat.
Especially with Elige on the other side, of course.
And so there it is, the difference maker as this game just got close. Eight hundredths of a second in the last round with the lesser buy into a triple kill from Elige. From barely in it to just owning here in the 21st, that's 3 map points secured. And they kept opening that
It's
smoke
on
with
my
fragments, so that makes
lifespan?
total
I'm
sense
going
that
back
Elige
to
just
bed.
tests it. Regali, or excuse me, Vexite gives away his position. Elige really somebody who's never shy to test an opening if he sees it.
Can
if
you
he
declare
feels it.
bankruptcy early?
So he has a round to stamp his name across. And it secures the Messiah of Relief. Triple MP9 FlyQuest here in the 22nd. They let Regali go for first contact down mid. No
Fuck, man.
immediate round
No
in the
joke,
back
I do
corner.
be trying to sleep a lot, but
Means a quick reposition on his behalf. A Welsh Times crossover. Vexite, okay, gets away with it. Brokey just eating flashbangs the whole damn time. Good util support. They open it up, though. They opened
it up and got Vexite killed when he was running back.
Kind of lucky that Elige goes down at the same time. That's still a bit of respite for FlyQuest. Spam isn't that far off the mark either. Brokey could get away with a robbery. Kerrigan also holding the smoke.
Man, this is a crazy move here. FlyQuest actually double push.
Guys, please don't
so
short
they
my
expect
stock
a
on
crossfire. Probably not, but can they still handle it? That's the other question.
Medic versus Kerrigan. He's going to burn him out. Going to try to spam him down, but he's able to just jump into the opposite corner. 100 health on the 2 remaining FaZe Clan members.
With that smoke fresh, I think Netic knows they're going to probably try to go towards A, but Liaz moves up ahead.
Yeah, good move from Liaz. We'll see if Kerrigan's cautious about it. Rain just left here, so odds are he's
Yeah, but like, dude, I can't even sleep 8 hours if I try.
Magali's able to lock
I'm
in.
like 7 hours.
FaZe's teammate, now we've
I'm
got him on the
feeling good.
line, and a well-timed shot on smoke. Reads it like
he's
a book.
cheating, man.
Because you know Liaz starts sweating bullets.
Yeah, shot a little bit early with his MP9, even though he put himself in a good spot.
If I get
So it
7
becomes a
hours, am I in
two-round
sleep
game.
debt?
A little bit messy, but I like
Asking
that
for a
FlyQuest
friend.
go. You know, they go aggressive out Banana, then they go aggressive again with the double layered push. And even though the first guy goes down, they still retain control of it. Netic has a smoke to refresh it. It's got good information, low on timer, FaZe late into this.
In the end, too, they opened that smoke, but FlyQuest player was waiting for it to be open to take a fight. Thought he got a kill while the guy was running away. It was all part of the plan. Vexite, okay.
How much caffeine you think you drink a
That's
day?
what
Oh, I
FaZe
know.
Clan
300
sent
milligrams.
down mid versus
Never after
FlyQuest
3
at the
p.m.
end of their CT side.
Yeah, hold on.
A taste of their own medicine in the 23rd. 5v2. Blink and you missed it.
MP9s are very fair and balanced, and we're definitely going to go to overtime now. I think if they simply just nerf the crouching accuracy on the MP9, that should balance it. They should nerf the crouching accuracy slightly more and widen Banana a little bit more.
But that seems pretty far-fetched to believe
That
they'll be
way,
able to get away
then
with
the
it.
game will be fixed.
Banana control at a minimum. I think they have to just go back.
Actually,
and
though,
fight
dying there in
something, I
hold has
feel
got to
like,
be one of the
because
worst feelings on
I know they're gonna
Inferno.
be camped out from every
Luckily, I
position
don't
now.
ever have to experience that because I don't play this fucking map.
If
Maybe
they
I
die after
changed
time,
that, dude.
actually would be such a tragedy.
Maybe we become a bunch of Inferno merchants, dude.
We might end up getting the full last-second attack from FlyQuest. But to be honest, they can't over-invest in chasing this down. They need to have money for next round as well. Oh, this is actually a very interesting spot.
Trying to get the back end to activate. And it does, but gets away better off than not. Frozen down to 38.
There's so much that actually rests on this for next round. You rarely see a position like this.
Gonna try to test it again. Now both tagged up, so it's easy hold as far as Liaz is
You got a
concerned,
mobile ad
but
for
they'll let Brokey
that was
get a little
promoted by
further
Jimmy
away.
Fallon. He fell
Look
off
at his
hard.
whole team come
Oh,
hunting.
dude, mobile
They know damn
ads
well what
like
they want
that.
from it.
You didn't fall off. You made it. You think Nike
One of
pays
the
you
best
well?
possible outcomes for FaZe, even saving one gun and actually taking a player at the same time.
Dude, the Clash of Clans
Looks like
deal,
Brokey
dude,
will
you're
stay alive
basically
in the
fucking
end.
set for life.
A one-gun guarantee. Everybody else will still be able to afford something. And they get crushed by this MP9 spray transfer. Only man is EM practicing this gun.
I think
Flip,
that's a great
thank you very much for the
camera angle
4-month
as well
primer.
for
Thank
Replay,
you,
just
thank you,
to see
thank
the
you.
timing that Vexite just barely gets past with.
Yeah, so this is no longer fun and games. FaZe from a 9-3 to getting threatened
Yoroko,
into
thanks for the
overtime
2-month
here for
primer. Thank you,
FlyQuest.
thank you, thank you.
Remarkable comeback.
Nah. No Raid Shadow. No mobile. Dude, I quite
Can they
literally
seal the
always
deal?
have a pending mobile fucking sponsorship pending, but of any kind. That's just ass.
It's not an impossible buy to win with here for FaZe Clan, as you see
It's
now.
crazy,
Tech
bro.
Nine's
They
max
just
10.
literally
The
sit
last
there
couple
like,
calls
it's
from
like, all right,
FlyQuest
whatever
have
you
been
wanted, bro.
out
You
of a
can
lot
just
of
get the
confidence,
bag.
right?
It's
They
like,
haven't
okay.
just gotten to a good spot and sit and waited. They took banana control. Had
Watch
that
this
double
strat.
layer
They win
push
this round.
last
Yeah, you
round.
think
They
so,
had the
Pony?
MP9
Pony.
go into ult.
What was the answer, by the way?
Feels like that confidence has been slowly built up, and now that they're afforded it, they wield it well. Oh, okay. And you've got Elige dead. Of all the FlyQuest players, it's been the most quiet. But FaZe will be feeling that first blood. Elige
I don't like you, Pone.
to the wayside. 4v5. All that's left of this regulation. There's a chance they swarm this A site. Already bomb up in the apartments alongside Rain, ready to go. Mac 10 at the helm of the arch wrap.
Check Steam after game.
Regali on
Sir,
the other
yes,
side
sir.
of this smoke. Another smoke put down by Kerrigan. He's trying to test
nice.
it with just the util pressure.
Look out! Yes,
Kerrigan,
your best fucking
weapon! Comes out of FaZe.
God.
Pushed to
If
the
Kerrigan
very
Mac
limits
10
of
only,
regulation, and yet
FaZe
they
might be the
punctured
best team in
through
the
that
world.
defense with lesser guns.
It has to be the retake. They're going to try it. Extremely unlikely position, but they've got util. It's still early. As the players just dip out of vision.
There's a smoke here on Nedic, but it's gun in hand. He's got to try to approach. You've got a layered defense in the corner. You've got Rain just letting them approach. You've got a Mac 10 now on short side to confirm it. And
That's what I'm talking about, baby. Kerrigan Mac 10, dude.
With their food. Would have loved to close this in convincing fashion, but
Not
no
even close.
OT needed. And poor FlyQuest, as they'll be beating
I checked
themselves
Steam.
up if
He didn't have a
only they
message
had
for me. That's fucked
converted
up.
first pistol.
It's fucked up, dude.
An absolute nail biter. 9-3, half into a near overtime one with a broken bye. Now, if that's not FaZe Counter-Strike, I don't know what is.
FaZe
Fat
Counter-Strike
Thor,
would be
man.
losing at the end of that game, I think. But at this
That's only
point, maybe
recently.
this year.
That's only recently.
I was running laundries in person. Vibes.
FaZe Counter-Strike, I mean, this year.
I've only met
would be
Scrawny
losing.
a
Last
couple
year would be
times, like
winning.
at events.
FaZe Counter-Strike is Brokey, 22 kills.
It
But,
says beneath Brokey's name.
I've had dinner with
Op,
laundries
But Brokey
with
was
Maui.
their best rifler this map for sure.
time.
Like the hero AK at the last round, some of the
vibes.
defenses he had with the M4 in the first half.
They
this
are
was
exactly as you
good
would expect them
statement
to
for
be.
him to show that he could put it down against a team that he should
Or at
be
least
putting
what I
it down
expected
against.
And where was
I guess.
Elige? I can't even see him at the bottom of that scoreboard. 66 ADR. Save Brokey. Save Brokey.
First time that's been uttered by Vu this year, actually. First time.
Oh, well, it's how quickly these script changes. But, I mean, look, it was
Hold on, let me
phenomenal,
see
right?
what
We've been
Pony
giving
said
him a
to
lot
me,
of
chat.
grief,
Hold
but
on.
coming onto the rifle, finding his form a little bit. It's kind of the Zywoo special.
I mean,
No,
I
he's
said,
not
I said
giving-
that it's
no,
a difficult
Pony is not.
task
You could've
for
just asked me
Neo
that
to
in
try to
Twitch
fix
chat.
Brokey on the AWP. He did get some op kills on that CT side, but I think that the big fix for him was just that he really was great on the rifles. Like the pit defense that he had, the clutch that he had with this A4, the fact that he had a hero AK on the last round. Like, I love his reaction, by the way. Like he knows he's not streaming, right? Like he knows he's in a live game. He doesn't have to go emote mode.
Isn't life just a stream with the world
Emote
as
mode.
His reaction as he's
Holy
mid-spray
shit.
is he's mid-spray and he can barely hold it. He's, I'm missing this. I'm missing this. And that would be Brokey special this year. Brokey special is have a good game, top fragging, miss on someone, defusing, and lose. So at least he actually managed to get it this time. FaZe managed to close it out. I respect that.
I love that. I really do.
Look, you can throw all the qualifiers you want. Oh, it's against FlyQuest. This felt like watching FaZe last year. This felt like watching what we expect from FaZe. This is that magic moment where you just have that 5%. You have that clutch. You have something that gives you the energy that gets the blood pumping.
It felt like FaZe last year because they won with two kind of broken buys. Yeah,
Yes.
you know.
True.
Actually, was it three?
That's FaZe always, though.
That T side was just like the amount of gun rounds they won. At max one, I think. like that was surely off of what, second round by the Tech9 rush into B, the final round of the map. Like those were 3 rounds where they just did not have full utility, full weaponry. But yeah, that is FaZe Clan, I suppose.
The problem is you want FaZe to look like this and narrowly pull out a victory against a Vitality, a Mouse, maybe even a Navi. I'd take that. FlyQuest, no disrespect, but this is a team FaZe should destroy.
Yes. Fair enough.
You can't even
fair enough. But let's talk about FlyQuest. Let's say some nice things about them because it was a tough start. We were thinking, oh no, they've won both pistols. They're going to get blown out here. And then suddenly, that second half, things are starting to gel.
CT side, I don't even necessarily always think. I mean, they did have some moments of aggression that were nice. Vexite sending it down mid with the MP9 was one. But for the most part, it was really good in terms of just the gambles that FlyQuest called generally were right. They had Nedic on that D-bomb side by his lonesome oftentimes. And even when he was tasked with defending it by himself, he usually was able to at least get one, slow them down. And then the A defenders just kind of had good crossfires. I don't think FaZe were able to do on gun rounds much in terms of penetration there.
Yeah, I think they generally
Plus,
did
if
a
you hear
really good job
FlyQuest
on
interviews,
Banana
they're kind of
specifically. I like
say
that
way
they-
worse about
FaZe
themselves.
were a lot of the times kind of gambling, like, we're going to get a kill on Banana, you're going to do this rotate off of Arch, and we're going to walk up, and then FlyQuest hold Banana, FaZe are walking into nothing, they just die.
Yeah.
FlyQuest looked amazing on CT side, but I have to harken back to the T side again. That's their T side. They got 9-3.
No, before we get there, I'm going to make you say one more nice thing. We're going to talk about Regali a little bit. We'll keep it on the nice things for the Aussies, then they can mute stream and walk away.
No, Regali had one of the sickest shots in this one. The flash that came from was it Coffins at one point where he flicks and kills the guy while pretty much getting blinded there. He had some great moments. Like this one right here, that one where he gets flash and just immediately takes out Brokey as he's uncrouching. That's ridiculous. That kind of muscle memory right there. That's why they brought this guy in. He single-handedly won a round for them. He was mobile with the op. He was able to find a
you
bit
fucking
of
better
impact
remember
there.
that.
He's just a more reliable figure. And I know like Alistair's no longer on the team anymore, but you know, it was the biggest change for them in terms of an upgrade for me. And for Regali to just do this well against FaZe, sure the ADR doesn't look crazy, but 17-15, that's what you want your opera to be accomplishing.
Yeah. I don't care about the ADR.
Yeah.
When he has the op in hand, he needs to lock down the angle, hit his shots, not make any misses, Brokey, and
Jumpers.
do what he needs to do. He did exactly that.
I think it does, doesn't it?
Okay, but
They
you
really not
fulfilled your
update
homework
the site? Let's
assignment. I
see.
made you say nice things. Now you can go back to what you wanted to say.
Oh yeah, they did
Yeah, I mean,
scuff
just
it
their
actually.
T-side.
You're right.
I don't know what to say about it. It's broken.
Somebody over there sleeping right now.
9-3 after winning pistol. That's just not acceptable.
Damn, bro,
Even you were
3,700
playing a great
viewers.
Team, you're playing FaZe. You need to pick
Look
up
at us
another
go,
gun
dude.
round somewhere.
And we have round
Almost
5 that we
5K
can
with
look
YouTube
at,
total. Let's go.
where they were rapping with 3 players on the arch side, and what was looking like a great hit towards this bomb site. They took a lot of space. Yeah, they took some nade damage here, but this doesn't go as badly for FlyQuest as you would think it does. Brokey does get a multi-kill from in the pit, but 2-on-2, you have the A bomb site, but look at where the bomb is. The bomb was actually dropped on the arch side. They have a bad smoke around it, and then they end up kind of losing out in a way that they just never should have lost out on. I get getting the bomb to the bigger pack of players, because you think that they're going to be the ones that actually make it in, but even if it's on the solo guy on porch there, then it's dropped in a position where you get the bomb, you retrieve it, and you're able to just then take the bomb site really easily. Having to backtrack, double back to the moto side, like those little errors there for FlyQuest, it's tough. And maybe it's a little bit of hindsight, but that's like kind of how those little micro things can really come to hurt them.
Yeah, I think the key on that one is that when they're going for the bomb, there's 16 seconds left on the clock. They don't have all round where they can, fake back like they're going B, like going around CT spawn, gonna grab it. They have 10 seconds to get the bomb. They need to rush for it. They get killed. They have no chance,
And they were coming into a fierce pack of riflers, right? That FaZe trio is looking good. We've talked about Brokey, Frozen, and Rain also looking fantastic. You heard Launders praising Rain for his play in halls on the cast. He was looking damn good on this map.
Rain has been I feel like the way that Kerrigan has characterized Rain in the past, I mean, he talked to Thorin about this, where it's just like, Rain, as soon as he won the major MVP, was the same guy the next day. And I feel like that's both good and bad for FaZe Clan, because you got a guy that's making the same kind of moves that he's been making for 8 years of his career. It really is an example of you can't teach an old dog new tricks very often. Like, it really feels like he's just, but now that he's trying to anchor some new positions, there is a bit of a warming up and I think he's getting a bit more used to it. I feel like he's figuring out some of these positions, so maybe you can teach an old dog.
Yeah, I mean, look, when the dog has a blue ribbon from Westminster, do you really need to teach him new tricks?
True. He already knows enough, doesn't he?
He needed to learn a few things. He needed to learn a
fuck
few
is
things.
going
I mean,
on?
there was questions about if Rain could do it. I mean, we look at the first month or two with him on these swapped roles. There was questions: is he too old? Is he too bad? No. No, he's not. I didn't say it. I'm saying people said it. I didn't say it.
People are saying, not me, but people out there are saying. Who are these people? Are they in the room with us right now? Are they in the room with us right now?
People said replace Rain with Vu. They didn't do it.
I don't think I know those people. I am not familiar with these
They're
particular
having way
players.
too much fun on the desk
Your
right now.
mom's saying these things. It's crazy. Nobody's saying these things. That's actually who ghostwrites Vu's tweets, it turns out. We're gonna move off of this. Let's talk about Frozen. Let's ice us down. We need to cool down a little bit. Let's get Frozen.
Frozen is the one guy you can't criticize on FaZe. I think you can find reasons to criticize basically everyone else on the team. Even Rain at times, he's yet to find pure consistency. But Frozen, my boy Frozy, you can't criticize
my
him.
boy
He's
Frozy.
uncriticizable.
He knows him like that.
He's the real
a little
Iceman
bit.
of this team. People talk about how cool Rain is, but in reality, Frozen takes it to another notch. Like both of them representing H2O in Rain and Frozen, but somehow, Frozen keeps it cooler. He really is so stable in positions where he's supposed to trade. It's great now that he has a wealth of players who will run in first before him in Kerrigan, in Elige, and Rain, but he just delivers. He's got the goods every single time. In my eye, I think some people labeled him as a baiter in the past, but
Mally
to
and
me,
Vu are
it was
definitely the
more
two
just
kids that
the
weren't allowed to sit
system
next to
has
each other
guys that want to
in
go
class
in
for
before
sure.
him. And if you got a guy that's this consistent at trading and closing down rounds,
Like nobody
then
had
why
assigned
should he
seating
run in
except for
first?
them, and they
I
were
think
on
anyone
opposite
calling
ends.
Frozen a baiter is the type of people that are playing matchmaking, and anyone that gets a trade kill is a baiter. Frozen just plays the game well. He just plays the game right. He takes good, advantageous engagements, very Rops-esque. He just doesn't give away his life for free, which is what you want.
Well, this has been a beautifully constructed straw man for you guys to argue against, but we're going to take it into the final round here before we get ready for the next map, because this was the most quintessentially phase round. It's looking like it's coming apart. It's looking like OT, and then boom, what do you come in with Tech 9s, salvage guns, a hero rifle? What happens?
I gotta say, that smoke that Kerrigan threw in the arch smoke, throwing a smoke towards library, and then in the nade, can we roll back the beginning of this again? Like, the way that Kerrigan took space at the beginning of this was kind of absurd, and it felt like it was on the fly. I don't know if that's a pocket play where he was just like on the arch side, in the arch smoke, throws a library smoke, and then just kind of dances with Regali, who's in the library. Like, that's kind of the ridiculous nature. And when we talk about phase and what makes them work, it's the chaos. So yeah, watch this one back. They smoke off arch right there, and I feel like that's a missed smoke, but then he just throws his own smoke. There's a break on it with Regali's nade, but Kerrigan's already pre-firing it before the nade even breaks. Like, there were bullets firing in Regali's face as his own shrapnel is
Man, thanks for
blowing
the
up
6
there.
month prime.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's what
Medic
you have
featured
Kerrigan
goat.
for. That's why
He's impressed
the
me, dude.
GOAT,
He's
because of
snappy,
rounds
man.
like that.
It's fun to watch.
He's the GOAT. People are saying, people have told me.
We're
he's
going to
the
have to
GOAT.
table that conversation for a different conversation. Vu has to find more
Vu's
people
just
who are
become
saying something that he agrees with.
schizophrenic.
For now, it's a time for us to say, time to take a quick break. When we come back,
Vu has gotten
it's
full
on the
schizo
nuke.
on the desk. Yeah, Vitality now is already played. He's lost in the sauce, man. Chat, I'm running an ad. I'll be right back 1 second.
Analyst Desk lightning round time. Vu, what are the people saying?
The people are saying that this is scary because FlyQuest played Spirit a couple of days ago and they got 9 rounds on Nuke. Starting CT side, they had a 6-6 half. Ince 4-4 against Donk in the head-to-head. He was actually carrying towards Outer. This is a map that FlyQuest, FaZe are picking it, but FlyQuest not bad on it by any means, and that Inferno game worries me.
Did you see those numbers? Did you see those win rate numbers?
I saw them play well against FaZe. The people are saying they played well against Spirit, and then they almost beat FaZe on Inferno. That's what the people are saying.
Do we agree with the people, Maui?
The people are always right, Mike.
The people are always right. I got 2 people, and I know that these people are always right. They're always correct. They would never lie to me. Scrawny and Launders, what are the people saying?
Ooh, Darf, don't trust us too much. That would be a bit of a fool's folly, Mohan.
I think you should. But I'm not going to tell you the truth. So I liked what we saw from FlyQuest.
Okay.
I think FaZe allowed like a massive comeback in a situation where they were massively in favor. I think there were definitely some worrying moments right there. So I'm going to lie and tell you FlyQuest will win this map.
Whoa. I like the game plan. We talked about game plan and strategy, and that, you know, we sort of wanted to see FlyQuest bring that to the table. Some active utility usage held them back at certain rounds. Ultimately, I want to see FlyQuest make less mistakes, though. Okay, I counted it up. 2 rounds with lesser buys that ultimately make a big difference in that last map. And when you go up against a FaZe clan as a team who has not been able to beat top 10 opposition versus the very bottom of top 10 at the moment, you gotta stop those mistakes.
It was unfortunately a bit like final seconds on Ancient.
Yeah. Perfectly timed.
FaZe
Larvin
made some
thanks for the
mistakes.
63.
And that's what FlyQuest did. That game was kind of in their grasp. I mean, at least overtime. That's for damn sure.
Here we go.
But
Wait, did we not get a Gamba? God damn it, dude. These
FaZe
mods, bro.
will wipe the sweat from their brow. They've survived
What
it.
happened to them?
They
What
allowed
happened to
Inferno
us?
come through. They survived the test. And now it's just about playing better on a map they're more comfortable on.
Oh, the Gamba was there. What happened to chat, man? They fell off. What happened to us?
Right, very clean start. Double Beretta engagement on that lobby approach. See you later phase. Mind you, they do get 3 players across onto Secret. So it's Netic up next.
Oh, vast overreaction. Obviously, it's easier to rotate back up for them with Liaz on the ramp. But wise move from FaZe. And an even better one, actually, is they pass by Mini. Now they threaten the reverse ramp take as well as getting up into heaven, where they know that FlyQuest have almost certainly left. I think FlyQuest are actually living with a tiny bit of regret. 1 kill would make this very scary for them. They've got someone trapped inside of Secret, but they don't see Bomb. Brokey's still testing them. And since Vexite has come back to check this, okay, gets the kill.
Still get out heaven, though. Dropping into the backside. Bomb's a little delayed. Still stuck up top. It can be thrown down. Kerrigan's going to scoop it. A little bit of money looks likely. Vexite just running to stop it. But it's planted. So all things considered, it's a solid recovery with the plant. Rain in a nigh impossible 1v5. Although, still a small chance. A percentage point we'll give him.
Come on, lots of headshots right here, Rain.
Swing. And he's going to let him have it. Vexite, 10-second defuse comes out. And that is FlyQuest with another pistol round win. Now don't you dare lose to the force buy.
Imagine if a nade sailed up there. Yeah. They could lose to the force buy, though, because the plant came through. That's already quite a good victory. FaZe found an excellent gap here
There's a
going
Clips
into Secret
leaderboard? What
They
the
pulled
fuck
4
is this?
rotations instantly. Then they came back up and didn't immediately
What up,
just
Jez?
go into
I just
mini.
got an
They went
alert for it. What
which
the
would
fuck?
be the weakest part of the map, considering it was
Clips
the ramp
leaderboard.
rotations and someone coming out of heaven.
Lucifina has the new top clip
So
with 29 views. What's
they
the clip name?
definitely,
Brokey
made
Keck.
do with a very tough spot.
Fuck. That's
and
toxic.
we're rewarded with a plant. Can't be too mad about that.
But holding on to the gold coins for the following round. We get a few deagles here, so looking for damage more than a round.
Same
win,
crosshair
per
because
se.
it's just easier to see. Player crosshairs are cool and all, but trying to see like a size 0.5 crosshair that's on 4:3 and 16:9 on your TV is not
Brokey
always
was looking for the
enjoyable.
exact shot that Rain ends up nailing. That's Regali down for the count. And I feel like just enough caution by FlyQuest. Rain gets down to Secret.
They actually got that plant. They didn't overinvest. They just
Yeah,
got
player
only
crosshairs
deals,
and
and they
replays is great.
still have made it a 5v3.
This is looking like a phase moment.
That goes to
It's-
worse. Deagle
oh
headshot
my
out from
god!
Rain, the
Come
only
on.
guy that brought Kevlar to the table.
Come on.
No way. I mean, this is supposed to be an easy scoop up from FlyQuest, but then they looked
Come
timid
on,
after that
Declan.
one kill. They allowed players to get downstairs. But the thing was, Rain made contact with the main player, so you'd really think that the next guy lower would have
In
been
your
on high
opinion, is a
alert for Rain to
third-party
come
crosshair
at it.
cheating?
This could be
What,
worse. They
like
could
for
have
like
picked up
no
guns in this
scopes?
spot. They only got
I
this
mean,
MP9 upgrade.
I don't give a fuck,
For
bro.
Rain, but yeah, FlyQuest, they just have
They're
to take this
inaccurate
on the
anyway.
chin.
Like I don't
That's
even want a crosshair for that
crazy.
kind of shit. It's like feeling.
Oh, me oh my. Can't be letting rounds like that slip through your hands.
That's crazy because again, the
Good
plant
players
came through.
can
You'd
turn off the
expect full force
crosshair,
to
and
come in
don't
for
get me
FaZe.
wrong, a
They just do
crosshair
this
is
with
better
just
to have,
Deagles.
but like no crosshair is
That's
still
why I
pretty
said, like,
easy
they're just looking for
feeling.
a kill or two.
It's like
all
for
they
something
wanted.
that's
They got a kill or two.
RNG
then a
anyway
third,
to a degree, like having a crosshair for, I don't care. Like
Nedic really writing off the possibility of Rain being down that deep.
if anything, it'd probably annoy me more
Right back to
having like
heartbreak,
a
gentlemen.
monitor
Yeah.
crosshair or like a dot or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right
Like some
back
form
into
of
the thick of it
crosshair for my no
versus the FaZe
scopes because
clan.
I'm right on
And that's a
him.
convincing win in this series, I think. At least on one map, because it could have been on Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, that ship has sailed already for Inferno, and it would have changed how I think people were feeling about him, but I think that just sort of validated a lot of people's emotions about FaZe at the moment. They won, but barely, versus a team they should stomp normally. We'd love to laud the fact that FlyQuest made it that close and nearly got into overtime, but also, like, they made their own mistakes in not being able to close it out. They actually could have, and it wouldn't have been surprising towards the end.
You guys remember like FPS banana skins and like
was
source
through
and
a
shit?
smoke.
Well, it didn't say it was through smoke.
I don't even know. That must have just been one bullet.
FPS banana skins. There were some
Means the
skins
screen
that had
goes
like
black.
laser dots on them, like COD, and
Tries
they'd
to
actually
get
be
cheeky, but
like
Frozen
show
ready
you
for the
where
kind of a push.
the
Nedic's
center was in
Berettas
your
aren't going to
screen.
find his. So looking
Bit
very
cheeky.
clean here for the FaZe conversion. Kerrigan holding on and confirming what is left. That last remaining member over towards ramp, burned out
Nice.
from chasing Kerrigan.
Nice.
And
Very
so
nice.
the hopes of FlyQuest up in smoke to regain this early momentum.
This had the same framework as the last round, like a lot of very individual duels. Not much utility involved, just good angles being picked here for FaZe. And with one opening kill comes a response and aggression.
Can I have a shout? I mean, hi. How
They're
you
just
doing,
not
man?
missing, so Regali looking for scraps.
Damn,
Can't
Mauro, you
find
said
anything.
no?
5
Let
up
the man
for
have his
FaZe.
moment.
Hell yeah,
Mauro.
Frozen 3K this time, just locking down the squeaky door. Cue up maybe that Elige kill. Not sure how Inns ends up losing outer. Here it is.
Ah, I was right.
Almost, my
Oh,
goodness. You didn't even
yeah,
know there was some other
baby.
nades on the map.
Right?
Single
Oh,
bullet.
yeah.
And this push could have been okay, but there wasn't really anything to draw a distraction elsewhere. They just decided to go for this early. And, well, as far as FaZe is concerned, they were still in a full default. Yeah, did he forget his rocks? Have they been...
Oh, Kerrigan's
Shorting
rocks?
source,
Yeah.
source
Yeah,
play,
I've
play
seen them.
Premiere, play
Gotta get
Premiere,
your
bro.
rocks
Get your bearings back.
This is a slimy stack. I like this.
Rain's gonna find it.
Oh, he just saw too much, but he gets a dink and gets out.
82 damage comes back the other way by way of USP headshot. There's the pack swing into Elige.
Elige
Not
or
bad.
USPs,
You got
dude, and you
Brokey
wanted
half
it.
health.
They
Rain
should
down
just
to
fight
18.
this. There's guns there.
Kerrigan's gonna try to hold it on now. He's tagged low. Brokey and Kerrigan. Ooh!
Nice, Kerrigan.
Not
There you go.
bad,
There you
Kerrigan.
go.
Not bad at all. 15 bullets deep in that one. Unarmored, sure, but still a nice cleanup. Make sure nobody else falls the way of Elige.
Still feeling the benefits of that D ground. Now, it's gun round time. No op though.
Rounds have been a little too clean here for FaZe. Three players from FlyQuest, not a kill yet so far.
Yeah, but Launders, I remember the first half of Inferno.
I don't know,
Not
Victor.
getting tricked
I
again.
don't think so, but you never know.
I'm not celebrating FaZe until they win. If they win.
How crazy would it be though that Bit learning English could be him? Navi having him learn English ends up being the reason why he leaves the team because he could go international now.
Also able to emerge into this ace split. Vent approach.
There you go, Kerrigan. Get a little snappy with it, dude.
Tries to sneak up, and it's
hell yeah.
being watched. All too easy here for Kerrigan as they pelt the last remaining player with some nades. He's been confirmed, but still fighting his way out of this. Broky's got the final laugh, and that is 4-1 FaZe Clan early on the T side.
Yeah, it's a nice staggered attack here from FaZe as they come out. And because they don't all rush out of the hut at the same time, it actually is more of a stressful situation. The player in Tetris is wondering, when do I fight Squeaky? Is there going to be an extra guy coming out of hut? And they place one bat after the other and sort of try to find one person who can enter their way out of out of hut. We've got a tech pause now.
You're going through it, T.
FaZe Clan, another good round overall. That's the closest that it's gotten in a while, obviously, since the pistol here for FlyQuest.
Everybody getting hydrated, chat? Technical pause. What did we
It feels
break?
like this one's going to get a little scrimmy if we don't get a stronger defense. Some pick plays go their way. They stop the outer hits and defaults. Because we've got 2 rounds so far where FaZe have won without even really enacting their full plan.
Right, yeah. Hasn't really boiled down to strategy out of FaZe Clan. Frozen very much kind of ahead of the rest, but...
And you can see again, like, because it's staggered, it's so awkward. You can't ever spray transfer and hold it down. You don't know when to turn around. And so FlyQuest are here, half buying.
I'm basically on faces. That
the
mid
middle,
right
have
now.
a scout to work with.
Yeah, you can play the club though with like a 5-stack. But yeah, if you want access to the prizes in the leaderboard, you do have to be subbed. Yeah.
MP9 5-7 Deagle. Oof. Rough place to be in.
Just saw him.
As you're watching FaZe just rocket away with a lead. Huge amounts of cash in their back pockets. It's really been a damn near flawless start to Nuke.
They're really hoping this one ends up, or
no thrice.
At least with a secret player, they've got some info, but things are happening on their watch, and they're not really slowing FaZe down. And it looks like Frozen's found the vulnerability. This will
John,
be a
thank you for the 64-month primer. Thank you.
Open for the
It was
moment.
wholesome seeing Feeny be nice
Just
to
off
you.
the mark with that Deagle.
It's the first time FlyQuest actually have somebody to try to hold them back at the bottom of secret.
What's with IGL scouting? You get a buff. It's like a passive IGLing.
Scout misses its chance.
Ince gets a nerf.
Frozen will not give Ince a second go of it off the scout. Best weapon in the round for FlyQuest. That MP9 floating here in the hands of Netic. Also now going lower. Meant to be alongside Regali. He kind of
No
gets
idea,
jumbled
Joe.
up
Looks
there.
haven't even seen
Awkward.
it.
He's like, go see if it's clear.
And all's good so far here for FaZe.
You just
Clan.
cursed him? I read that guy's fucking message. All right, sorry. Oh,
The
okay.
last 2, it's FaZe on fire. 6 rounds deep.
So your opinion
Feels
on
a little
Lupo
bit
cheating on a
different
chess
than,
tournament?
yeah,
SMH people these days? Lupo cheated in a chess tournament? Bro, I can't keep up with everything.
Well, no matter. We'll get the full buy up.
Did he win it?
Here for FlyQuest, maybe a different game plan. Urquest gonna chime in.
Yeah, 100% did. Well, I didn't. What do you mean? I don't know. I don't know what happened. What do you mean?
It did say from Inns that he's looked up to Kerrigan, been watching a lot of his stuff lately, is what he said. And you know,
for charity?
that same question has been asked to a lot of new IGLs. Who do you want to play like? You know, what kind of team do you want to be? We don't really know what the answer is for FlyQuest. They could try to carve out their own identity, but Australia is this one region, right, where it's like North America. I mean, we could have had no majors, right? We won that.
Sure.
We won that. It was a close one.
Yeah, yeah.
we got it.
Yeah,
though.
you can call it close.
It was very close. Okay. And then, okay, never mind. We jumped right into this round.
that's
Kerrigan
ambitious.
misses the vent.
And the pressure outside's looking good for a potential FlyQuest follow-up. It's just rained down to 2. Damn, what gave FaZe the balls to go for a play this fast?
So what you're saying is if I play Magic with Lupo, I gotta be careful when he's looking at his phone.
What a 5-round streak does to a man. Kerrigan
keep
throws a
tabs
strap
on him.
out the window, comes flying out squeaky. Easy first pickup. Oh, maybe not the strap hook, but the caution at least.
That's perfect.
2 points of health, not much left there for Ints to have to clean up. This is looking comfortable now for FlyQuest.
Yeah, that's
Even
not good
further
though.
damage on Frozen.
Wouldn't recommend doing that,
Last
chat.
piece of phase upstairs. Bomb confirmed and completely held back. Nice triple kill this round out of Netic. Looking for a round to be proud of, really, in this matchup, and there's one for his name.
Did you see the game? It was crazy, man. Which one, Klonsky? What are we talking
first
about?
clip for Netic. At least we're getting that. Didn't really say his name too much back on Inferno.
I want to come all the way to Europe and not go home with a highlight.
Yeah. But yeah, like
I
Australia's
can't
sort of
make
that
EU
that
Mythic League,
last
dude. I ain't
region
got
looking further.
Mythic League
major
is not
success. I mean,
doing
there's
that
no
well.
Longos, they have the Yala, but they haven't got
Lupo's
like a
chess game?
big S tier event win or anything like that. They made it to the cracked the quarter to major. That was really impressive.
No.
and
If
that's-
YouTube, my
that's
YouTube
exceeding
chat and my
expectations
Twitch chat
of
told me
region.
the
That's
same
why it's
story, it
special.
just means it kind of happened. I don't need
Nice
to really
one.
watch.
Playing a little pool.
That only happens like one in every like 500 topics that YouTube chat and Twitch chat tell me the
But
same thing at the
essentially,
same
we're just
time.
waiting for that team out of Australia. You know, when's that line?
What, help Mythic League just us playing it more?
I guess
Yeah,
it was
pretty
the
much.
Renegades at some point.
At once upon a time.
Yeah.
Yep. I think it's when JKS goes home and
when JKS decides
Sponge starts coaching.
Right. Exactly. They would go together.
You know, he's got an esports award
How
for
does Mythic League
analyst
work?
and
For explaining it? Well, it works a few different ways now. Oh my god, that fucking cartwheel is insane.
The holy trinity.
Solo queue. Right now, you can solo queue the lower levels. Basically, it's 5K a month in skin prizes total.
Right,
You
no
can solo
standard
queue
default towards
the
outside
anywhere
here
from
for
1 through
FaZe.
10.
This is
Then we
already
have like
causing
an
trouble
invite
for
only league
FlyQuest.
that you can qualify
They have been
into,
playing a little light on
either
outside
based
these
off of
last couple
playing
rounds. Inns has played one of the most
the
powerful
solo
spots
queue
in the back
part
of
of
Big
it,
Garage,
or
but, you know, to escape
being
from
in
there and
certain
to
leagues,
take control
or
of outer is a little
overall
bit
elo
difficult.
and
You're
face
really
it.
good at catching lurks around into mini.
And that's just for
out
straight
through the
cash,
back
kind of
health
like
from that
a
position, but
baby
you can
version
be
of FPL.
immobilized sometimes. So in this spot, we look at the map,
And
the
then,
CTs do not know a lot about.
and
what's
then we
going
have a
on. They've got
version
no
where you
vision
can just
outside whatsoever.
use like a team finder.
Inns will be that first contact.
Where if you 5-stack, you
But
get access
they
and you
don't even
can
have a
play
player
like
up
for
in heaven right
1,000
now.
He's fully
in
smoked. There's a
prizes.
chance
Doesn't matter your
the
level.
Netic over towards the main entrance can take it over instead, but
So solo
this
queue
is just one of those threats that you know
or
is a possibility.
5-stack.
Oh, okay, find Rain through the window. That's nice, Brokey. Slow approach denied. And another 5v3 here for FlyQuest. Now, you'd surely assume that
He's being
somebody could be
launched.
up in heaven, but Netic's hesitation over towards Vent makes me think
Oh,
that
he
they've kind
died.
of written this off. Now, an Elite just comes out to win the duel. Doubles down on Regali.
Mythics, you might not have enough face of game. Dude, the Legion is so clean with it, man.
FlyQuest. What was 5v3 gets upended in an instant, and they go post-plant man advantage here, FaZe Clan.
It looked like an op chance for Regali. Hasn't got a frag yet, and there could have been a
Keep-
trade up into heaven.
Regali,
Instead,
the
it'll be
last couple
Liaz.
times I've seen him play Nuke, does
INS
not look
coming for the
comfortable on this
retake, but
map.
2-on-2 now.
And a good Molotov
Shit.
as well to fluster Kerrigan
It's gonna
out
be
of
on a
his
leash.
position. He's not able
Nice.
to get it.
Getting
It's a
active
second
early.
kill
Love
up
that for you.
Inns. It's still
Get that
Elite
4K.
with full health. That nade's got Ince's name on it. Oh, wait, hold
Whoa,
on. Better tuck the head
Liege.
down. Ducks IRL. Smoke on top to threaten
Nice,
it, but
okay.
Liege won't let him have his hands on the bomb, and it is FaZe's 6.
Yeah, an amazing
Jumped the
round
gun a
out of
little bit
Liege
there.
Getting up into heaven, and it was double layered. They might not have known about Liege getting up there. They saw that Rain was pressed up against the glass, but after he got taken down, I think it's still the fact that they lack some information that caught up with them in the end.
Disaster, he's got
Too many
similar
trades
roles,
went
but
the wrong
and
way.
honestly,
We
I
did
think
see it
Elijah's
again
been
from
playing
Regali's
pretty good.
perspective,
Another
but he
tech
did look
pause.
up to
Goddamn.
heaven. Could
No, I
have
think
taken out
Elijah's
Elijah
been
in
pretty
that one
comfy as
duel,
of late.
but
Oh,
because of
Regali's
missed suffer
0-6,
from
so
his-
he's checking the mouse, making sure
the
it's
round
plugged
suffered
in.
because of it. We've got another tech,
Understandable.
unfortunately.
He said, "There's no way this shit's
Regali
working
last
right
time
right
as
now."
well. So let's get this properly sorted. Little 3v5 will leave you stunned.
Oh, this is the key one, right? Because Vexite was holding a Liege up in heaven, and he died in the back of the site.
But there was 3 players on that A floor, and Vexite felt like somebody would have been covering main then, surely. Or they're thinking he's up in heaven, the second player I killed at hell, there's not a third guy outer. I guess that's the only other possibility.
Yeah.
But that's a huge risk to run.
Yeah, it was a huge risk. And that's what happened. When you don't have a lot of info, you end up taking huge risks.
Right. I just wish we could see the positions of Netic at that moment.
Yeah.
Because he obviously started main.
Regali, also from the Academy League. Not sort of had the same conversations as players like Torzy and Monesi, obviously, who are leading the charge in the league. But all the players are so young with so much potential. I wouldn't be surprised if we even see some of the names that we haven't talked about eventually end up just getting there on a slower path, but like a more normal path,
right?
Up to tier 1 after some years.
Yeah, trajectory you should expect.
But it's nice to see Regali playing and taking risks in his career, because this is an unlikely team for him to play on.
So here's the kill from Netic as he holds main.
All right.
But I want to know where he goes as
he goes opposite.
And then Vexite dies backside here.
Oh, yeah. I see. Yeah.
The fuck happened to bro's elbow? What the hell?
Key thing to point out right there. He was being relied upon.
And from there, the dominoes fall. That was
That shit
5v3 when he locked into the corner.
Skateboard, dude, it looked like a fucking bad scrape. Bro doesn't even have it covered.
A little breakdown in the defense, and FaZe Clan capitalize. Again, mistakes have to be minimized.
Yeah, I'd cover that shit, bro. What the hell?
And you take a swing for anyone in
You
the
know
top
his ass
10.
is going to be traveling again, too. Dude, imagine that thing open on a fucking plane. Yeah.
Obviously, Netic comes to Europe to try to gain experience, but that's one of those rough lessons right there.
Do you see that Valve's VCT having a tech
Sure.
pause between each round and then
It's 'cause in
postponing the
Australia,
game?
Netic gets a
Wait,
3K.
what? Like recently? It's so many tech pauses, they just fucking postpone a game?
Uh-oh, Lias.
Careful, yeah.
It's time to
That's
rotate,
crazy.
actually.
Oh, man. Still juggling nades a little too late. Able to get away from it, though. Elish doesn't go
Yeah, at
too
least he
ham
does.
on the chase.
Not dying is fine.
Dude, I can't,
Drops
not even
the odds
shame.
of the round
I
just a
cannot
touch.
remember the
Now they have
last
to be worried,
Valorant
but
match
this
I
is where
watched.
FaZe,
Like,
really caused nightmares
at
for
all.
the communication last round. It's a very
I can't
similar
remember the last
spot.
time I played it. Fuck.
Not far off that wall.
No
then.
Vanguard on this
Two
PC.
options are, over-rotate and assume that FaZe are going to make a move, but FaZe are going to play really
It's so
well. off the
funny. I have like
information.
every anti-cheat known to man, but for whatever reason,
You
I
can see him
swear
considering
Vanguard
it
was
with
the
the
actual
wallbang earlier,
devil's
but then he
anus
just
to my
writes it
PC.
off. Kind of a little lapse there in the threat. Judgment, Vexite peeks in, well held by Brokey on that side of the site, flushing him out as Elish just kind of stomping his way over. Regali's going to clear one off backside, but Frozen again from behind this vent just keeps them out of it. And all the while, you've got this insurance policy and Rain over towards the ramp, left there early with the first bit of map control FaZe grabbed.
There's four,
So they
there's
scare
four Val
Liaz
matches a year,
downstairs,
true.
and then they go 4 strong into that A site. Beautiful round out of Frozen, I'd say.
I mean, yeah, it's been a great day in terms of getting info, crushing positions. It is losable.
Yeah, losable. They ain't
in a
going for
position to
this.
go for this from the bottom of the vent. Oh man, it's crazy. They don't expect Rain to be here.
Nah. Rain's looking to clear all of it. And they will.
Nade lands after.
Brokey gets the job done. Sole survivor of this one. As unfortunately for FlyQuest, the CT side is
I don't know,
just
I'm just-
buttering.
Again, you could see, doesn't
It's
matter.
just kind of
which
like
perimeter
faded out
gets
of my
taken,
mind.
If this is
Used to
ramp
kind of
secured
like
early on, if
used
it's
to like think
outside
about
secured
playing
in
it
the
or like
previous
wonder if I'd
rounds
enjoy
where
playing
FlyQuest
again. I don't
can't
know.
fight them and get away with the kill first. FaZe know exactly how to use that.
I wonder
little
what
bit of
FPS
extra map control
will
to
like
just
catch my
totally
attention
constrict the
again.
presence of FlyQuest and have them
Fragpunk's pretty
turning
fun,
and spinning
but
around as they go to clear out angles.
I don't know if I'd
Insta didn't know
put
what
too
the
much more time into
appropriate
that.
reaction would be.
Maybe
They had no idea
it's
where
a
FaZe
good
could have
time, but
snuck
I would need
into.
like the right group to like just like
it's
put some hours into it.
where Nuke gets very difficult on CT side. Communication.
Remember Spectre Divide? I never played Spectre. Greater Biscuit, thanks for the 11-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thinking about that position,
It's so hard to be
sooner.
It's so hard to be knowing that there is a correct move to get aggressive, but to find that while also keeping yourself safe as you get there.
Yes.
And I think those two things are the
COD 4
dilemma
Pro
right now
Mod
for
is calling
FlyQuest.
farm. Don't ignore its call. I never liked it as much as everybody else did. I'd rather like if I was to ever like go back and I could rekindle
CT side best case.
Call of Duty again, it'd be like Modern Warfare 2.
With a couple MP9s on the field.
Just trying to
FaZe
chase
been so
nukes all day.
methodical. And also so unpredictable. Quite a varied attack so far throughout the half.
The longer you wait to I
Feels
just
like
have
we've
no interest,
seen them
Parker.
emphasize every potential entrance of this A site.
Tarkov's cool, but
Sprinkle in just
such a time
enough B
investment.
pressure in that ramp
I would
pressure that we
never
saw
like,
versus
yeah,
Liaz, for
I
example.
never like fully dive into it.
But at least FlyQuest do.
Like if I'm gonna
kinda
do
make a
that,
move, go up into
it's
the
like an
lobby, find out that it's
FPS
been
RPG
completely
almost.
cleared.
I'd rather just play WoW. Like for the
What point do you
just
head
different
downstairs and
vibes.
how do you get there? No vent
Problem
control. They're
is-
going to have to bank off ramp.
They also still don't know that they could still be outside, right? They could still be wrapping into mini. So for the moment, FlyQuest are still upper.
Yeah, they're clearing it though from hell. 2 players hell, 1 heaven.
Approaching Milsim age.
Liege, cheeky spot.
I do enjoy Milsims for about solid
ratty,
2 or
but
3
he'll get
hours
traded
until
up by
I'm
Liaz,
tired of
and now
screaming
that
medic
could
when I
serve as the
die.
activation for FaZe, surely with no other possibility in the round. They take a bit more of a tempo to clear out this B site. They'll find it completely cleared for the taking. Still just enough utility. That'll give them a bit more safety on the approach. But it is indeed theirs for the taking. Down to 30 seconds. And FlyQuest arrive at the base of ramp with numbers.
They're surprised to not see anybody, but as you can see, they were moving as a pack to clear things out. But even though they took over Hut, they didn't really know exactly
Yeah,
what
but
FaZe did.
attraction
They could've
shooters, like
gone
I said, they're
outer
kind of
and
like
stayed there. They
FPS
could've gone as
RPGs
secret
for
as they
me.
did.
So it's not that they're bad. It's just like if I'm gonna be
unfortunately for
time
FlyQuest,
syncing a game like that, I'd rather not have it be an
Let it
FPS.
slide.
They are getting toyed with a little bit so far this game.
Yes, sir.
Relentless with the tier 3 36-month resub. God damn. 3 years of getting more food advice than CS advice.
No longer a
What
T-side
the-
struggle
Dude?
for FaZe Clan. Like we
Okay,
saw
what's
back
wrong
on
with that,
Inferno.
man?
And over on Secret, do they swing? Nah, they let him go.
Will be a good demo to watch. I would definitely like to see FlyQuest set up a little bit more heavily outside, or if they're going to go for a pick play on ramp or something to just exercise a little bit of getting ahead of the attack so they can take the edge off. We aren't seeing 5v4 positions where they can rest comfortably in some of the more passive positions. So, yeah, they actually do. They pushed up red now. But you have to wonder if they're going to get a little scared or if they're going to commit to this. It's going to come down to ints.
Well timed.
Great kill.
One of the very few moments of actual like red box pressure we've seen out of the defense. A question of too little too late, but offers an opening here in the 11th.
It was almost as if he didn't like calling on teammates to help him with his outside control, so he just took safe positions that were good for him and just reinforced upper.
Instead tries to take this round by the reins, and it works for the opening, but there's a peek from Regali punished. They know about Liaz. Tough place for him to run from. Medic connects to his kill, but yeah, Liege won't let Liaz leave.
Morning, so how you doing, man?
What a crazy attack. Unleash now in
Shit.
lower. They're spread out pretty heavily.
People
Broker's got
enjoy.
still waiting upside.
Dude is enjoying this nuke game way too much.
Unleash
With
down
his
to
wisdom
22
teeth
health.
pulled.
Medic watching him. Very good position to be in. They're not
At any
overcommitted
moment-
lower either.
Yeah, at any moment he could have walked through that doorway as well, so Netic has to consider the threat from sight instead. And in him changing sides, that's exactly what allows Elige to get closer. Now, he knows this fight is right on the brink of the stairs, and he slides down under him. Netic gets back around the corner. The vent peak predicted, but both players hold their own.
FlyQuest
yeah,
is
they
so
get the
back!
post plant, but then they clear out FaZe quickly, and FlyQuest at the very least take a third.
You can see that's the moment where Netic's guard is down a little bit, but he also doesn't remove the possibility entirely that Elige had come through control. Brokey trickily blew up the door on Decon to make it seem as if that was being watched by someone as he went to plan to try to draw a distraction, I think, for Elige to get aggressive in this spot. But again, I mean, Netic plays it safe. That's exactly what FlyQuest need to do.
Row. Hey, buddy.
Makes the half a touch more dignified here as they pull this round out. I don't think FaZe are too pressed.
Here he is.
They held up their side of the bargain in this T half.
Oh,
Regali lands the shot, but Frozen survives through the wall and then gets the Netic kill. Luckily, the trade comes out by way of nade.
Yeah, this
you take
was
what
my
you can
snuggle,
get
buddy.
if you're FlyQuest at this point. Does Regali try for another? He's floating around this hut exit. It's one thing to hold this angle so that you can fall back. It's another to try to really press your luck inside lobby. Opts not to for the time being. They're going to go redirecting over towards Squeaky, where Kerrigan has managed to find an outer kill. So now they're going to be extra confident. They take the vent downstairs, And is there a lower rotate?
Man, they understand the map so well at the moment, and this is totally silent. And it's snake down lower. 3 players still waiting upstairs. Oh, and Kerrigan catches that kill on Vex site.
It's not every day you get a kill from top silo and then kill somebody top silo. And then potentially could have had that third, but at least Regali's recovered the lobby control.
The tricky part with Brokey is we gotta kind of wait and see when they play like some of the bigger boys.
Back sight confirms Alicia's position, but now finds himself
I will say
alone.
Brokey looks like he's getting a he's definitely
clean.
been
Another one
like last event he had a horrible last series, but he had a good event
for FaZe to start a map
like in comparison to previous ones. We'll see, we'll see. I'm hoping he can get it together, man. Thank you. Chat, I'm running an ad, heads up. Fuck, thank you, Rich, for the 23-month primer. Thank you, dude. Tell me what to have for lunch. I'm trusting you. Can I get some options? Can I get some options here? Okay, never mind. Nori just said get panda. Right, he said bet. I think he's getting panda. How was the Vitality Mouse series? It was good. It was good. Map 3 was nice. It was train. Vitality just looks really fucking good at the game. Mouse looks like that team where they're like, we're trying everything. We're doing it all. We're pulling out all the stops, and Vitality's just like, yeah, okay, that's cool. So we're just gonna like win now. I have a local Chinese restaurant. Want to know how good it is? I mean, well, is it like American Chinese food or is it like Chinese food? Nothing wrong with either one. Just curious. Big Wild, thanks for the 17-month primer. Thank you.
If you need a YouTube video, I've got some hot 7K Premiere gameplay.
Hot 7K Premiere gameplay, yeah. Some hot stuff. We probably should do a little bit lower for next one. Had Din Tai Fung soup dumplings last night. Oh, hell yeah. I went to Din Tai Fung. What day was that? Sunday? Sunday. James, thank you much to the 6-month primer. Thank you. Ready for F1 Miami? I'll probably watch qualifying. I'll wait for the 30-minute version of the race because Miami's a bit rough for a track.
An improvement on a T side, but a mirrored score in the terms of the first half from Inferno to Nuke. FaZe Clan looked pretty untouchable. They had, I think, a beautiful game plan coming into that attack.
All 3 maps?
They kept it varied, and it felt like FlyQuest, unfortunately, never really got their hands on the defense.
Yeah, I'd say FaZe looked a full tier above them in terms of their details and how they approached it and their comfort on the map so far. So
5.5 hours.
Great sign for FaZe. Not so great for the odds of FlyQuest to be able to pull off the comeback this time around. It feels a little bit different than Inferno, but it is numerically the exact same start. Maybe they still believe.
Just hanging around.
Just hanging around. Nori, thank you very much for the 121-month resub. Thank you.
Molotov smoke between Liaz and Ints.
That's crazy.
They can do
121 months
during this upper hold. An upper hold that features 2 at the moment.
Is
Brokey
Ray subbing to
Leash look
Flom
lock it
technically
down, and
money
Rain's gonna be
laundering?
the most impatient of all.
No, I think
Activates
it's
outside.
technically
Oh no, not the util.
a waste of money to Twitch, but we take that. That's if she's not subbed to me, like, are we even married?
For the FaZe boys, and so maybe that's why we get this transition towards ramp. They find that for free at least. Kerrigan leans back in anticipation, and they're going to continue to try to press against him. Good gush. Vexite on the chase. Kerrigan's gonna get found out. They definitely wanted that kill.
Nice one,
Vexite doubles
Vexite.
down
That's
on
10 years.
Raidrid.
That's at least 2 for
Glock
sure.
connects twice. And that is a man advantage for FlyQuest off of the back of the chase.
Is it a sponsored thing or a regular tournament? Well, it's like a whole, like, yeah, it's like a whole promotion thing for AT&T, and I will be being paid to watch it.
Heaven players still hold that ground.
But it's like a creator tournament, so that's why I kind of give you a weird answer.
It's a triple kill here in the pistol.
Like the whole event
and it's
is,
a potential threat.
you know, everybody's sponsored that's in it, yes.
Soon enough. No kit. Here comes the swing. 2 players down. Vexite on for the ace. As Brokey taps that bomb, no kit included. A 10-second defuse could still come out at some point. But Vexite's just going to make sure that he's not on it. Again, 10-second defuse needed. Brokey unable.
I see why you
to get
overslept.
that much necessary instant
Yeah.
headshot. So
I
he
got a
plays
long
with
day.
him. Won't get a chance for the 5th, but this pistol's all Vexite.
Yeah, man, excellent. And it's not only the only pistol where he's done incredibly well. It's just looked very solid so
95,
far.
thanks for the
this
37-month primer. Thank you. Do you get less money if I prime from mobile?
What else
No.
is there to talk about?
Your prime's your prime.
I'm getting every little bit, especially
Charlie,
after this. Yeah,
Charlie boy,
one set
thanks
of
for your
util
21
after
month
about
reset.
to
Thank you. Good
do an upper
evening.
pop or fake
Loving you
it,
lie to me.
goes down before the attack starts. That's not very fun. And they actually planted so close to heaven, it got scary for them.
Haley's? Thank you, Rich, for the
Elise got 2
5-month
kills 'cause
primer.
they
Thank
had
you.
to almost push entirely out of heaven just to spot it, to make sure no one was sticking the bomb.
All right, but the big question.
Is that why
Can
Ludwig was
FlyQuest
playing with
win a
Launders?
pistol and not lose the next
Probably.
round, 'cause they're
You
0
prime
for
for
2 in
mobile
these
if you go to the
situations.
desktop
That is the
version
big
of the site.
question.
Yeah, not through.
Come
Yeah.
on. 3rd time's the charm.
Chat will be matched and all gifted. You beautiful
Another
human.
moment to
We
hold
got
momentum.
4 minutes on the scammer, and that goes for Twitch Tuggers and member mommies. They'll both be matched. Yeah, so we'll be co-streaming the Annihilator Cup, which, yeah, Ludwig is playing
Defense,
in,
no kit
Tyler
on the play, down to
1,
0
Summit,
grenades as well. It's nothing but
Landmark,
focusing on the crosshairs.
a couple other peeps that you might recognize.
And Ins
spotted that, right?
Yeah, you'd think.
I love how Lee's still coming forward slowly, like, I'm going to kill
Feeney,
you.
finally, dude. Hockey, dude, thanks for the 32-month reset. Thank you.
Okay. There we go. Rain, though, has to reveal himself. That M4
Am I playing?
now
No,
known
no,
to
I'm
his
getting paid to
opponents,
watch.
who look
So
content
does that
to try
make
to
me
take
like
more
the
control outside, but
opposite
that is
of
to
a-
give Rain
Yeah,
another
never mind.
chance. And he's doubled down with the rifle. Goes for 3rds, and they are
keeping it loose.
Expecting him fully. There certainly would have been anticipation for that follow-up.
Oh, man, I think they're just being
Feeney,
a
no
little
way
too
you
telegraphed
just
right now. It
responded to
seems clear
Wanda
exactly what everyone
unironically.
from FlyQuest is. Kerrigan's
Like,
going around
every
to
message
Rappel
of
just
his
in
isn't
case they go
bait.
back to explore that option, and they haven't tested Brokey. Now they have to hit upstairs. There's no time to do anything else.
Frozen sitting on top
P Dribble,
of the
thanks for the
hut. Here's
25-month
flashback.
primer.
Even
Thank you.
better.
Oh, man.
Man, they're going to be fully exposed out in the open.
No, I'll be
and with
watching. I'll be
little
watching.
time. He goes
Just
for
like we are now. I'll be
Leon's first,
co-streaming
keeps
it.
clean. Heaven player serves the
We will be
distraction,
going
but
full
Frozen
Subway
just
Surfer.
throws himself at it. We've got low health. Easy cleanup for Brokey with the Berettas, and he is going to stop them. No kill after time.
Feeney's
but
like,
a
I know about
total
internet
wash.
drama for once.
3
Let me tell
times in this series, they win pistol and can't convert.
Yeah, and it's not like FaZe
You're
got
hit,
really lucky.
Feedy.
They had
You know
full
what's going on.
control
I
of that
didn't. To be
situation all
fair,
the way
Feedy, I
through.
didn't know what's going on until chat
So,
told me
you know,
earlier.
we are, again, looking at FlyQuest as a team that has changed their color in order to, presumably, to improve
Thoughts on
their
FaZe?
team side
I think that
specifically,
Inferno
but
game was
one
incredibly
who,
concerning
wasn't
to have that
calling
big of a
maybe
lead
for
and not be able to
maybe
close out a
wanted
team
another
like
chance for a
FlyQuest.
reason, but
I think
clearly
if they
will
do
take
it
some
here
time, I
on
think, to get
Nuke, though, it
everyone
all is
comfortable. But
forgiven.
here, because they were so grouped and everywhere they got spotted, FaZe knew exactly what to do, again with the space, just like in the first half.
Harvest 6 for 72-month primer, boo-boo.
Gives Brokey a chance, and
Oh, we get
all of a
Frozen.
sudden, Force Buy starts to get kills. It's Brokey and Frozen down. Fast move here from Elige, finds him outside of control, but that's Netic with a second. Afanis picked up off his first victim.
I always hate
gives
that
man
angle when I
advantage
open it, and I
FlyQuest.
just feel like
They can't
I
win
shoot the wall once and there's so
maybe
much
the Force Buy
dust
thereafter.
That pops in
and
front.
4 for Kerrigan. Nice little upgrade. Holds on to the decon door. Netic up above. Mac 10 down beneath. And they look to join up.
You just had to say something, streamer. Didn't you? Okay, man.
And I mean, Ince is nowhere.
Beat
to be
at
found.
6
This
of the
guy's
2-month
popping
primer.
hell
Thank
at
you,
the
boo boo.
moment. If there's any trouble on site, things could go real south. Last player confirmed as Rain opens doors, but it looks like that chase downstairs into Frozen, made possible by Netic, has given FlyQuest a little more runway.
Netic hit some great shots. I mean, that Famus look extremely good this round.
Broki's
not too complicated
going
here. They
with the
go in for
2-round
ramp. It's
good
not
round
as if FaZe don't
challenge
have
again.
enough players to try to defend, but they get outdone.
Broki, try to have 2 impactful rounds back to
But the
back.
team just
Challenge
lost the force
impossible.
up, so regardless of that, at least they win the follow-up round. Won't let this one get too out of hand.
What's Frozen doing?
I don't know. Maybe he got blinded, ran to the wall, but maybe he was just ready to fight because his teammate was right there in Turnpike.
That makes sense.
Because you know, that guy jumps down. He's getting shot at the whole time. He just doesn't die.
Either blind and runs into the wall or was playing to avoid a flash. Either way, didn't look comfortable, and I didn't look too happy about it either.
Yeah. Love the FlyQuest. Everything, to be honest. Those pants?
Well, speaking of
All right.
underdogs, quick little reminder that playing on underdogs real easy. Just choose higher or lower on your favorite Counter-Strike players and you can win real money. It's literally that easy. You pick higher or lower. Only 2 choices.
Rain.
Over.
Frozen.
Ooh. Under.
Netic.
Well, MVP of the last round. We'll see if he's got anything else to say about it. Very quickly crossing over to Secret Stairs.
What
and
game is
started
the
this one as
Annihilator
it's
Cup playing
majority
today?
Pistols here for
Yes.
FaZe Clan. Elysian Rain with
Yeah.
rifles.
I'm basically
split
going to
up.
be bouncing around and judging everybody immensely based on their Counter-Strike ability, and we're probably going to... I'm basically getting paid to watch Silvercast, but with like people you guys know that are other content creators. It should be
in a
good.
good spot to hold back Netic, but Netic wins with the lesser weapon and the lesser health.
He's getting a lot of hard kills.
Kerrigan, ooh, turns his back to the lobby entrance. Be frustrated about that bit of timing. Alish picks up the mantle lower.
You gonna make a video on it?
We've got
I
an
might.
approach out through main. They're gonna find a site clear for the taking, so good threat assessment. And they dodge that looming problem that is FaZe players downstairs. Now, there's guns to be grabbed.
Upgrades are too valuable, it feels like. Especially considering their positions down here in the vent. Too much time will be drawn off the clock. Frozen has a kit to work with, but it doesn't feel like the mistake's going to be made that's going to elicit the chance for a retake. So, well done
watching
here,
people learn
FlyQuest.
Counter-Strike again
this
is
one of those examples of a round where
you
they
realize
both
like
hold
how
good
like
angles
it
and also
maybe helps
move into
remind
better
others
positions,
of like
you know,
how
at
long
the
it
same
takes.
time, which I feel like they've been struggling to do.
Just takes to get
throughout
good
this
at the
game.
fucking game, man. I'll never forget playing Office Chat and thinking that the P90, because I played in a custom server, used to give me a beacon because the admin beaconed somebody one time. And I used to think when I was a kid, I thought the Glio was the best gun because it had gold plating on it.
T-side specifically is the 30th ranked of that pool.
Now,
And so to do it
granted,
on
this
nuke
was a
with
much
this
different
huge
time
lead
of
versus a team like FaZe that are really looking to put a
gaming, though.
massive gap between them and a challenger like FlyQuest.
But yeah, I think that was like, yeah, that was when I
It would be
first
great
started
for them.
playing.
But I will say it's a tall order. Although another round where FaZe Clan don't have everything they need to work with. So a duo of 5-7s out there on the field. Everybody else, though, armored with rifles, of course. Netic very quickly going to take over the ramp room again. It's not Frozen, but Kerrigan, his victim
I'm just saying, we all have like our pretty like early on crazy arcs, you know?
Broki's downstairs at least. This
Like
could
even if you're still struggling right now, you're still immensely better. I would hope. I'd imagine. Some of you probably flame yourselves, but I feel like most of us are still a lot better at the game.
But it is indeed bomb planted. Second Molotov also
The double
off the
molly
mark.
is actually insane. How is he not burning?
They could come at him, but do they realize that that deep corner wasn't clear?
Oh,
No,
my
and Broky finds not one but both. And he swaps into the AK-47
There you go,
as
Brokey,
well.
with the
Still, his
FAMAS.
teammates are
I'm
already
impressed.
literally standing in their spawn, so it's all Brokey
Nah,
or
it's okay.
nothing.
Honestly, good job, Brokey. NT.
What could have set it up if they were
Fucking
still in hell?
Elysian Rain. Look at him on the
Taking a
minimap.
sniff at that ramp.
Yeah, if they sat around. But how
They
could
didn't
you
really
assume?
believe.
That was especially with two mollies coming down control steps. You'd think one would have hit him for sure.
And also, Rain has a kit. But they write off the possibility before Brokey makes magic happen, and so we go one round closer.
Still love this round from FlyQuest in general. Like it's pretty simple, but I love that we're talking about Netic more and more often. I think we're getting some of the flashier kills that we expected from him. Again, not a totally random signing, a guy that people are talking about to be next up and to be able to get a chance to play on FlyQuest. I'm pleasantly more surprised with some of these nuke kills for sure than we saw in Inferno.
People tend to think they used to be better
What's
than
the
they
point
actually
of
were.
grinding
Oh
away
yeah,
in a region
true.
if
That's
you're not
actually
gonna get a chance
back in
on
my day.
their most renowned roster.
I was so good.
Finally,
I'd be
making that
pro
move.
right now. I'd be making Nico my bitch if I just kept playing.
He's giving his team a little more chance to impress us. But just slightly. Still, tough battle ahead. Despite that lead getting cut down to 3.
Uncle Rico moment, exactly, yeah. I'm gonna hit this op shot right over these
If they want to
mountains.
go for a slow round, I think this is where we haven't seen FlyQuest prove themselves quite as much. And this is where Inns will be stressed, I think, for sure. And if they want to group up, they've got to be aware that FaZe, if they execute one mistake incorrectly, FaZe are going to find a way to get back information, and they have to keep aware of that.
Sorry, I still gotta...
We haven't seen that level of awareness so far yet from FlyQuest.
I gotta shower. Bro, you gotta come take over the stream.
Looks like they'll be able to safely cross outside without any utility coming their way. Full HP players here. And this attack can stop mini rotators from getting out. They've got that covered. Keep options
She actually
open
has
late
some
into
magic
the
cards
round.
open, I think,
Coming
right
out
now.
decon fast.
Yeah, 25, and Brokey's gonna just go ahead and kill one. Easy for Frozen to
she's
emerge
still
from the
learning.
back corner, so no entry in this one. And with it, it is a far more stable defense. Liaz finally collecting something for the FlyQuest camp, but it's all too little, all too late.
It's a set play that they try to do with this exact.
I know, I did open the
even
cards
two players
without
who are
Nori
staying
around.
behind or there on
Nori
purpose,
also
but,
didn't buy groceries
in
and went and picked up
general
an
here for
entire
FaZe,
player box
the
or
map
player
isn't
boosting
truly
cards.
tested. They don't like put a seed
I don't- how
down
many
here
packs
in
are
a
in those
ramp. They
things?
don't do any kind of fake upper. There's no lurks that show themselves before any attack comes in. So you kind of just have natural spots for FaZe, and then
Yeah, it's a lot.
They're not
Yeah,
over-invested
30.
in lower, but they have two players in good positions to just cover things.
Yeah, literally, she was like, "Do you
I think
want
the map was
eggs?
just too
I need to
silent
go to
for
the
too
store." I was
long
like, "Yeah."
across-
And then
across
next
the
thing you know,
board.
she came back. She's
The
like, "I
only
didn't
thing
go to
they
the
did
store."
know
She
was that they
has
were
a
outside
bag.
crossbows.
Right.
She bought the
I don't wanna
fucking
bring it up,
whole
but I
Dust
will.
Morrow
You know,
fucking
when
player
he's doing
booster
well in
box.
contrast, but that shot from Brokey, those are the kinds of ones that we've been kind of harping on him for missing at times. He just makes Frozen's job so much easier. Collecting the first one, serving up the distraction. Nobody's even looking at Frozen for his double.
She's got her priorities straight. That's what I'm saying.
Nice to see Brokey just kick it off. Let's phases.
That's one is sick. Yeah, she likes the art a lot. To be
Seem a
fair,
little easier.
that's why she keeps going in there. She's like, "I want that set," and she just keeps pointing the Dust Morrow.
Contributions across the board from FaZe Clan in this one.
Small tag on the HE. They are pressed up against Trophy right now with Brokey's help. I don't know if FlyQuest realized the map's got a little bit smaller here.
Dangerous though. Elysian
Oh, he backed up right into that
Fast
smoke.
enough. Vexite onto the fight towards Trophy. Oh, Kerrigan bringing it back. Not
Okay.
another 3v5.
Okay.
I don't know if FlyQuest could stomach it. Ah, but they let their guard down. Luckily for them, simultaneous kill back on Kerrigan. Regali holding for him to come out from that hut. Bomb looks to join up with the Opper.
Wow, Rain peeks it as well. Regali half thought about holding
It's kind
on
of
to
fake
that.
info though. He
But
might
now
think
in
they're
this
going
2v2,
lower.
His position known.
Does he
He's
expect
gonna
the
try to
heaven
climb up into
reroute?
heaven to try to clear
Like
out
Frozen's
A
already
site while the
lowered.
bomb just
Oh,
waits
Rain's
outside
going
main.
ramp. Yeah, he doesn't
And this
expect
looks
him
like
to
it's
go.
going to
He doesn't
set up
expect
into
them
a
upper.
retake, essentially.
He
Like,
heard the op and
CTs aren't going to fight this
peeks
right
it.
away.
Doesn't see
Rain's
him.
working on
He didn't know
getting
Bomb
around
was
heaven.
back lobby.
Such a smart move.
Holy shit! Never mind. Raid is actually a fucking god.
Anything else to watch? No, they've got to hold on to the hut.
It's all timing.
Oh,
Regali.
there we go.
Nice. No scope to the back of the head.
Never mind. He's an idiot. What an idiot, dude.
Him, but Regali, head on a swivel, remains on high alert, and poor Frozen from downstairs is a little too late to the party.
The glories of co-streaming.
Almost another 3v5.
Yeah.
But Regali recovers.
That was
catching
so
Kerrigan,
sick.
who
Oh,
emerged
what
out
an
from
idiot.
Hut, you know, on the fallback to the bomb site. Probably just wanted to play anchor back site. Wasn't sure if there was eyes in from main, and he pays a costly price. FlyQuest keep this game 3 rounds the difference.
Well, that was definitely pretty good.
What is
It
the
was,
Streamers
lower
CS
pace
tournament again?
Here from FlyQuest, they went outside first. They
5 hours,
very
15
good at
minutes.
coordinating, I think, on their upper attacks overall.
What's your favorite card? I don't know. I don't have one.
Should've left a crater
yeah,
in the
I'm still
ground.
trying to figure out what I like. I've been enjoying
Get the
spell
job done
slinging.
quick.
So like, Flurry and Viren's pretty cool. Viren's a very cool card.
FlyQuest pick up this one. And there's a freebie on the other side of it. At least that's how things should go.
Good to see another true default here out of FlyQuest. They're the ones who have the gun advantage.
As we're talking about Magic.
Regali holding on to this push. Liege was first to die last round.
Will Liege mistime this? Will he run the risk at all?
And him getting comfortable on phases nuke was a big conversation for this team.
I mean, he takes over the rain outer. Like, that's huge to finally
Who's your
shift him off
commander?
that position.
We've only been playing
Change
pre-cons.
And
And
a
I
lot
keep
of people
forgetting the
haven't been
commander's name.
in
It's like
general. not because of
Shiko?
Liege, but because
Shiko? The Jakari
seeing
set?
Rain out of one of his iconic spots, if not his most
pre-con.
iconic spot.
It's like Jakari Striker or something like that. But it's the commander that
Send a
gives
bit of a
flurry or
rumble
whatever.
over towards ramp room. Frozen now on high alert. 2 sets of utility kind of soaring past him. It's ins on an entry attempt. We'll see how cautious Frozen plays this. We have seen him stick around and pay the price. 40 seconds to this clock, FlyQuest.
I think Rain will be happy if it's going to end up upstairs. He's got this Mag 7. He won't be rotating anywhere.
Potential for Regali versus Brokey. Oh, he almost lines up the riflers ahead of the op. Now he's locked into the corner, gives himself a flash. Regali gets the trade back on his counterpart.
Here we go, Mag 7.
It's sitting outside of the hut while Kerrigan from the corner doubles down.
Nice, Kerrigan. Oh!
Ince gets hit in the back of the head. It's a trio of phase
Peyton,
players
thanks for the
left
5-month
alive.
reset. Thank
Solid
you.
hold, nice shot, Brokey. And again, Rain is thinking, I mean, I'm not fighting outside. I'm not watching Heaven if they come up there. I'm not going to try to push through HUD and ramp, go to ramp later on into the round. I want this to be an upper hit late, and that's exactly what it ends up becoming. So he gets his revenge. The lead is 4 rounds. FlyQuest are down. Definitely not out, however.
Yeah, blank. That's right. But yeah, so far that's probably been the most fun.
The one set play where they took lower and had the 2 lurkers outside
It's
was a
been-
touch too
yeah.
obvious for phase.
I like want to
But
kind of keep
some of
building
these
that one
other
out,
rounds
to
that
be
have
honest.
been more
And that
defaulty,
deck
they're
also
putting themselves
has
in pretty good
Viron
spots
in
to
it
get
too.
favorable trades.
So then when you get, yeah, that you can run either one as commander.
Ooh, and Elish gets it on the vent.
Matt, somebody put the name of it in chat.
I want to see him happy.
That was a nice round for Kerrigan,
Come on,
too.
buddy. You're doing great. You're hanging on for dear life, but we'll see what they do with a chance to
come
close
on,
it right
Brokey.
here, right now. 1
Where's
of
he
4.
going?
Who knows with Brokey? Whoever knows where he is, where
Hey,
he's
might
off
take my
to,
smoke.
what he wants, how he feels, nobody knows. But he's got the back of this pack of players at his disposal in a second. He actually doesn't end up stopping anybody from going downstairs. And then suddenly Rain gets run down.
The
And then
rotation
obviously
is
after that,
completely
you've got
cut
an AK
off.
now in Vexite's hand. This gets weird for a second. Frozen decides to float out side of the ramp, only for a moment.
Do they have the util to deal with this?
Caspian, thanks for another
they don't
1,000
smoke
biddies,
the
you
cross, do
psychopath.
2 flashes on the side of FlyQuest. That is it, but they've got bodies, Launders.
Oh, they
and they
got
get
the
the
kill.
Vexite headshot.
That's got to be a
Rain's
save,
AK
right?
in the wrong
Oh,
set
wait,
of hands for
maybe.
FaZe Clan. Fire at the feet of the planter should flush him out. Still
Ain't no
takes
way
the
he
damage
dinked him.
done.
Ain't
Vexite,
no
he picks up
way.
the rifle and just shreds them.
Damn. 3 frags from
Jesus.
Vexite. It's all him once again, just like on the pistol round.
Ooh,
One
nobody
in the
wants to
bag
make
here
red
for
and white.
FlyQuest.
Wait, what does red and white do?
A number of
trying to
moments
think
where
of-
FaZe could have brought it back, and
Is that like
Vexite was
clerics
the
and
answer
shit?
each and every single time.
What is that?
Rain thought he had just an extra second to try to lock into those decon stairs. Instead gets just wide swung by upgraded pistols. And shout out Vexite makes a meal of a microbe.
Aggro tokens usually? That sounds
Yeah, I just
right.
made that up right now.
That's good.
Yeah. There's another expression with makes a meal of it.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for.
That would be a small meal to begin with.
Feeding, Jesus Christ.
Do you guys got macaroni?
Damn, FaZe not able to bury FlyQuest once again, dude. See, now it's a problem. Right now this is where we go,
See if the gravy train gets flowing here for FlyQuest. It's 4 map and match points that FaZe had, but what they don't have is a lot of money in this next one. They'll buy up. It's healthy enough. Kerrigan will be the most limited, but he's used to that. He'll manage. There'll just be nothing left over after the fact.
That's true. You have to. If you're the IGL of the team, you got to be the Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah,
you know, you live
FaZe
with
is
very
the CS
little.
equivalent of the Leafs.
And,
No,
whatever
they are
happens,
not. What
happens.
the
FaZe
fuck?
out of your control.
What are you, a Leafs fan just trying to cope?
Luckily, he's got
Brother in Christ, they've won
gracious
something,
teammates.
including in
Dropped over for him.
playoffs.
There's one kit
The
out there,
Leafs
and
have
it's
like
on
won
Kerrigan.
one time since I've been alive.
Lets him buy
You are
his
not the
trusty
same.
nades. We'll see if Brokey, off still in hand.
They're not even
is able to
close.
do a little bit more in terms of
On
stopping
the
them
fucking
outside,
cope.
'cause him allowing them to get down to secret. Ultimately, what caught Rain off. This time, Elige.
I may or may not be a Leafs fan coping. Yeah, you gotta be.
And he finds early
You gotta be a
damage,
Leafs
still
fan
falling
and a
back.
FaZe
Just
fan
keep
to say
yourself
shit like
alive.
that.
It
You're
feels
just,
like that's his plan.
yeah, you probably are a Leafs fan. You're delusional.
96 damage
You're
done.
fucking delusional.
And still, they just run rampant on this lower floor. Rain gets popped.
Also,
and
holy
FlyQuest
shit.
pulled it off again.
Yeah, man, I'm loving these rounds. Honestly, it feels like FlyQuest just aging like wine within this half. Just every round looking better than the last. More conviction, great follow through.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like, if the Leafs actually
changing
get
hands,
reverse
the result
swept
is
in
still the
that
same.
series, I think everybody has to go. I think honestly, relocate the team. Just
Liaz let him go. Not his choice. Chance for Ince instead.
like
to stop
fuck it, send him to Windsor,
Nice
dude.
headshot.
Damn.
Sorry.
Won't get that off back either.
2 players deep spawn for the save.
Maybe it will be like Inferno, Connor.
Oh, you mean a 24-round loss for FlyQuest? Heartbreak and misery yet again?
Maybe.
Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I mean,
Huh? I hope for their sake it's not the case.
And look.
But step by step, piece by piece, and there's the freebie. Or what should
I have a
be.
feature on Vegas. How we feeling?
MP9 and M4
I'm
saved for the
feeling
last
like
round. All they're going to have to work with. We're able to keep the kid at
the
least.
Wild are better than what they showed in the regular
fishing for
season,
silver
but
linings.
the Knights are a bit. I don't know. It's weird. I actually don't think the Knights look that bad. I think the Wild are actually just playing fucking insane. But I could be coping.
FaZe clans.
I haven't been able to
fans,
watch as
hearts
much because I've been
beat
fucked
just a
on the
little
sleep schedule. But the
faster.
little bit
Oh
I've
God,
watched, it
here
just
we
seems
go
like the
again.
Wild have like really stepped up their game.
those
I
pace
imagine because they got a
boys.
couple players back.
Same though for FlyQuest, man. They got so close last time. 45 damage dink.
Yeah.
Oh, and the nade doesn't do the rest.
It's
a thorn in their side.
Such a predicament here. Forced to get desperate like that. Down goes one of the 2 weapons. Down goes the kit. And Frozen going to be found out by Netic. Tricky as he positions himself inside Garage. And now it falls on just vanilla pistols. We go round 24 again. Guaranteed.
Sorry about that.
No doubt in your mind.
Not one. 3 vanilla pistols, no armor, 3v5. Impossible.
3 players upstairs. Okay.
All's good.
Thought about it for a second. Round 24.
Can you believe
Team
it?
Blues or
2
Jets
maps
take the series?
This comeback.
Did the Jets win last night?
CT and
They were up,
T-side for
and I fell
FaZe
asleep
Clan,
with that
and
game
they
on.
just can't close quickly.
They like FaZe straight up looked a tier above FlyQuest in this map in terms of their quality of play. But
I
we
don't
switch
know.
over. FlyQuest, I think
don't
they
know.
use their pauses at the perfect time.
The Jets are a
When
weird
Jets
one.
gets in there, they are getting better each and every step of the way. I think they did.
They're kind of like the Leafs, but the light version, and I mean that in a good way.
And went for some better.
They want to throw, but
and I think
probably not the
adjusted their
first round.
entries a lot more.
I'd probably give it to them
Make
to
no
get the
mistake,
first
there
round,
have
but then
been
lose
some
second.
errors from FaZe along the way, but
Andrew,
not
thanks for
major
the
ones.
37-month
Really has just
resub,
been
thank you.
FlyQuest coming through with the right confidence, and I think a good vision for the round each and every time.
And all they have to do is do it one more time.
Nah,
I
ironic.
think a
No,
lot
no,
of this
no,
success
no
for
mythic game
FlyQuest
to
on the
that.
T side. We got to give a tip of the hat to Netic. Sometimes it's very quick tempo to get down secret. Other times we see these lurky moments where he's finding mid-round impact too.
I wonder if FlyQuest are tempted to do something fast. I kind of hope they go slowly.
They've definitely got a wealth of utility over top of FaZe, so that is a luxury they can afford. Slow it down. Let the CTs burn those tools.
Looks like they're going to commit to the upper hit.
All right, Kerrigan's alongside the hut wall. He's the first victim of the hit. Man advantage on the execution. Frozen brings it back by 1. This could end electrically. They drop down from heaven. Rain's got both backs turned. And just like that, FlyQuest fizzled out. They try to take a fight to FaZe, and Regali could still pull it off. So much time is what they had, and they opt
Someone
to
thanks
rush
for 3-month
the
farmer.
fact.
Thank you.
Now he'll have the clock, but he doesn't have the bomb.
It's a very unfavorable spot for him with the bomb in their grasp. Regali is one of the players who was the best at clutching in his amateur years playing in WePlay. I'd say that's where he really waited for those chances. When it was just him, 50 seconds up.
No one watching heaven.
Yeah, 2 players below him. They're watching opposite vent.
But either of them could react fast enough to kill him. Regali on the
Oh,
approach.
no way,
Still
neither one of
nobody
them's
has looked
looking
up top.
heaven.
Now,
Oh,
only now do
no.
they look upwards. And he gets it
Oh
onto
my
Frozen
God, no
fast
way.
enough. Him versus Rain. Ooh,
Oh
he's able to get
my
back
God.
into the cover. Regali wants the chase. And down goes Rain. Just like that.
Overtime,
secure.
holy shit.
Regali
Will
locks
thanks for
in
the
with
Twitch
a
farmer.
huge
No way.
reposition.
Yeah, he's always
FaZe
good
win
for
a clutch to
My
close out
God,
Nuke
that
Challenge.
round was
Impossible.
done. Regali trusted himself getting up into heaven. They had a huge gap right there. Didn't even consider the thought of that rotation being possible.
I asked Nori to
And
do
he took
something
full
for me
advantage
right
of
after this map
opportunity.
chat.
He attacks just in time. The
And
first
FaZe
instance
obviously
that
had to
either
win it because I was
defender
going to
looked
step away for a
upwards,
second.
and he is
And
there.
now they won, or now they lost round, so now she's pissed. Yep. Yep.
What a comeback.
Oh,
But
no,
this
now
time,
I'm in
they
trouble.
actually
Chat, I'm going to
make
need
it to
5.
overtime.
Will, thanks for the primer. I didn't do that. I didn't make him throw.
Very impressive here on Nuke from FlyQuest.
She's giving hands on hips right now, chat. I am not in a good spot.
Ballsy move to hit that upper side as fast as they did.
I didn't do that. I don't think she cares. It's crazy.
Round 24 loss. Back on Inferno. Not gonna let that happen again.
Let's go to it. She said, no, well, I'm showering. Trying to go shower. That's what's happening right now. Headless, thanks for the 16.
That was
I'm
Regali
disgusting,
from the bottom
chat.
of the
Look at me.
scoreboard on FlyQuest's side. 1v3.
Saw them versus Falcons lose to Tech Nines. They got they lost a 2v5 round. I mean, it's been messy here and there. Okay, well,
She's gonna open some cases, Axe. Is that okay with
Happy to
you?
step up to the plate.
Or some packs.
He was not uncomfortable at all. Molotov hadn't even popped back sight by the time those first 2 emerged. Brokey's not able to jump down though. And Netic's gonna hear that rotation in full force. What he doesn't know, second player still behind the vent.
And they still have heaven. This will be spotted
clean.
though.
This is gonna bring back that ramp hit. Oh, and he gets both on his own.
Wait, Netic got a
Steps up to the
second?
plate. Elise tries to find timing. Stop!
Covered.
Triple kill from Netic. What a recovery. This is 3v5 back from FlyQuest, all by way of Netic.
Is this gonna be the follow phase, bro?
On the ramp, but then Netic collects 3 kills on his own. There was 0 trade potential
actually,
with his
though.
teammates coming up from Hut.
1v3 and then 3v5 versus FaZe, but this time it's FlyQuest, not Falcons.
Bro.
Wow.
If they lose this,
Crispy shooting
they're for
here
sure
from
losing
Netic.
map 3. They've absolutely crumbled every time this shit happens.
Game on.
FaZe might be feeling a little bit embarrassed to be in this position.
Caliph, I realize you just discovered this, but you're not even hitting the
This one
emote.
could have been over and done with.
Don't one-man spam. Thank you, thank you.
But they couldn't find 4 rounds on CT side.
Anyone know what the odds were for FlyQuest? Probably
Now
pretty
they can't even
good.
find one in overtime.
No, but actually, man, they just
Clean shots.
if this happens again, Netic looks like he's scared. He's like, "What is wrong with you, dude?" Hell yeah, Kenny, let's go,
Elise right
dude.
into the action, but it comes at a cost. Certainly more than
Good
2
shit, Kenny, good
players
shit.
in that pack out of FlyQuest. That is a fast ramp fight out of the gate. Rain
Keep
takes
it up,
a
man.
glimpse deep into lobby, smokes it off. Expect things to slow down a second.
Oh, they're going to walk right out of it.
Okay.
Right underneath Rain.
He seemed. Oh, he turns around. Has tents ready. Instead, he just falls down unsuspectingly into 2 players that just walked out on his timing. Netic with another headshot.
They can't even believe it. What a risk to take. And Rain got up there, and I think he just had his guard down. Thought, no way. Wow, 2 more rounds here for FlyQuest.
Dude, Netic, call him Medic, because he's remedied this situation. Back-to-back impactful
This is
rounds.
so sad,
man,
chat.
it's a
We're
frame
watching
of
FaZe
timing there where Rain
completely
actually puts himself in the best spot possible to catch
crumble.
everything, but he goes to
Any
check the
primers,
corner of the
prime
smoke.
forgetters in the
No
chat?
one's there for that moment. Another 3v5.
Back-to-back.
Oh man,
1v3,
that timing is
3v5,
ridiculous. That's Aura.
3v5. Yeah.
Is borderline illegal. Back
Getting
to back.
overtime is one thing.
3v5s in OT.
Now they can think about winning.
All while Elise tops the charts on the FaZe Clan
Radioactive
side of things.
Chinchilla,
Brokey
thanks
caught
for the
on by
3-month
timing
primer.
there,
What a
down to
name.
half health. Does he re-peek? He's got Elise to try to cover off main. Again, we're going man advantage FaZe, but that has not been enough to get these rounds on the board.
First 2 kills or whatever.
We'll see where the next one comes through.
I'm just glad the mods closed the Gamba early. FlyQuest is an NA org. This is a win-win. Is FlyQuest actually an NA org? I know they have a team in the LCS, so they did, but I don't know if they're NA, are they? Offices are in Cali? Nice. I didn't know that.
Blasted straight up
That's
entry.
A beauty here. Not letting Frozen leave.
Elise, though, just omnipresent in these rounds, dude. Trying to keep his team kicking and screaming
Oregon
in
here?
the CT side.
Wait, where's FlyQuest at?
And another huge reposition.
Oh, hey.
That's the thing with Elise. He's keeping it fresh and he's keeping it fast.
Oh, fucking A, the intern's trying to
They
clip
have
my ass
lost
again.
track of Vexite in the process. Kerrigan's got to
Sorry,
be
luckily
ready for
I
this
didn't
duel.
mention
Vexite
anything about
thinking
FaZe.
that deep
We're
corner.
good.
Instead falls victim to FaZe's leader. Regali gets the trade back. And so man advantage maintained the entire time. Still further damage done. This one looking real tough. But they've won harder rounds. And so Ince keeps the hopes up. Goes for the wide swing. Now Regali front sight. Up for another clutch.
Oh
He's
my
got his
god.
second to the
Oh
record, but
my
Elise
god, if
says
he did it again.
Enough.
Yeah, huge risk getting that plant and
No,
faking
no,
it, but
Flom
that was the
Sam,
only
be
way
nice.
to draw both
FlyQuest
out
has
of
actually
heaven.
get
Nice
this
try,
before
and
Goated
Elise
org.
actually gets the final say. Making this a 5v3 a couple of times now. So many good rounds out of him.
They
He is everywhere. Look
I
at
did
this
set them up for
package.
content on Twitter, but then they ended up losing the game.
To sort of save the day here.
Was it? Who did they play? Who are you guys playing that we made the clip for? Just helping small streamers? We appreciate that.
Around in overtime. Nearly 3 straight for FlyQuest.
All by way
Oh,
of
the
Liege.
Vitality game. Yeah.
Man played the whole map. Will it be the saving grace? Saw a couple of small, costly mistakes from Netic at the start of that CT half, letting his teammates down, letting them die uncovered. Absolutely stepped it up as this game has gone on.
But again, in the first half, this is where I was. This FlyQuest CT side, they were so far behind in terms of map control. They didn't really know ever what was going on. They got caught so many times looking behind them, and it looks like this can happen again. FaZe are using Big Garage to their advantage. They've already had secret control at this point of the round. There is no lobby push here for FlyQuest. So they've got to kind of hope on a lucky timing. We see another moment where you can get shot in the side of the head.
Yeah, Ince just kind of walking in.
Oh, but he still gets the kill?
No way he wins that duel.
Wow.
Rain fully prepared, and he goes one better. Sprays into the smoke, looking to equalize, looking to get that 15th round real quick. Regali missed shot. Shadow spotted. Still the rebound back out of FaZe. They're trying to queue up
Okay,
their
Regali's
3v5,
op on
but
CT side of Nuke actually looks like I'm fucking playing the game though. I'm serious.
Another layer out from heaven.
Oh, Shroud! Oh my aura! Holy shit!
Still up for grabs.
Oh, their feet were to the fire right there, all the way to the very end, the last damn frame. Standing up in the molly in heaven. Wow. That was the butterfly effect from Rain missing that first kill on Inz. It's crazy because that moment comes
aging
because of
10
all
years
the map
behind
control
these
that
guys.
FaZe
Oh
get
yeah,
untested. The fact that FlyQuest don't know where they've gotten into, but it's Counter-Strike. A shot like that gets hit back, and suddenly it's FlyQuest who it's their round to lose.
Great composure from the Aussie in-game leader. A jump scare duel versus Rain.
no, but actually though,
Still has the presence of mind to go for that.
Regali
spam.
CT side up
Leaves with
Nuke
another
is
close.
definitely. Bro is struggling. They need to get him on.
If they pull
the
this
server.
off,
They
it
need
is
way
the
more reps
reason
for
they
his
win
CT
Nuke.
side. He just usually doesn't look comfortable.
26 frags to his name. Critical in overtime.
He's so good, but for whatever reason, this is like the
15th.
only time I'm like, damn, dude, what's going
They
on?
have to, I mean, the one round where FlyQuest started to look good was towards the end of the first half, where they actually expanded to take outside control. We had Inz pushing red box.
FlyQuest, if he pops
That was
off
like a
now, I will be
late
invoicing
evolution
you.
of the defense as
Yeah,
well.
very late, but they're not kind of building off of that. I think that's where they look their best. And now he's in a spot that he's been in commonly with the back of Big Garage. But again, when players do this, that's when you lose vision.
Flash.
Regali's coming over to try to regain it. The possibility of that threat outside hell seems to have him scuttling back.
Needed on T side, Nuke. T side, not so much. No.
Expected, but no way.
Still gets it.
What the? How
back
the
to back.
And that's the
fuck?
biggest threat down. He takes out Elige.
Not only,
Dude, Elige has
does
been
it
on a
get caught off
heater
guard,
too.
but also
Okay, nice,
First bullet
nice.
was going the way of Elige. It will get finished off by Rain, who gets his revenge from the round prior.
There's a lot of presence here at ramp. It'll be
Elige has been farming them too, man. That's a big scalp.
Good
Fuck.
lock in. That Opera on the angle, he was just over towards hell. They leave it in his hands as responsibility.
If this goes late squeaky, it gets very dangerous for the upstairs players.
Liaz supports with some util still, just chipping away at the health here of the FaZe clan. Nades to the back of the site. Vexite looks for his chance. It's Liaz from up above with the multi-frag first, and then Netic connects.
1v3 now.
A big clutch offered up here for Brokey, AK in hand, and a chance to just evacuate around into hut. But how do you play this outnumbered? The fact that they've got that incendiary as well on Regali, 2 sets of eyes to look to keep him locked in. This is going to be a desperate attempt for Brokey to try to stop this defuse. The wallbang's not lining up. Liaz connects it, just defuses all the way forward for
One
the
more for
15th
FlyQuest.
FlyQuest win. They have taken the lead in
One
this
more.
map.
No, their lead, and with one round, they can simply win it. Nuke potentially
One more, boys. They're on
FlyQuest
map
doing the
point.
impossible after 2 comebacks in this series.
Credit, 1 HP.
Getting the better, the more unlikely one. This is such a frustrating moment for Elige. Everything else has gone so well. And it's another moment that Inns gets caught outside, but he still comes out with the duel.
From Renegades, right? Yeah.
Hangs on for dear life and delivers.
Let's see it.
He pops it open. No real vision here for Regali. He's going to go in for a second chance. Nobody exposed to it. And nobody to counter off him because we've got Brokey again on this AK. Early damage by way of util. Frozen just barrels out. Nedic's got the response. Regali looks frazzled for a second because there's so much smoke all around him.
There's 2 down secret. This is part of the move.
They're just trying to keep pressure all across the board.
Rain got one down lower.
That ends up getting the edge back into the hands of the FaZe clan.
That little test from Kerrigan drew them back to ramp.
Very
so
nice.
much pressure all across the map. They don't know
Lot
which
of,
is actually the commitment, but
lot of pulling right here out of Kerrigan. This is actually a nice round.
One lurk getting caught off.
Oh,
Maybe
Brokey's gonna
Nedic
die.
close up on the angle. Oh, but starts to run. Saw the barrel though.
Fuck, nice. Oh, thank God.
Let his guard down for a second.
That was
and now
so
a 2v4
fortunate.
demanded of the Aussies, or we go double OT. FaZe just gonna try to keep their site players alive. It's an easy lock-in for Rain. He just dives down, but he's not able to keep standing.
Uh-oh. Alicia's stuck now. Alicia's stuck.
Things are startly getting
Oh,
scrambled.
no.
Liaz
It's not
has found
better for
2
him.
kills,
Oh,
and
my
they've got
God.
backside
Okay.
control, but all good. FaZe again, keep it close to keep you on the edge of your seat.
Yeah, at least chaotic FaZe round right there to guarantee.
That was cool though. So
overtime.
they sent Frozen out. Okay, so
lock in for that. That
was actually a
such
really
an
tricky
absurd
round, chat. That was
set
kind of cool.
situations here. What
Outside
business did Frozen
smokes
have coming out through the smoke.
into an upper pop
They set that up only
with
for
Frozen
him to
going
get a
out
kill. They had no plans to
into
execute
Kerrigan
behind it
going
at all.
ramp, so it looks like it's
Kerrigan,
like an
I
upper
think,
fake
put
to a
on
ramp
display a
hit
good
with
example of where
Elysian Rain
he
actually
made some
sneaking
presence
down through
towards ramp,
secret.
but it wasn't to get anyone to rotate off. It was to get them
It's actually cool.
to
That
reinforce
was a
ramp
cool
to
little
defend
round.
so that his players could scale through secret and get into lower and get through control doors. That was enough to get them into a post-plant position. It was a bit of what FlyQuest were missing on some of their T attacks.
Somebody referenced that Reddit post the other day that said that like watching FaZe is like, what do they say, like a workout or something?
Nedic's got a great angle to just take Kerrigan's legs out.
Oh,
Luckily, he's
nice.
got Elige for the trade frag.
It's an excellent refrag out of Elige.
His overtime impact so real.
Did you get paid for that, Launders? Hashtag ad.
He peels off as Rain goes deeper. Oh, Ince wins the fight, dude. Ince is getting his impact.
He is. He's
We
coming
talked
in
about-
late sometimes.
Yes.
He's getting waited for, but he's still getting his.
He just keeps getting one when he has
We
no
alluded
business
to
getting
back on
one.
Inferno, those moments where Ince impresses out of nowhere, kind of steps it up unexpectedly. Well, here's that map, and Elige goes in. Again, just catching them with these off timings on the upper site. Vexite wants his next engagement, and he's gonna find it, but still Brokey ends up winning.
That was a cool
with
attempt
just
at a
20
flash.
points of health left. Ince still, from up top, already throws out grenades. They know of his position, and Liaz is desperate to somehow get into this engagement. A flashbang offered up.
Wait.
No way, Ince gets it from heaven. Brokey stuck on this bomb site. Toyed with. Liaz finally commits.
Damn, bro.
And it's a FlyQuest retake for the lead again.
Oh, man, so painfully awkward right there. The fight between Heaven and Squeaky that entire time, waiting for the chance to go for a one-tap. It's Inz who plays it just a little bit better. That's a spot where it should be
I can't believe he gets up the vent,
more
then.
than any, or out of the
I just
vent,
like can't
excuse me,
believe
more
that's
than
how that
anything
one
else, but they
went
find a
down.
way to get it.
Oh.
And right back to business.
I don't even think it's fraud watch for FaZe. They've just been struggling. I don't think anybody's called them frauds. They're just kind of having a rough time, to be honest. Fraud watch kind of implies that like we don't already think that FaZe is kind of
Here
struggling.
in the form of Elige.
Well, I think we're past that.
On the brink of 30 kills.
They're on the struggle bus. I want to be a hater. Oh, okay, my bad. Continue on then. Continue on.
I swear.
It feels like if he goes down, then there's a bit of X factor lost on the FlyQuest side of things. Oh my.
Dead.
Oh, he missed lights. Frozen just steps right back into the Opera's
I'm
crosshair.
telling you, dude, Regali's
Kerrigan's
scope,
managed to get himself
specifically
a
on the
second kill
CT
this
side of
round,
Nuke,
getting
is
his-
like wrong.
damage in on that upper site. Sets them up nicely.
I'm
Elise has
telling
found
you,
good timing,
dude.
but he
There's
actually
something
puts the
wrong
ladder
with
up
him.
top.
I
The
don't know
help
what
runner
it
maybe on the
is. How did that
chase.
not
Did
hit?
see the
He
legs?
fucking missed.
Yeah, I
What do
think
you?
so. Vexite
Dude
for a
fell
second tried
asleep
to
or
keep himself
something.
in cover.
What do you mean? How did that miss?
Elige hasn't gone for the peak yet. Vexite gets the spam through smoke, and he's still so worried about the top of heaven. Now absolutely confirmed, but poor Vexite stuck between a rock and a hard place. Called, killed, 3 strong here for FaZe as we get tied up again.
A very smart move there for Elige. He backed up and kept aware of the potential for someone to come in through ramp. Knew that there was a fight upstairs he could help
To be
out
honest,
with. Was
I think
desperately hoping
Elige
that
is
the
not
3
that
players who
pissed.
were on the
I think
floor could deal with
Elige
it
is
first. And that was the right amount of patience, I think, for that exact situation.
the most
So that's how Inns goes.
locked in I've seen him in a minute.
But you watch some of these
Actually,
previous rounds, man, he has had a horseshoe up his ass. With the duels
I mean,
that
I
he's
think
taken
he's
outside.
frustrated that they're not winning, but I'm just saying, like, he seems actually pretty composed right now.
Frag onto the approach. Perfectly placed on Rain. There's half of his health gone. Trying to keep him muzzled for what's left of this one.
Don't worry about what
Slower
Launder
tempo.
said. He's cooking. It's fine. It's the gum,
Such a
maybe, yeah.
constant threat
No, I
outside.
mean, I think
Like you're saying, kind of
I think he really believes and understands that
Yeah, I mean, they're the ones missing. I'll just say they're waiting
with
for
how
him,
poorly things are
but
going right
they're
now,
the ones who are not
there's no
completing their
room for
sprays.
like
Frozen
any
takes out
negative
Nettic, gets a
emotions
5-4
getting put
here
into
for
that
FaZe.
team.
He really felt squeezed in main there.
Even if they're
And I think that
valid, or
comes
even if
from
he's not
just this
saying it on the
constant
mic,
pressure that
he's
FaZe have been
like
applying out.
zero, you
And
know?
even though there was nothing actually there at that moment, you could just see how Nettic kind of gets scared about it.
And you could
The
hear based on his
possibility
interviews that,
enough to
like,
frazzle him. We also get frozen to slide down that vent.
I like that.
It's
Inns is
just
trying to
purely a
keep this
mental
too.
thing
You
for
know,
them
that
right
new
now.
risk here, flanking potentially secret could be the move. I mean, second to last player is Elige. He's got the bomb. He won't be turning around. Brokey, will he watch this? Inns could
Elige
solidify
Canadian?
the situation
Nah.
again. He's got a great chance.
Oh, Brokey
Oh,
just gets away from
fucking
it,
it.
turns.
Oh, Brokey's got the sixth sense.
Still could catch them off guard with the follow-up. Liaz throws himself into the fray, very quickly down from the vent as well, but they make sound on the approach, and of the two, only Vexite is able to get a kill between
nice.
them.
Now have a
What
okay
could
CT
have
side
been
here.
with that one. Finally, his luck dries up.
I love the way he made that play because so many of these rounds he has just been sitting
Smells
in the
like
back
rich
of
in
Big
here.
Garage.
Yeah, do you smell any
And again,
primers,
you can see
prime
he's trying to
figures?
figure out new things to do, but in this spot, 4v5 down, why not take the risk of flanking secret early? And if he's just even 1 second earlier, which might just be too much to ask, he probably takes that shot. I don't think he waits to line up 2 kills or anything like that. I just don't think he felt like he had a clear way to kill Brokey on the first peak. So, but smart from Brokey, turned around.
I feel like
I left
Brokey's
at
one of those
9-3. What the
players
fuck
that can
happened?
feel when he's being watched.
FaZe
player, you know,
not being able to close out
eventually you're gonna
games.
see- and that's
happen.
also a symptom
Again.
of, is the map too quiet? Because like you can interrupt someone's mental timing if you give them something else to think about. And there were no real distractions right there, but you know, don't want to overthink that situation.
Someone
Inns
help
made the
Elige.
right play,
Looks like
just
Brokey's
was-
trying to right now, which
was
is
just
also
Counter-Strike
good to see.
for a second.
Brokey's had
Just
some
a little
really
too
crucial moments
late.
right now in this game.
Still a 1-round game here for FlyQuest. Got this far.
It does just feel like they could, God, dude, if they could just get over this, whatever this funk is, I do think they could be really interesting. But who knows? Some teams stay stuck forever.
There's a layer here. Rain's gonna find man advantage.
Even the best teams sometimes are just stuck.
And still, all the while, bombs going down. So at the very least, you've got this.
Yeah, they get the plant off at the expense of 2 players.
But how many
And
3v5s can you truly win in overtime?
Rain's waiting for this lurk, and he'll wait here the entire time.
Nice.
Reads it well. And so it's just straight up the numbers game for the clearing of this lower bomb site. Liaz awkwardly sitting on 50 health as well. They want to take a player down on the approach, but he just looks away from the commitment. Liaz now tries his hand. Good first headshot. Second one's elusive, but Ince is in a clutch.
Get on it,
And
get
with
on
the
it.
luck he's pulled off, maybe, just maybe. With fire in front of him, nothing he can do. Bomb was close to popping, and he just
Nice.
can't commit. He didn't have the health to get into that fight. He would have loved to go deep into smoke and try the Hail Mary, but not even
Come on,
an
one
option.
more.
We could credit the utility there. The Molly's placed perfectly behind the smoke, doesn't get extinguished. No chance to fight back there, even with some health left over. And that'll be FaZe guaranteeing another overtime here. Finally stopping an upper hit. And I think here where Regali comes out, it's part of the plan, but this looks like a spot if they lose the first player and they've already snuck the bomb down. They should have just found a new route to get, you know, to try to help out. But obviously it would have been hard without the vent opened. But just too many sacrifices for the fake.
Again, though, rinse and repeat. This time, no objective to head downstairs. They're just going to commit it to this upper floor.
How is Leah's taking like no damage while dropping that many bullets
so
to there?
This game, FlyQuest just keep it simple and straight up rush. We got it in round 24.
Well, they just rushed upper.
They're super close to it. Again, T-side has been really friendly to
I
them
feel
in
like
terms
you
of
just-
these simple attacks upper.
I mean, they can go for it. They should. Oh
And it
my
feels
rain.
like they've nabbed it, barring some kind of awkward timing here. Brokey, oh my.
Brokey with the
scopes
flank,
in
nice
on
shot.
And he is not alone. Frozen looking to join up with him. Man advantage has been equalized. The
Wait,
lead
Elise
even
got
gonna take
another.
it one better. Nedic with the
Brokey hit
fast response.
this.
Regardless
Nice.
got his, but Brokey continues straight out from lobby, and they will
Damn,
finish this
empty.
off.
Wow. Clean follow through here from FlyQuest. Simple as they get upper the exact same fashion as last round, but the kills go a little bit differently this time. And no spams back from Mini to slow this down. No bomb sneak into the lower site. Instead, the full commitment
Hey,
upstairs.
thanks for the 54-month
And
resub.
again,
Thank you,
just
beautiful.
better
Appreciate you.
frags. We're deep into the night of this nuke game. They're definitely out of prep at this point, coming up with stuff as they go. And we've
Yeah,
got
no,
the
we're
attack
past
cause
page
save for
3
this
of the
moment.
prep. We're on
None
to
better here.
Fuck it, we ball.
To try to break into the third overtime for FlyQuest.
There's no more notes. There's no more notes. This is where Kerrigan does his best
They look
work,
so
right,
inspired
guys?
now. I feel like, you know, you can definitely see it.
Ever since that Regali clutch.
I feel like they've leveled up 3 times since the beginning of this nuke game.
Bring the backup notes.
But FaZe have also improved.
It was heads in hands and slouching in their chairs as he tried to pull off that 1v3 clutch in round 24. On the edge of their seats ever since. They've touched the lead, but now
Oh,
they've
that
lost
nade
it.
is chunky. That's smart. FlyQuest knows that they just upper rush.
If they get rained down
Good
to
chance somebody
44
hits like the mini swing. That's a chunky fucking nade.
And they opt not to go ultra aggressive.
Looks like there'll be one final test for Elige, who has been the star of the show here for FaZe. Some action coming his way outside. They haven't been putting too much pressure on the cross. There's been delayed. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's kind of what you wanted to see this time around. They can't let this go for free. And last time FlyQuest did just walk the entire way through.
It's actually bad. I just get a cheap one, man.
Looks like
Based
they'll do
on
that again.
having
4
a cheap
players
one and
strong.
having an expensive one, they're
Shoulder
like
to
the
shoulder,
same.
leaving ins outer.
No further spams. Last time that they tried this set tactic, though, they got crushed downstairs. However, you had Brokey up on Xantares in the lower site. Here, you only have Rain down on control steps, and he's low.
That layered defense was key.
Oh, they missed it.
Oh, Army, but so, in a way, they get given a
10
grace.
HP.
The fact that Nedic takes a bullet to the head, but is still standing. Here's that second layer to the defense now.
Oh, their control steps, Molly.
It's also changed up positions, not quite mirrored as last time. Frozen was here on the railing. Now Rain instead plays on that site silo. Brokey's just going to await for that single door swing, but fire at his feet is going to cause a problem. And so Rain looks to get his, but remember, he was low.
What the? Oh, that's another one. It's another one.
Both, and then even a leash. Kerrigan's
wait,
got a
he's low.
chance. Players falling
Oh.
down. Bomb's going to get planted. Frozen to the clutch, and they will push this again.
They actually made that happen. I mean, they had 3 points of attack on lower. After missing that molly, mentally, they could have been completely out of it. Took damage where they shouldn't have. They had the rotation from the op downstairs. 3 players in total. Elige coming in as extra support that may not have been necessary in any normal situation. And here's where it could have all gone wrong. And they still survived this.
Nedic catches Brokey, who was flustered by the fire.
Yeah, they mollied him out of position. They did a great job of rocking everyone's spots on the site. That was a very hard round to win.
And a nasty triple kill from Vexite throughout.
So what the fuck?
We'll have to lip read that one.
Don't worry, brother. Didn't cost you the game. Could have, but didn't. Hell of a recovery.
Oh.
We'll see if third time's the charm.
That's a
Brokey
nice one.
will
That's-
not miss the second shot. Make sure that ramp doesn't fall, and he's got Frozen to support it, to ensure it. to establish the 5v3, and we've seen 2 3v5s in overtime back in the first.
Yeah, you can.
The favor of
Wait,
FlyQuest.
the peepos you mean,
FaZe
funny?
have fixed
No,
their
keep the
issues
peepos.
since.
People like the peepos.
But do I speak too soon? Netic able to get the better.
I'm pretty
of
sure most
Elige at
people
a
like 'em.
distance.
That's surely
Chat, you like the
really
team
missing
peepos?
this moment. It's actually Frozen who gets spotted.
And further
I
damage
need to
done
update
to
a couple
FaZe
of 'em,
from
but-
the 3v5, about to equalize. Netic just toys with the corner. Regali's going to go into the A side entry, but layered defense here as Frozen takes the same spot and Rain comes up with no hesitation from that vent. And this is all Elige's earlier damage here done to Netic.
Yeah, it still gets scrappy once again, but Netic in the 1-on-3, I think FaZe feel like now they've established control. How's he going to even get this bomb back in?
Exactly.
He's got to really channel his Regali here.
We're doing 17 OTs.
No
Yeah,
doubt
we are.
inspired by that 24th round clutch.
Another one.
By the multi-frags that they've pulled off since.
Be thinking I'm going to have to play a few pugs before the Annihilator Cup.
But Broky's going to finish it knowing
FaZe
he
said,
was
don't
low.
worry, dude. We'll
Elish
take you all the
calls
way there.
damage, and FaZe step forward to the lead yet again.
I was like, oh, dude, 8 hours? Only 2 BO3s left.
Teams
They're like,
burning the
nah,
candle
we
on
got
both
it.
end in terms of ideas, follow through, lost chances, gain chances. And again,
Kinda
every
wanna
new
order a hot
overtime
dog, but
is a
also,
new
I don't know,
chance
should I?
for attack pause.
I don't know if
FlyQuest
it's like
have
an
done
actual hot
excellent
dog
job
place.
with
Yeah,
them,
sure.
Outcast
Fuck
getting
it.
involved.
Send it, dude.
Seen
I
some
haven't had a
stark
hot dog in a
improvements as
minute.
this game has
I go
gone on.
Crazy. Chicago style? Hell yeah. Nathan's famous. I
It looks
fucked
like
up,
he's got
dude.
a clear directive on what's going
Most
to happen.
insane deal I've ever had. Financially, content-wise. But you know what? I fucked up. I didn't
Go down to small
negotiate
mistakes now.
hot dogs
Both
for
these
life.
teams are very familiar with each other.
But that's probably because I bankrupted them. They probably, there's no chance.
Yep.
Just really wanted to make sure it didn't bounce back in his face, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's keep this party rolling. Elige first blood. A shot from Brokey. And down goes Elige, the hands of Netic.
Oh, caught.
Good on Rain. That is all Rain as well. 100 health on the spam. For me, with no X-ray, it looks like he's already around the corner, but Rain gets him at the last second.
And the cross is so late, they have to go.
Tapping away towards heaven. It's good damage done here from Ince. But a quick departure from Kerrigan to peel away from outside to make sure he doesn't fall victim to what's left of this outer possession of FlyQuest. Although it's a pinch into main, well done by Liaz to isolate
Oh
Rain.
no, FaZe.
that's
Oh
solid.
no. Oh no.
2 on the upper floor.
Then they pause.
Yeah,
Kerrigan's
FaZe
low and
are
Elige's
waiting in
dead.
hell. Could end up in a post-plant situation if a FlyQuest play their cards right. Kerrigan also expecting them to take their time, going
Sith
around
Lord,
now
thanks for
to
the
hut.
6-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
What's Frozen's move? He's just full commitment.
Figuring out what to do with this information. Yeah, Frozen will just end up being event rotation or coming back through ramp.
Oh, he got around the corner.
Yeah, Liaz kind of wins or loses this position with this flank coming in.
Just missed the timing there. Liaz had checked it twice.
Their guard is down though, isn't it?
Kerrigan slipped in between the timings. Still looks like Liaz is on high alert, but again, a third instance of timing that ends up going Kerrigan's way.
But that's about pulling distractions.
Pressure on Ince to pull off the clutch. A fast reposition. Kerrigan, oh, he gets damaged as the defuse is so nearly denied.
Holy fuck, 8 HP. Holy
to make the
shit.
difference. She finally
Christ.
put up majority in an overtime CT side.
Damn near killed them both.
Plot
with that
armor,
one
baby.
spam.
Plot armor.
And you've got a couple of cheeky smiles on the faces of the FaZe players at the moment. They barely got away with that one. This is how it kicked off. Brain really saves this situation, refragging Elige here. And again, you know, Kerrigan was the bait in some plays. In this position, they're baiting for him. It's not a quiet flank. They have players up in heaven throwing flashes down. Liaz feels like he has to respect them. And they've gotten away with this push every round. Even if they don't get the shot in, they get away.
There's usually a second layer to it as well, so if not the first, the second delivers. What's that?
80 damage.
80 damage out of nowhere. Brokey then hits his shot instantly. This could be a total sweep of a CT side. Things go from bad to worse for FlyQuest as they just run straight into the
Brokey really heats up after 40 rounds, dude.
Trying to tether off of Frozen again, attacking this from both sides, and FlyQuest get absolutely swarmed. A total sweep in OT3.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe had to go full strength to be able to pull out a 3-round half here in overtime. FlyQuest done well to get to this point, but maybe they're out of fuel.
Now, where's that 80 damage come from?
I don't know. It looked like it must have been a HUD spam, right? Kind of weird to see Elige on the floor, though, if he's getting that. Looked annoying, that's for sure.
Yeah, I felt like it did frazzle people for a second.
Every single round, though, FaZe are able to get to up the trophy. Every round they get a chance to put an op on that position, and I like that they're not overthinking it either. FlyQuest, no answers.
You're almost there, Kerrigan.
All right.
3 map and match points. 2 9-3 leads on both maps. And FlyQuest fight tooth and nail. Kerrigan up!
Oh, Kerrigan! What the fuck? Kerrigan! Kerrigan!
Delivers Ince again for the multi-frag denied. And it is fire in front of Liaz.
Kerrigan doing it himself, dude!
Through hell they have fought for this attempt.
He said
at a
this
comeback.
one's for you,
So
Twist.
close on
Hold on.
Inferno. 1, 2, and 3 overtimes here on Nuke, but it looks like luck has run out. It's a difficult endeavor to take a
Not
swing
even
at
close,
FaZe.
dude. Easy 2-0 for FaZe, man.
Absolutely did.
As we all expected, 2-0 for FaZe. Don't look at the score. Don't look at the score. Don't look at how it happened. 2-0 is a 2-0, guys.
Versus top 10 teams.
Struggle is a good word for it. Struggle from all ends. So many rounds to settle Nuke. We had the 13-11 on Inferno, and we had so much more here on Nuke, but it felt like right at the end, FlyQuest ran out of steam. That final overtime period, they just didn't have enough left in the tank at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like FaZe ran out of steam when they had the 9-3 lead first half. They go into second half. FlyQuest looked great. And need I remind you, that's one of the weakest
I'm going to watch the interviews and then I'm going to go shower, chat.
Totally, but FlyQuest played well. Got to give him some respect. You know, Nedic played so well that I actually, in the meantime, renewed my Netflix subscription.
Netflix?
Netflix. Netflix.
He's going to be an opera now, huh?
Netflix. No, it's just.
Shout out Bun, thanks for the 44-month farmer. Thank you.
We've been looking for.
Bring us back on track here, Boo.
You guys were trash talking. I was saying Nedic's great. That's what we
You're
want.
right. There's a lot to love from that for FlyQuest, though. I think they're going to be feeling a whole lot of bitterness for the near future. Should have been theirs. Could have been theirs. Maybe so close to the line. But it's not to be.
Yeah, no, unfortunately. I mean, I do think that FlyQuest are going to move away from this game pretty happy about a handful of
What,
things.
streaming? Yeah, I'll probably stream at least 8 more,
all in
to be honest with you.
I think like that T side is something that they're going to be walking away proud of. I feel like the end of it, the fact that they got beaten by
that's not a bad idea.
twist drop, you know, from Kerrigan, that was kind of a
Hooligan,
fun
thanks for the
moment
$10
for
tip.
FaZe to walk away on.
Throwback?
Sicko!
Yeah. I know one guy who's probably
That's
walking away
not a
more
bad
relieved
idea.
than anything else. We got Elige here on the desk.
Here, Al.
Elige, how you feeling after that one?
Like you said, relieved. Feels good. I mean, we had a big advantage on T side, some struggle rounds, but we ended up winning, and that's all that matters.
It's kind of the quintessential FaZe experience, bottled up in so many maps. At least you got to play basically a full 3 maps around.
Where's Gatler? Gatler, you tell Sicko. Evan, thanks for the 10-month farmer.
Elige,
Thank you.
first thing I want to ask is just about your opponent you just faced. I mean, what do you think FlyQuest was doing so well that made it so difficult for you guys in that one?
I don't know. I think that they had a good game plan. We kind of got unlucky on some of the rounds, but they also just came out like hitting hard. When they were rushing and popping on us, they were just getting the entries, and things were just going really well for them really quickly. I don't think that we were being outplayed tactically. I think that they were shooting super hard. I think we were in a lot of good situations, and we also, classically let some of those rounds that we had advantage get away from us too.
Yeah, I mean, in other interviews, people have talked about it feels like you versus yourself sometimes, especially if we look at the game versus Falcons on Ancient. It's just some struggle happening. And the key that I've thought about is that it's the rounds after, right? That's what's being talked about. It's you lose a bad round and then somehow you guys can't recover. Like, how have you been working on that?
Shorts? Yeah, dude. I got some tasty ones right now.
Like I said in my interview yesterday,
I
think that we just have to believe harder that everything's okay.
I'm so sorry.
We're winning. Like the rounds are good. Like there's some miscommunications happening, but it's also kind of a bit of PTSD in some of the rounds where, we feel like a situation that kind of happened. We feel, a little bit anxious about, what's happening in the rounds. We know like how we lost like a previous one, and that's just something that we have to overcome. Like we have to like believe, and that's just like the end of it, I think.
I guess one question I have is, now that you've been playing with Kerrigan for a pretty extended amount of time.
Gatler, look what I'm posting.
No, I know they're obviously like leagues apart in terms of in-game leading, but like, how would you compare just the style of JT versus the style of Kerrigan?
Don't know. It's a good idea.
Well, I always compared JT to Nitro. I always thought they were like very similar, even in their demeanors.
Actually, I got it.
I think that Finn has a lot of really good like mid-rounding where he just like completely takes control, where I feel we were a little bit more I don't know, like it's really hard to say, but I don't know, Finn kind of just takes the wheel way harder compared to both of them, and he comes up with really good ideas just on the fly. Everything kind of just like puzzle pieces together, and yeah, I think that's the best way I describe it.
Okay.
When it comes down to
John
it,
Blaze,
feels
thanks
like
for the
you
Twitch
guys
Prime.
so
Thank you.
often look great in parts of the game. Does it feel like you're kind of just one step away, like if you're going to solve something and all of a sudden you guys are going to figure it out?
Well, I mean, I like to believe so, for sure. I mean, I think that it's, like I was saying before, I think it's PTSD. In the game right now, we have mega PTSD from like the rounds that we've lost. Even in this game, I think that we've been in like some situations where we kind of put ourselves into worse situations because of PTSD of like what's happened in previous rounds. So we're trying to, playing super hard to like not lose these rounds, and in part of that, it's making us lose more of them. And I still think that's our main issue that we have to keep on working on.
Now, you talked about building belief, engineering belief. This win, pulse pounding. I'm sure your fans are checking themselves in the hospital right now, but do you think taking through this kind of a game, a FaZe Classic, if you will, is that enough to spark some belief in this tournament run here at Rivals?
It needs to. Like this game, no matter what rounds we lost, there was still a lot of really good stuff that came out of it. We came up with the win, 13-11 on Inferno, like every other Inferno we played. And we had some insane T-sides. I think that Finn has been calling amazing. Like, he's been calling really good, like, for a while now. It's just up to us where we have to get over our PTSD and just believe as much as we can that it's okay. It's not going to happen again, but if we keep thinking about it, then it will happen. So I think there is, like, sparks of life. Like you said, like, there's rounds where we look really, really good, and then it just kind of collapses where, you're like, what just happened? And it's that mentality. Like, we have to, like, really, feel that, it's okay, it's over, it's gone, it's all good, it's gone.
It can't hurt you,
I don't know if you need an exorcist or a therapist based on that, but whatever it is, I'm sure you'll find it at this point. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
Congrats on the win today.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Oh, boy.
All right.
That's a lot to unpack.
There's going to be a loser interview. I'll be right back. I'm going to run an ad while I'm gone, though.
PTSD is used numerous times.
Gentlemen, shuffle back over.
In a post game, I feel like there's something that's
Actually,
really
I could do it while I'm
haunting
AFK.
them
I'll be right back.
in the rearview mirrors. It's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, how many times did he say it? 4 or 5 times?
4 or 5 times. He was, it was stuck on his mind. It was stuck on his mind. But we're going to leave his mind alone. We're going to pick another brain in the meantime. We got Vexite coming on to talk to us. That one, I mean, so close to the line, right? Some crazy comebacks, making those really tense games. What's on your mind after that?
I mean, obviously right now, it's a bit all over the place. Like, we just played a pretty intense game and a lot of back and forth stuff going on. So I think our biggest takeaway is just the communication was very frantic. But yeah, apart from that, we just got to watch it back and review. I feel like most of our results recently have been slightly exceeding expectations, but just not meeting ours. And we just need a bit more time.
Yeah, I mean, at Melbourne, you guys were able to take down a Virtus Pro team that's, top 10. They were like ranked 10th when you guys took them down. FaZe are just a rank higher. I mean, what do you think is the breaking point? I guess you said you already exceeded some expectations with how you've done, but like, what do you think is the breaking point in winning this one when you had an opportunity, at least on Nuke?
You're saying what's the difference?
Yeah,
like did now?
Yeah. Well, how do you break through that now, that new ceiling?
I mean, we got a new player, a new IGL, a new system. It's just time, right? I mean, every player says it. It's always the same shit, but I don't know. We just got to work hard together and get familiar with one another. And yeah, that's it. Just work on communication all the time.
The community talks about system a lot. So you say system, I just want to ask, can you give us a concrete, 1 or 2 examples? Like, what's the difference there? What's the different system?
I'd say system, between Ins and Dexter's calling?
Yeah.
Well, Ins takes a lot more control, whereas Dexter left a lot more freedom. So I think players just adjusting to that and really listening in the mid to end round for where we're ending and how we're going to play, and then sending the right signals. like to the other team. Just so we had the right rotations and stuff.
I mean, you've looked pretty good in a handful of these games as Ince is the in-game leader. I mean, do you like this freedom, or do you like the freedom from Dexter, or do you like the Ince taking the reins more?
It's not the only difference, just freedom. There's other things as well. Our environment is a lot better, and I think that's what's making.
Chat,
me
she
play
doesn't
a lot
want to
better.
talk to you.
I
I
have a
guess
lot
she
more
just
clear
wants to
goal
open
of,
shit in front of you.
Where I'm playing and what I'm trying to do in the round and stuff.
I don't know what she's going to be
I'm
doing, but
obviously
random
just
cards
familiar
are
with
probably going
Ince
to pop
because
up
I've played
in
with
front of
him
the
for a long
webcam.
time now,
Enjoy.
yeah, I don't know. It's good.
Oh, yeah.
How about
Okay,
objectives?
is this ASMR
Because, I mean,
sound?
yeah, you
Okay,
guys
I'll be right
weren't
back.
able to
I'll
win
check.
here at Rivals, but, you've already qualified for the major. So for so many teams, it's usually like, oh, qualify. Well, you've done that, so, what are you looking at now?
We definitely want to make a pretty good run in the major, definitely aiming for our best one. I mean, everyone's aiming for their best. And we have this Chinese tournament coming up, and we want to have a really good showing there, hopefully win the thing. So those are our main goals right now, and yeah, I guess just practice till then and chat about it. That's it.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about Netic. You said the environment's better. Is he a very positive attitude, and how is he as a player?
I mean, he's just a Kiwi, so he's just a funny guy. I don't know, he's super chill. He's a really sharp individual, and I don't know, he's just got a solid mind for the game. So yeah, there's not much to say about it. He's just a really good player, and it's just easy to play with.
Cool. Flightless Bird, flying in the server. Thanks for joining us, man.
Let's go, man. Thanks, boys.
Good matches here.
Cheers, guys.
Good stuff.
And he's out. And he's gone. And we got to wrap up what we're talking about here. Any final thoughts on FlyQuest at Blast Rivals?
Pleasantly surprising. I think they did quite well. I think they managed to get over the hurdle of being worried about playing against the big name, but they just couldn't get over the hurdle of get the last round, pull it over the edge. But they did such a good job. I feel like you can't feel bad if you're FlyQuest.
They've already proved to themselves that they can beat some of the bigger name organizations in VP at Melbourne. I'm sure they wanted to get more done here at the Blast Rivals, but it's a pretty lofty goal when that's against Spirit and against the FaZe clan, who even in their shaky form that they're in, still have elite players.
It is indeed. It's a tough one. Eyes on the horizon. Certainly we're going to be looking at them towards the major. It does feel like they're building that the right direction. As you said at the beginning, Vu, give them time. Vexite said the same thing, even if it's the same old something or other going on there. But now we have our eyes towards the horizon. FaZe, did they do enough today to give you a little more faith?
I'm worried that that's going to give them more PTSD. That they're they're up 9-3 going into CT nuke. You're playing against a team you know they're weak on T sides, and Elige, he said it. They were fragging really well. They were playing really well. FlyQuest was. They were playing great CS, but at the same time, your FaZe, you look at that. That's FlyQuest. You know you're supposed to win that more easily.
I kind of have to agree with that. I mean, I don't think they've really proven all too much. I mean, they're going to play Maus, I think, in the first round of the playoffs. Maus look like they're in such a different stratosphere than FaZe right now, so I don't really feel like I've been inspired in too many ways with this performance.
That's a very nice segue from you, Maui, because now let's zoom out a little bit. Let's take a look at the group that we've had so far here in Group B, and we're going to get an eye towards the playoffs because we're coming up on our last matchup of the day, Spirit versus Falcons, to decide who's going to start straight out in that semifinal and who's going to have to battle their way through one more round of play here at the Blast Rivals. We've got quite the bracket shaping up here in the playoffs, fellas.
It is right now kind of interesting with the fact that Wildcard made it actually to the quarterfinals. I definitely did a double take today when JBA said he qualified for the playoffs of Blast Rivals.
Not wrong.
Yeah, technically,
it's 1v03, but it's not wrong.
JBA's not wrong about that. But the semifinal having Vitality, no surprises there. World #1 still keeping the streak alive.
Yeah, hopefully breaking the streak, I guess, next BO3 up. But I mean, yeah, Wildcard, bit of a surprise, but that's the level of team that they can upset. It's a struggle when they go against someone like Spirit or Falcons.
I would have wanted to see, to be completely honest, Wildcard versus FaZe. That feels like a team that might be rising versus a team that's plateaued, maybe even declining.
That would be a great game.
I think that would have been better, yeah.
That could have been quite spicy indeed. Speaking of declining, we're going to decline to talk anymore because we're going to take a quick break. Get ready for that next matchup. Falcons versus Spirit. A potential headline game when we come back.
CZ. So it was Guardian, so it was pretty early. Was this? I don't even know majors from back then.
Well.
I don't know, to be honest.
My Counter-Strike knowledge came to I gained my consciousness, Cloud9 2018 E-League Boston Major, as a North American.
2016?
That would be the Boston Major.
Was it the 2018 E-League Boston Major? Perfect.
I play in this major.
My one nugget of knowledge that I have when it comes to majors.
Oh, that's device.
Old terrain.
I remember he will kill from the right side.
He misses everything and then hits 3 insane shots, huh? Isn't it? Is it Atlanta Major? Was that a major in Atlanta? Not so sure now.
So this would have been during their 3-year prime run, so their 3 major prime run.
Krakow, maybe. The Krakow Major?
Train was available in this time, so it was maybe right after the Boston, maybe.
I don't think there was a major in Atlanta, was it? There actually was one, the league major.
I think there was a Copenhagen major at that point. So let's go with Copenhagen, whatever that major was.
19, I would say. Maybe in Sweden?
I think it's a league major, Atlanta.
Was Starladder.
Starladder?
Berlin, 2019.
Berlin? Oh, okay, that's tough one. I remember the clip at least.
I can relate by the maps, by the play. I can relate the date, but not the place. It's impossible. Don't have a good memory.
God, the AK sounds so nice.
Didn't click me anything yet.
I don't remember this one at all.
I think this is the real major. Maybe not. No!
So this would have been... How long ago would that have been then?
I don't remember that drop play in Furia, to be honest, so it's gonna be hard.
Was it Rio? No, it wouldn't have been Rio. Rio was too...
I would say 21, maybe.
Actually, it might have been Rio. Let's go with the Rio major.
Well, it's the real major. Drop play.
This isn't going as bad as I thought it would.
Who is that?
So this would have also been a recent one since the blue phosphorus, so within the last 2 years.
So let's suppose it's 22, 21.
Well, I'll also go with Rio.
Let's try the Belgium major.
Paris 23?
Paris. I forgot about that major.
I didn't go to this major. I couldn't ever remember of it.
I'm so dead sorry.
A tiny bit.
Just skip it, doesn't matter.
Tell me who told you everything about me.
Hello everyone, this is Apex from Vitality, and today I'm gonna do question chain.
It's very simple. I'm gonna answer a question from another player, and I'm gonna pass on a question to another player, and that's why it's called chained.
Device, during the 2017 major that you guys knocked us out on the quarterfinals, how have you learned all my secrets?
It's a good question. I think that he's referring to one of the games we played in 2017 in the major quarterfinal. And for me individually, I was looking at him. At the time, he was the guy to watch as an AWPer, and the game plan was to try to face him as many times in that game as I could, and it worked out that time, and I'm sure it has not worked out for me some other times. Hey Twists, my question for you is, do you regret leaving European Counter-Strike and FaZe?
I mean, there's nothing to regret, nothing to miss, because I'm still playing European CS. Liquid is not the NA team it once was. Still very much living in Europe, still playing the game. Torji, this question is for you. I was wondering how it is to look back on your journey being in the academy leagues and seeing how far you have come and competing against the best teams, how it is for you to look back at it.
I mean, it's an interesting question. I have learned a lot of stuff. Obviously, when I joined Manus NXT, I was more of a kid and I didn't have a lot of knowledge about being professional and about maybe even just Counter-Strike, you know, and since then I learned so much. I learned a lot about life, I traveled a lot, and yeah, it's been an amazing journey. So my question to HeavyGuard is basically that tell me your top 3 Israeli players and please rank it.
Adam, thank you for the question. And for me, top 3 Israelis are, number 1 for me, it's Nerds. Number 2 for me is Spinks. And number 3 for me is Flames. My question for Kerrigan is, what is your most notable change through your career in CS?
I think my most notable change is probably going from 1.6 to CSGO. I didn't like CSGO in the beginning. First of all, in 1.6, I perfected every single wallbang coming to CSGO. It was all about peeking and Molotov that couldn't be denied in the beginning, and I was so confused. Like, I lost all my skill and had to rebuild new skills in a new game. So that's for me the biggest change and biggest hurdle I ever had in my career was actually changing from 1.6 to CSGO. It was completely different. What is the qualities you had to step up as a leader when you went from Interfragger to be an ideal as you are today?
Thank you, Kerrigan, for that question. There, thinking about all 4 players, etc., was something a bit different for me. So I had to really reflect around that and see how I could help them on that way. That was question Shane. I was the last one, so thank you everyone and bye-bye.
It's time for the Blast Rivals face-off. Representing the Falcons, we've brought in Dustin Moret. In the Spirit corner, DDK back in action. Dust, why are Falcons taking this?
Well, look, we got some of the most talent that you could possibly have, and we'll eventually buy more if we need to, so that's never a problem for us. Results are looking fantastic lately. Just made the grand finals in Melbourne, just won Bucharest. Really just all signs point to the fact that we're going to be one of the best this game's ever seen.
Made the finals, but you didn't win, though. Spirit has actually won a major finals. You've made my argument here also for me. I mean, you said that you'll buy some of the players. That's the only way you can defeat Spirit is if you actually buy the whole team.
We literally just won a tournament. We pushed the best team that maybe the game's ever seen to their limits, more so than any other squad's been capable of. And it's only a matter of time before we topple them, by the way. We just got the squad together. Things are only looking up.
Well, I mean, honeymoon period, perhaps? You just, your players, in the back of their mind, they're like, will I be on this roster next week? Spirit, on the other hand, we have indomitable chemistry. There is so much chemistry and team support.
What Spirit has is Donk, and that's all you've got, buddy. And once he's taken care of, you ain't got jack shit else that you can rely upon. Give the man some help, because you surely the fuck haven't been lately. Look, meanwhile, we got Nico, one of the best rifles the game's ever seen. Muncie, one of the best operators the game's ever seen. Kixon, a great upcoming IGL. Testis is out there performing lights out as well.
We have a team that's greater than the sum of its parts. It's not about, we don't need all these different star players. We have such an incredible supporting cast around Donk. We've built the team around Donk so that it is a team that works, and it is twice the value of any individual on paper. You just have the on-paper team.
What do you mean? We just made a finals and won a tournament.
We're number 2 in the world right now.
No,
Dust.
you're not number 2 in the
We
world.
are
Let's be
ranked
honest. Mouse Sports is even better than you. Let's look at the power rankings that are here and now. We're one of the best teams in the world. We're going to prove it. We're going to win this shit. That's all I know.
You're talking about facts.
Yep.
I have literally the rankings, so I mean, you can't get more factual than that.
In this tournament, when we trash you guys and we take home the trophy, we'll see who's ranked where after that.
I think we're gonna have to see where it is when the dust settles. It's time to get into the server.
Falcons versus Spirits. The best player in the world versus the world number 2. The man who had to watch as he hit the stage. And now they've got 2 banging teams around them, ready to go toe-to-toe in a prize fight to make their way straight into the semifinals here at the Blast Rivals. This one is sure to bring the fireworks. What do we think?
I think Dust won that back and forth, but I think I think Spirit are going to win this one.
This is a game that I'm just super excited for in so many different ways. The fact that Falcons have been on such an upward trajectory, the fact that we haven't seen Spirit play an official in about a month, it's got all the makings to see a retooled Spirit, one where they've been in the lab for a while, they've been studying the footage of Falcons, and so Falcons, they do look like they're on a heater, but maybe Spirit got some answers.
Maybe they do. Maybe they do indeed, but you haven't thought about this, which is that it is m0NESY's birthday. Have you considered that, Maui?
I don't usually take that into my analysis, except for this time. So this is the moment where it's going to matter. Obviously, m0NESY is going to have a pop-off game, but it still might not be enough.
I think Magix is going to give m0NESY a birthday loss.
That's a,
okay. Yeah, I
kind of a backwards.
He's getting a birthday. Listen, okay.
Hold on. Listen. No, we're gonna leave that one alone. We're gonna let you sit with that. We're gonna move on. Let's talk about Spirit. Why might Magix give m0NESY a birthday loss?
I think Magix is a little underrated as a player, but most importantly, it's the word. It's Donk. It's Donk. It's Donk. Donk's going to carry this game. Donk, Shiro, you've got Chopper, Zontix. I think Zontix actually, since Spirit have come back, their one game, he's actually been playing a little bit differently. Specifically this year, he's been playing a little more active in the mid round, and he's actually kind of giving Spirit a third option at times, especially on the T side. Whereas previously, I would say in 2024, this was really the Shiro Donk show.
I mean, I'm surprised you're saying this though, Vu. When the core of G2, when it was Monacy and Nico had Donk's number. He was one of the few counters for him for the entirety of last year.
You're not going to tell me this. No. Listen, okay? Listen, Zontix was the problem.
It was so Zontix was the problem.
No.
When Nico was still countering.
Also, he's still here.
He's still
No. Zontix, okay. Reset.
We're
Listen,
resetting. I do think you're missing one ingredient. I'll help Vu out here. I think
Okay.
you're missing one ingredient in this recipe, which you're thinking the anti-donk recipe is the Nico Monacy, but there's this guy, Mobs. You might have heard of him. Little Guatemalan guy who was a little bit of a fly in the ointment in some of those games as well.
Underrated.
He's underrated by the community today because they think he's a fraud because he's not 100% the player Nico is. Last year, he was incredible, okay? Like, when he joined G2, his entry work was phenomenal. He was finding so much impact in terms of space taking, allow Nico to be the second guy in, which is not something that Nico usually gets for free, or at least a guy that's getting the kills. He's used to baiting somebody like Hooksy, not a guy that's actually going to shoot back too. But I still feel like Nico, in terms of the way that he likes to play against Donk, he doesn't just like fall for his tricks. He doesn't just take these like raw in the open duels as easily as some other people will let Donk take it.
I think when you look at that G2 game, when you look at Spirit versus G2 in general, it wasn't that Nico was dominating Donk. It was that G2 was dominating Spirit, and Nico would kill Donk as Donk was trying to make something out of the rounds. And you can't put that on Donk. And I think Spirit have learned, they've grown, they're going to win this one.
They're going to win this one?
Yes.
How might they win this one?
Donk is going to destroy Nico.
It always comes back to this.
There is another element here that I will give to the Spirit camp. I really think that the efforts behind them are going to be important. The way that the preparation is I would say in many ways showing me a better side to Spirit, because you take the individual pieces of Spirit, and yes, you can always bring up Donk in these kinds of conversations, but it's how, like DDK said, actually in the head-to-head with us, the chemistry, which is made by people like Holly. Holly has been a guy who has been a puppet master to this team in what is one of the most top-heavy teams ever. They actually look like a cohesive unit, so I give him tons of credit, where on the other hand, Zonic, I know he's a good moral leader. I know he can help you when you're down, but I think that Holly's actually bringing better tactics to the table.
How many majors does Holly have?
1 in CS2. How many does Zonic have in CS2, Vu?
I'm sorry, CS in general, he's got 5. 5?
Well, CSGO. CSGO.
You can call
Holly's playing the modern game. Zonic's in the past right now.
You can call Zonic a moral leader all you want. He came into Astralis, Prime Astralis, he put Dupree and Kerrigan on fraud watch. Then he cuts Kerrigan. He's talked about this. They've all talked about this. He cuts Kerrigan, brings in Glaive, and then they become the best team ever. He makes the moves that need to be made. He is the GOAT coach.
The bag. Oh, okay, my bad.
I gotta say, it is outrageous to call the coach of the most tactically developed team in the world of all time a moral coach. That's a pretty outrageous statement there, Maui.
Hey, I'm just saying things that Zipniks have said lately, that he's a good moral coach, that Dupree has said lately.
You know what? I'm tired of listening to what you have to say. I think
Okay.
it's time to listen to what the players have to say. We got an interview with Chopper queued up. Chopper, you're coming up against Falcons. How's the team feeling? Tactically, you think you're gonna destroy them today?
Я думаю, все хорошо.
Oh my God, Butters. Jesus.
Well, he thinks that everything's fine.
It is indeed. Kickson as a caller. You've also got Nico over there who's having a heavy hand, especially in the CT sides. Nico gave you some trouble last year at times over on G2. Kickson's been getting a lot of praise as an IGL. What do you think about their calling style? Is there anything you can exploit?
Я думаю, что с прошлой команды G2, где играл Ника Монаси, ничего не поменялось. Плюс-минус игроки, их игроки сейчас находятся на плюс-вайбе, и из-за этого у них много моментов происходит очень положительно для них. Я думаю, все то же самое. В конце сезона прошлого мы начали лучше понимать, как играть против них и против стиля Ника, Колов. Поэтому посмотрим сегодня, как будет игра проходить.
Well, basically, they seem to be pretty similar to G2 last year, but currently they're pretty fresh since adding the Monacy, and they're having a great vibes, great chemistry, great highlights going through that. But like going towards to the end of the year last year, we've been like getting closer against G2, like with each time. So we'll see.
I did ask him after that if he was going to ruin Monacy's birthday, and he declined to comment. So take from that what you will. Quite a duo in the server, also a duo in their interviews, those two.
I'm kind of surprised that Chopper just kind of boils it down to them looking like G2 in some ways, and then adding the fact that there's Monacy. Either way, I mean, the record stands that G2 had Chopper's number, they had Spirit's number in the previous year. They beat them 6 out of 7 times in 2024, including 6 straight to end the year. It was only just the first matchup last year where Spirit got the better of G2. And so that's kind of still what I'm siding with here in this whole matchup. Just the fact that you have the 2 best players that had Spirit's number last year. There are all these other elements that I like about Spirit, but the composite picture right now to me leans Falcons.
Yeah, I think you're right that they did have G2's number. And if we were coming in, if this is February, they both come off of an event and they come into this one, I would agree with you. But the fact they come off a month off, they worked on things, they developed themselves, and they're going to come in with a slightly different style. And I think this is a matchup they were looking towards. They knew this matchup was likely to happen, and they're going to be prepared for it.
It's interesting that you're highlighting the time off as an advantage. When you talk to any of the Spirit players, I don't think they're terribly pleased about it. Donk certainly gave it in the interview yesterday, but also just in general, we've seen it from Magix as well. I don't know if that was their ideal.
Players want to play.
That's true. That's true. And everything that we've seen actually from the past 2.5 years is that you can't experience burnout if you play way too much, but playing too little, missing 2 events in the calendar in a row, that might be a little bit long to shake off the ring rust. Thankfully, we at least saw that Spirit was able to batter FlyQuest, so I feel like they're in still pretty good shape, pretty good form.
Yeah, I think the reality is
property better than FaZe.
Yes.
Yeah. Spirit are better than FaZe right now.
The reality is players want to play, but at the same time, it needs to be controlled a little bit. You need time for the coach to come in. You need time for things to readjust. So whether or not the players want to play, sometimes you do need to give them a break.
Okay, well, we'll shift our eyes over towards Falcons. We'll dive into that one because this is a team that has certainly not been taking a break. They're coming off of a win, then a finals. They're making deep runs. They're traveling around the world. They're flying back and forth every which way. They got a player who's it's their birthday. Is all this a winning formula?
At least they get business class on these flights, bare minimum.
I'm sure they do.
So I think they actually can probably handle the jet lag a little bit better than most teams. All in all, this Falcons team has skyrocketed in the power rankings. The reality is they are fighting for a top 4 position with the likes of Vitality, with the likes of Mouse, and the likes of Spirit. This game today will definitely shape how we perceive them moving forward into the major, as both of these teams have yet to face off against each other in recent times, and especially not with Monacy in the stead of Dexter. So this Falcons team immediately hit the ground running. Kicksan even talked about the fact that they only had 2 days of practice. That's absurd, and they're still making it to a grand finals against the best team in the world, still pushing the best team in the world in Vitality to 12-6 up with 6 match points, and they feel like they missed an opportunity there to take down the eventual Grand Slam winners. I feel like their sights are set right now on greatness, regardless of the team they're facing, even if it is the last major champions.
Yeah, as much as I support Spirit, there's really not much bad you can say about Falcons. They've done everything right. They've got a great IGL. They've got a great coach. They've got great game plans coming into series, and they've got great plan A. The problem I had with them earlier this year, they had no plan B. Now they've got a clear plan B. Anything goes wrong, they've got plenty of options to work with. I can't say anything bad about Falcons.
One guy it's very hard to say anything bad about is their Opper. We got Monacy, in his own words. Now, Ilya, for you, this is kind of an interesting matchup, right? Beginning of the year, you led the standing ovation as Donk took #1 player of the year, you in second. Is there a little something more in this now as you're trying to prove? You might be vying for that #1 spot?
No, I'm just enjoying playing CS. Playing CS, enjoying and enjoying spending time in this game. And that's it.
What about in this BO3? You gonna enjoy your time in this BO3?
Yes, especially because it's my birthday, so I want to go out from this best of 3 with the victory. So we'll try to do my best.
Well, happy birthday. How old are you now?
20 years old.
Old man in the server. You got a wealth of experience for being so young still. Now in new colors, making that swap over, right? This is your first team change at Tier 1 before it was coming into G2. How's that process been?
I mean, I'm not old. I just upgraded my level. So, I mean, It's been good. It's been good. Yes, I changed my team and after some time after this year. The process is going good. I think we learned a lot as well from the last tournament from Melbourne, and I think we're getting better and better in shape from every single game when we played. So I think everything started from the game against Navi, after Vitality we played, and after it was playoffs. So I think we were getting in better from every single game, and yeah, I think we played good. Yesterday we didn't show very good CS, I think. Not the CS that we played in Melbourne. I think just because it's after the long travel, we have some jet lag as well, and yeah, we were not 100% focused. But today we need to show up very good individually, because they have very good players. We're shooting very good. They're a very good team. So we're gonna try to do our best as usual.
As usual. As usual. What a gamer. I didn't get old. I leveled up.
I feel like, props to you, Mike. I feel like that's the first time I've heard Monacy give an interview where it wasn't James Banks interviewing him in 2 years.
Good job, Mike. You're not James Banks.
That is correct. I cannot change that about myself. That is a fundamental fact of my existence.
I do like the attitude from Monacy. I know at times he would get a little bit braggadocious, or sometimes kind of like spell out his rivalries a little bit more, but I think he also recognizes the stakes of this game are, it's kind of like a feeler for him and Falcons. They're still trying to get to know themselves as a team. I don't think he's trying to put all of the pressure on every single matchup, even though it's his birthday and he wants to win for that reason.
No, I just
he
got
knows
out of the
that,
shower, guys.
you know,
Just
I think Falcons in some ways
my hair's
surprised themselves
wet.
with how good, how quickly they came to be. So even though he's not admitting it, he's probably just kind of, it feels like there's a little bit of house money being played with.
Yeah, I don't think he really has to prove anything, but I think you said it really well earlier that this is kind of looking forward at the major. This is show us how this matchup is going to look. Show us how this matchup we will see again is going to play out for the rest of the year. And Monacy is one of the prime factors in how Falcons can beat Spirit.
I think it was interesting what he said about just enjoying the game, right? That's his mentality coming into the matchup. That's been his mentality since joining Falcons, is finding that absolute love and pleasure. We saw a little bit of it taper off against G2, or at the end against G2 rather, but for the most part, from Monacy, he's just been a guy who loves to play Counter-Strike, and now reunited with Nico in a comfortable home, an environment he's excited for. That's the kind of excitement and enthusiasm that can fuel incredible feats.
You gotta love the game. Launders and Scrawny have talked about this in a cast before, at least once. Just the fact that the players that didn't love the game coming into Counter-Strike are gone. Okay, you got guys like Simple who didn't love the game, and Monacy's not trying to make the same mistakes of his idol. Okay, he's trying to make sure that he does dive headfirst into Counter-Strike at all times, regardless of the jersey that he's wearing, and he's going to continue to play the best CS. Even if, in my eyes, he's not even playing the most comfortable CS. I think G2 probably catered to him a little bit more in terms of they allowed him to be the star more so. On Falcons, seems like he's fitting a system that they're still in the process of building, but he still looks like one of the best players in the world. So I mean, really the ceiling on this team is exceptionally high. I feel like we've only seen 70% of what they're capable of.
Yeah, talking about comfortable CS, I mean, Monacy did say that Hooksy was one of his favorite IGLs. I think he's I think he's a player that likes structure. He likes his system. He likes to be kind of have something going around him and maybe get told what pick to go for sometimes. I don't think he's a player that needs to do his own thing, and that's what makes him so great.
Disorienting choice.
I want to shift the conversation to more general Falcons talk beyond just Monacy, but
Overlord
we can first hear from Tessus himself. Feels like everyone is chasing that one jersey out in front in Vitality, right? You guys are no strangers to that fact as well, but that battle for the second, fourth, it's very spicy. It's very up and down. What would a win over Spirit at this stage mean to you?
It would mean a lot. Also, securing semifinals would be really good for us with the VS points and so on. And also beating them would kind of sentiment us to being one of those top 3 teams right now. And that's where we're headed, and that's where we want to go.
Now, in this team, it feels like everyone gets a turn under the spotlight. You were there for a moment. Some very good performances lately. What's gone behind this this surge in form?
It's hard to say. I think I've just gotten a little bit more fire and more motivation, and I don't know what exactly it is. I'm more comfortable, but also I'm dealing with the pressure better, a lot more than before. And now I'm
I'm comfortable with the pressure, and now I wanted to be there to be able to perform. So that's a little bit mindset change for me if I think about it, the past. So I'm gladly welcoming all the pressure.
To me, that was quite the statement, considering the reputation that Tessus has had in previous rosters and previous iterations of teams of maybe going missing in some of the big pressure moments. He's welcoming the pressure, and maybe it's just words, but words become belief, belief becomes action.
Take one look at that Melbourne final and tell me he crumbles under pressure. That was one of the greatest rifle performances in a final we've seen ever in CS2 history.
It was fantastic. I mean, the multi-kills he was getting, the fact that I think twice he had a 1v3 or harder round, and then he gets it down to the 1v1, unable to do it. I mean, Vitality are a great team. This wasn't like a Tessus crumble in those moments. It was just that they traded some of the kills. I mean, yeah, Tessus is night and day different from who he was when he was donning the, say, heroic jersey in 23, when in the big pressure stadium matches, yeah, I would say he was one of the first dominoes to fall in those kinds of games. So now in the Falcons uniform, this guy has just been phenomenal. Like at times their best player, including that grand final series.
And with Tessus firing with Monacy now
Buenas,
in
the
the jersey,
21.
it does
Veda,
feel
thanks
like
for the
we're just going from
56.
strength to strength when
Phoenix,
we're
thanks
describing
for
that
the
Falcons roster.
tier 2, 13
Is that
months.
strength
Kill,
going
thanks
to
for
be
the
enough
5.
to go
Ryan,
toe-to-toe
thanks for the
with Spirit and
33.
Donk?
Eamon, thanks for the 22.
I'd say yes. I would say
No.
absolutely.
All right,
I would say for sure. I mean, I
Drop the glove.
I feel like it would be
You should probably put Slay
foolish to say that a team that has this much firepower, shown this much in terms of results,
they like
is
the other
not
Slay
going to
more, I'll
stand
be real.
up to Spirit. I have cases for how Spirit can win this, but they're slimmer in terms of practicality than Falcons, which has so many more weapons. You can have Kicksands mid-rounding, which I would say is better than Choppers. You can have Nico humbling Donk as he did for the entirety of last year. You can have Monacy, who is a more impactful opper than Shiro. And then at that point, really, like I'm grasping for straws. Like I guess Magisk is a weak link. That's my one thing that's hurting Falcons.
I've got a challenge for you, Vu. Tell me why Spirit's going to win this matchup, and don't say Donk.
I'll give you 5.
Impossible.
Challenge impossible. I'll give you 5 reasons. Donk, 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 donk.
That is the opposite of the brief. You have failed this assignment.
I just
0 out of 10.
I just need 5 reasons. We've got 5 of them. Donk is going to win. They'll go toe-to-toe, but Spirit will win.
Spirit will win, he
how
says.
was my first
And the
CS
reason
event,
is only
so-
Donk. Are there other players on the server?
Spirit?
Do you remember their names?
Not on either side of the server. Donk is the only one that... Okay, seriously, the problem that G2 had against Falcons in the past, or the problem that G2 had against Spirit had against G2, is that the rest of the team crumbled. The rest of the team just didn't show up. You would have Zontix die early, you would have Chopper die early, and then Donk would try and make a play, and Nico would just be standing there and go, oh, hey, you're just gonna swing on me? I'm gonna kill you. In this case, I think Spirit have grown as a team since those games, and I think they're gonna show that it's not just Donk on the server. Zontix is gonna have a good game, and Shiro is gonna humble Monacy.
Whoo. Shiro will humble Monacy. One final word? Rebuttal? Just gonna let that hang?
Yeah, let it
this
hang.
Overlord is
Mike.
fucking like $12.
Okay. We're just going to let that statement hang out there. Shiro will humble Monacy. If that happens, get in the comments. If it doesn't happen, also get in the comments. But it's time to find out what map it might happen on, because it's time for the veto. Where will the humbling happen?
Vetoes? All right, that means I gotta put my
I mean, we
headset
know the
on.
maps that are going to get banned. It's going to be Anubis. It's going to be Inferno. It's actually a question mark because we've had actually Falcons pick Train in the past. Falcons is not a team that shies away from Train, but they lost the Vitality on it, and it really plays into Spirit's strength. So this could kind of go anywhere on the first picks.
Oh, okay. We actually get Mirage out of the Falcons. Spirit do one of 2 things usually in first picks. They either, if they respect the team, they play Dust 2. If they don't respect him, they actually usually pick Nuke a lot.
Oh,
but
what
they went
map
for
is this?
Ancient. But they went for Ancient this time. Okay, I'm a little.
All right.
This is kind of like their 3rd most picked map, and I feel like this just definitely. It actually does mean they've prepped something special.
Month off. You
Yeah, it's a
questioned
month- it's
it.
a month
I said
off. It's a month off.
And you go,
They got the plans.
Donk
Riley's in the
wanted to
lab.
play. Donk wanted to play the game. They were unhappy. They pull out Ancient. Easy victory.
Ooh.
Okay, what do we think about this?
Okay, I mean, Spirit banning out Nuke again. This is like a pit. That makes sense because Dust 2 is kind of where I thought they were going to go with their pick. So to ban Nuke, even though they love to pick it first, to me, that just signifies they have so much respect for this Falcons team, but they also think they can go head-to-head to them in firepower.
Having seen the veto now, Maui, are you switching camps? Has Vu gotten persuasive?
Oh, no. I'm still going with Falcons in this one. Okay, I'm still going with them.
These are 3 of Spirit's favorite maps. They're great on Mirage, they're great on Dust 2, and we have to assume they're great on Agent. These are 3 maps they're going to be happy with.
Yeah, and I think that with Falcons right now, though, they are on a heater, okay? They're absolutely feeling themselves, but they've also had teams that they've been able to prepare against, okay? They played against the Vitality up to 5 maps, but they also have seen all of Vitality's hand. This is the wrinkle in this matchup that Vu's bringing up, the month off, where Spirit definitely could have retooled things, and for a Falcons team that is actually a bit prep heavy, they can anti-strap people. They're going to be going to this one a little bit more blind, for sure.
Yeah, I think Zonic is a great anti-strat coach, and the problem is he's not going to have much to anti-strat. He's going to have to work on old footage. And again, they picked a map that you really wouldn't have expected if you're Falcons.
Now, I think it's important to contextualize this matchup as well, right? Because both of these teams will be in the playoffs come hell or high water. But if you win here, you do not have to worry about Vitality until you reach the grand final. How important is that?
Koff, thanks for the 3-month
It's
primer.
obviously
Thank you, dude.
huge because Vitality's the one team that everybody is just feeling like, it's how do we beat them? How do we beat them? If you're able to get them in a grand final, BO5, I mean, at least you can go home with a silver. At least you can go home happy. And I think that Falcons would also relish the opportunity to play another BO5 versus Vitality. Like, they want another crack at it. They know they could have won that one. They had 6 match points.
Falcons
they
are
want
strategies
more.
yet?
Yeah, and when it comes to Spirit, I think they might want to power up a little bit into that
Swapping
Vitality
out your
matchup.
offer
It's
if
the
you get
hardest matchup
another
you're going to
offer
have in
is
this
like-
one. Give you an extra match beforehand. After a
I
month
don't want to
off
say
would help
easy,
a
but
lot.
Okay. Final
comparatively
thoughts? We've got our
speaking,
fighters
it's,
here.
it's
How's
one
it
of the
gonna
more
happen, Maui?
universal roles.
I'm saying
so
Falcons, but I'm going to say it's 2-1
It's not as crazy.
and just like a smidgen better. Like, I'd say they're better today, but it's just like 52-48.
Unfortunately, I feel kind of the same way for Spirit. I just think Nico isn't going to have the dominant performance over Donk that he's had in the past. I think Donk's learned, improved as a player, and he's going to show up in a way that we see him against every other team.
Month off Donk, month of waiting to get ready for this matchup, but there's no more waiting
So
now
it's
because
Mythic?
it's time to toss it over
Well,
to our
Mythic, it's
beautiful
different because
casters,
you're not
Ronnie
swapping
Long.
off
Doesn't
for
have
up,
to take
right? I
away.
haven't been opping.
Oh, always so
So it's actually
sweet
worse.
You are,
It's
Dar.
way
Thank you
worse.
guys for
You're
your,
switching like
I
2
would say,
spots
very
in one.
passionate debate there. I think both Vu, other than the donk,
Relic, thanks for the 15-month reset.
had
Thank
some really
you.
good points. I think that if
It
you
was
are
like
going
hot
to make
take point made again.
yeah, right. If you are going to make any arguments for the Spirit win tonight, I think that Vu definitely tapped into those. I think Maui gave it credit as well. But ultimately, coming off of Melbourne with, as his last point alluded to, all of those match points versus an otherwise untouchable Team Vitality, why wouldn't you believe in Falcons and this system that they've created finally?
I'm feeling like if it's Spirit full strength, Spirit win. But I'm really concerned about the time off versus the recent experience and form of Falcons. And I really am leaning a little bit more towards Falcons today in terms of taking this. I don't see why they don't have the tools or anything. I think their confidence is super high. I think Spirit have no idea how they're going to play right now, even if they should be good. It is just less common to take 30-plus day breaks in top-tier Counter-Strike. And there is a difference between taking a really much-needed break and one that's a little bit too long. And I think we're kind of close to a little bit too long. So, you know, they could the rubber could meet the road right away in this first round. They feel great and they know how to play and they've been practicing and everything. Or they could just be incredibly fragile like we do see once in a while from Spirit.
And I know talk is cheap, but I'm still going to bring it up. I'd be maybe a little more confident in that break if Donk, the star of this roster and a critical piece of the system, said, man, I feel so good and refreshed and I'm glad we did that. But instead he said, no, I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate these breaks. I want in on the action. And so, you know, what level is he able to kind of land with? That's the question. What does he think would have been better for himself? Does that start to chew into the confidence that he brings to the server? Because we know that Donk needs to weaponize confidence, and especially versus Nico. If this is, you know, Falcons of 6 months ago, wow, okay, I feel like it's not as bad of a case, but his kryptonite is on the server, and that kryptonite's got its right-hand man in Monacy now.
I will say, though, for the sake of the health of the whole team, I believe Donk could have grinded every single match this entire season and been totally fine, but he's the youngest, he's the one with the least game time, he's the one who definitely has more of that stamina, but for the sake of the whole team, in terms of ramping up into the major, this would have been the time to take the break. So I can understand that logic for sure, and I also think it's a nice standard for Spirit to set, to be the ones that pick and choose, you know, more liberally exactly which tournaments that they want to try to attend. But all that being said, pressure's on now. Let's see.
Well, it's a Zontic's headshot to deal with
straight
early.
out mid
Donk's
like
gonna
that?
get a fight.
Jesus Christ.
Loves them. Let's see what he delivers.
Jesus.
He's got a hot-handed
well,
test.
Donk is already. All right. Oh! Oh, I thought that was a one tap. I mean, it was, but.
Is, I believe, what Vu said. We're still missing 2, though. Shiro's
Well,
going to try to
he's
close
already
that
off to a
distance
nice
for the top
start, huh?
Players. Nico gets some kind
Relic,
of an
thanks
answer
for the 15,
going.
man.
He's also been gushed on the other side of the map. So it's not all Donk here in the pistol, but it sure as hell
What are
starts
they talking about
with
taking
the
a break?
case.
Spirit
At that point, what he's supposed to say,
hasn't
man.
played in
Just
little
in
under a
underpass,
month, I
they're
think.
scaling on him. He's supposed to die to every single player.
They weren't at PGL,
boom, boom.
and then they were. They
Knocks him
last
down like
second
dominoes.
they declined, or they didn't go to Melbourne. Melbourne.
Shiro
sorry,
helping
Melbourne.
out there with the kill on Magisk. Maui Snake had to, even as kind of the
Sorry, I'm
fighter.
fixing one thing
I
here
really
real
think
quick.
that the Deaths did a great job of purposefully
And then,
committing themselves to each of the teams in that debate, you know, that back and forth. And even Maui, who's fighting for the Falcons argument, had to allude to Magisk's recent struggles. That is something that I think for Falcons' sake, they hope that the floor rises today.
Yeah, and he was better yesterday and
Yes.
everything. So it's it was an off tournament for sure back in Melbourne, and it's not like his form in general has been very good, but most recent games have been a lot better.
Ultimately as well, it'd be one thing if there was somebody else struggling, but the fact that Kicksan's calls have been praiseworthy and his individual level strong, and then you got a guy like Tessas who's just lighting up the server at the moment, there is just the one anomaly.
Yeah. Okay.
What's wrong?
They were just
full
into the
Glock
round.
hold.
I was kind of confused, but it is.
Getting scared there, Launders? Huh?
Yeah, definitely.
You scared?
Always.
Always.
I wear a diaper.
Yeah, well, I had a hunch. One flashbang on Kicksan, huh? That's the trick up their sleeve for the second round. A flash on Kicksan, a deagle on Nico. Is it enough? Nico versus Donk, the lopsided tale of 2024. Feels like only a matter of time.
Thanks for
before
the
maybe
16
Donk
month
can
primer.
figure
Thank
him
you.
out.
Thank you.
Shiro looks like a Gerber baby on the
Sure,
mini
you're
map.
not wrong.
Okay.
Synergy. Okay, wait. Who do you
Got a
call it,
point.
Gerber baby?
Don't let that fool you.
Yeah. Sontic shakes it up. We'll see if the Incendiary gets much done, but FP9, I think, is going to shred them as they try to approach it. Little distraction off. Oh, never mind.
Oh my
There's
God,
the
he
Nico
does.
Deagle.
Holy
Flash,
shit.
not as much of a problem, so now everybody full vision looking to lock in what's left of this swing. Ooh, we've got something left. Kicksan with a Glock kill, adds a second. There's, hell, one from Tess S2. So way too much of a cost for my liking.
Donk,
We've got
coming to get
3
his, though.
deaths on the side of Spirit. And luckily for them, Donk is a thing. He comes swinging out of the market to close up.
When will he die? How many rounds?
I don't know, 60, probably 60 more years or something like that. Yeah. If he's
Damn,
lucky.
that's it? Oh, that was a nice
Okay,
shot.
that was a
He's
crazy
getting
shot,
older,
though.
Moan. I can't believe Monacy's only 20. I feel like
know.
we've been talking about this guy for
Yeah, we have been.
half a decade.
We have been.
literally have been.
Oh my God. Are we the old ones?
Yes.
As long as
Yeah.
Nico can play. Yeah, God. Oh, I'm not ready to
Right,
face
right,
these
and right.
realities.
I don't like this anymore. Guys, shut up.
Did Vu have a point?
Yeah.
What are all these truths? Here comes Nico from Underpass. Not as present of a defense this round from Spirit in mid. First gun round here for Falcons, and they'll be able to take over a bit of mid control as that bomb doubles back towards A.
So can we please have mid control this round, please?
And they're allowed it.
Donk does not run at them this time.
Although they're allowed it, but there's also maybe this like false sense of confidence because they're not too far away. Shiro looks very primed to peek out further if need be.
They don't have a cap, Molly, or they do? Where's Tessas at? No. Uh-oh. Shiro will just be able to stand here unless they
Also,
fight
yeah,
him
you
or
said you
smoke
wanted
him
a
off.
red-white deck, which is
Nico
aggressive
into the corner.
tokens, and you got the commander for
Boosted
it.
up, Nate.
Oh, they hit
Perfect.
Ooh, that's info.
Confirms it. He's going to try to swing. Obviously felt like he had to get something going. Here comes Doc, ready to fight, as always. But the Danes each pick up a kill apiece. And we've got Zontix ahead of the utility, able to cut off Kixan. Now what's left are the two original A attackers, bomb included. Monasty's been able to scoop that up, knows that Zontix is ahead of the fire, so he wants that
so
duel,
good.
but he misses. And so Zontix gets a double kill. This round leaves matches to the 1v3. No bomb possession. This one
Zontix
fizzles
is
out,
killing
and we've got a
3 people with
starting
headshots.
strong.
It's about everything.
I
that you
think it's safe
want
to say
see.
this
That's
is
a
over.
great round out of
Falcons lost.
Zontix. Flash goes
Yeah, it's
up and
easy to
high,
say.
and he knows that that has to be dodged eventually. Takes the swing perfectly. Aim displaced. That's just good fundamental CS out of him in that position. Oh, excellently.
Sorry, one of them was a body shot. Oh, one of them was a body shot. My bad. Still, though, I think they're cooked.
No, it's very early, but it is nice to have Spirit back in a server. You know, it is an anomaly to take such an extended break from competitive play. And
Stiletto rubies are bought up to
Kinda had
4.4k
forgotten that I
overnight.
wasn't able to watch
I don't
these
follow the
players
skin
play.
market at all, but based on what, all these updates you guys give me, it sounds like somebody's just buying up all the skins I use. I'm gonna be honest.
Been different.
Somebody's sending my skins to the moon.
Coming in.
You know, 2 events where Falcons do find success. But Zontix gonna quickly put this one down. Him and Donk both up to 7 kills already. Support system for Magic, so he's just gonna pepper the smoke to try to keep them at bay. Look to deny the bomb plant and the costs, right? Last time with Glocks, we get 3 kills on the round. This time with
Looking
more
clean
weapons.
so far.
Falcons
Zontix, check the notes. Check the notes.
Interesting
B-Rush
part about
failed
this game
twice.
is like
What
figuring out
now?
how good Spirit are going to be with Falcons as the team who came out of the championship.
M4 Hot Rod
in
2.3k.
Melbourne. Nearly
Nah, that
closed
can't be
that
right.
out with
There's no
Vitality
way.
potentially
I
on the
just got it
horizon
for
as
like
well.
one.
I mean,
I got it for like
Spirit
$1,200
did not lose
the
that
other
event.
day.
They just weren't there.
Yep.
Nah,
And
now
same
you're
for
trolling.
Bucharest, right? So the 2 moments of success we can point to
He's
for
right.
Falcons. It's why they've kind of just
Why is-
risen through the ranks.
What, did my
as of late.
inventory fucking
Was it
double
because they're the
overnight?
second
'Cause
best
people are-
team? Or was it because the
So
second
my
best team
butterfly
wasn't there?
ruby and my ruby stiletto and my hot
We'll
rod
find
just
out
all went to
tonight.
the fucking moon.
And both with a chance for a swing in playoffs regardless.
What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know, dude. Whatever. Rich get richer, bro. I ain't selling them. I
They're
like
coming
it.
forward
I'm
by
just like,
defaults. They've been a lot.
I'm
in
always so
mid-control,
fascinated by that
I
kind of
think, by
stuff.
the,
It's kind of
graciousness
annoying,
the
actually. I
AT&T
talked
side.
about it, like-
Okay, now they're putting pressure back a little bit.
I don't
in
like
between
that my
timing
skins
actually
are
and
worth. Like,
finding
I
out a
do
lot
like that
about
they're
this
worth that amount of money, but
position.
it's like also when they get to a certain amount, it's like,
Spirit
dude,
have put on some very careful pressure here to get some information back without sacrificing anything. They made it feel like Falcons, just like last round, are able
I just
to
don't
take over
like
parts of
having
the
to
map,
like
but
think
no,
about my skins in that way,
coming
you know?
back to check them.
I just want to enjoy them
Again, a
without
little
being like, dude,
disruptive
I should maybe
utility
sell
offered
this.
up in middle. Not much of a follow through though. Just a reminder that Spirit aren't too far
You know?
off.
Yeah, and you see the donk rotation over to CT. This gets really committed. And choppers and sandwich as well. This is
Wish the
fully
gameplay was more
anticipating the A
important.
split.
I mean,
Timely boost
I
here
played
from
CS
Zontix.
before skins
Missed it.
ever
Gun
existed.
barrel.
I will continue to play
Kixan was
CS
just
no
on the
matter
edge
what.
of it. Here he comes swinging, able to
Oh,
react.
you got the spray transfer.
Nicely done.
That's an
Kixan.
open B
Damn.
site.
The IGL just double entry them on
unravels that one.
catwalk.
Magic's gonna
That's
activate from inside
oh.
A. He has somehow gone unnoticed. Finally
Hello.
gets contact. That's Donk dead. Ramp player responds, but all the while B's the bomb site getting planted on, and that is Kixan. And we've got to see that from his POV because clearing bricks had to be the
Steam
reaction.
prices are usually higher.
Snapping back down, it's got to be a clean transfer.
That was filthy from Kixan. And it feels like right before the boost got assembled, there's a moment where his gun
Are you ever going to
was
retire
sticking
from
out.
streaming? Are you gonna, or am I going to be watching Mythic with my grandkids?
On your screen, both B players dead in the
I
same
don't know,
breath.
dude. I kind of enjoy what I
leaves
do
them laid
still. I
out.
don't know.
Chopper trying to keep a bit of the
There's other
economy
stuff
in
I'd
hand,
want to
but not
incorporate
allowed.
in,
Four
but
members
yeah, I
alive
don't
as
really see
Falcons
myself
take their
stopping.
first.
Excellent
Maybe
start from
not
Spirit,
280
but
hours a
amazing
month though,
return
yeah?
here from Falcons.
At some point.
And the first half of the round, though, is still really good from Spirit. They know where Falcons are. They suss them out. They force them to respond a lot. They created
Gas for
a
yachts
lot of
can't be
pressure.
cheap. True,
and
my
then
desert
got
yacht.
the one fight they were looking for with the boost. But a moment of individual brilliance out of Kixan wins that.
Felt with the crosshair placement as well, the boosted player, he was so much more confident that the play was coming from bottom middle on bench. The kickstand does kind of catch him off guard. Let's watch it. Oh, Nico gets a bunch
Hopefully
of
have a good
damage in
MMO
here,
by
and
then.
it's a nade out
Nothing's
from the
gonna
lower
catch
player.
WoW, dude.
Magic's nothing he could do to stop that fight, so maybe a bit more of a sitting duck than anything
WoW
else.
is everlasting and forever permanent.
See if they can turn that into something. We got Chopper on a 5-7 with his utility. Magic's on an MP9. Other than that, it's still solid buy. The infamous Nico Wop.
Chat, if none of you read beta basics message, you're fine. You don't have to do
Refrag here
anything.
for Shiro.
Not financial or tax advice. Good luck. But if you didn't see it, then you didn't know. So we get the double entry out last round. Now Tessus gets the entry on a chopper.
Completely unrelated note. I know it's not that important, but I do want to say Zontix is the only
Spirit
professional
bleeding
player that
kills
has a pimp
early.
sticker on any
Not
of his skins.
fun.
I love that.
There are pimp
WoW's
fans
in
out
such
there.
a good spot right now. It actually is, because you can play it like you can play
a bit of a
classic,
pimp
you can
himself.
play hardcore, you
He's
can
seen
play
Champions
retail.
At that.
You have so many different ways to play it. It's
What
nice.
if he just showed up in a yellow sweater tomorrow?
Oh, there's a chance.
Like nostalgia be damned. I think it's actually really
Alright,
smart
Shiro,
that
this
they
would be round you for
have
of
different
your life.
avenues like that.
They're coming in from the left and the right, high and low.
He's so alone as
no
well.
one behind you, nowhere to
Have I
fall
tried
back
us?
to.
I played
Oh,
Season
God.
Discovery off the
Wouldn't
rip,
wanna
but
be
I don't want to
Shiro.
run it
We'll
back
see what he
again.
can
I don't
offer.
think.
Good job at keeping himself as slim as possible behind that limited box.
Not
with,
paying a
again,
sub for a game?
non-existent
Then don't.
support. Second shot would have been possible. Donk very quickly looking to still keep this round alive. You know Donk wants to give it a test. Down to, though, 18 points of health, so he has to concede it. Surely this is impossible. They've got to write it off, and they'll keep majority alive. But that is Team Falcons to make the most of their first, able to follow through on what felt like a very understaffed A site.
Yeah, actually, like in that moment, it wasn't totally impossible to go for the retake. There's no smoke is one thing, and no kit, but they were there so early. But yeah, they do take more opportunities to save. And there is a gun to upgrade. Magics can go
They're
ahead
still
and
talking
grab
about
that.
benching. Well, the rumor is it's Tessus for a
That
Kiosk
was
and now nobody
definitely
really
a
knows
crazy
what's happening
spot to
because
be in.
that
I think if
move,
the round dragged
that
out
move will
longer-
not happen
if you have a
until
spot
after
like
the
that,
major.
if the round drags out long enough, you can get a kill and
Was
find
the
a
rumor
reposition.
anyway.
If it was a player and connector, maybe.
I think, can they
you
even
get out
make
of
a
there.
move before the major if it's not an
But
emergency
obviously,
sub
the
now?
natural thing to do would have been playing from CT spawn. Not sure what the logic was, but in general, they obviously didn't have the tools to stop a full A hit in the first place.
Goofy, thanks for the 4-month primer. Thank you, man. Any other prime forgetters? Let's see. Spirit has given up the entry back-to-back rounds, and both the rounds got converted by Falcons. It will be interesting, though, if Spirit can just, like, minimize those early deaths, what it'll look like. Getting doubled on Cat is really bad, but it happens. You don't want to just, like, let this shit snowball, though. Falcons, at the end of the day, I think if you force them to actually end rounds 5v5, I think Spirit will be better.
But just because it's him, I trust him.
Right. Yeah.
I think. That'd be my guess.
Always
Now there's a
willing to give him the
P250
benefit
only
of
on
the doubt.
Shiro, so who knows? And just a USP on Chopper, but...
Again, it's looking like a solo.
This is like the worst round to do the
defended
5v5,
A site,
actually. It's
Not
kind of
much
like...
here for Chopper to work with, other than the smoke, right? That'll slow things down a second time.
Fla
Solo and it isn't.
Flirty,
The
thank you very
three
much for the
players in window
24-month primer.
are
Thank
fast
you, Lubo.
rotations.
They're starting to sniff this out as Chopper still hangs on to that smoke for how much longer. Utility coming over top. He drops it ahead of the ramp.
No Molly underbelk.
Lets them out, but Chopper's able to hang on to his position. Gives Donk a chance to shine. Of course, he comes through with two.
They didn't clear this yet.
Is it enough? There's a double M4 out there on the field. USP in hand. That one will go down expectedly.
Zontix getting crazy.
And then the bench player gets cleared out. Poor Magix with 16 points of health.
1v2.
Feels near impossible. It's versus Magix.
Yeah, one of them's an op, though. Oh, he saw him. Oh, my God.
Modesty, able to come back, gets
Oh.
and Magix. Oh, he doesn't have the
Magix
most amount of
overpeaked.
health. Magix versus Magix, and the Dane gets the better of it. Well,
He's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Magix uncertain as to Magic's position.
He probably should have just swung out when Monesi was getting spammed down, but obviously had it under control, no problem. So that'll be another round here for Falcons, even though this one's a 1v1. It's been a nice streak.
Sketchy. You let these rifles throw themselves
See,
into
chat,
the
no
fire
haircut.
like
My hair's
that.
just hella
There's
fucking long
immense
right now.
value playing close to middle, even if you're not actually
Hella long.
you know, part of the site defense. You're there in 3 or 4 seconds.
Oh.
Okay, Magic's sort of apologizing. I didn't realize he could be that far.
And effectively clutching.
I think
Nah, I never
he
played
saw
old
him
school
and was like, I'm taking this
RuneScape.
fight.
I never
So
played RuneScape at all.
I think he knew what he was signing up for.
I always preferred like the movement, and yeah, I just prefer WoW.
Electricity that Donk brings to the game. I think you're comfortably walking out through the smoke. Next thing you know, Donk swings.
Oh my
Like
goodness.
Kicksan tries to from top middle, held back by Zontix on the trade. But Nico's going to get Zontix if he peeks the bench. Yeah, he's going
Bro
to go for
cut
that
and
duel. In
regrew
fact,
his hair
wow,
in under
Nico
an hour.
loses
Respect,
it.
thank you.
Yeah, he's the one who had to jump up. And Zontix did go into
fucking having a map right now, dude.
And now Tesses down beneath the smoke has to somehow pull this off himself. Ooh. Tip to
Ever
tip.
played Final Fantasy?
Shiro
Yeah,
and
that
Tesses
game was
who
boring as
figures it
fuck for
out.
me, I'll be real.
Monacy gives good cover. Zontix also strikes again in the middle of these moments.
I
to keep an
tried, but that
advantage here
shit
in the
was
hands of
just
Spirit. Now
mind-numbing.
Chopper wants a chance at this.
Yeah, he has a great
I get
timing
people like the
where,
story of it,
3
but I do
players
not
in
give a fuck.
connector. I think it
It's a
makes.
great tuck into that corner. I feel like Monacy's going to think it was clear. He backs up unexpectedly, and Magix is right there to tether off of Chopper in case things had gone south. Spirit, in another round, keep the pressure up.
Yeah, nice moves from the second layer.
Just 'cause
in
you
the
don't like
defense
story
there
stuff? Okay.
To keep
And?
putting pressure inside of middle. That
Like,
would have been a
that's
hard
good that the
situation
story is
for
good, but
Falcons
the
to
game
figure
should
out.
be good too.
With no lurks getting info. Kicksan scaling all the way across mid. Like, I think in his mind, if he takes out Donk, that's good.
Fuck. Jesus shit. The hell, Demon? Why are we beefing,
This is that
bitch?
winning formula that I first fell in love with.
Why
when
you one-digging
Donk
me?
and Zontix just dominated on Mirage back at Katowice in their big
Did I
debut.
get past the main story? Yeah.
We're getting that again.
Wow,
Top
does that
performing
story?
is
It
Zontix
does. I
and
just
Donk.
don't care about it.
Yeah, they settled into like slightly different. I mean, Donk has peeled back a bit,
Yeah.
so has Zontix.
Yep.
And that makes Zontix sort of very
Yeah, the
very stable
rotation
on
of like
CT
Final
positions,
Fantasy
but
just,
not
like,
that
gave
much movement.
absolutely
If it
zero
comes to him,
enjoyment. That shit
it's
was
just such an amazing
mind-numbingly,
anchor.
like, easy.
But on T side back at that cat, I remember he was entering. He was like, yeah, he was getting a lot of refrags just right after Donk or even the first kills.
I mean, honestly, even within the CT side, it sometimes felt like they were playing offense with how aggressive both of them would go to top middle. I think it makes much more sense to see Zontix post these multi-kills from Catwalk. You know, but if Donk wants to get aggressive, I know Zontix is ready to sign up with him. In these kinds of pinches, this one right here, right? Attacking from both Cat and bottom con.
I think
Caspian still just dropping 1,000 bits at a time.
yeah,
Caspian,
with
go to
mid
bed,
control.
bro.
Okay,
So
fast
it's just
chase, huh?
Trying to draw out all the volleys, I
Lando's
think.
got a disco ball as a helmet. I have not seen it, but that sounds funny.
Desses puffs his chest a little bit.
They get a lot of movement on the map, but there's no commitment. And I think because there was no molly, their Spirit are now wondering what else they were trying to do.
This is interesting. Magis goes to
Wasn't a
Tetris.
Blocked attack, yeah. Tetris can be good. If you wait too long, it can just be really hard cleared, but
It's also an awkward one, I find, to play from the top of. You're going to have to jump or fall down at some point. And that just creates that perfect moment for a guy like Donk to swing you. But we'll see if Magis can find timing. There's a fair duel. Frag grenade for Shiro. He has to back up with fire now in front of him. Not a comfortable position to be fighting with a quarter HP, but a lot of support inbound here from Connector. Monacy connects with the AK headshot fast. There's that jump over top. Magis just thrown into the Lion's Den, and then those stairs just get held. Zontix and Donk yet again tethering so well, but Monacy continues to rip heads off shoulders. He's got a pistol player behind him in Kicksan's Deeg, and now that the smoke lands at the feet of that bomb carrier, even picking up a rifle won't make the difference. Spirit doubling Falcon's round count despite Monacy's best efforts.
yeah, there's just CTs everywhere, ready again for all these duels. They're happy to fight. It just feels like they've just multiplied their presence on each site that Falcons have tried to hit.
Oshba, I don't even know what you're saying, I'll be honest. Wavy, thanks for the 27-month
Not a bad
reset,
try,
thank
though.
you.
Falcons don't have everything to work with, but now they'll be
Mike, dude.
sitting
On
on
React
Deagles,
Hearted?
5 in fact.
Nah, these rounds are playing out
Round
kind of
10.
like the way I feel like they should, with the anomalies being kicks in entry and that weird round at A ramp. The only shocking part about this game right now is Zontix's performance.
can I return to my useless anecdote about Zontix's M4?
Yeah.
I just noticed it's an iBuyPower sticker eating Dignitas and Pimp.
Oh, I gotcha.
Pimp, yeah.
Which I think is more of an insult.
I got you.
You know?
Okay.
Right?
Nico?
I like it more now.
Unironically, Nico did not play
One
great
of
in the
us.
finals, so I'm not too surprised he's struggling still.
That's funny.
Man, that's expensive.
Everybody was dogging on Magic, but forgot that Nico bottom fragged for basically the first 3 fucking maps.
Molotov for bottom middle.
So no,
These
it's
Deagles
like
have not seen
actually
any
he
action.
really has been like kind of not doing that well, I feel. He obviously stepped it up in that final. I'm not saying he was completely useless, but he was having a hard time in most of that series.
I was like, Pimp does have fans. Well,
He's been a little inconsistent as of
there's only
late.
one Pimp fan in the world. It's me. Easy pickup here for Magics. These Desert Eagles, again, haven't even really fired off. And
I think the Wild ended tonight.
Finally, they start to get a chance at it. Magic
Or
finds the
the
wall
Knights
bang
ended for the
headshot.
Wild tonight, I mean. Oh, God.
And that's all they'll get
Just
for
live
this
or
one.
replay
5
live?
Desert Eagles, a bit of a slower endeavor, and still Spirit win rounds for the 4-point lead.
Some good moments here for Falcons, but in general, it's just a very strong half from Spirit. I love every way that they're. Oh, wow.
Nice filters.
Oh, wow.
Damn, production got new tricks.
Love that.
That's crazy. They literally call that the
I
Oni
love
filter
every
for
way
production.
that Spirit have approached middle control, even on the rounds that they've lost. They've put themselves into good
Next
spots.
up, we just
and
need to
I
hear
think
Voss, Voss,
that
Voss in the
they're
background.
Sometimes being really aggressive. Every time Falcons are trying to read when they're doing that, they actually aren't there. And Zontix has played a fantastic half so far off of Cat. Also love how much they're swinging. It's not taking top mid control and swinging the top boxes and pushing them back into spawn, but they're still taking tons of duels just on their own terms. Stairs is actually the spot where you really don't recommend anybody swing that to fight a ramp, especially when Palace isn't smoked. But they've been taking a lot of gambles on those swings, and they've been paying off.
Feels like if you have to wait a month to play an official, you just want to swing more.
My brain struggles with Magics and
Spirit
Magics in the same
happy to sign
server.
up to those.
Understandable. I don't think you're weird.
Been afforded a lot of lower play. It's getting beyond this point that has cost them bodies. Nico trying to get the wool pulled over Zontix's eyes. He tries to come at this from so many different angles. The straight up bench boost, the deep corner under window, now this side of it. And
Nice.
this is what works, right?
Oh,
Nicely
well,
done here from Nico. A
there's
little
the pick.
variation
That's what
to
they've been
finally
looking
put
for.
a bit of a dampening on one of the more successful pieces of Spirit's holds.
He really believed in his own read right there.
Man
Spirit's got to
advantage
do
in
something to
round
respond
11.
here.
Fighting for that 5-round half.
Just
here,
sitting is
Falcons.
kind of going to be the death of them.
And how are Falcons going to take this now? I mean, they've got the Cat opening. That's one guaranteed. They have to take
Are
a guess
Falcons
as to
going
who makes the
to
perimeter
full
rotation
5-man
if they
upper B?
overinvest
Oh,
towards B. They
Shiro's
don't
up
know
here,
about
though.
Shiro at all. Shiro's in a great spot to get one kill. Oh, but that's a good shoulder peek.
That's a great
Saw
shoulder
a
peek.
sliver and missed. He got Chopper to try to support him. Flashbang so consistent here. Really nice utility follow through from the Falcons camp. And Magis gets
That
that
should be the
instant
round.
headshot on the opera.
Nice,
Still
that was
able
a
to drop
great
Tessus,
jiggle.
of course.
Was that
And
Tessus or
Dogs
Magis?
Instant deletion here out of Nico. The time
Whoever
to
that
kill
was
from
a
the
great
Falcons players
jiggle.
This round, lickety split.
And again, excellent shoulder peek. I don't know if that was Magic. Might have been him or Tessus, usually in that
The hell is
spot
there-
to bait out an
Bonders?
op shot without dying. But considering the setup, I think they lost Spirit lost a piece they could have afforded if Shiro got a kill. If Shiro got a
Brokey
kill
gets that
and then he falls back,
jiggled
it's
and
way
missed
more
his casters
complicated
harp
for
on
Falcons to
Brokey.
gain
No,
enough
people
momentum
harp
to get
on
out of the
Brokey
B side,
because he
if
was dropping below
Shiro
1.0
gets one
rating
frag,
dude with the op.
then grenades can come into B halls that'll just stop
When
the attack
Shiro
entirely.
misses one, we could
But
chalk
right
it up
there,
because
perfect
he
shoulder
doesn't do
peek,
that
execution
very
behind it,
consistently, and that's actually kind of a hard
Of
shot.
course, it helps out a lot when you know the Cat player's dead.
Don't make it seem the
It's a nice
same.
mix of tactics and strategy here to win this round for Falcons.
Uncle, why do most pros use
Extra points
A1S?
for
More
util as well.
consistent
I lost
weapon.
track of how many
By far.
flashbangs Shiro ended up eating.
The A4 is great, man. When you're feeling it and you're in tune with that A4, it's a great weapon to have in your hands.
Locked in position.
The
Nico,
problem
great read on
is,
it. Great round, in fact.
if you're
from the
even
Kovac.
slightly off with it, you give up a lot of free kills.
Okay. Last round at hand.
Also, there's still the hidden aspect
This is that
where
very fine line.
people
I mean,
don't
think of
talk
the
about
last
it
round,
enough,
it's a
but
pretty solid half.
especially in
They
pro
don't get
play.
it.
The
They kinda got beat
suppressor
up
is
here.
so valuable.
A4,
Little Timmy doesn't know where the fuck you're shooting from 99% of the time when you're sitting next to him. Professional players, you shoot once through a smoke and they'll blast you right in the fucking head.
Here from Falcons in round 11.
Like, having that suppressor aspect that even just slightly lessens their ability to figure out where you are
really one of
with
those
audio
testaments
is
to when,
super
Nico decides that
impactful
he
and
has
beneficial.
A way to win a round that you have to respect.
It is so strong. It's
That
still
variation on
never
the boost to
valued into the
isolate
equation,
Zontics.
which is absolutely
People always
stupid
talk
from
about how
people.
much he contributes as a teammate, and that it's just a
Every
huge
time
hole to
people
fill.
bring up the
That's one of those
A4A1
ones, like,
debate,
when
if I
Nico
am not
takes
there to
control of
fucking
a moment,
be a baby back weenie just complaining about it, the suppressor's never mentioned in the comparison. People are just like, oh, the A4 has a faster fire rate, you get more bullets. Like, who the fuck cares that I got more bullets to shoot when they got an AK?
Plenty of runway left.
I want to be able to be mobile. I want a laser beam in my hands, and I don't want them to know where I shot them from for a second in case I miss.
How are you going to track these movements?
Like,
dangerous game.
Yeah, super vulnerable. He still gets a kill, though.
Right, drops kickstand next to him. But this is one of those moments where Nico's not entirely holding Donk back. Drops a teammate in the process. It's a good trade, though. We saw haircuts offered by Magisk out of Palace.
And he has walked down that
Get
ladder
off
before.
Bro just
Chopper trying to keep his head
referenced
down.
a Reddit discussion and told me to get off TikTok.
Okay.
All's good.
I'd much rather watch TikTok than read Reddit.
Can't cut Chopper's hair. Magix holds the catwalk. Monacy on the chase, scopes up, so now they know exactly.
At least when I'm watching TikTok, I accept I'm reading brain rot.
Falcons T side. You got 45 seconds to clutch this one.
Fucking Reddit's the worst because everybody thinks they're not in the fucking chamber.
But it's
It's
still
Monacy, so like you honestly don't trust anything.
sure.
Depends on the
You can't
subreddit.
trust
It's-
anything at
Actually,
all, but-
Zontics turned around.
Yeah, he turned. Monacy's created this.
It's not. This is whichever one you're
Sprinkles
gonna
in a
prefer
little
them.
brain power for this club.
Uh.
The timing, huh? Zontics turns it around. Your trickery doesn't work this time, kid. It's a solid half for Spirit on the defense. Falcons defense up next with 4 rounds to their
I
name.
actually prefer the HLTV forums. Mother in Christ, I will pray for you. Chad, I'm running it out at halftime. So. All social media is accessible at this point? Correct. But I did perfectly curate my TikTok to just give me dog videos, food videos. Currently, I'm getting some Magic stuff, which makes sense. Not too much Counter-Strike, but just a little bit. And NHL videos. Oh, and Formula One. Yeah, that's like probably my whole reel. Shocker they get food videos? Yeah, okay. Kieran, thank you for the Twitch primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Although it kind of sucks. I think I got to kind of like redo who I'm watching. Because like my food reviews are like, all of them are just blatantly full on sponsored all the time, which like I don't mind. But like if every single one of your posts is just like, also none of those motherfuckers ever disclose it, but like they are, you know what I mean? It's like, bruh. No lifting videos? I thought you were into that. I really enjoy lifting. I could not care less about people lifting though. I don't care. I think people should. I think it's good for you, and I like doing it. But no, I don't need to watch another person deadlift 1,000 pounds or some shit, like Eddie Hall or something. By that logic, you don't need to watch other people eat. Motherfucker, I'm trying to get the food recommendations. I'm not trying to watch them eat. By that logic, you stupid. Addison, thanks to the 27. Next week, Addison. Next week. No, I don't golf. Real Shake Nasty, they said 31-month primer. Thank you. Lifting while avoiding. Wow, it's just like a lot of the fitness stuff is just like fucking mess. There's only like a few people that aren't like just like trying to push shit anyway. Doc, thanks for the 4-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Back to the action with a top fragging Zontix. That's right, not Donk, the star of the show, despite him not being too far behind. Zontix just dominating from the catwalk. Ultimately, by the end of this half, Mo, we have Nico on the receiving end of 4 opening deaths throughout that half. A third of the rounds of that T side, Nico dies first, and I think that's why he put so much effort into finally finding a solution, but it came too little too late.
Listen, dude.
Yeah, we saw
this protein powder is
that were
slightly
good out of
different than the other
Falcons.
one, okay?
Kickstand taking over cat control and winning the B round. Nico finding out Zontix would be on that angle and mollying him in that spot. He was the main threat. They finally dealt with him.
You also need insert
Not
this
surprised
supplement
they finally
here.
caught him off guard in that spot. Why wouldn't you keep coming back when it's working out so well?
I always
But
love the
they don't
ones
get
that are like, do
fifth
you
round,
feel
which
tired?
makes this
Like
game a
just
lot
like the
more
most vague
competitive. Now they
shit.
rely
Like,
even heavilier on the pistol.
Chopper shows a little skin
I don't
towards
even
Cat.
know.
We've got the majority of Falcons inside this A site and first blood to their name. They cut off
Oh,
a player
man.
towards connector. Magic's gonna get that one back in hand. Monacy towards ramp with Berettas awaits. Donk wants in on this fight.
Oh,
We've
yeah,
got
he
Nico
does.
also in Palace.
Oh, that
They're
was a
losing
nice
the
shot.
supportive pieces, but the forward push of Falcons does
walking
still
back.
make this awkward.
damn, Zontix is such
just
a rat.
rats
He
him
said,
out.
no,
Monacy
I
feeling
don't want to do
frazzled,
this.
But Nico's gone unnoticed. Ooh, the jump up gets found.
Ooh.
Those Berettas
Oh.
at the ground.
No.
Donk turns, gets
Nothing.
his next one. 2 kills to his name.
Everyone's in a car driving around like it's impossible to catch. You're listening to the footsteps. You try to peek out, and somebody's jumping on a box. Someone's swinging out wide. Someone's killing your teammate. It is impossible to keep an inventory of what's going on in this match. And Spirit are just happy to swing. That's the biggest problem. So Falcons, they had pieces all over that A site, setting traps.
Doc Pat, thanks
waiting,
for the 4-month
and they could
primer.
only win
Thank
that
you.
first
And
duel.
40 on 6
That's
for the
where it
59.
really got scary, but immediately the answer back.
Yeah, your booby traps don't do
This
much.
shot
You
right
get hit
here.
by a bulldozer at Mach 1 speed. And Donk with a multi-frag in the pistol to really try to cement this commandeering lead they now
Donk is
have.
locked in. When is he not
9-4.
locked in, man?
Forced by back for Falcons.
Guys,
No
no,
one on
way you're still
Falcons
plugging Prime.
with a positive KD.
Shank Nasty, thanks for your 31, by the way. Thank you. Royford.
Not that I would have one either, by the way.
Sure.
That looked like a hard game.
Yeah, no, that's a given. They flush out the SMG. That draws the attention of almost everybody from the Falcons camp. Kind of going for that heavier B lean. And leave it to Spirit to keep options open. Window smoke lands. Nico, his own smoke in hand, still towards jungle.
Appreciate you, thanks
He
for the
puts it down on
14-month
ramp at the
primer.
right
Thank
moment.
you. You take
mean,
this,
it's
I don't
such a
need it.
heavy
You look
B lead
hungry,
right now.
streamer.
This
Nobody's
is
really
just,
ever said that to me
perfect-
before. Holy shit.
Perfect call here for Spirit. Lurk's gonna get into place.
He decides to try to block
Monitor
off
off, thanks for
connectors
the
so that he can
19-month
just
primer.
bounce
Thank you.
theirs.
Oh!
Nice
Aw.
amazing pre-aim.
Yes.
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 Does Zonk have good movement too? Yes.
Yes.
All right, man.
8 and
They're
11.
losing it.
Give me more of that.
8 and 11. Tough. Top frag though. We have not seen a good round out of Falcons.
Spirit looked pretty scary.
Like I feel like this, like the. What I mean though is like even the rounds they won though, it never felt like it was like a.
Yeah, I'm curious kind of like where they stand
Well,
on
they,
that.
two
It
players
was
on
always
their
just
team that
fully
both
based
mentioned
off of like a
Spirit.
pick. There was
Just
some nice
genuinely,
calls
like,
out
I
of
think we're a
Kickson. Like the
little more
rewalk B
scared
was
of
really
that.
nice.
Has too, so.
Yeah. Oh yeah, maybe it was X.
But it was a
and
rewalk
Drops.
B after pick, a
remember the
double
second, I just
kill
know
on the
X-Taz,
catwalk, and then they got that free that free B-Day ramp was kind of like
It's one of those things out in the open. I mean, they asked Robs about it, and it's like, yeah, it's the kind of thing that creeps up on you. No one could ever plan to have one of the longest streaks. You just start winning a lot, and you go, oh, we also have a streak on top of all these tournaments that
not
we
even trying
are
to
undefeated
dog on
at.
them too hard, but
now
this
it's
is
very
not.
real.
This looks.
Now it's very real.
It doesn't just
and a
look like
very
they're
interesting
losing
story
like
about
to
this,
people
specific
shooting
event.
well. They just don't
Crazy
look
about it,
great.
too, is like, you
High
know, if
6
they
for the
continue
3-month
their
primer. Icy, thanks for the 3-month
win
reset.
streak, let's
Thank
say
you.
Vitality just win their side of the playoff brackets, which if Spirit take this series, they'll be on the other side. They can only meet in grand finals. Spirit really are kind of the boogeyman. Vitality, confidently, you know, growing up. They've kind of shook off the fears of their childhood and growth, and now next thing you know, just when you feel on top of the world.
Oh no, Kixon is a really good IGO,
Out
but
of the shadows, unseen for a month.
but that doesn't mean you can't call a bad map or have a bad series as a team.
dominating,
And right
and
now,
have
they all
become
just look fucking weak.
One of the top teams in the world in Falcons.
We're 15 rounds in, and there's not a single positive player on Falcons.
That's just
You know,
one that they know so much better for the Vitality side of things.
Ivok, thanks for the 32-month primer. Thank you.
The games actually are.
You tell my friend Greg Donk is better than him.
It's just
Greg, I don't know who the fuck you are, but you're hot ass, buddy. Hope
Same
this helps.
streaks as well. Mouse just needs Stewie 2K.
Yeah, sure, that's the solution.
Get fucked, Greg.
It's a North American ROPS.
It's crazy. He won Dallas, and no one picked him up.
Kind of peak. Like, there isn't like transfer deadlines in CS, but there are roster lock.
Kicks in, ready to swing out, and he gets traded by Donk.
Sorry.
So now
There are
you've got
roster
yourself
locks
a
for
vacant
events.
B-site
So
for the taking.
you like want
Go
certain
ahead and
players
take
to
it
be
over.
in certain
There's no more
events. You do have to like
resistance to be
submit them
offered.
in
Falcons,
it
2
by
rounds
certain
with
time
lighter
frames.
buys.
Okay, guys. Lock, thanks for the 15-month primer. Jepsel, thanks for the 54-month primer. Thank you.
They were right in the end. I didn't think we'd get into stomp territory this game.
No,
but,
neither
yeah.
did I. Because it really didn't even feel that way.
Yeah, it really.
Some real competitive rounds back there. You know, you had
But
Nico thinking hard.
It's actually like wild card versus Vitality
Right.
almost. Like we've got good rounds in there.
We get these games sometimes where we look back at the score lines. It's like if you didn't watch, you won't know.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to gaslight you. This,
Don't they call your
I
friend
think was
Ben a
close.
fraud?
I'm
A
starting
bald
to lose
fraud?
my own confidence.
Oh no, he's already bald, man. Let Ben be.
We at least won't be able to argue that for the second half, though, until Falcons win any rounds. So,
yeah. It just took Nico so long to get something over Zontix. You know, he finished that first half with like 148 ADR.
Yeah.
And then anything that he didn't kill, Donk picked up with nearly the same amount of frags.
yeah, and Plato's World of Forms, Zontix is like the
This is
perfect
currently
CT
Falcons
anchor.
map
He
choice,
is
by the way,
pretty
chat.
much as close to the blueprint as you'd want out of a player. Is the exact skill set.
You just know it's a good day in the office.
Are there
when
less
Shiro doesn't even
games
have to
tomorrow,
try
chat?
to
There
clutch.
should be, right?
But here we go. Guns up for Falcons. They've had to wait a little for these, and we'll see how they employ them. Instantly towards the ramp info play. Want to see on the angle. We got
Only
a
two.
bit of a
What time
test
do they
going
start
down in
tomorrow?
middle,
My
though.
time.
Spirit don't seem to be taking too much time.
Well, I get time to sleep.
Going through the motion quick. Nico tests
7 my
slightly
time?
with that frag grenade, but doesn't do any
Dear
damage.
Lord, baby Jesus.
And Spirit just remained force strong here in mid.
We fucking made it, boys.
Sometimes it is
Holy
good to
fuck.
have feel out rounds versus Spirit. They can let teams back in.
How crazy is it that I'm gonna wake up at
Thinking
6
too
a.m. and
much
I'm
in some positions,
sleeping
but
in
they
hard?
look like they're moving with haste at the moment.
Well, Flash, they got Nico out
Animal
here.
Games, thanks for the
full
Twitch
cat
primer.
play coming
Thank
in as
you.
well. No cat player for the CT side to stop this. This is about as hard of a defense as it'll get.
And Chopper's got Nico.
You're gonna be able to play Commander overnight? Nah.
Swing. Donk offers up
I should play on a
saving
Commander
grace.
day though with the
Team Good
homies.
help. Tess gets his. Magic's hot on the trade, and then Chopper still ultimately wins that.
Is Zonk
duel
actually
towards
good, or is
Stairs.
he just
So
carried by
is there a
8K
retake queued up?
abuse?
Absolutely not. Spirit, masterful.
Bro,
round
that's a
here.
good one.
Putting
I like
Chopper
that.
Where he did to test Nico like
Normally,
that,
I used to
completely
flame Nico that he's a game
neutralized the little
sense
that
and
they
low
had to
sense
offer in
abuser.
mid.
It's the only
It was
reason
still
he's
early
good. But I
enough
like
it
that.
could have been
8K
in play as
abuser
well, so that
is
added to
really
the strength
good.
that
I
Chopper
like
had getting
that.
into connector, but all the utility was in place. A top con smoke blocks off a cat.
Nah,
exec as
let him
well
cook,
as a
chat.
connector
He's
split, so
onto
that's
something.
that's something normal that Falcons are looking at, but they don't have a palace push. They don't have ramp presence as well, so they actually have to just watch that.
Nah,
And be
skill
aware of
abuser's
both
too
options.
obvious,
But
guys. You
when
gotta,
look at
like-
the B side.
That's
You
just
don't
a
have
little,
anybody
like-
playing get right. You don't have anybody
gotta-
up on
we gotta
bricks
go
and no
one
one in
step
ladder room.
away from that,
You're
you know?
not going to have the best time defending a full B attack. I think the other option would have had to be
Genetics
an
abuser's
off
good.
bench and then one rifler if you're going to both play in the back of the site like that.
When the
but
ghost whiff is happening with Falcons today, they're
it's
not
another
good.
solid
I mean, they're
round,
not
I
even
think.
whiffing, dude. They're just
One
getting
thing
shit
about Falcons already in their first game was sometimes they don't get enough information. We saw that in Ancient. I think Kicksan went in the interview and said like he wasn't having his best day in terms of the way he was thinking about the game.
Yeah.
Even though they won versus FaZe. But you could see that for sure.
It's got to be a scary thought, too, thinking to yourself, what the hell if Spirit cooked up on Ancient with a month off?
I mean, it's a pristine game plan out of Hallie. Every bout of mid-control in the first half was beautiful.
Yep. I mean, even just, you know, the micro within that round, you just isolated Nico entirely. You neutralized Nico. Chopper neutralized Nico.
Flom is the high-calorie abuser.
So effectively forcing his movements by util. And even that little cheeky wallbang was like so close to being on the money.
Dude, that's crazy, dude. All right, I don't like this game anymore, guys.
That moment, he's like, well, we can even lose versus an A split
Guys,
now.
why is FlyQuest FaZe the banger today?
Another
What
bite
the
comes
fuck
in,
is
but
going
Falcons, where are you this half?
Look at that round history, dude.
No, Kexodus. My shit's nice, dude.
All series long so far.
Nah, I got my checkup.
At least it's a nice full buy for Falcons to potentially
I'm thriving,
end on.
chat.
Give him a best chance, but Spirit just look unstoppable in this tempo. Zontic
I'll talk some shit over there while you don't even know you're fucked up.
to get back into the server wastes no time in toppling our
Only thing I'm
most
not
recent
thriving in is the sleep fucking department.
challenger.
Shit.
A trophy lift in Bucharest.
It's all right.
6 match
Is there a China
points
event
in the
this year?
grand
Do I have to
finals
fucking
versus
do that again?
Vitality to deny a Grand Slam in Australia. I mean,
Oh,
Falcons
he
have
hit that flick.
They've been riding such a high. And it could
Oh,
damn well
well,
come to a quick end
and
here on Mirage.
4v3.
Tess
Tess
to try to
feels
do
the
something
pressure.
up
He's like,
middle,
oh
at
shit, I
least
gotta
gets
do
underneath
something.
the scope, and now
They
he's been
saw
found
me.
down. Spirit gonna
Okay.
remain cautious. Shiro stays scoped in on it, and Tess lucky to get away from this.
Man, Monacy walked into that, holding the angle. You never see someone react faster on top of flicking. Shiro got that kill, and look what it does to the map.
Shiro has not been needed, but wastes no time. Magisk trying to reposition
see
here.
this.
Did they both?
Oh,
No.
wait.
Okay, now he knows.
Yeah, Magic's figured it out, and
Okay,
he
that
will
was
drop
weird.
Zontix on that A site. Still an open to portal for Donk to come at it, but Tess
All
tethers
right.
nicely.
2 now spotted towards the A site. We've got some damage here that Spirit are going to think about. 24 seconds. Falcons will probably sit pretty, but
That was some odd
not just
choices.
enough.
Low HP like that. Tess
That was so weird from Spirit. I think it confused Falcons.
He could try to just offer
4v2, one guy walked out Palace, another guy just walked stairs. Like, there's no way they thought they were going A with them doing that.
Recover. Now they can reel back, and they've got themselves a good-looking post plant.
Do you think
These aren't
Spirit
the
would be
highest
better with
performers for the
Monacy?
side
I
of
actually have no
Spirit, but
idea.
They're also not the same for Falcons.
Unpopular opinion,
Cleared out
probably
the
not.
flank. They know mid was also
I think
good.
the way Shiro plays
Tess
actually
last
balances
spotted
very
towards
well
that
with
jungle
Donk.
side as he dropped Donk on the approach. We hit that beyond the halfway point as well. Spirit have burned so much time off of the clock. Falcons have simply just not been in this
Broke
match.
you hit that.
Tess bested.
Yeah.
Smoked.
Absolutely locked in. A month off, well worth it.
Dude, that
Team
game was
Spirit
like
wastes no time
20
and
minutes
remind
long.
Falcons that they were simply placeholders. Ancient up next.
I've got 5 reasons for you. Donk, Zontix, Magix. See how hard that was? A pretty damn good showing here on Mirage.
Yeah,
I'm
sure. This
waiting
game could have
for
been an
Maui
email.
Snake to apologize to Zontix right now. Maui Snake, Zontix, you wrote him off. You thought he wasn't that good. He carried.
I don't know if I necessarily ever said that.
You said he sucked. You said you hope he fails.
I definitely didn't.
I heard it.
We're definitely rewriting a little bit of people are history right saying. now.
The people are saying.
You
The
did win this
people.
one, Vu. You did get the map one for the side of Spirit, and it was a little bit of a team
Not
effort.
the
Okay, I
people,
mean, I
dude.
feel like in your 5 reasons as to why Spirit were going to win this one, though, you didn't really mention any of the supporting cast, and one of them even out-fragged Donk and had more
Magic's the
ADR.
top frag
Yeah,
for
Zontix,
Falcons.
I really do
as
think
we
that
all
he's,
expected.
You look at the stats, he hasn't changed any roles. It doesn't really pop off the page, but I think he's more active in the mid-round, Zontix. I think he's done a lot of work, and he's much better on the T sides than you might expect from Zontix based on last year, and he's just impressed me quite a bit so far in 2025.
Gentlemen, I think this one needs a little bit more context. This is Falcon's pick. It is. This was Spirit coming through. No one on Falcons had a good map. Their top frag was Magisk in terms of ADR. That's not how this is supposed to go for the team in green.
This just didn't go the way Falcons wanted in any respect, okay? They weren't getting many of the opening picks, or when they did, those picks instantly got
Can you
traded
explain
back.
HLTV
The late
rating
round
to me?
situations were mostly
Frag,
going
it's
on the side
just
of
like based
Spirit.
on frags,
The
deaths, and like
lurks
impact.
from
They have a
Falcons
bunch of different
were not
metrics,
really
but
getting them much done.
like and certain
Spirit
types of kills are
understood
weighted more
what
than
Falcons
others.
were going to do on so many of the rounds, the mid-rounding, the closing ability, the
But
way they
having
were
a
able to capture
good,
the
like
plays of
a good,
Falcons.
decent
They
way
did
of
their
seeing it
homework. I mean,
sometimes
that's
is like
what-
if you
that
see
is
the
what we were kinda,
KAST,
well,
which is
that's
like
what
kills,
Vu
assists,
was priming. The fact
survived,
that, yeah, they
whatever.
had a month off. They were able
Trade.
to think about their approach.
So that
and this
means
felt like,
90.
yes,
Like
Donk
this one's a good
popped
one.
off
Like
the page, but more
94%
of a win by
of the
committee than I would have
rounds, Donk
expected.
either
When it
got a
comes to
kill, got an
Spirit,
assist.
they were great on Mirage
survived
when
or
they were
got
the number
traded.
one team in the world. And then they started to fall off on Mirage
And then like
as they fell
also,
down and as they
there's
started
like first
losing
kill
and as they
difference
weren't really the
as
clear
well.
number one team. And I always thought they need to
So
get
that'll
the
give you
Mirage
a higher
back to
impact
form if they
rating.
want to be the best
There's
team
a bunch
again.
of things,
And
like I
this is
said.
maybe
It's
what
not
they
like
worked on
one
Mirage Nation
specific
in
thing.
the break.
It is,
Dude,
and that
it's
sets
so
up a nice
dumb.
future. But for now, we'll stick in the present, or rather,
He has
the
a
recent
rifle,
past. There was
man.
one around here that you want to take a
He
look
has
at,
a
Maui.
fucking
This is
rifle,
one where
dude.
it just kind of embodies everything that Spirit was able to do in capturing Falcons. Round number 8 right here, the way that they are able to immediately recognize. They take this opening fight towards middle. It's a 1-for-1 where Kixan
Like,
gets
just so
one,
you guys understand, like,
immediately traded out
usually
by
operas
Zontic.
have
But
higher
look at this. I mean,
ratings than
Falcons,
riflers,
they're
not
sending
even
their
just because it's an
entire
op, but
team
because
towards
they
middle.
usually
And you would
survive
think if you're
more.
Spirit,
So
maybe
that
you relax
inflates
just
the
a little
rating.
bit here. Maybe you're not going to send everybody. No, the cavalry
He's
arrives.
the
It's
entry,
body after
guys.
body after body
He's-
that Spirit throw at this, and they'll eat. And it's basically trade for trade for trade. That's what's so great about this from Spirit. They didn't really hesitate. They didn't have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. They all end this middle play.
Is it
Chopper
Nuke?
had a
Was
nice
it
move
Nuke
to get to
second
the top
map?
of Khan, and they just fully committed to the bit. Like there was any
Ancient.
lurk
That's right.
presence
They
from
probably didn't wanna-
Falcons. They were going to deal with that later. They wanted to make sure they quelled that mid threat.
Yeah, that was the team chemistry that we're seeing from
Ancient.
Spirit because they've been together such a long time, and Falcons have had,
Sorry.
what, 2
Nori
days
opened
of
a bunch of
practice.
packs,
We're
and my
expecting that type of
mouse
chemistry
pad
to
right
go the
now
way
is
of Spirit.
currently
Is this maybe where the
under
cracks are
construction.
forming in that Falcons team, where we haven't had this practice, we haven't had the time to figure out, okay, what's going wrong? When something's going wrong, what do we do to fix it?
I'm not sure I'm ready to say
I
that's
do have a mod here.
cracks showing. I feel like that's just Spirit showing up across the board, and
Yeah,
Falcons
Spirit
not. I mean, you had
permaban's Inferno,
Monacy,
they're
I
my
think he goes,
guys.
what, 6-12. Nico goes something like 8-12. They
2.1
they
does
just didn't show
not
up in the way
reward
they
saving
normally
as much.
do.
It's
I
still
wouldn't be
reward
surprised to see
saving,
them
just
show up
not
in the second
as
half.
much.
I think it's
still very
interesting.
important.
We painted a picture with the stats of the Nico Donk head-to-head last year. This was a very different go-around, right? This felt a little bit like Nico getting humbled.
Humbled is a nice way to put it. I mean, it's no, it's a rude way to put it, rather. I mean, Donk just did really well. And if we look at one of these, it'll illustrate exactly what I said about last year. But here's Donk, aggressive. That's the synergy we're talking about. They know the A site's getting attacked. He pushes through the smoke, finds a timing. This is the one I'm thinking about where that's a kill from Nico, but it's a 4v2 at the time, something like that. And Donk is just going, if I get a kill, maybe we can win the round. Swings in, Nico grabs the kill. That's what happened all last year against G2. And that's what Spirit, if they're pulling it together as a team, they can prevent from happening.
Yeah, Vu's big point, which is really well illustrated in the few moments where Nico's able to get the better of Donk. Just the fact that if he can play to punish, Nico knows how to do that. But when it's just kind of this head-to-head aggression, Donk is the best in the world at it. Like, if you're really just going to send 2 riflers at one another and one of them is named Donk, you're taking him to win that fight 80, 90% of the time.
I know this map was pretty one-sided, and so obviously our conclusions are going to be a little one-sided as well, but there still is that question of Spirit coming off of the month break. Any ring rust you spotted anywhere? Any signs of concern that maybe Falcons could exploit?
I feel like the best thing about Spirit in a month off is that you know that their top players are going to be grinding like crazy. Like they are going to be playing incredible amounts of like ungodly amounts. Like ones that if you did it, Mike, you would probably be depressed after that period of time. You'd be like, where's the sunlight in my life?
If I played the same number of pugs that Donk does, my brain would crack its way out of my skull and run.
Exactly. But you don't have to worry about Donk. You don't have to worry about the guys on Spirit. They are they're kind of born to do this right now, or at least they're at the age where they can just do this to ad infinitum.
Yeah, I mean, if there is ring rust, then I don't know how they get any better than this.
It's a fair point. That is a fair point. How concerned are we for Falcons? That it's been looking so very good. This, not so much.
I mean, I still I had faith in like a 52-48 that and I was hoping for a more competitive map one. As the guy that was propping up Falcons there in the entire pregame, that was they got slaughtered. Okay, like that, there's no way to spin that one where it's like, at least they did this well. There was almost nothing to show for it there. So Ancient could be a little bit of a weird like trap pick for Spirit, where they've been working on stuff that's worked in scrims, but in reality, Falcons are a very good Ancient team. They just took down FaZe on it. We saw that, and we'll get to it.
We'll get to it. We'll get to Ancient, but there's time still. We are going to head to a quick break. Before, we have Maui, Exposed, Vu, Energized, and Falcons in fear.
And I'm back. Falcons want to lose this match, so they play more. Sure. Is this side of the bracket the one with, like, loser of this plays FaZe? Shadows, thanks for the 72-month resub. Thank you, dude. Cheers. Is your name Jizzles? Thanks for your Twitch Primer. Thank you. FaZe are playing mouse? Okay. Loser of this game plays wildcard. Got it. Okay. Damn, tough draw for FaZe. Am I going to play Burning Crusade Anniversary? Are they doing anything for it, or is it just Burning Crusade? Burning Crusade was pretty fun. Like, what are you gonna do? You just like straight from zero, and then it's. I did really enjoy a lot of the raids in Burning Crusade. Burning Crusade was probably. Burning Crusade is like what got me into like really playing WoW. I played in vanilla, but I didn't really raid or do anything that crazy. I just hit 60. Burning Crusade was like the first time I raided, PvP, like. Yeah, I don't know. I might play it. Maybe. One sec. Just reheating the noodles that Nori made. Hold on.
Falcons trying to shake that one off. A little cool night air, perhaps to reset and refresh, because they got battered, thrown in the fryer, and served up crispy style. Complete slaughter coming through from Spirit. And now we head to Ancient, a map that you have to imagine they might not have been expecting to come through this veto.
Oh, I'm sure Falcons weren't expecting Ancient. I mean, they're a competent Ancient team. They've taken good teams to close games on that map, but when you're not expecting it, you're not prepared for it. Spirit had all the time in the world. Not only that, they just saw Falcons play FaZe.
Exactly. And in a game that we just witnessed yesterday, even though Falcons did come out with the W, there were a lot of worrying signs where the way that Falcons won was so scrappy that it came down to clutches, rounds that probably never should have been lost by FaZe. And in some ways, it felt like FaZe lost that game more than Falcons won it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Spirit watching that game, you might be thinking, hey, maybe we're not the most confident on Ancient, but maybe that's a punish pick. Maybe we can pick that. Maybe that's where Falcons are a little weak.
Now, surely Falcons can't come out of this as whimpering as they did on Mirage. It's Monacy's birthday. You got to give them candles to blow out.
Maybe they celebrated a little bit too early, okay? Maybe they got too excited, went out for a team lunch. Got to save it for the dinner, okay? You got to save it for the birthday dinner. I mean, I hope that Falcons are, I hope that Monacy is going to play better because obviously map number 1 was bad for him, but the guy that I'm looking more closely at is Nico, for sure. Because the head-to-head with him and Donk, even though Vu won this time, I think that Nico is going to try to rewrite the script for map number 2. It is, however, a position he's still getting acclimated towards. The middle of Ancient is something that he did not play with G2. So watching him here versus Donk, who has really been a master of this spot for the last year and a half, is a tall task, but one where there's been progress. Like, he's gotten better from what he was in January to now.
Yeah, when it comes to when it comes to Mirage, you know, it's Donk and Nico, they're on the same map, but they're not necessarily fighting against each other all the time. You look at Ancient, that's going to be the head-to-head. You have Nico in mid, Donk in mid. On both sides, they're going to be fighting each other constantly. You know this is where it's going to pop off, and this is where Donk will humble Nico.
Again.
For a second time.
I think, like, what is more likely than just simply a humbling is a tactical defeat. Okay, if I do, you know, I did give. Well, I said I gave Holly the credit in terms of what I've seen recently as a coach. Okay, in a month away for Spirit, I assume they're going to be up to date completely on how to be taking mid, like close bottom molly to help Donk get some space towards outside mid, raining flashes over with 2 players, like something that 3D Max popularized last year where it's 2 guys in spawn just flash, 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 flash. I feel like Donk's gonna get all the help, and so it's gonna make Nico's nightmare, or maybe, hopefully, I mean, I don't know what side I'm on anymore. I don't know what side I'm on anymore, okay? I'm finding too many reasons for Spirit.
They've converted him. Nico, Donk locked in a phone booth. Who you got? I know who I got. It's Stronny and Launders.
Maui, you're just a truth sayer. You can't help it.
Can't help it.
Yeah, that's just facts. I would actually say that on this map, when we saw FaZe play, honestly, Falcons were not fighting mid properly. They were actually very averse to even pushing down into fighting elbow. And as you mentioned, there are going to be way better grenades for Donk. He will be supported with the proper flashes. He is very good with the timings on both sides. Falcons have to be way more aggressive, straight up aggressive when it comes to mid control. And they have to do it more
Reek,
often.
I can't wait till the day that
look back
Twitch
to the
logs
FaZe
go
game
to
and
your
see that's where
LinkedIn
the gap
profile
was,
and your
because
Indeed
they just
profile.
didn't even fight
So your
them.
employer
I mean, it's
can
not like they
read
lost and then stopped going.
your
They
Twitch
didn't even
logs.
partake.
No. There's a couple times they
I
tried.
pray for days like this.
A little bit too late, perhaps. But Ancient. Ooh, Spirit on Ancient, and they picked it, Mohan. Why would they do such a thing? Time to find some answers, shall we?
Yeah, I think it's all about mid on this map. It's like all about mid, then it's all about the A rush, then it's all about the random B rush. And for Falcons here on CT side, it's about making sure they don't overinvest in any one of those spots.
Shitpost in Slack, so I do it here.
You want to
It sounds like you don't have a good work environment if you can't shitpost in Slack.
And hold.
Oh. Can't hold shit with Zontix peeking like that.
Oh, man, he's on one today.
Insta headshot inside A main.
Headshotting people and sitting down Nico. Once again, I wasn't joking earlier. This one is also over, chat.
Gets a chance at a duel and very quickly kills Donk. That's not half bad. But then what? Tesses emerges unnoticed as well from this back box and trying to get a second one, but now naded down to half health instead.
Wait, never mind. Hold on.
Out of the CT smoke, so
it's
very
those
nicely
Zontix
done
up.
Here. Falcons holding them at bay.
Shiro will be here in like 10 minutes, Zontix. Just hold on.
Here for Shiro. They're thinking about Donut. A little bit of damage back the other direction, but it gets swept away. Falcons
just keep hanging out a little bit longer. Yeah. It'll be there soon.
With that first kill, it was going to be another one where
Falcons
Spirit
are
run
so
away
back,
with it,
chat.
but a clean rotation, clean kills from across the board, and a real team effort, Launders.
Well, when we started Mirage, it was Donk, 3 kills. And, you know what I mean? Into a 4-1 start, into a excellent 8-4 half, and then just a flat-out close. Here, Magisk kills him right away. His first bullet coming out of Temple. That's everything. And nobody dies too quickly after Nico gets one bulleted on that A push. So he's got a team to be proud of. No plant, no investment.
Donk be the greatest ever? If he keeps that current pace, yeah. Like, I'll be honest. If this kid does not slow down, he will be the GOAT.
And so no fight immediately, but they're ready to go for it. Double Faunus here on middle in Nico and Monacy.
Mods, can you
Dude,
close
this
the
is already
prediction?
better with them starting at the bottom of mid.
I want to see Tesses tap back into what we've been watching recently.
Yeah.
That really, unfortunately for him.
Bro,
was
look
not
at
a part of
Zomtix's
Mirage.
face.
Although,
Holy shit.
I mean, he wasn't the only one struggling. That was just a bit of an object failure.
Yeah, so far, Monacy's having a 30 ADR birthday.
Oh, hey.
So let's
Happy
start
birthday.
now to
Welcome to your 20s. It's all downhill from here.
bone starting to hurt there, Monacy. Now let's hope it doesn't end a 30 ADR birthday.
I am Mods.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, he outright bottom fragged.
Yeah, you know, it's the one thing you don't want to be on the birthdays, the bottom fragger.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
Vitality are thinking about their streak. Monacy's just thinking about his birthday.
Yeah. Am I washed?
Do they know it's my birthday this week?
So somebody want to poke Spirit with a stick or something?
Yeah.
Hello?
There it is. Suddenly they win.
And we're off.
Try, you know, you try to burn that clock down, catch him off, but instead you run into the forward presence of Falcons. Total domination. 5 kills and no response
That's
back.
crazy,
so
Chili's.
well done. Pistol and the follow-up.
Yeah, they were just sitting there for a long. Maybe they're just waiting for Monacy to turn 21.
They were almost there. So close.
+5 for Doggo Treats. Thank you as always for creating a home for NICS. Bravos, thanks for the 5 super chat, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Somebody pulling the cables out again?
Yeah, unfortunately, I made a home for NICS here. This is not good.
I would not start playing until Hallie got a headset, that's for sure.
What a game plan they had back on Mirage as well,
Oh
right?
my
dude?
gosh.
I feel like for
masterclass.
For every ounce of regret Donk had for taking a month off, I feel like Hallie is so happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, presumably, you know, him and maybe Chopper are two of the people who needed or wanted the break or thought this would be a better time situation for the break, which I actually wholly agree with. I think they risk the idea that they come into this event and they don't look good right away, but we're past that. They look fine. And so now they're going to be one of the teams that with
I just turned into the
Dallas
mainstream
coming up, the
accent.
major
Yeah,
coming
you
up
did. You
after
did.
that.
Yeah.
I
Are they
think
going
they're
to
some
gonna be
nasally voice in the
proud of
background.
themselves. Are they going to Astana? That I don't know. They could be going to Astana.
Because I feel like, you know, if you're going to dodge Australia, I mean, you should probably dodge Astana. Those are two of the big flights that we have this season. Let me go take a look.
It's actually not that bad for them compared to Australia in terms of travel.
Oh, that is also true. They don't live where I live, do they?
No, they are not
Yeah,
from
it's
Montreal.
True. I forgot that we all have different travel days.
Center of the universe over here.
World. Guess it ain't flat.
Imagine
they
not
are
knowing
doing
it's
Astana.
flat.
Okay. But they're not doing Dallas. Conversely.
It's actually farther. It's actually farther.
Oh, that's funny. Which also, I think, gives them another well-timed break directly before it, right? Dallas is the last step before the major. So they come here, they show up to Copenhagen,
Wait, when's
studio
Astana,
environment,
chat?
only 8 teams, 4 of which are definitely, you know, of a different caliber. Rivals is all about the 4 top dogs getting a chance to swing at each other.
Rough.
You got a better bark than that. There you go.
Dude, Junks,
And
thank you
then
so much for the 5
go
gifted
to
subs. Can we get
Astana,
some nice ones in the chat? Thank
collect
you.
$1 million.
Swami equals Tim the Tap Man.
Take
I
another
have no
break off
tats.
just to fine-tune any last things.
Actually, no, you're right.
Show
Yeah,
up into
wow.
Austin.
Is it even? I don't have any tats.
Boom, boom, boom.
Take a swing at
I have
my
no
town.
tats.
In a row.
I'm
Maybe
skinnier.
streak.
Ooh.
That's a crazy thing that could happen in the middle of all this.
Right.
And I'm not as
Honestly,
funny.
We could find out
Like
tomorrow
on
who
the
wins
on the
major.
last 2, I agree, but I don't have any tats. Like I'd be like Timu Tim if like I had
They
like
could
a
change tomorrow.
tattoo
After
I really
seeing this
regretted, like
today,
on my arm or
who
something.
knows,
You know?
man?
Wait, why tomorrow?
Or wait, no. Whenever they, no, it wouldn't be them tomorrow.
Yeah. Vitality get a day off.
Day off.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, why did Vitality? You know, sometimes we say like when it's
Thanks,
just for
Rector. Thank you
semis
for the
versus
5
quarters,
gifted.
that's when
Thank
the
you, thank you,
favorite
thank
can
you.
lose a game. And I was thinking to myself,
You're a little
nobody
smarter. Please don't
considered
flatter
that
me.
Vitality get a day off if they win.
Yeah.
It wasn't about making
Also,
semis.
saying
it was
you're
about
smarter
a
than
day
Tim
off.
isn't really like,
them just
you know,
sleeping the whole
I think,
time.
honestly, at this
crazy
point,
compliment.
you've been playing and playing so well. Do you need to practice tomorrow?
Thank you, Feeny. Thank you.
Sleep in. Go grab brunch. You've earned a mimosa.
No, don't drink.
You don't know while your wife?
A virgin mimosa.
I don't know, did I?
An orange juice.
Honestly, I thought she was calling me a chicken for not getting tats.
Mix it with Ramlosa.
But I think she's asking if I want chicken for dinner. Yeah, I'm down.
One Fanta, please. It's my birthday.
20 years old.
Oh.
Kicksan the first to drop here. Guns out for Spirit.
Nori rocked a fake tattoo. Like one of like the
on the site. Clean ones from Monacy.
non-shitty fake tattoo ones. Like look a bit real.
Hero on the chase, denied.
She had Cartman on her forearm for like 2
Still
weeks.
yet to die here on map 2 with a triple
Whatever I
kill
do
to
what I
his
want.
name in the 3rd round. All's good
Shit.
inside that B site.
Yeah, very, very, very good hold. I mean, best you can ask for with a FAMAS of all things. And that'll be the 3-0 start. Doesn't even look like Zontix wants to think
Wait,
about
did
this.
he remove Aga?
This
That's crazy. I didn't do it. 20 was removing emotes. I don't know what he's doing.
2025 FAMI.
That's true. It's true. It has made a considerable difference.
Yeah.
It'll always be a FAMAS to me, though. You can't spell FAMAS without ass.
True.
F-A-M. Oh, yeah.
Truck, you have a gambling addiction, dude.
That's for sure.
When are you going to pick up magic cards?
That second headshot on Donk, you know, when you're shutting down Donk that quick. I mean, that's
He's just making sure Truck literally never owns a home. Dude, that'd be so bad. Dude, I got an offer from a magic site.
Looked like they were missing one more flash,
Truck,
or maybe that.
but I
flash
realized
popped
what it
earlier,
was.
But it's
It
actually
was a fucking. Dude, it's like a skin site. They just use magic cards.
So he came
I
out
was
of
like,
that
bruh.
blind.
Here we go, a little more mid play this time.
I was like, ain't no
Druid
way,
comes
man.
Donk towards cave. Takes a ton of damage though, trying to get himself positioned in for the mid split early.
Yeah,
Certainly
box.
not ideal for his endeavors.
Oh shit.
And look at Kicksan, already disrespecting bottom ramp. Look at that. Oh, beautiful timing here from Kicksan.
Dog just goes right by him.
I was like, what the fuck? And then they had a CS section too. I was like, what in the fuck is going on?
He's looking at the door.
Feels like I entered a different universe, but the same universe, you know?
Who turns around first? Magix. Then Donk turns it up a notch and gets an M4 for his efforts.
The pathing is just crazy. Donk goes through the smoke, doesn't even go into the cutout.
Wait, Austin's working with them? Oh,
He
my
could have been
Lord.
cleared that whole time. And now
I'll ask Austin to give me some cards.
gave this kid a gun.
Him and Zontix. Although
Come on, what
certainly
did he
off
say?
to a
I don't know
slower
whose
start
fucking
than back
side
on
it is,
the
bro. I don't know
Raj. You've got
shit.
Tess and Nico within this B site. Smoke soon to fade. Still a
What?
good
No,
belt
Wally
of
Hops,
util,
I'm
though,
not fucking
on
doing it.
Magis.
What?
That could open up Monacy.
You think I would change what I'm doing just because it's a magic card versus CS skin now?
Push.
Shiro picks up another gun. And Donk then gets his.
Oh, they gave him a gun. Oh, that's so unfortunate for Falcons. On that moment, Nate comes out, doesn't do anything. He'll run away from this. That is, I'm going to call it unlucky. They're going back to search information. They have a double push to do it. The timing is obviously perfect for Spirit.
Yeah, guys, I don't do
Man,
case
that's a hard one
opening
to wrestle
sites
with.
whatsoever,
I mean, it's Donk to
but
get the
these
last
magic
trade outside of
cards.
B. They have the information. You could always argue they could sit in B and wait. But the reason they push is probably because they don't think they're actually there. And they want to start rotating over towards A or pushing out to the back of cave or
Right.
something. But
to get active elsewhere, but
I would like to retract my previous statement on Majesty
around?
is not, in fact,
pretty
looking
late,
decent.
right?
My bad. All good.
30 seconds maybe? 40.
Well, it's easy to look decent when nobody on your team for like the first map
Just a
gets
matter
more than
of
like
time.
9 kills or
And
10
the lineup,
kills.
Though, I mean,
yeah, that's
How
frustrating.
expensive
'cause,
can a
like,
magic card
it's not
get?
bad
$10?
timing, but if-
$2 million.
If Nico was actually holding for the push and got the first kill,
So for a guy like
suddenly
me,
hard
it's
for
not much,
for Spirit
but-
to refrag it, but couldn't work out any better for them.
of course, you give a moment like that to Donk to
All
try
right,
to
here's
add
that mid
one.
fight though.
Nico burned down to 66.
Didn't Post Malone buy one for
And they
2
get-
million? Yeah,
they
Post
get
Malone
shoot
bought the
away.
One Ring
See,
for 2 million.
Dontix. Donk keeps vision, trusts his flashes, never even has to fight, even though he's obviously willing to. But this is
Oh,
where
you don't need my
Falcons
problem.
struggled,
No,
I
no, I do. No, guys, we lost 2.5 mansions
Kicksan
today.
Desert
Please.
Eagle as well on site. Better hope they hold on to
No,
the
no,
cave side of
I'm not
things.
Post Malone. I did not buy the One Ring
Monesi's
for
off
2
is in
million.
the play. There are limitations out here. That limitation was Tess with the MP9, but Monesi's off.
How much is a Black
Could damn
Lotus?
well
I
be
think it
the
depends on
solution. He is very
the.
much corralled
There's like a few
in the center
variables,
of
but I
his cave. Nowhere to
think
go
is
now.
it like
Smokes put out
10?
the fire. Monesi's actually using that as a chance to come out. Well done in order to nab a second frag on this B site. So you know the op's still out there.
Oh, Spirit desperately want this round. It's,
PSA 10's like
they know
450K.
that
Oh,
Falcons don't have much money left.
It's a good
depends on what it said it's from. That's what I'm saying. It can rage a lot, right? You can get ones for.
They're gonna have to silently
I don't even want to say this word, but for
elsewhere.
less.
Do they split them up or keep them together?
I think they just need to double up Donut. They have the A main push as well. And I like the move from Falcons instead of just going in through CT. Just
Taking
get
the
ahead of
push.
this. If this is going to be their post plant, it's very unlikely they plant for CT.
See if they can flush it out from behind.
Hey, never
See if
forget,
Nico
guys.
can
For those of you that
find
don't know,
timing.
Post
They
Malone
haven't
used to
heard of
post
A.
Minecraft videos
Sure
before he
enough,
started
starts to
making
come at
music.
this from Donut. Shiro still yet to plant.
It's a
Does
damn
anybody
shame he
start to
deleted
hold
his
flank?
YouTube.
Chopper can even smoke off Donut. Shiro, oh, he gets
got
it
it.
down. At the very least, they've put themselves into the post plant. Zontix and Chopper with a chance.
Crazy move from Zontix.
No
but something
further
needs
health,
to
fast
happen.
push back sight. Good amount of
Ooh.
damage from the half HP.
Okay,
but
okay.
It is Magus and
Falcons
Kicksan.
getting in there.
Back-to-back
Good.
headshots.
Good to see.
Falcons, they get active. At the very least, they keep it moving. And on top of that, Monesi sets it all up with those 2 op kills on B.
Billy, what in the
Excellent
fuck did you
positioning
just
from him
resub with?
inside
I'm
of the
so glad
cave.
I got this muted.
Exactly, went to dip out for a new fight, and
Thanks for the
Kicksan
43. What did you
fighting
quote?
to allow him to sneak out of a smoke was everything right here. This would have been
Half-eaten card. Well, for those of you that don't play Magic, there is a food deck that you can make in Magic.
That's how you trade a pawn for a queen.
Nice, man. Let's go.
How many hours is the streamer tournament?
There's still going to be so many questions
2.5
about Spirit
hours.
on this map specifically, and I think questions that not only we all have as viewers, but certainly still Falcons too. So
How are you
hang
not
on
a
to this
food
early
main? I
momentum.
don't know, man.
Don't waste.
It's a damn shame.
an
I just
early
like
chance
fucking
to rack
casting
up those
spells and
rounds.
shit like a fucking wizard.
There's
Maybe
no
it's because
doubt
I
in my
missed
mind
out on
as
being
Hallie
Lord of the
calls More of
Rings.
these pauses, there will be variations. And Falcons are going to have to keep both hands on Spirit for the time being. It's another gun round here out of the
Say,
attack.
I'm watching. It's a sponsored stream, but I'm gonna be watching
really tried to
the
emphasize the
like
head-to-head
Tyler
out
One,
mid.
Summit,
And
Ludwig.
Dog's got a
They're
little
all gonna
pocket
attempt to
behind
play
this
Counter
smoke.
Strike
Him
today. Well,
versus
Summit will
Nico
play CS. The others
is
will
the tail
attempt.
of the tape.
I think Landmark's in there.
If Nico ever wants to fight it.
Yeah, big if, right? He's disengaged from it by choice, multiple rounds already. And that's fine if you end up holding sight. But very swiftly, looking like a massive emphasis towards this B site. Nico does the same, right? Peels
You weren't
away
invited
from
to
middle,
play?
can
I
just
played
play
it
this
a few
back
years
line.
ago, but no, I was invited
It's
to
gonna
watch,
bank on Tess and Kicksan to just hold off on the front.
which I like to
comes
watch.
the assault,
But I'm getting
Molotov
paid to watch,
included.
so like, it's kind of sick.
It's proper utility of the spams. It's kind of hard to defend here from
Oh yeah,
the CT
Thames is still
side.
playing. Yeah.
Kicksan turns attention away. He's got a rock solid wall beside him.
Tyler
And
One was
Tess
1K
offers up
Premier
his
the other
smoke. They're
day.
gonna try to just go right
Nah,
through
you're
it. Dog
trolling.
doesn't give a damn. And that's fine by the side of Falcons for the start of it. 2 kills to their name. Nico the whole time smoked off.
How do they win this? 3v3.
Tries to
I
get
guess
in
they
with
didn't
impact.
yet.
Maintains a good amount of post-plant control so that the retake can get going.
He's really
But
1K?
smoked out. We've got still full belt
Can you
of
go
util
below
here for
one?
Monesi. No smoke included, so Ramp will remain with vision. No nades at all here for Spirit as we hit that halfway point on the bomb.
Chopper just knows they're all coming in from CTA. No, not even watching Cave at all.
I'm not even trying to like farm a reaction. I had no idea it went down to 1K.
Shiro's gonna make the difference with the
Ooh.
double, and a bit of frustration there for
How did the
Monesi
trades
as
out of Cave
Falcons
happen like
lose their
that?
sight.
Shiro somehow got that one through the long smoke as well. Chopper played actively and took a risk, not facing versus Cave, but without that risk, it would have been a possible retake. I think that's one thing that Falcons had with FaZe, where even if they didn't fight him in mid, they were still good on retakes. A spot like this was kind of wild. I mean,
That's
Spirit
wild,
came
dude.
through 2
I
smokes
actually didn't know it
very
went that
early,
low.
both at the
Today I
bottom of
learned.
B and on Cave.
Like
There's
with
a moment
some
where
people
Falcons
put that in
actually
my
have, like,
chat that they're
sufficient
like
control
around
and
2K
players over on B that they should have been
before,
able
or
to
like
dissuade
3K, and
this.
I thought they were kind of joking. Like I thought the lowest lowest was 5.
Honestly, Spirit get a little lucky.
I don't know why.
pulling
I
that
just
one
thought
out.
the lowest was 5.
Chance for Kixan to be the hero here in round 7. That single M4.
I guess that doesn't really make sense. Why would it start at 5?
This is different.
Your privilege is showing. Listen, man. I don't have an ego about it.
Sights on A early.
Like I told you guys earlier, played 24/7 offer servers only, and I used to think the Glio did the most damage because it had gold plating. And I thought the P90 gave you a beacon because an admin beacon somebody hiding in corner once. I bought the P90 for like 2 days straight, wondering why I never got the beacon on me, and I thought it was an advantage. Oh my god. Dude, he's got 8 HP. He almost got the triple. Oh. Doesn't matter.
Enough to get this one over the line, and that line getting shorter. 1 round the difference between these teams.
Yes, perfect cover right there for Magix. Otherwise, it is 4 HP for his last teammate alive.
Yeah, so no, I wouldn't shame anyone. I've just been dead ass, and I really didn't think they went that low.
Deagle push is so crazy.
You can see him just getting.
I wonder how much of the player base is like around 5K or lower.
Would have really been beating himself up if Nico gets away with that third one. Real Hail Mary run out from Nico, but things go from bad to worse for Falcons. USPs. And USPs alone.
It says 80%.
Chance for Zontix to farm.
Nah.
He's a patient guy, so he'll wait this out.
I should.
Or maybe not.
Nah, that's like
They end up
shocking.
getting a split on him. That's a rifle
Average
offered over.
player
Bonk
is
spawn.
8K in
Bonk is
Premier?
spawn, and they have
Really?
an AK. Oh. Monacy picks it up. And then he gets caught though. Tries to play the nade out.
Okay,
Bonk keeps pressure on this
15%
pack
in
of players.
October.
Burns from
Okay,
beyond
that
the
sounds
grave.
more right.
You've offered Nico a chance to clutch. Can the Spirit players join up? What a critical error this could wind up being.
80% if you include the people that are.
pushes this
Yeah,
over the
yeah,
line,
that's
and
dumb.
He's been playing
Yeah.
well. 8 kills to his name.
I got the bomb already.
Magic's grabbed it. Okay.
It was hype though.
Thank
But,
you.
yeah.
I was trying to paint a picture there. I thought.
I still got that 7K gameplay for you, dude. So yeah, we should go.
Off to the
So
B-side
20K wasn't actually that relatable. Like the video that I did where I watched the demo.
The chance for a retake.
What's like the average bell curve right now? Like
no armor here
what
for
is it,
Nico.
like
AK
10?
goes down, and it's a rare moment where Zontix gets caught off guard. I think the way he's holding it, they're allowed to, they can actually go on the right side and the left side of the pillar.
So I
but
should
you
look
can't
for
have
someone around there.
vision of
That'd be
8 man
fun.
at the same time.
Because that'll appeal to the most people. I didn't even. All right.
Normally, even if he gets caught off in a spot like this, he'll still find a way to get 2 kills or
It's
whatever. But I
Scrawny
think
and
Dom
Lonnie
makes the key
raging.
move and actually pushing forward through that molly after he takes out Monacy. Monacy probably kicking himself after showing himself to throw the molly instead of banking it.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
I'm suffering from success. No, I just haven't looked in a while, man. Like for example, I always like Gold Nova. For example, I didn't know was like the average for a long time and go before
Unlike
ranks.
back on Mirage, this one has
EU
had a
ranks
lot
that was
more
because NA got so
lucky
scuffed. It
and
was weird.
close moments, I'd say, to get Spirit back into
I've
the
just
game.
I've never really taken the time
But
to
there's
look.
no telling where suddenly
Oh, thank
that
you
just
for that.
turns
Yeah, that's
into
cool. Oh yeah, it looks like
very
9K is the
solid
highest.
gameplay and even worse and unluckier rounds for Falcons.
Ouch.
Again,
I want Flam to play CS using an Intel Arc graphics card.
Cost you.
Doesn't
We'll
it
see,
literally
'cause
not
this time they
run
don't
CS?
fall all the way back. Nico poised for the swing. Flashes on the mark. Plus you've got support from Tesses if needed. Donk still hanging on. 4 health. And he gets another. Hit by so many pieces of Util. Still able to get
Stacks
something
was
going in
telling
the
me.
round. Is it enough to set up the core 3 that remain here for Spirit?
That's a lovely tempo on the fight here from Falcons. They approached it nicely. That's still what is gonna happen sometimes. Yeah, Falcons are in an interesting spot, though. I'd say.
We
like,
tested
definitely
it. It runs at 200
way better
FPS
prepared
on
for
Ancient
B
until
with
someone throws a
mid
smoke, then it's
info
12
still here.
FPS. Holy
we
shit.
had Monacy just spotting from above recently. Now,
Well
Magic's
optimized.
trying to
Lupin,
follow in
thanks for the
close-
10-month
closely
primer.
behind them. They still don't know if it's going to be the A site. Spirit have waited enough time. They've left room for both options, and Kixan actually walks away.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Kixan comes back to spot mid. This might be just a one mistake. I mean, they're not going to allow the plant to have no idea what's happening.
They don't have a kit and they don't have a
Oh, they're
smoke.
delaying the plant. Wow,
So
that's
smart. Yeah.
His Magics go a little deeper, but what if the timing doesn't play into his favor?
Oh.
Doesn't overstep it.
Yeah, that's so careful, man.
Kickstand gonna be beating himself up, maybe.
Yeah, I don't
It's
know
actually a match. It's kind of going in waves right now.
Hold on.
Ooh. So Falcons
we're
came off to a
talking.
roaring
We've got a
start.
live
Now
wire.
Spirit's kind of rallying. We'll see.
Bit of a shock here, Spirit, to go down a man. Now to the advantage of Falcons. Kickstand just playing a real patient game. Now Molly's gonna burn out Cave though. Magic's, he gets caught. Big swing out from Kickstand. Shiro from the corner in the clutch.
The CT smoke.
Monacy's dead. Low HP on the last.
Wait, did Kickstand
It's a
just try to
pistol
tap
in
the
hand
bomb?
for Kickstand, and all he
Oh
wants is the
my
save.
god.
Now he's just gonna die to the bomb.
Shiro does enough. Gets all 3 kills in the clutch.
Okay.
And as Kickstand peels away, they had a false sense of confidence off that Magisk flank frag.
But why'd they smoke short if
no kit the whole time?
Flom loves that spot. Well, that spot is called the end game. It is the end game, but
they blocked their own chance. And a 1-on-3 takes place.
A bit disjointed.
it's crazy, man.
Small errors.
Nico.
What are those eyes
that,
tell you?
You know, there's some lucky rounds there for Spirit. This one's sort of a unforced error out of Falcons. Kickstand's patience was actually wonderful in that spot. He had Magic's totally fooled.
Expect that push. Fully. Ooh. I mean, ooh.
Yeah, Donk's got his straw hat on.
What does that mean?
Just plowing the fields.
Oh, okay.
And because Chopper's on the team, One Piece and all that.
Right.
People watching on YouTube and not liking the stream are so cringe and probably silver players. Okay, dude, no
didn't
need
do
to go at
much.
their rank.
Team Spirit not only off the lead from the clutch last round, but now 6-4 on the T side. Ouch. You've given room as well for Donk to kind of power up. Pads the stats in this one, but it is clearly a good streak from Spirit. Now 5 rounds straight.
This Donk kid is
6
pretty
of the
good.
last
I don't know if
7.
we should
It's really
fight him
just the
mid,
pistol
guys.
and the
I'll be
3-0
honest.
start from Falcons that they can look back on.
But are you really going to be willing to concede one of the most important parts, if not the most important of the map in the first 15 seconds?
Damn. Kid keeps it clean. Nice. Chopper doesn't give it that.
Oftentimes, yeah, people aren't even taking control behind it.
But TSS wants to get aggressive himself. Nice route.
Oh, doesn't touch the molly either. Made a lot of noise running.
Yeah, he did, but Magix hasn't turned around just yet. There was so much utility, maybe, just maybe, that goes unnoticed. Hey, okay, Nico.
Okay.
It's a headshot
Sounded
found
like
on
a laggy
Chopper.
bullet. Sounded like he stopped shooting and then got the kill.
One had a little spin on it.
Yeah. All right. Double press up through the smoke. You can see them coming through. Oh, again.
Oh, no!
Not on his birthday.
A couple of times now. He's going to be beating himself up for the util. Last bullet.
All right, Magic
Magic
takes those.
swapping out to the sidearm.
You
His
just saved that
teammates on
round.
cleanup. Beautiful double kill as they tried to emerge from Donut with tempo. Instead, it is Magic's to a nigh unwinnable
Speedo, the gift
clutch.
of the
But
city.
first
Thank you,
one's
thank you,
good.
thank you.
Nice swing out of Nico as he
Appreciate
gets a
you,
double of his
appreciate you.
own. And that's Falcons to close the gap.
I don't want to see Monas using any utility on his
No more
birthday.
nades.
Yeah. Not today.
No more nades.
No more
Bucko.
nades.
Timings have been crazy this match, that's for sure. And Spirit's propensity to run through smokes has also been pretty surprising. But to be honest, I kind of like that. Because I feel like sometimes the Spirit just start off a little bit rough.
Right.
And then they still just try to play super structured into it, but like they're getting countered. Well, here they're willing to just get scrappier.
No, Nori,
Get scrappier.
Yeah, give me a little pizzazz.
No, and AT&T starts
Somehow
at 4,
coming
Nori.
out ahead in this half feels pretty
I don't know how
impressive.
many games they played in it,
Still
though.
potential for a 7-5. Both teams will have great guns.
See, I wonder what the format is. Let me see if I have it in my little briefing here. Let me check my notes, chat. Let's see how Streamer Tournament is working.
Really haven't gotten as much Nico versus Donk action as I think the desk was hoping for or alluded to.
For Mountain? Nah,
That's just
Pacific.
because he's had this affinity to let mid go and still find impact elsewhere. Not to take anything from Nico. You know, it's a bit of a rare sight that both him and Donk have the scores that they do, considering the anticipated head-to-head. But he adds up as the second player here towards Donut. They're going to go for the boost.
But they're going underneath it.
Mad Jisk kills Mad Jigs with the Tess assist. And Nico ends up finding Donk in the smoke there, just trying to emerge awkwardly.
And
I
Shiro
don't
wants to
think
get
I
involved.
can
He hears the
see
double
the
donut setup,
format.
but now he's worried maybe Monesi's watching from behind with an op.
I'm assuming they all just play each other, but
Kicksands all the way down in Shrek already.
Team Ludwig,
And so the timing on the
Thames,
flank
double
is
lift nade
huge.
shot.
This looks like a good round for Falcons to just clean up what's left of it.
Those are
You
the
start
teams.
off strong, hold back the mid play despite Spirit's best efforts, and even though they've really been active the whole time, right? Spirit have not stopped
He's
walking.
getting
They've just
dumpstered.
repositioned
They
towards
won
main.
today versus FlyQuest 2-0, but it was not a very pretty
Flank
2-0,
finds
but it
its
was like
mark,
a...
does a ton of damage at 40 seconds.
It's like you want them to beat them convincingly, but also the way they won is also kind of good. I don't know, it's weird.
And so it's going to have to be some killer headshots, and
They're
that
still in
doesn't
it.
seem
We'll wait
likely.
and see how
Chopper
they
hits
look in the
dirt.
next one.
Nico looking to put a bow on the end of this half. Bomb drops
All right.
to the Shiro clutch on 18 health, unlikely. So a nice little recovery. They start strong, they end strong. That A site doesn't
No,
falter.
FlyQuest wasn't
We're
bad.
tied
I'm just
at the
saying,
end of the
like,
half.
it's a bit bittersweet, right? Like, it's a weird one. I do think that getting those types of close wins for FaZe, no matter who it's against, feel good. Chat, I'm running in an ad. Heads up, heads up. Job, thanks for your 81-month primer. Thank you. The format's on the Annihilation Cup, but it's sort of stuff. Can you tell me, are they just doing like... Can you link it to me actually real quick? It's sad that a lot of people don't know the Twinkie call out on Nuke anymore. I know, dude. I say Twinkie, my own teammates fucking asked me what the hell I'm talking about. Hey, Twinkie's such a good call out, dude. Yes, I might be a bit biased based on my stature, but I still think it's a great call out. You're bulking for 30 years and counting, we understand. Thank you. 32-year dirty bulk. Actually coming up on 33. I'll be playing with Annihilator. Well, depending on when this game ends, I'll play until the Annihilator Cup. $50 years ago without the... I don't know, dude. But I'll tell you right now, if I wasn't streaming, I'd be a full-time WoW player. Not like the professional ones, you know? Like, I'd just be holding it down, raid leading. Why am I watching an ad on sperm and plasma donation? Who's gonna tell them that the ads are targeted? That's tough. Daddy Dalton, I'm gonna assume you're a bit older, man. Oh shit. Is that the bottom? Let me see. Counter-Strike 2. There's gonna be 4 teams round robin, best of 1. Oh, they're gonna play first and wait. Okay, somebody doesn't know. They put MR16, but then they put in parentheses first and 9. Okay, so they meant MR8, but that's fine.
Split down the middle.
Anyway,
as Nico
actually,
gets
it's
a bit of
MR8.
action towards
Thank
the end of that half. Goes 15-7 on the CT side, Mo. But we
Actually.
shouldn't be surprised by a Nico CT side, should we?
No, we shouldn't, because, well, it's been a normal thing that he's not really liked fighting on Ancient Middle, but it's actually something Falcons need to do if they're going to step up versus the top Ancient teams at the moment.
Then the top 2 teams...
It cost them some rounds. I would say they definitely could have still had a better half, though, if
Oh,
not
okay. So
for
there's
a
gonna
couple of strokes
be-
of luck out of Spirit, and then also some other mistakes on other parts of the map. I wouldn't say they.
I wonder if they're playing
messed up Middle-ish
simultaneously.
besides not fighting it. And they didn't let
I
too
feel like
many
they are,
moments
right?
come
They
down
probably
to
would.
like a timing because they didn't look at mid. It wasn't like there were.
How
so
many times
flanks
do you
that
think
came out of
somebody's
it,
gonna leak
so-
an
What was the
IP though?
biggest mistake of the half, do you think?
The probably smoking Kicksan out of that retake on short and getting 1v3'd.
I agree with you.
Chad, I get 5 gifted for every leaked IP.
Other than that,
what was the best kill of the half?
Every
best
instance.
kill of the half was absolutely Dong flicking back up to heaven to get that 2K.
Yeah. That was nice. On like 4 HP.
Yeah. Studio.
Hey, don't pull back the curtain.
Is it limited once per IP?
Kind of feel like now that Spirit survived.
No,
this
no,
is
every
really
instance.
scary
No,
for
no.
Falcons.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, this.
I'm
with
trying to
their
get
map
another
damage,
mansion
I'm
out of
less
this, guys,
confident
off of
about
leaked
Falcons
IPs.
agent
This shit will go
overall.
crazy.
You think Hallie and
No, I don't know. There's
Chopper
been a
been
few
in
tech
kitchen
issues
for
with the
CT
PCs
side?
today.
Yeah.
Cooking up who knows what.
It never
Who
takes
knows what.
too long, but there has been like a few tech issues today.
Could just hear Maui in the green room saying, "He's a genius."
Yeah. I told you that Spirit were gonna win.
All right. They said we'll only start the game if everyone on Spirit starts smiling.
Okay, there we go. They got a reason to be content, I'd say. But let's
yeah,
see.
it's Monesi's birthday.
Yay!
No, that's what I
And
say
it
all the
is
time,
no
man. If people
longer a
play
30-80
black
on
bars,
birthday.
like they're
Monesi has
actually,
9
they need to be
kills.
put on a list, man.
Let's see if he can
Oh,
continue.
and we're going
to
through red. Here we
top
go.
the
Here we go.
charts, try to catch up to Nico, perhaps. Magis kicks
Wait.
it off with a kill on Donk.
They
Anytime
killed.
you can kill Donk
Magis
first,
literally
you've got a
one tap
better
Donk
chance.
through the donut
That's
smoke,
facts.
guys.
Chopper
He drive by them.
slices Magis
He
off,
just
though, from that pack of
drove
players
by and
running
fucking
rampant through
spammed it
CT
and one
spawn.
tapped him.
Zontic's reposition gets clipped by Nico late
Oh.
on a main, and it's a 2v4 retake needed, kit included, smoke as well here for Magix.
I feel like Magisk has gotten a pistol kill every
I
round.
play
so
black
far
bars
today.
and inverted mouse. What
in the
list should I
last
be on?
two, it's
All
been
of them,
Donk
bro. You're
each
just
time.
trying to be a little weird. Stop it.
It's a big pickup, but remember, kit and smoke. Kit and smoke. Kit and smoke on a retake when there's just Glocks out there can cause real problems. But Nico gonna keep it nice and tidy.
Penguin
Headshot
CS6 with a
onto
16-month
Temple.
primer.
Shiro's
Thank you,
gotta
thank you,
start
thank you.
walking. He could still cause a frantic situation if
So
he
he
picks
plays
up
black
the tools
bars. I
himself.
know. I just don't say
He
anything to
doesn't
him
find
because
the
he can just
smoke
hit me with
while
I
he
want a
tries to keep
major
vision on the
and grand
peaks, and so
slam,
Falcons go
and then I
round
just
up
kind of have to
off the
take
back of
it.
the second pistol win.
So I don't say anything to him, but
So
I
key,
make
man.
sure to let
And then if
everybody
you
else
take
know.
out Donk, like what do the actual odds in the sky go down to without Donk on your pistol, right? So instant kill right off the corner of the smoke. Because he averages what across a year? 2 kills a round?
Something like that.
So
Chicken soon. I just reheated the noodles, Nori.
Hell yeah, Zonic. An attempt at a fast swing, but frag grenade slows him down and kicks
Oh,
him.
she's upset
Not
with
able
me,
to chase
chat.
the kill.
Uh-oh.
Fast
Chat,
climb up,
she's
get the
using
hell
all
out of mid
caps.
before those pistols come and swarm, and you can see them peeling back from that B site and A at the same time.
No, no.
Just for a moment, though.
You can have some.
A Shiro Deagle.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
looks like we might get more Dinko. Man, I keep combining people's names.
Who are you talking about? Dinko?
Dinko, Nico, Donk.
Whoa.
Inside of middle. This half.
You should have said yes.
Ooh, that nade. That nade. Not as bad as it could have been. Still a couple pistol
That's
kills,
crazy.
but the D gets away from Shiro. Magic's
Brunch at 2
burning.
p.m. Actually, she's done
Worth
that
it.
before.
It flusters them for a time.
That's just called lunch.
And then we
but
get that creep out of cave here from Nico, so arriving perfectly, already finding more success in the second half, so it doesn't look like it's just a defense thing, but rather a strong follow-through. Gotta have a good backswing as well. Chopper, no kit for this, but smoke incendiary. Make things weird, brother.
If he wins this, I'll be speechless. Monasu got the final kill, and they make it a 2-round game.
I'd tell you to
Good
run, but we
starts
both
in
know that's not going to
both
happen.
sides
dude.
here for Falcons. Could have been worse.
Certainly. Not just because the pistols with that nade as well.
Are you
Bounced
ever
a
gonna
little
come
too
get these
far.
cards, girl, or what? What's going on with these?
Or I suppose Falcons are actually just ahead of it. And no fun and
Did
games
Nico
for
switch back to
Spirit
old
here
view
in the
model, or
15th.
is
So
I think
Falcons,
it's
much like
Blast.
the
I think
first half,
Blast
gonna
makes us
start
not
off
have to
strong.
save, which makes him the best
That is
TO.
now both pistols, both converted, presumably for a 3-0.
How much does gas relive? Bro, just ask the guy that literally
Certainly
doesn't leave his
working in the
house
right direction.
how much gas is, chat. Everybody laugh at him. You think I fucking know,
Just
dude?
didn't want to fight mid on the CT side. Now
I fill up
going
maybe
through
once a
and
month,
free
dude.
Damage.
You think I fucking know? And by me, I mean usually Nori, because she actually leaves the house, and then yeah, I don't know, dude. I got nothing. I don't remember the last time I actually
Rotation
refilled
goes
the
over
tank.
towards B.
It's been a minute, dude. I don't
So
remember.
Spirit have been fooled. Chopper. Oh, and he was spotting with the smoke out. or
Guys, I
whatever
have
it
the
was.
home gym. I stream
Piece
12
of
hours a day,
utility,
and I have a
that
pool,
was
and I have World of
supposed to
Warcraft.
help
You
buy
think
his
I'm leaving the
teammates some time
fucking
to get
house?
over here,
You
but that won't
crazy.
be happening.
Poor guy just got blasted with nobody nearby to help, so absolutely nothing they could do about it.
And now magic cards, true.
Falcons, 9-6.
You ever shown the home gym? Yeah, Expedition Point home gym. You can check it out.
And Nico, 20-7. The humbling has ended.
Yeah. Chad, I told you when we were building this house, I
Brother's
was
supposed
like,
to take you out on your
I'm not
birthday,
leaving
so
this motherfucker. Like,
if Monacy kind of left a
I do
little
not
slack
want
out
to
there
move.
on Mirage, although
Yeah.
everybody did.
I feel like even if Nico top frags and wins for you, it's still your birthday.
Yeah, sure.
Full
I mean,
big
I
enough
would
to
take
swim
that as a
laps?
birthday gift.
Not really.
Any cost at the end of it?
Yeah,
One more than they would have liked, but it's all good. Mac 10 for the AK keeps costs at a minimum, and Falcons, as I said, 9-6. So comfortable little 3-round lead. They had a similar sight though back in the first half. Can't forget that Spirit turned it
That's what I'm
around.
saying, dude. Being at home is dope. Yeah, buy parts. Yeah. Do they sync settings with auto exec or Steam and Attorney? I think most people just run it through Steam, but you could you send in your auto execs and your configs early.
In through cave, so Chopper takes a swing with full information. And Tessas even gets dinked in the process. That's well worth it here for Chopper.
All makes me feel good about being a homebody.
He's
now.
going to come
Being
forward
home
into
is
this.
lit.
He's got Shiro behind him, and his
Like, I like
timing
to go
actually
out
works out
with like
beautifully.
reasons, but I
Tessas
don't really
left.
like to.
Makes sense. You know that he's low.
I don't like to be
That's
out.
A nice
I
play
guess that
here
makes
for
sense.
Spirit.
I'm not cruising around.
They wanted to turn this into a move.
I'm going to get something and bring it back.
Damage done from that nade on Shiro.
And that's
That just
it.
gives up the front room though.
Yeah, the delay for time. I don't think he's going to push out.
Most houses around me have pools. Depends, but yeah, a lot of them do.
That's really important for Falcons to wait because now, obviously, Spirit are most suspicious about this potential attack.
Big Sir, thanks for the 59 months
Seeing
armor.
nothing,
Thank you.
he looks to move slightly over towards A. This can favor Falcons for sure.
What made Spirit
Nade's coming
picking
out
ain't shit
now.
a big deal?
Oh, one late molly though. That's key.
It's just like Falcon's one of the more comfortable maps, and it's not a map that Spirit's necessarily bad on, but it's usually not their punish pick.
Then the cave fight goes the way of Nico. Rounds back alive.
Spirit usually is a Dust 2
It's a
nuke,
Nico Monacy 2v2 now.
and they
The jump
usually
up from
prefer
Zontic's
Dust
coming
2.
in from the back.
Slowly but surely.
They usually prefer Dust 2.
Oh, and Donk just gets
Versus,
straight
like,
up
higher
kill.
up teams.
Headshot instantly out of Nico, who gets a second kill on the round. 7 HP means the nade won't find him. It's off the mark. No kit here for Zontix. He can tap bomb to scramble him, but a trio of frags from Nico. No signs of
Nah,
slowing
people don't have
down.
basements
Man,
out
Dog
here.
came into that one so
Older
early.
homes do, but
I mean,
not
there
really
was
anymore.
no way for Zontix to help him out in that position. Thought he just had a
One of our
loose end.
friends got like an Airbnb where like they did have like a massive basement. They had like a fucking bowling alley
That's
and
a
that
pretty,
shit.
pretty incredible
And
hold
they
from
had
Shiro to get those
a
two
basketball
frags.
court in the basement.
With the
It
way
was
that
kind of
went
wild.
down. They needed the Magic's hold on Cave, but overall, Falcons they put themselves in the better spot. They waited out that pressure outside of B. When Magix fell back, Donk also left to go towards the A site. That's a spot where you don't have to fake, you just have to wait.
Why no basements? Is the ground too tough? It's less, well, the ground is really hard, but it's less that and more that you might legitimately hit a boulder. That is just a giant bitch. Like, it's just a whole process.
Everyone's going through something different.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, like you'll...
Counter-Strike's a team game, but it's a single-player experience. Utility's got them a little frazzled, right? They peel back. They don't want anything to do with this lane. Trying to make something happen with less. MP9's across the board, 2 flashbangs, all the nades that Spirit
No,
had left
Arizona's
over.
rattlesnakes and scorpions.
That last round.
We have scorpions out here in Vegas, but quite literally it's because of
they're
Arizona.
full invested here. It could be 11 rounds if they lose, but they are buying.
While I'm watching this crazy visual, but like the palm
It'll
trees
be
people
iconic
bring
if they
from
win,
Arizona,
You should have saved it for a...
basically have scorpions in them, and then they tie them up like a hair tie when they
See what kind of a round we
ship
still
them
get.
around.
Nico,
And then when they cut the hair tie,
be
essentially is how you
extra
should think
careful.
of it.
Chopper
Basically, imagine
dangerously close
flying
to all
scorpions
this.
in every direction.
Chopper bites the bullet. MP9 from
sprawled
the base
out.
of ramp, though.
I'm not even kidding,
Donk
by
and
the way.
Magix with 1 apiece. You know Nico's going to be a little delayed to this. You've dropped the bomb in the process. It's actually man advantage. Armored M4's out there on the field. Zontic's cautious of middle because Nico could have pushed forward. Instead, he's gone back. And so Kixan alleviates a bit of pressure by finishing off Donk. And that little bit of health left for Magix shouldn't be enough.
Spiders, we
Although
have
I
wolf
guess it
spiders,
does
but
mirror Nico.
they're
Oh, man,
freaky
how far
looking,
up
but
do they
they're
go
chill.
inside of cave. They're going 2v2 inside the B site.
Those are like the SEAL Team 6 spiders. They don't do webs, but they can walk on water, breathe underwater.
First, finds him, and then now it's just
They're the
low
ones
health.
with the babies on their
Nico
backs
has
and
been
shit.
lights out, 24-7.
He's surely not assuming his Onyx is
Those
behind. They
things are
would have
so
gone to the
scary.
other
Wolf
side.
spiders are like the most chill. They're not very
7
big out
seconds
here.
has to push. Magic's dead.
Oh,
now he's got the cover,
time.
just enough time. Oh, Nico's reading this beautifully. Gun back
Oh
in
my
hand.
God.
Zontix has a massive health advantage,
Does
but
Zontix
it's
see him?
Nico Kovac. And he tucks into the corner.
Wow, playing
and
so
he
close.
waits, and he waits, and Zontix
Oh,
walks
oh.
forward, and he
No, he didn't
doesn't
see him, he
know
didn't
he's
see him.
lost track of it all.
No kid either.
This is so beautifully played, but he also peeks out and sees nothing. Zontix now starting to be a little too nervous, tapping bomb. Nico still just takes his sweet time.
And the smoke goes a little too far. Zontix has no idea where he is.
Just don't
And he
choke
lost.
it now.
he
Knives
lost.
out, gets awkward, no stick. Nico pulls off the clutch.
Wow.
Bomb pops.
That's crazy, dude. He was
That
just
is
right there.
actually masterfully done.
That was
To
gross,
walk
dude. That was
back into
fucking
that
gross.
Corner on that timing, it's the only way
That's
he could have hit it away from
crazy,
Zontix.
dude. Oh, the timing. I thought he might see him too. I thought Zontix might see him. Nico heard me talking shit. Well, then you're fucking welcome, dude. Because Nico not playing good is not fun for anyone. So yeah, you're welcome, idiot.
Dead if he gets cleared.
You'd still be glazing his ass to be playing like shit.
Tesses hot to the trot. Gonna try to bully this as Spirit are just in this spiral of force buy after force buy with limitations. It's still enough to maybe win a round, but there's gaps on the buy, and Chopper stuck behind this edge of the smoke. This is an interesting pocket he's gotten away with. They're
Well,
still aware of it.
He
Tesses
stayed
keeps
ramp
eyes
and
on
didn't
it.
peek when he got pushed cave because it was a time thing.
And a few smoke grenades offered
Not
in
even
front of Chopper, but he
would
doesn't
live long
decide
enough
to
to where
push
he could
through
just
it.
hide.
That's so much cover on the site. Oh, Monacy
After
able
all
to track
that.
him down. He waits his time out, and still the spam connects. Gunning for a 12th here. Falcons on fire. A flawless T-side coming out of them thus far, and Team Spirit look to save this triple M4 setup.
Yeah, this is
Man,
why
I don't know
everybody's
what to make
surprised
of
they
this
picked
game. When this
Ancient.
game started out, I feel like Falcons were the ones who were getting unlucky in the first few rounds. Spirit had some luck going their way.
I mean,
Now
Tess
with
is
B's
just running
last
out B
few, it feels
ramp
like
and getting
Spirit are
the
ones
entry
who
with
are
the
getting
lurks work in the first
unlucky in
15
very
is pretty
close
strong.
positions. Also getting outplayed though, genuinely. Now that we look at
Pika's
the
been
scoreline,
finding
no
his
answers in
groove
the
on this
second
map.
half.
Ooh.
Falcons have just won all the
He had a
right
great
rounds.
Ancient as well versus FaZe,
Clean
if I
as hell,
remember
making it
correctly.
look like
No guarantees.
Spirit on Mirage.
I think it might be Nico's
6 map points.
second best individual map right now. Number one still Nuke for sure.
I could save my Halle Mary line for another situation now, thankfully.
Yeah, everybody will forget about it, don't worry.
Since it didn't work. Look at that streak.
8 rounds in a row. We thought that streak of
Who's
6
good on
from
Dust
Spirit
2
meant
from
the
each team?
2-0
Well,
incoming.
it's normally Spirit's pick. But Falcons is pretty comfy on it
still
too.
trying
I
to
think
mess this
that's
up.
why Spirit went with the Ancient choice.
That's Counter-Strike.
To try to get a little weird.
Yeah, they've been making some comebacks too.
So Spirit loves Dust 2. Like
it's 12-6.
I don't want to say they're the best team on Dust 2 in the world, but they're
just like Melbourne.
They're some Dust 2 merchants. Like that's normally their pick.
Just in time for Maui Snake to flop back to Falcons. I couldn't help but buy the same snake oil, though. Spirit, it just felt like they were going to come in with something special, and instead, this second half has just been absolutely flat. There have been chances, there's been moments, but nothing in contrast to
Who's
Nico's
good on Dust 2 for
performance.
Falcons? I mean, Modesty and Nico are both going to be pretty good on the map.
Because sometimes Nico just wins games.
And you jinxed it? Well,
Sure,
no, I
with the
mean, Falcons are
reposition
going
to
to
the back
smash.
of
We'll see.
A-Site has no support. The closest
Me
rotate
telling
was
you a
Sontics,
team's
and he's
perma
dead.
pick
So
most
he'll
of the
do it
time
on
is not
his own.
jinxing
Gets
it, you
2 kills
weenie.
between him and what was supposed to be the support from Donut. Donk not going to waste a moment here. Monacy misses the shot. Tess won't.
Damn, Tess
One
is
tap,
okay.
now
My
what do you
bad.
do?
My bad.
Auto shotgun to
Oh,
try
here
to
we go.
rush
Leaf
down
blower.
sight. Molotov in front of it. It's going to keep Magic
We got a
out of
leaf
the
blower on the
game
board,
for the
boys.
time being. But
Chopper's
he will
5 minutes
try.
away.
He will try to do what he can, at the very least, serve up a distraction. In fact, now he swapped out guns, M4 in hand. Monacy goes deep into the temple, gets a good line of sight towards spawn, and now as he doubles back, Chopper just coming out of Donut, seeing if he can bait out the shot, but Monacy doesn't bite. Low health Tesses, Magic's tough clutch, no kit, no chance.
That's who it is.
Close comes in from Monacy, but this second
Falcons
map,
bounce back.
all Nico.
It looked
Huge
like
star
it
performance
looked
from
for a
Falcons.
minute there Spirit was going to run away with it,
There's
and
a reason
then
there's multiple rounds in both
they didn't.
boxing and Counter-Strike.
trying to
That's
think what was
because
the
it's
key
not
couple
about
rounds
how
to
hard
end
you
the
get
CT half
hit,
for G2.
but how you get back up and then hit them back.
Oh yeah, Matt just had that
Yeah,
nice
I mean, we
double
were
in the
talking
very
about
last
Sonic
round
versus
from
Sonic versus
Brokey.
Holly in the pregame, and that's Sonic, moral leader, bringing his team back together, motivating Nico, and Nico carrying and humbling Donk a little
What's
bit.
up, Vin?
That's a prime example of
Wait, did I
what
say
Kickstand
G2?
talked to us yesterday about in the post-game interview
I'm tired.
about just kind of playing their own game, where
Did I?
really I don't think that Ancient was high on the list of maps where Falcons were preparing for it. They probably thought this was going to be a Dust 2 or a Nuke pick coming out of Spirit, but that T-side was flawless. I mean, it doesn't get better than that, and that's based off of playing their own style, taking the control that they want to, going for the amount of side execs that they want to. CT side, you know, a little bit tricky for them at times, but they brushed that off like it was nothing.
All right, that's a very logical reason take. I'm not interested. Okay. Nico,
I said
26
G2.
and what?
Shit.
He came out. We were saying he got humbled on Mirage. He came out and he
Yeah,
came out swinging.
humbled
out.
my
You know,
ass.
Everybody loves to bring up when one guy's popping off, doesn't matter if it's like 10 maps, doesn't matter if it's half the year, they always say sample size. Well, the sample size says to me that Nico is the GOAT rifler and Donk was only the best rifler of last year, Vu.
He's the best rifler of CS2, and what game are we playing, Maui? CS2. We're playing CS2. He's the best rifler of CS2. Nico, you get him in an interview, he's going to say, yes, I try to copy Donk because Donk is an inspiration. I added that last part. He tried to copy Donk.
We're just misquoting him now. Just to make a point. The interviews are saying that. All right, let's shift into a different topic here. Was
The battle of
Ancient a
YouTube
mistake?
thumbnails
This is Spirit's
and
pick.
titles
We're kind of curious
on the
about
desk.
it. Was it a blunder?
Hey, we're results oriented.
That's really what
here,
this
okay?
feels
Of
like.
course it was a mistake, okay?
I
They
just feel
clearly
like
had
it's
no
like
answers
two people
for
giving me
Nico
takes
on
that
the
would be a
T-side.
YouTube
They had-
thumbnail with
I mean,
a giant
really,
red
Spirit
arrow
had no
pointed
answers
at
for
whatever they're
anything
saying.
on the T side.
Nico
from
fraud,
Falcons
question
there.
mark?
The B side hits were working out for the Falcons. The mid control, if they were doing it late, was working
I'll
out.
be back one sec,
I mean,
chat.
they ended that game with an A hit right there. the variety of plays that Falcons and Kicksand could go to there showed that Spirit had no answers. They might have had some plan for their T side. In fact, they definitely did. But it's just that once they switched to the CT side, they probably thought they were going to be smooth sailing, but they absolutely weren't.
I think Falcons were just straight up the better team. CT side, it wasn't a dominant half, obviously, but they got the better mid control. They were giving it up, and you had Spirit wasting tons of utility. And then when they wanted to contest, they were getting kills, they were taking control, they were doing their thing. They just looked more prepared on that map.
They did. And also some of those big moments, some of those clutch moments, those clutch factors came their way. I think there's one in particular you want to take a look at. It was
We got
round
a couple.
16.
We got a couple.
We'll start with round 16.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where it is kind of, I think it starts with some of the mid-control from the side of Falcons, but either way, they were able to push the defense back. They went into a sight hit here, and even though Shiro is able to shave off some of these oncoming players, it's just the crunch coming out from Falcons, okay? They're able to pinch from multiple sides, and who do you want in a 2-on-2 situation, Vu? You want Monesi, you want Nico, but there was a little bit of a disconnect here from Spirit. The way that Donk pushed out first when Zontix was already making sound in lane, to me, that was a little bit of a misstep.
Yeah, we were questioning if that was kind of just a bad communication, but then we have another 2v2 next round.
Nico.
This is just such a good play from Nico. He knows we've got one in cave. Where is the other player? Well, he's probably wrapping back around. So he focuses on magics. He clears out cave. And we thought here he's going to ignore ramp. No, he clearly knows what's happening. He gets into this cubby here. And what's Zontix left to do? Zontix has to assume he's in cave.
He does, and then he even clears all of cave out. He tries to drop a smoke thinking that Nico's playing the long side. And Nico, I just love that when Nico's in these kinds of situations and he fully believes, I mean, he just full commits to it, okay? Like, he never second guesses. He never looked behind himself. He always knew that Zontic was going to be coming from the lower lane area, and then he's able to close out the 1v1. Sure, he dies at the very end. Doesn't matter. It's a 2v1 that he won with, I think, Reddit. It was around 15 HP there, and if Zontix just hit a single bullet, but Nico, he just puts himself in the perfect position, plays the patient game, doesn't swing immediately, doesn't get antsy, try to hit a timing. He just knows that it's Zontix that has to actually play detective in that, and he didn't leave him a clue.
Yeah, one of the great things about Nico is that he knows in these clutch situations, sometimes you just gamble. He's not going to flank me at this moment. He's not going to be in this angle because if he is there, I'm losing anyways. So I'll just gamble he's not there. And when he's right, it looks genius. And that's what he looked all game long, 26-9.
A genius.
A genius.
A genius.
Genius. Now, my question is, who's going to look like a genius after map 3? Because it's all well and good to say, okay, they look fantastic after Ancient. Well, so did Spirit after Mirage. We got a third map for a reason, folks. It's Dust 2. We were a little surprised. Could have come earlier in the veto. What do you make of it now, Vu?
The reason I supported Spirit in this one so heavily is because they're good on all 3 maps. I think they had a chance on every map. And Dust 2, it's kind of a 50-50 game, but I'm edging it to Spirit regardless of that result.
You've been edging it to Spirit this whole match.
I'm pushing it all the way to Spirit.
I never wavered. Let that be known on the record here. I never wavered. Not once did I waver.
Does not show it.
All the Falcons love right here. This is a map that Falcons have been picking for quite a long time this year. It's generally speaking their first pick when they can get it. So for them to get it as a third is a luxury. That being said, Spirit are no slouches on it either. They both play a similar style game. If they're able to just get that cat space, they're going to go for some big hits. I'm just thinking that that overall Falcons top to bottom better form.
Better form? We'll find out who's going to have better form on map number 3. Because to settle this match, to settle this heavyweight bout, we need more. Falcons, Spirit, they've each had their day. They've each had their strong cross hook. But now it all settles here, and it's only by knockout as we head to Dust 2. The tension is high, the blood is pumping in their ears. They've each taken blows to the head, to the body, but now it ends. One more bout between these teams. Only one of them can move straight into the semifinals. Only one of them can have a clear path past Vitality.
What do you guys think, chat?
Towards that grand
What do the
final.
channel points say? What do we got?
Who's it gonna be? We settle it on Dust 2 Falcons.
Ooh, Spirit in the
one
lead?
more map.
I didn't waver for a second. It's going to be Spirit.
I gotta say, he's got you there.
I'll take Falcons in this one still. I just feel like when you've beaten Vitality already on this map in the Melbourne Grand Finals, there's proof. There's proof of concept. We've seen the best players on Falcons deliver on this map. We've seen Kixan structure great rounds on this map in recent times. Spirit, on the other hand, we just saw them pick an Ancient to no avail.
You're gonna bring up Vitality, okay? I'm gonna bring up Spirit's just better. They're just top to bottom, except for the Hero is worse than Monacy, and arguably Falcons are better top to bottom. Except for the middle. Spirit are just better, okay? Spirit are gonna win.
They got one guy that's maybe better than his head-to-head counterpart. One guy.
Oh, well,
maybe two. Maybe two.
Both these teams, they play heavy on Cat. They're gonna be brawling. This is exactly what you want out of a map 3, but I just think Spirit's gonna come out on top.
Okay, give me 5 reasons. You can't say no.
Zontics, Magics, Donk. It's just listen, man. You can't get away without saying Donk. He's going to be dueling against Nico yet again.
Yeah.
It just comes down to that. To be honest, I think whichever of these players comes out on top in terms of fragging, their team's winning.
It's hard not to actually say Donk when Donk is just everywhere on this map. So many times the Spirit CT side is just everybody plays the same positions except Donk is a wild card every single round. He'll tuck himself into pit. Sometimes he'll help on the B defense. Like, he's supposed to be the mid to B defender, but I've seen him swing off of catwalk on a gun round. I've seen him just fight in the long fight if he has a good spawn. Like, he's just going anywhere he feels like every single round. And so that's why Falcons are kind of in the blender for this one. They're actually trying to figure out every single round, where is Donk and how do we avoid him? But I think that Falcons has the right level of tactical approach, that they're going to be able to scout things just enough out in order to just say, we can avoid this guy.
Yeah, if I'm going to point out one thing, it's that the third star from Falcons, Tezes, I think he's head and shoulders above Zontix recently, and I think that's where Falcons have a potential edge. I'm still giving it to Spirit, but I think that Tezes makes a big difference, and that's where you're probably going to see Falcons. If they do win, it's going to rely on him at least a little bit.
If we're distilling it down to Donk as that Joker factor, though, right? When we compare the first 2 maps, a big part of the issue on Mirage was that the skirmish lines weren't as clean as we necessarily got on Ancient, right? So if Falcons don't know where to deploy the anti-Donk in Nico,
we're about to witness kicks in life game.
To
be fair, I've seen quite a few kicks in life games. It's not even life games.
Falcons, if all else fails, they're
can
just going to
pop
go to the
off.
same 2 plays practically. They're going to just try to take Cat, and from there they're going to do some different B hits, like either a mid to B heavy, or they're just going to do a Cat swing. And I don't think that's ever a bad option, okay? So even if they just get that space, which they will be allotted, because usually teams are just taking it with so much utility. You got the mollies, the flashes, everything to push them off that angle, then that becomes the 5v5 brawl. And when I got
Actually,
5 players
I gotta
of
drink.
Spirit versus 5 players of Falcons, or even just the site defenders, I'm taking Falcons today, okay? I am taking Falcons by a hair.
I'm still taking Spirit. You can give me all the facts and logic you want. It's fake news. Spirit, easy.
So Spirit, I've been informed, 1 knife, and they took T. Does that change anything here?
No.
Well, everything I said about Donk moving on CT side, wait. You have to wait to see that.
Remember it, folks. Wait till halftime.
Remember it, but I don't think it changes all too much. I mean, it's almost the same script, though. On the Spirit side, they like getting Cat a lot. They like doing the same plays that Falcons do. Nobody's really going all too crazy with really any Dust 2 plays. The only team that's any different might be Aurora right now, but we don't even have to worry about them because they're not here. I just think that Falcons right now, they've got the confidence and momentum of playing the Melbourne Grand Finals. They've already shown that they can trounce Spirit, even when Spirit is kind of surprising Falcons. So I think they're going to be ready for those extra wrinkles that Holly has prepared.
Yeah, I think the great thing about this matchup is exactly what you said there. Spirit are going to look a lot like Falcons on their T side. They're going to look a lot like Falcons on their CT side. So it really does come down to which team does it better.
Oh, shit. Well, I fucking sat down and my PC did the thing. Hold on. It's perfect timing. Fuck. Come on. Well, it did that thing again. I still don't know what the problem is. What's going on with that? I'm gonna actually have to look at my event viewer and see what the fuck is going on. Sitting down crashed your PC? Yes. No. No, it's just been like when we do the co-streams, it's only actually happened during the co-streams, but I don't know if it's, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. It like just locks the fuck up, and then the PC will stay on. It's just like frozen. Doesn't even blue screen. It's odd. No signal. Weenies. Nice, yeah. Almost back up. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I don't know. It's no, it's not a video connector. It's like no, it's not a video connector, because if that were the case, then it wouldn't. I don't think it'd crash the whole fucking PC. It'd just get loose. Like, and the fact that it doesn't blue screen me is really weird. It's not blue screening. It just literally freezes, like, and then it just sits. I've never sat through it the whole time because it keeps happening while I'm live. Did you try opening up more magic cards to fix? I did not. Should I?
This evening.
Well, I got back just in time.
Spirit T-sides that look like Falcons is what.
Yeah, I'll just check my event viewer. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, what is going on?
Lots of B play to be expected.
Did we not get a Gamba? Okay, I'll get it for you. Hold on.
Slack. We've got a few bullets.
No, we had one. We have one.
Smoke of tunnels. Yeah, it serves
Fuck
up a
off,
perfect
Beacon Link.
distraction.
God damn it.
Magic's
not right now, guys. Not right
ends
now.
up coming in with pistol impact. Shiro taps Nico out of this one, and it's going to be the Monacy Tess duo stuck down in CT spawn. Chopper's in the corner up close. They're trying to get him out of here. Trying to pull those roots out of the dirt. Nobody actually
Could
helps
absolutely
him.
be drivers.
He's
Yeah,
left
it's
out
probably
there to
some
die.
fucking NVIDIA driver, to be honest, knowing how shit they've been lately.
They locked the door and left the uncle outside. Tess dropped by Magix. That's his multi-frag in the pistol. Him and Shiro, 2 kills a pop. And only Monacy left over with no kit. Doesn't look like he's going to take a swing for it. So I'll
just
call
check
it.
the event
This
viewer.
is a Spirit pistol.
Yeah, that's a really good round. And the funny part is, Don gets one bulleted again, this time by Kixan. No time to shoot back. I don't know why I feel bad for him when that's all he does to everyone all the time. He dies once or twice, and I feel bad for him now. It's like, why am I thinking out loud?
I think that's what we're paid to do.
Oof. Clean shot. Shiro. And this also, that's so nerdy.
Ooh, that'll give you goosebumps. Monacy Scout. But nobody puts their head on the line. Not yet.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
It's not necessary anyway.
Yeah, right. It's
Let's
one of those
be real.
It's like it doesn't miss smoke, but it does the job.
Just another reason
Honestly,
for
I
Hal
thought
to
when
get
I
mad
missed,
at
it
you.
didn't go all the way up.
I suppose it gives a little cover to Magic in the cubby, but that doesn't matter.
I'm not on the 5 series GPU, but their drivers are still weenie.
It's a very proper A stack here from the CT side.
Right, feels confident.
I mean, this is what you like to see on a round like this.
Mac, I appreciate it, bro, but
It's possible though.
It's
with
not what it
Zontic
is.
still up in halls, this ends up being a fake to mid B.
I'll peep the event viewer later. Oh, we are dry walking
Gonna
mid.
give him the gun straight up, and then now they want to take it to Cat. Uh-oh.
Picks it up.
Wait, this is definitely going to get messy. Oh, but Chopper dipped into CT spawn.
Well done.
How the
Makes the jump
fuck?
down. They're going to try to clear him. That
Bro,
is
jump
crazy.
peeked
Dog
him
jumps
with
in
the Galil. Oh my, what is this
wild
smoke?
Little gap on that one, little doorway
Oh,
towards middle for Monacy.
no.
And while
Bomb.
you have Zontix clearing out the B site, that bomb is on the ground. Chopper is stuck into this corner. It's going to draw
2v2.
Zontix down. He has to take the window route so that he just gives a little peek over. He picks it up. Now he's got it. He can run. Chopper's going to try to lock in this rotation. They know about him, so they're going to come down, peek him simultaneous.
Oh,
and it
he
is
lit them
low health
both up.
for the 2v1.
All right. Well, he's got lots of health. Honestly, it's got to be 70-30 situation here for Zontix, even though it's a 1-on-2. He gets comfortable and playing on default. That means they could be coming up behind him, above him.
And tough for m0NESY to trade with the scout, so maybe he'll go first instead. Let Kickstand try to close this one out. There's the... Oh, okay!
Oh, that's the shot!
No
right.
difficulty at all.
Happy birthday.
10-second defuse, momentum right back.
Alrighty.
m0NESY
Well,
hits
m0NESY
a
Scout
zinger.
gets it done. Gee, I can't believe you just walked in and killed him.
It looked like a surprising
Also,
place
sheer
to play,
walking out
but
mid
mainly
like that
because
is insane.
Why would you clear default when someone could go big box? They could go K-sharp. They could play a more standard spot. But look at that.
Wait,
Wait.
That was a scope?
What?
Was there even a scope? I didn't
He
even
must
see the
have. He
frame
must have
of
clicked
scope.
as he shot. He must have clicked as he shot. He was like hit the zoom in shot.
About nine.
Yeah, that's ludicrous.
How? I mean,
Yeah.
it's like the scope was in the subtick.
How do you feel about that spot in
Like a
1v2
portal,
post plant?
man.
Okay.
How does he manage that?
I usually don't like how Zontix plays any clutch, if I'm being brutally honest, but he wins a fair amount of them, so it feels weird. But
Scope
yeah,
is in
most
the
of the
right?
ways
Yeah,
he
had
plays
to
them,
be.
I don't fuck with at all.
All right, I'm listening.
We need a name for that.
Yeah.
Damn.
You could just upload it as consciousness.
Something like that. Yeah, sure.
Probably why he wins them. Well,
Plugs
he
himself
definitely
into the
leaves a
PC.
fair amount on
Now
the table,
with
but he
lesser
wins
guns,
a
they're
fair
still gonna
amount
try
too.
this,
So
but
I
if
don't know.
m0NESY can do it with a scout, can Donk do it with the single AK? All the utility thrown out here by Spirit gets them closer to that bomb site. There have been a couple of missed shots here for m0NESY. Beautiful scout shooting, but
you
you
watch that
allowed the
last
plant
one?
to happen. And while it's not an AK on site, Donk is still out there. That looming threat now popped. Ock finds its marks. Got to go for the reload while the pistols just get cleaned up. Nothing here for Spirit, barring the plant. And
This
Shiro
actually was
little late
a
to the
force
party,
back,
locked
so
in
it's
by
a pretty
m0NESY
big win
already.
for
So you can
Falcons.
afford a few whiffs when you hit the one that matters, and it just unlocks the clearing of Team Spirit. So you'll take your plant. You better be happy with that, because they get nothing thereafter.
I'm sure they will be quite happy. Like, obviously, m0NESY missing the shots means they get that little extra money. But it's a situation, one of those rare moments where both teams are going to be kind of happy. No kills after the bomb plant
Please
goes
refund my
down.
blind side.
But a
Or
bomb
even
plant
by
for Spirit.
mistake?
Anyways.
I think they're gone, bro. I'll be honest. I don't know.
m0NESY with his
Yeah, you
clean
might be
5
cooked.
kills, full control
Sorry,
over
bro.
middle. Great scout shot in that 2v1 versus Zontix. How wild is Dust 2 going to get?
Ginger, dude. Also, he wasn't the one that did timeout. He did hold tab. You can do it through mod view, no?
May
Yeah,
not
you
be
might
as
be able to. I
long
just
of a
can't do
win
it right
streak, but
this
if
second.
Falcons win this one, then,
I was trying to do it through the
you've got
activity
the
feed right now,
Vitality
but it doesn't
Inferno
let
show
me.
going, and
It
Dust
does
2
let me
suddenly
report
looks like
him, though.
Falcon specialty.
Yeah, and like the quality of wins.
What happens if I hit
it's
this?
Like, yeah.
Again, phase Vitality.
Oh,
Mouse,
no,
Navi,
no,
and
that is
maybe
not what we
Spirit.
want to
Like,
do.
Who else do they need
Oh,
to
boy.
beat?
They're the
Okay,
Grim
that
Reaper
that
of Dust
escalated
2.
quickly.
Maybe G2?
Well, I heard Aurora's name thrown out earlier on the desk, I believe. If I recall correctly.
FlyQuest?
Yeah, FlyQuest. Liquid.
First thing I was able to report his message for chat: terrorism.
Complexity. Not the best unless you beat complexity.
Brother, I'm responding to you, and I said I can't right now. Please stop spamming.
That's why they're the best, because Complexity always beat themselves.
Mongols.
This is creepy. A little
It's
crawl
super
out mid
creepy.
with a bunch of pistols,
Wait,
right?
yeah, it's a full split.
20 seconds. It's all good, though. Kickstand and matches. They're fine.
Never mind.
They're fine.
Wow, wow, crispy.
Full house on the B site made way too easy. Looks sketchy for a second,
They did
and I
get
think that
info a little
nervous
late,
laughter, yeah, that's a sign.
Oops.
That could have gone wrong, but hey, they stand the test. Not one player.
Did you link your profile when you did it, integration?
No stress.
There's a flash there, but whose was it? It might have been Kickstand to clear it. Just didn't see it in the kill feed.
It's probably in there.
It's a bit scary, but I'm fine, I think he says.
Yes, sir. And he is 7-1 is the start here
I'll
for
put it in there
Kixan.
just in case. So
An unexpected, strong start from a player they don't need to be doing that well. But I suppose in Nico's absence, as he's just not even gotten a kill just yet. But he's done his heavy lifting. Time for Monacy to step it up. 5-0 start. Very muted Donk and Zontix duo, considering that was the key to success to start the series on Mirage. They've looked like humans ever since.
Don't be fooled, they aren't.
All right.
Monacy's gonna see a shadow. Beautiful setup.
Doesn't let Magix have any extra time with that. But they do get this walkout mid again. Still, 3 bodies on that site, right? Nico, this added layer.
Yeah, they
And
all
Nico just looks like he's staring at his shoes, so that could damn
He's
well
still
catch Spirit
spamming?
off
Holy
guard.
shit.
Just a massive bait, and they don't even have to worry about
Brother.
tunnels here.
Ooh, this makes it interesting
No
to
stop.
unravel it all. Uh-oh. That forces Nico out, and that's Nico, right? You could think, surely, the other 2 usual defenders are still here. It's a matter of finding them and figuring it out, but Shiro's just gonna go ahead and collect the kill to Tesses. And now Chopper's thinking about getting that bomb out of here. 25 seconds, ample time.
Okay, that's
open
actually
A-side.
wild.
You have
That's
it
actually
sealed
wild how
for
this
regular
went down. Oh my
defenders on
god.
this half of the map, Shiro and Donk not
They
only
actually said,
open
just
up
kidding,
A,
we're going A,
but
stay
then
over
close
there.
down on B to boot.
Oh my goodness, what is happening
They
right
trapped
there?
him in a
That's perfect
prison,
place
dude.
for
They
the
said,
molly
just
in the moment
kidding,
where
hold on,
there's
we're
no
going the other way,
smoke on
dude.
car, and it gives up the setup. As you said, Nico being inside the B site shows that there's an extra player there. And this is from a 4v5 position where did Shiro's first kill come from? The drop in a CT spawn. Oh, the smoke. That left an interesting gap.
That's
and
actually
then
crazy
Dunk
they did
lurked
that.
out
I don't think
along
I've
at the
ever
same
seen that.
time. That's a rare spot. You don't plan for moments like
Maybe
those,
maybe
but you
ever,
have to be
but
ready for them.
maybe ever is a strong word, but I can't remember the last time I saw that kind of round. Panda, thanks for the 25.
They weren't forced into that remnants of a stack. Nico one and done top mid. Monacy scouring bottom tunnels. Ooh, missed shot and Donk won't whiff. Insta
Well,
headshot.
don't peek.
Responds back to the cap presence. He's going to see that as an open door, and it absolutely is.
Donk
Golden
literally
ticket
said
to take
hello.
Control of the A site. Molotov burning. An attempt from Kixan to come up. Little slow to the trigger there, Chopper. Woo, peek out of Donk. He can smell you.
Come on, he's peeking into that and still getting the kill.
And Magisk next up.
And here's a late long play out of Shiro.
Not even needed. Donk is on a tear. 3 kills deep here in
Ooh,
round
Magisk
6.
has good timing,
Magisk has
actually.
gone unnoticed, and they could get a little jumbled up, but never mind.
Doesn't matter.
Zontic's just going to turn it upside down. 1 to his name, his first
Oh,
to the map.
boy.
But Donk reminds us of what he can do.
It's ridiculous how they put this one together. It was like a painting that was half done for a second. All of a sudden, it all makes sense. Just put together by this one kill, first of all, right? Taking out Monacy on Cat when he's waiting for you. And the cool part about that is Nico dies top mid, so Monacy's time to stand there safely has expired. He knows that, but he's just taking a risk. He's like, I'll fight a little extra and lower.
Flom's fault. How
because
the
they're
fuck
probably
is
not
this
gonna
my
flash Cat.
fault,
They know I
dude?
have to fall back eventually. And Donk has the perfect pre-aim, a perfect swing. And we get that rare miss out of Monacy. Perfect punish. This game's looking a lot like Ancient with how close these rounds are. Like, that round's not close in the end, but all the situations leading up to it.
Sure.
As close to 50-50 as you get.
Certainly opportunity there for the Falcons players to have slowed him down, but it's one thing to get a chance to kill Donk. It's another to
Ate all of
actually do
Falcons
it.
bananas.
Now, unfortunately,
Okay, and
for
what are you gonna
Falcons,
do
the
about
money
it,
dries
pussy?
up. So they'll have to limp into this one. Deagle for Magisk and Tesses.
Sorry, Papa Pickle.
Nice to see the Danes with a chance to shine.
Yo, pause.
Okay.
Oh, shit. Message eaten by Flom. Damn right.
Can I see that?
Crazy
smoke
Cow,
on the
thanks for
other side?
34-month
CT
resub.
side
Thank
doors,
you.
Please. Yeah, so the difference when you miss it is it creates a pocket that Magisk hit in with the 5-7 where he got that kill that round. That is really just the difference. Volumetric. Thank you, production. You guys are on a roll today.
No one here on A at all. The Falcons almost pull out a super smart stack in the second round of this game, committing heavily towards the A site.
Well,
nothing but a read to it.
And they can just go ahead and tiptoe their way in.
That's cool. They naded their own smoke to take a little
Along the
peek there for a
catwalk,
second.
plant that bomb with ease. No contest offered up here by Falcons whatsoever. And if only Nico had a deagle.
Unrelated to this game, but Squeaks is watching your tutorial clips. It's truly a sight to behold. Oh no, wait, which ones? I wonder how many of the streamers are just like going through my guides right now.
Spirit 4, Falcons 3.
What the hell? Radical, do you mean that? Okay, man. Ludwig collab. Well, I'll be judging all the players and streamers immensely today.
This will be a
the Silvercast TikToks have been incredible lately. Thank you.
Here on the CT side, they're running at this bomb. It looks like, I don't know, maybe they can.
I'll
Find
be
a
honest.
gun,
I think
some
there's
kind of
like
cat setup,
50
punish an
fucking
exit or
short
two.
form content videos made from that shit. It's unreal. There's CS Renaissance with streamers right now? No. There's a paid for event today. That it's not for Counter-Strike. It's for AT&T. They do like this thing where basically they've done different formats, but this year there's a bunch of teams and they compete in different games, like all the streamers do, and then they play for like I think it's like 200K. I've played in it before, but this year I'm just co-streaming it in the CS part.
Oh, clean
Reads
pickup.
him like a book.
And even though these teams have played so many good teams, they haven't played each other.
Nope.
Like, this is a new matchup.
See, Tobito gets it, dude.
They've kind of both just sharpened their swords on Dust 2 just for this matchup today. Just to see who's the best.
Caspian, thanks for the 1,000 fucking bits. Thank you, beautiful. Tiki, thanks for the 8-month primer. Thank you.
3 crossing paths inside of CT spawn.
Only
But
400,000
with
more prime subs and you can buy the
4
one ring.
cap.
W. We could get there. We could do it. Then we just also have to convince Post Malone to let me have it for the same price he bought it. Zentech, thanks for the 8-month primer. Thank you.
Monesi's tagged up by half HP. Not ideal for the Opera to get out from CT spawn, but he's still keeping this threat on site.
Yeah, Magix needs to try to plant that bomb. Zontic sitting on the site, and Monesi. Oh,
just missed. Meanwhile, Tessa scours the field. Okay.
Okay, well, Magic's literally just... Is Magix just a Dust 2 merchant?
Jumping up there, possessed.
Is he just a Dust 2 merchant? Is that what this is?
But nice shot.
Yeah, nice. What?
What is this?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wait, are you crazy?
Chat, we got another scammer. I'm matching both on Twitch and YouTube, you beautiful bastards.
Magic's the hero of the moment. Sends poor Falcons back into
Explain
pistols.
CS rules. They're less
Don't let
like
Magix
defined these
go
days.
crazy on Dust 2.
Usually got an opera. Usually have two extreme. We'll just say like this.
Nico.
Usually have two extremity players because your default like works like you have your op usually in the middle of the map in some capacity. We'll just use Dust 2. It's a good one.
Two good players.
You have your extremity player like Zontix outside B tunnels, and you usually have like a guy that's kind of outside long. Now, for Spirit, that's usually Magix and sometimes Donk, depending on what they're doing. And then like the idea is to kind of work your way up cat.
Zontic's not the kind of guy to stick around.
But yeah, like on T side, that's kind of how you're moving around. Is like you have like your lurks on the extremities, and you have your space takers that are in the middle.
Cranks it up a notch. AK here for
Uh-oh. Well, this is what you get for chasing ecos. Everybody on Spirit just chased this round.
Monesi finds that perfect timing.
They all
Man,
just
they really wanted to
chased
fight into
this
the
round
tunnels.
one
They
by
could have
one.
avoided that after Zontix
Like
left,
he literally
and
do
now
their.
Zontix,
Oh man.
40 seconds last spot at Playground. He
Like
has just got to
Chopper, it's
make up so
kind of
much time. It's
understandable,
not
but
even
like he had
the
such
players and their
terrible
guns.
spacing with
Tessa's
people
off at
behind
this
him.
angle.
And he didn't bite.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Nice Tessas. 3 frags.
Shiro was playing.
No,
full
Hallie's
fiddle,
got to be
meant
pissed,
hold
dude.
That cat push.
I mean,
Hallie's
even,
gonna be
Shiro could
pissed.
have left lower. But
2
he
minutes
was
remaining on
committed
this
to that
gamer
fight.
chat. Surely
I
someone
don't think
takes
they
it.
believed how many players are down
Yeah,
there.
that's a tactical
And probably
timeout.
thought they were going to win eventually
Coach gets on
anyways.
mic. Are you
Shiro's throwing
fucking
nades.
stupid?
They didn't believe Monesi would be this close.
Bro, that was not it. That was not it.
sneaks up behind them.
Nah, like Chopper, like, cause they didn't fully know like what was going on. They knew it was a squeeze. Like, reverse clearing tunnels isn't bad, even if you know they're in there. But like the way they did it was so bad. You know what I mean? Sad King, thanks for the 100 bits. Morpheus, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Chat, can we get some nice ones in chat for Morpheus? Thank you. And Coolant, thanks for the 20-month primer. Thank you.
Twists and turns in this.
And Crazy Gamer with the 5 gifted. See, I told you somebody always takes this. Chat, are you 10 gifted?
No, that was map 1.
13-6.
Correct. Nice, nailed both scores. I say critical juncture just because it felt like the money was.
KDI, thank you very much for the Twitch primary. Looking great today. Thank you.
A purchase refurbished thanks to the op and AK.
All right, well, this is working way too well. Chat, I 20 gifted. Sova, thanks for the 5, 10 gifted. I'm doing good. Clout, how you been?
He's got smoke on him too.
Fast to react though.
That op.
Yep. Easy. Rush.
Holy. Well.
SS gets his. Shiro, big chance to clutch, but certainly outnumbered. Okay, hold on. Now he's got Modesty a little frazzled into the corner. Hits the shot, pistols out, gets himself the second. This could be it.
Oh, baby!
Each and every time he's got a chance, he'll
Fucking
swing
what's
for the
that noise,
fences.
Blondus?
Modesty, but in a clutch. Shiro, this guy with any gun and a lot of space is a nightmare.
And the beauty of this is he looks to make up for the miss in the last round. He let his teammates die in lower. Two clutch.
Holy shit, I thought that was me again.
Clutch
They made me
players
blink.
locking
That was the video
horns.
player, not me. Holy shit.
We've got that smoke on Shiro to be thrown out at some point.
I fucking got
Will he
scared.
clear mid first? Ooh, thinking about smoking doors. Does Nico have the timing on this walk up? Shiro's gonna be slightly exposed.
Oh.
You see it, but he gets a chance to turn nonetheless. No way! Into the cover again.
How did Nico
with the
miss?
flash. Nico's back, and now
Nah.
Shiro holds for just that extra second.
It has to be that bullet.
He's gotta hit him in between the eyes.
He's holding this.
Come on, 1v4.
He's not believing Nico.
He waits.
Oh.
The final hurdle falters.
Holy shit, dude. Did Nico not see him? What was that?
It still keeps Falcons on their toes.
Oh my goodness. Didn't even believe that he would come around the right side of the box. Nice try. See, it's moments like that where Shiro opens up. It's at the end of the round, you know? Monasty's doing that in the mid-round, going crazy. Look at him chase down
Do
Monasty.
you have teammates? Oh, do operas practice the upcross? They might. I mean, these guys practice so much that when they're playing Dust 2, they're going to get a lot of opportunities.
Man, Nico took his sweet time with that repeak, right?
You don't really need to
Just let
practice
Shiro's heart
the
pound
cross,
a little
though. Like,
faster.
not. It's just tracking a player that you can't fully see the whole time, which
Did have the element of surprise right
everyone's going to be doing at this level. Not saying you can't practice or that nobody's ever practiced it, just it's like, it's not really that useful. You just hear a little, yeah. Robert, thanks for the 82-month primer. Thank you.
Only 4 kills in this half. On
Chat
the
80-20,
CT
don't let me
That was a
forget.
good set
Thank
for
you.
Falcons, though, with the help, you know?
Yeah.
Magic.
Yeah.
Lovely stuff.
I mean, it was a stomp until Shiro stepped it up.
This match doesn't really matter either, right, Flum?
Ooh, this could turn into a fun rivalry.
No, they both lost, right?
I can't
This
believe
is
these cores
0-1,
have never played against
isn't
each
it?
other, but I suppose, obviously, the Falcons...
So new. Yeah, I never even seen them get born.
Or wait. No, hold
Probably
on.
just like, let's bust out the G2
No, both
game
these
plan.
teams won.
They're like, what?
Am I
Where's
high?
Dexter?
Hold on. Who did who play?
Where's Stacks?
They're both 1-0. Dude, I'll be honest, this shit's a fucking blur right now.
Here we are.
Oh yeah, Spirit won. They
Falcons
fucking
new and
rolled.
improved
They played
and
FlyQuest
wasting
first.
no time.
Who did Falcons play first? That's what I'm spacing on. Wasn't
Bucharest
Mal's,
Trophy
wasn't
lift
Vitality,
on
obviously.
Melbourne Grand Final.
FaZe, that's right.
Had a
Yeah,
chance to topple
FaZe had.
Spirit, come
Oh
back.
my
Nico
god, that game.
gets his 5th.
FaZe actually looked like they were decent for a second. Then they lost around they shouldn't have, and then they completely collapsed, and it was just absolute pain.
Went for the reload, so now A-Site looks primed.
Yeah, the entry game.
They forgot about him?
Yep,
Robert,
it
thanks
looked
for the
like it.
82.
They completely let their guards down. Oh, and no reaction from the player in the back, but we've got another clutch attempt. Now this time, Shiro versus Monacy.
Yeah, op v op.
I'll take it.
And
Temporary smoke.
Will he downgrade is the question. He knows the sniper's coming up and once again doesn't know from where.
Right? He's worried. Worried about close proximity, but now that smoke fades. Catwalk becomes a problem. And Monacy just steps in, makes that one easy.
This
Yeah,
with the wink. The read went his way.
Are we winking?
Saw how he looked at his teammate right there. And his 6th posted
Hat
after
soon.
a clutch.
We'll
He
get there.
obviously wished that he won more just for the sake of the highlight, but still put this one together. This one saves him from a drastic mistake,
Kerrigan
forgetting about
has been
Magic's on the
mentality has been hard to watch.
I mean,
Nah,
fair
Kerrigan's doing fine, man. I mean, you heard in Alicia's interview. If anything, that shows like incredible immense, like that to me is like a huge.
Can they hang on to the lead, though? That's the last
endorsement
question.
for
Final round of the
Kerrigan's
half.
calling
Again,
is
they're
like
gonna
his.
go into the
I mean,
tunnel
at the
pressure,
very
but this
least, his
time
teammates still believe
redirection.
in his calling.
It's lower.
Like
on its
despite all
own.
the bad shit that they've been going through,
Santos is,
you
pulling
know,
some resources to come and help him watch
it's
this.
pretty refreshing
Sure,
to
just
hear
love
that they
the
actually
cross.
haven't given up on Kerrigan and his calling. In fact, it's the opposite. They're
Nico to
just
swing this.
more so frustrated in their
They
execution.
seem to know exactly what's happening, but let's see about the approach.
Is that necessarily true? I don't know, but if his teammates feel like that he's been doing a really good job and you've been losing,
okay, matter
that's
of time unless
such
Nico
a great
sort of
sign
realizes
for
what's
like
happening.
him individually as a leader.
30 seconds. At what point does he turn around?
At least I feel that way. Most of the time, the first person to get blamed when the team's doing bad is the IGL. So.
B site fully vacant. It'd be a shame if Magic.
So to hear that one of his teammates go, "Yeah, the calling's been great. Our T sides are good. We just fuck up the execution and mentally boom." Like
This is
individually
definitely
is.
not a route you overthink. They were
I mean,
betting a lot
missed
on
the
Nico
door
just
smoke.
being able to stay alive for
But
quite some time.
That helps. Donk takes the fight. I mean, that is the fight that could have kept others from getting over into this B site. Instead, Magic
He could have just been saying that, I guess, so like Kerrigan hears that, but
follow-up smokes, but a necessary and forced retake here in the final round of the half. No kit included. No nades left over for the attackers.
Brokey looks
They
like
will
he's
lock
getting a
into the
little bit of
post plan.
form back. If FaZe can just get over this
Just
bullshit
keep
where they kind of crumble a
run
bit
this
when
one
they're
through.
losing rounds,
Kicks in or
like they need to get back into that fighter's
Checks it out.
mentality. They've
Flashbang
just
to
kind of been
follow in a
rolling over
second.
when
That
they
is the
get
tunnel
hit,
smoke.
basically.
Nobody actually loses their vision. Shiro hits the instant headshot as well. That low health of Magis dealt with. No attack successful here on the retake. Monacy last at bat, dead to the 3 remaining members. Spirit, hang on to that
Ali's not the
lead.
type to fake
2
that type
points
of
the
stuff to me.
advantage
Nah,
as
me
they'll
either. That's
swap
why I
sides.
also like hold it pretty highly. Ali is pretty blunt, maybe to a fault at times. So to hear that, I think is pretty telling. Chat ad time. Gonna pee real quick.
Nico delivered as the beacon of hope back on Ancient, and those hopes high as Falcons entered an arena that they know real well. Dust 2 meant to be a bit of their bread and butter, and instead they trail by 2 here with a struggling show from Nico in the decider of the series.
It's just such a crazy game. It just feels like there are some moments that they go beyond the strategy, and you'd expect to see stuff like that here on Dust 2. It's been surprising though, considering how in control of the situation Spirit were back on Mirage, how Falcons got sort of ahead of all of the chaos on Ancient, even though they had some unlucky moments early on. And here we are, close as ever, 2 maps that have a Dust 2 to be proud of, looking to prove they're actually the best in the world, going head-to-head on it, at least make an argument for themselves.
Here we go.
And no telling what the outcome's going to be.
Little sliver for the smoke. Zontix, does he bring anybody down with him? Because
Nope.
his time felt limited.
This is going to be 4v4
And they
retake.
are quickly putting feet on that bomb site here, Falcons. But Tessus faces Donk.
Tessus in no man's
Loses his
land
head
right
for
there,
it.
dude.
And we'll have a chopper kit
What are you
retake
doing?
inbound with tunnel control. This is currently Spirit split between 2. They just
What
keep
are
facing
you
him.
got? What?
2 separate untradeable duels. Finally, Modesty gets it back.
Bro.
Shiro, just keeping it up.
What
Let me keep it real with
the
you, man. You don't
fuck?
need a trading position to window. You're supposed to be advantaged when you're fighting the window. He just is donk. That's the difference. So, well, when you have
What the
that going
fuck
on,
was that?
of course, you're going to be able to win the round.
Certainly helps when you have this closer to Shiro finishing.
I'm
that
by
first
no
half.
means as
like,
good
look
as
at-
any of
look
these
at
players
how
in these servers, but they're
disadvantaged he
sure
is
as hell
from
making
this
me feel like I
position.
might be.
His cone
Like,
vision is tiny.
They
could
got
be
me
behind
feeling
double stack,
dangerous
back
after
on
that
K-Sharp,
round.
peeking big box right underneath him. And they do take 2 of those
They
infinite
got-
number
they
of
got me
positions,
feeling
and they
like
just get
maybe.
destroyed.
I mean, I could do that.
Shiro
Like,
keeping that 100 ADR alive with the 2K to close out pistol.
fuck, man.
Great performance from him so far, 14 and 4.
That's fucked up, Tristan. Volk, thanks for the 16 with Primer. YouTube chat's been chilling today. They haven't been liking the stream
Modesty
enough,
have
but
the
they've been
sort of
chilling. Be nice.
mid-doors output that Shiro showed us.
Do you mean the opposite? Or, when Shiro was tagging him on the cross?
Yeah.
Okay. So early on,
I mean, like, dude,
Modesty
it was
the
actually,
one,
that was really bad.
controlling
though.
mid.
Like, fucking up a B post plant before they even, like, run through the
Give
doors
Shiro
or
time,
window
he
is
finds his
pretty
way.
spectacular, dude. Like, it's one thing if, like, they get in and they hit some bangers. Dude, you challenged window twice.
Trickle down through middle. 0
You're
contest
dumb
here
as
from
hell.
Spirit in terms of holding Falcons
What
back.
are you
Will
doing?
that come back to haunt them? Very relaxed at the moment, just kind of letting Falcons get away with control.
Volk, thank you again for the
Falcons
16
did a
and
pretty
bro with
excellent
the
job when there
57.
was only
Thank you
2
guys.
in
I
B.
20 gifted
But
from earlier, by the
that's
way.
something that doesn't always work. You know, with Dawn committed to Goose, they're really hoping it's the A site.
It's not like they entered this one with chump change. Falcons pretty well equipped, a bunch of utility.
That's wild. There's no mid split.
Okay, Flom, you get a pity like? I'll fucking take it, dude. Can I get a pity subscribe on YouTube as well? Thank you.
Good start here from Chopper. That
Not a member,
backside
just
nade
a
comes out
subscription. It's free.
immense amounts of damage. 2 assists already here for Zontix. He could finish off Modesty himself, and that's going to be Kicksand caught out from the top mid flank of Magic's.
I hope this doesn't fall flat, dude. That was a
Modesty
nice
sent
first half.
Spinning back towards middle, so
We'll
he
see.
just
It's not full panic yet, but it's going to be a long road for Falcons.
Second, and that just takes the wind out of the Falcons' sail. 9-5 lead.
The same
here, Spirit.
Snowruns.
I guess the way
They're
saw it, as
technically
long as
different
Shiro
encoders,
could
though.
have vision through CT spawn, and they weren't.
Everything's the
smoking
same
mid-B.
snow,
They were
but
comfortable.
different
They didn't
encoders.
have to worry
So you
about it or
might
tell the
get,
B
depending
players
on
to
how
worry
your
about
shit's
anything
set up,
except
you
for
might have
tunnels.
better or worse experience.
And here we get the timing on this nade. It's beautiful. There's
the
obviously a world where this goes wrong. But from what Spirit could see, they didn't have to worry about anything else. And they used their nades the perfect time.
Yep.
Did you ever watch Dropout?
It clearly
I don't
just
even know what
went
that
to
is,
plan.
Dan, to be honest with you.
We could see how it could go wrong, but they nailed it.
Sounds like reality TV. Is it reality TV?
Now they should have very little to worry about.
Take it all.
They're going to try to go fast. Did they
So
buy that?
streaming service from the College Humor guys.
rotates up.
Holy shit, College Humor. We're dating ourselves. Alrighty then.
To hell with the op.
All right, well.
P250 out. Donk's on cleanup duty, and it's all good. 4 survive.
That's $600 instead of $200. He's got his money
right
on his mind.
Now he can
That's
buy
kind of
another decoy if
interesting.
you
No,
like.
yeah.
Well earned.
Bro, I'll be real. I need to fucking cut back my streaming services. The amount that I don't
P250
use
really
is
just-
insane.
Tech 9 and 5.7s are stronger, but the P250 is the
They're all pretty
gentleman's pistol.
ass anyway right
and
now.
if it's pound for pound, man, it might be. You know what I mean?
Just so classy.
Yeah.
Same price as the Berettas, but which is sexier? Those P250 taps.
Berettas are $300.
Yeah.
Made them cheaper.
That's how they get you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking
I mean, I liked it for a while, but a lot of them, dude, are just like,
Man, I gotta use other pistols.
they're not doing shit.
Okay. Gets traded. Long control goes back into Spirit's hand.
Netflix is only getting my sub right now because they have Chef's Table.
That's actually, yeah, fair point, dude.
And even though it's bad, give me that drive to
Isn't it like
survive, you know?
$200 to
I'm
buy
here
a
for it.
vanilla pistol back?
Yeah.
Wow.
Max is still worth it though? Yeah, no, for sure. Max, I was about to say, like, Max is the only one that feels really good.
SS on this solo approach, bottom middle.
Low-rated Highlander gifted a tier 1 sub to I only Sutter Bottoms. They have given 150.
Hey, low rated, hell yeah, baby, let's go.
Sneaky stuff here.
Power bottom to you, low rated. Thank you for the
But
gifted.
it's equally
Stitch, thanks
good
for the
from
5-month primer.
Spirit.
Thank
They
you.
Still have vision on long.
You guys ready to see some streamers, by the way, hit each other with like pool noodles and Counter Strike?
Falls off of this, and now he has to go watch long, and he gets a bullet between the eyes. And now it's just Magix. Look how different this suddenly is.
Nico very ready.
We'll be co-streaming AT&T here in a little bit.
There it is.
Yeah.
Cue up the win condition. Nico,
yeah.
AK, instant delete, and a Monacy deep range support.
I mean, the setup was pretty fragile just because.
Oh, yeah,
Shiro,
Royford in
if
Miami?
he
That's
doesn't
pretty
get
cool.
contact
Tell him
or
to post
misses
on
a shot,
Discord, dude.
Then you get the exact same position. But it's even worse because he just falls off early. I mean, okay. He could have gone there to long and found the kill, and then it would have been
Close
different.
enough.
But he also
Try it
could have
again.
started
Try it
there if
again.
he
You
was gonna
got
leave
this. You
anyway.
got this. Nico, don't. Nice, dude. Good
Just felt
job.
like there was a lack of playing together on that setup. And also, really nasty shot for Monacy in the end.
It's like a slight bit of like overconfidence, you know? He thought he had probably a
When
little
can
more
I see the
space,
teams?
but
We'll
Nico
go
was
through
just
all of it
primed and
together.
ready.
Yeah, fair play. Maybe
Silvercast
if,
plus 10s
that's not a
in
first
Summit.
bullet
Yeah,
headshot,
yeah.
he
There's
still
gonna be
dies.
some. There'll be some. Like Landmark can play some CS. I can't remember what I played with them
Nico,
for. It was
you
like a
can count on
sponsored
it.
thing, but I ran it with Landmark before.
Trying to play catch up, of
What was
course.
it
Only
in?
his 7th kill of the map here, Nico.
He's so good.
Want to see the cover as well, so again, even Magic's on his own, not taking it away from him, just felt like an impossible solo hold. They had him surrounded, and the support.
Yeah, sort of.
nowhere to be
I
found.
do it. YouTube chat just in general is a bit more chill, so
Monacy
not as
doesn't
much
pull the
going on.
trigger on
Just
that.
fine.
And Donk sees this as a bit of an opening. Nico gives his
Squeaks was
position
VOD
away
reviewing
with
a
the
Nico
trajectory
game
of the
earlier. Hell yeah.
Molotov.
Somebody said he's watching my tutorial videos too. I don't know which
Donk is such
one,
a
but
rascal. Just float.
You got spotted,
okay,
though.
again, just deleted.
Oh, that's great.
Chaz, we're not going to be in the
And
server.
now
I'm going to be
Shiro's missing
co-streaming
shots
their
under pressure.
stream.
Tess gets the trade frag right back. And the stars of the show are
When
down
is it? It
for the
starts
moment on the
in about an
Spirit
hour.
side of things.
It looked like it was just a small mistake from Donk because Nico was jump spotting and saw him.
I mean,
Yeah,
for
kinda
anything, not
played it,
this.
He played it like he hadn't been spotted at all,
no.
so he had Meek fooled. I thought maybe the jump up had missed him.
We got Revival Series, but I'm sure that's all locked and loaded. Neglect X for the 26th
comes
of
out
Cyber shit. You might even be
pre-aiming,
doing
and
that.
again, hits the instant headshot. Never too late for Nico to take over a
Squeaks
game
was
of
watching the
Counter-Strike.
CT side
We talked
ancient.
about it the other
Shit,
day,
let's
like,
go.
he just doesn't need to start quickly in any game. He can always.
Sicko,
come
can I
back
ask you
into
for a
it.
favor?
Explains all
Can
his
you
consistency, of course.
Can you
Year
poke
after
Sam real
year
quick and ask
after
for the
year
brief,
after
and then
year.
just set up my YouTube stream while I'm
Does this
live
change things?
for
Zontics,
it?
if he
It
holds
could.
this,
While I'm
big if, but still
doing all my
delivering
Twitch
well.
things that I
And
gotta
a good
set
amount
up.
of damage, so certainly could cue something up. Nico and Magis.
That'd
with
help
a
me
low
tremendously.
health
Just like
Magis.
thumbnail and title.
Ooh, they're gonna push tunnels.
And at the same time, a well-playing Magix. 14 kills, 9 deaths, and he finds Magis done for 100 health here. Nico, kills haven't been all too frequent, but better late than never. Still, Molly bounces ahead of him. He's able to still hold
today?
on to this
Yeah,
preferred
when I watch
position,
it in
and
like
even
an
now with a
hour.
little more cover. Yeah, they don't see that coming. He hangs out behind the flames. Magix keeps the utility pressure up. Nico head tucked. We've got a kit here for the CT side, but Nico's not missing now.
Just nasty, man. I mean, that molly is actually a disservice to
Actually,
them
so
because they're
ready.
trusting it to cover the back of the site. Chopper goes out wide. Doesn't believe that he could be standing there if he wasn't standing in fire, but he wasn't.
That's like the third clutch in this game for Nico,
Nico
right?
opens and
Some
closes
big ones.
this round.
Despite Magix's best efforts.
Told my friend 10
Actually, I'll tell Sam real quick to.
No pun intended.
And you see
Let's go!
why he has such exemplary crosshair placement. He's holding so wide on the side of double stack. I mean, that's Nico. He can shoot as fast as anybody, but for that specific peak, it's absolutely beautiful.
Taking a test here to the B side again. Desert Eagle gets away from Donk.
Oh, Nico's getting charged up.
Oh, yes, he is. Go ahead, brother. Feast.
Wild opinion of the day.
feel it, huh?
Removing
It's in the
Magis
air.
for Kiosuke, if they ever end up doing that, will make Spirit worse.
Slowly but surely, that lead just dissipates.
There you go. What about Zontix? Maybe. Maybe that would be a better choice, actually, though.
But will Chopper
I think keeping Magix on Spirit is like... he seems like the glue guy. At least... From everything that I can see, he seems like the glue guy. Like, I would rather drop Zontix and have Magix anchor than kick Magix and bring in Kiosuke.
He got it. There, free little AK-47 for Magix. You take those.
D1 Donkey gifted a tier 1 sub to GR1FF1N7.
Donkey, thanks for the gift of sub to Griffin.
Again,
Thank you.
If you take away the HUD and you just see this round from Nico, and I told you it was at the start of the game,
He's
you'd
the
think to
best
yourself,
glue
okay,
guy
he's
in
gonna
CS
dominate.
right now.
But here he is coming down from the
I don't know.
the
It's like so
near
hard to
bottom of the
quantify,
scoreboard at one
man.
point.
I think Magix is a great one, though.
Not held back by the way things started. More concerned about how Dust 2 finishes.
That'll be the last time out.
I think that's why
Spirit.
what makes Vitality so good is they just seem like they have such
Could
like
still be plenty of rounds to play. Rest of the trust goes into Chopper and the team.
cohesive personalities is maybe the best way to put it. Like the only one that actually gets mad is the IGL, and the rest are like like quieter / like positive.
This is it, Connor. The Halle Mary.
Hot take for glue guy is Emma.
I'll probably pull one of those out again. Oh,
I don't hate it.
Close call for Zontix.
Emma does seem like really good vibes, though.
Predicted the right style across, but not quick enough right there.
Yeah, that's kind of like if Kiosuke were to come in for Magic's 1-1, I do think that Spirit might actually get worse. Not guaranteed, but in like games where things start going poorly, I could see it kind of collapsing.
Misses, I want to say, for Modesty. You can't expect someone to hit the door cross every time, but...
Oh, awkward as hell, but Magic's signing up for this. Damage goes both directions. Pistols out. He's just looking to disengage, and he'll get away with it.
Well
There's been
played.
a lot of
Well played to get out of
the
that.
Sabres in this round.
Works out better in favor of Magix, obviously, here. More HP, still alive on long. They haven't breached it.
Comfortable amount of utility for both teams still at 50 seconds.
And the rest of the A setup, they don't have to worry about this, right?
These are those heavy cat emphases, the desk we're talking about.
I don't think
prior to
that's
the
really a
game
hot
going
take,
live.
Rico, I'm gonna be
Just
honest.
because they're here doesn't mean it's not a redirection back towards B.
Yeah. They don't have the Tunnels player this time around. We know how much Falcons love Cat.
They could just commit to this swing. You weaponize Nico. Monacy right here at the front of the pack as well. Shiro's going to try to press in. M4 in hand. Kicks and gets the first one. Donk trying to give himself some room to work. Chopper got flashed by that, so now he can't help but still. He hangs on his own. Third kill, elusive. Tess gets the answer.
Oh,
Monacy under
Chopper
pressure
aiming like
still
me.
delivers.
Oh, Nate.
Nate's come through to interrupt.
You have another one?
And that bomb's not down, but Magic's
Oh, he
outnumbered.
died. I didn't even
1v3
realize.
with low health across the board. Low HP, be damned. Falcons one away.
Yeah, they pulled that off. It's only Donk to put up any semblance of a hold, and you couldn't ask for more players to be in position to stop that. Damn, that was a tough round to
Nah,
win out of
Sam, I
Falcons.
don't think so.
They're about to complete this comeback. Really nice here from Kickstand to be aware of this push. It's obviously becoming more and more popular to try to do that, but there's nothing else to watch from the T perspective.
Ooh, and now he's not missing.
Honesty's here.
Strikes on that cross. Limited weaponry here for Spirit to try to maintain lead.
Zontic's actually played well this whole series, and then Dust2 is just... Not that that's really his fault right there, but... What makes... I don't think Nico's really countered a donk. I just think that it was a happy little coincidence that he kept having really strong games versus donk and Spirit when he was on G2.
Basically, just using donk and hard
I do think that just in general, Nico is one of the greatest riflers of all time, so it's not surprising that he could get one over on even the best player in the world at the time.
That flash, hold on.
Yeah, that's actually
it's
terrible.
a bottleneck. It's a bottleneck and it's a
Like,
5-7. But Monacy's
I think it's less like...
Scary for
It's not like
only
a YouTube
second.
thumbnail,
No
you know,
Kevlar,
like,
no
with
teammates,
this
no
one
nades to
simple
try to hold
trick,
them back.
Nico owns donk. You know, it's not really like that. I just think that he's got a lot of experience. He's really fucking good. And he's just, yeah, he's just a lot fucking better than other players.
Should be a no-problem hold, but looks like he's a little high on that. Bomb hasn't crossed yet either.
They've just allowed them to grab a lot of hardware here on Cat.
Man, he was holding so deep.
It is fun to talk about the head-to-head, but I don't think it's like super serious either. Oh! What?
They let them get the gun off the
Honesty's
flank.
in every...
Oh,
Oh, my...
they finish!
Oh my goodness, that's 11 rounds off of that.
Just when you think it's too much to ask, a Cat flank connects and upgrades to be had.
Well, what is it that they're not speeding up to meet up with Tessus, or that Tessus isn't coming back to the site so they can post-plan properly? They had two different ideas going on, Falcons. They allowed Spirit to get back back into the game. They have the lead again.
We also saw this moment of hesitation.
Would have been a tied game.
Right? Two CTs with not the best positions nor the guns, just try to challenge from catwalk, throw a spanner in the works. It causes that third piece of Falcons to turn his attention over to sight. And you saw it. He looked at long for just that millisecond. And within that hesitation, out comes the third player.
They didn't consolidate is the issue. And also, Monacy missed 2 shots.
And Donk's just finding headshots through smoke like that.
Talking about the last 2 rounds, Monacy has missed 4 shots. And even though he made up for it at the end of the last round, here it catches up with him.
Round 20, a sudden anomaly. They're going to go back into the fast clash towards long. First kills Donk. That's not the player you want to see towards Pit, but he does get killed. We go 2-2. Magic's good damage.
A long coin flip action. 3v3. Better get the fuck out of there.
Why would you want to throw away
oh,
such an
it's
advantage?
Shiro. Wait.
Shiro's sitting here with a deagle in his hand.
What? Yeah, why?
Low.
Oh, that's why.
Retaining long controlled is a present here for Magic.
He said fuck Flom in French. I hope not. That'd be very mean.
Obviously, he doesn't have much health to work with. This round is salvageable, however. And Shiro trying to bait him forward. Love this idea.
Falcons hit that pause button.
I mean, cat control in this moment, I think, is the key idea for... Oh, back. Okay. Timing is crazy. Shiro, Monacy, excuse me, wishing he could get involved, and Nico doesn't die to that HE.
From 19 down to
8. They have highly active
Plot
spawns. I mean, they're
fucking armor on Nico, dude.
To stand, but Magic's right behind this door. If time goes too low here for Falcons,
he plays.
Saddler ones, yes.
Oh, he right into the op.
I don't think we'll be able to, bro.
But they're going to go B now, right? They have
I could try to give him a crash course,
though. They don't want to run into that op, surely.
Oh, they could have just let Falcons sweat, but instead, Magix decides to get active. Now Zontic's cautious.
He was such a stud back on Mirage, CT side as well.
But 6 and 14 in this moment. Worried about that doorway. Here it comes from tunnels. He's about to back up into it. He hears that utility come over top. Oh, the Opera dead first. Shiro, he misses. Not able to stop it on the crossover. That's bomb confirmed on site.
And it'll have to be a 1v2 attempt if he wants to go for it. He knows that there's a low player here, but he's just leaving. Won't even try it. Zontix, if he got 2, there would have been an attempt, and now we don't get that.
That's crazy that this is how this went
honestly
down.
Kind of surprised.
What do you think about the Magic's push?
Also, how Nico didn't die.
I think that if
the Magic's
the
push
longer
was,
the round went
I
on,
think it was suspect.
The Magic's position gets even stronger. So dying in that spot when they still could have been B, I think there was an extra second for that. Surprising to see.
This is a final, and just think that both teams are already in playoffs, and both of them know that nothing happens if they lose.
Later on in that situation, or they could have literally.
I
still
joined with
walked
the
out
38-month
even if it
primer.
was
Thank
unlikely.
you.
But that was the one chance to put the power back in Falcons' hands.
I'm eating flamagan.
grab it.
His fault. Good.
Money good for the Falcons. Can't say the same about Spirit. They limp into this one.
Does explain the save.
Yeah, very true. Can Shiro be a hero now? Well, they're going to force the issue.
Yeah.
There will be MP9s out there on the field, but still a healthy amount of nades.
I think it's because they don't get the op if they...
Luckily, Shiro had $4,000 extra, so that funds the reserves. And that 1-round lead here does to a playground for these teams. Spirit having won 15 of their last 16 games on this map. This version of Falcons yet to lose it, with big scalps on both sides. A first head-to-head.
The margins are minuscule in all these rounds.
And one to be remembered.
I need like a best of 5 on Dust 2 to be sure who's better.
All we get's the first outing.
I think both teams need to think about that right now.
Zontix, what are you doing? Thinking about a tunnel swing. Shiro loses the angle, but only for a second. He waits it out. Tesses walks in. Man advantage here for Spirit, looking to secure their 12.
Look at this risk as well. I mean, you have Zontix sitting in front of the smoke. No one's coming to trade him. And you have
That's a lot of info game, but they can't really rotate. They got 3 here. They just know it's coming now.
Donkey gets flustered.
Dude,
Flushed
dude.
out. Chopper gets his. There's still another
It's
piece.
insane. Oh, Magic set him from long, but they gave up the long.
Well-timed flank.
Doesn't matter, though.
All that's left here for Falcons, and Bomb is near
Looks like Magic's was calming, like, dude,
Molotov to the feet of
could be
Magix.
long.
That gives him a good chance. But as he tries to chase this, Shiro looking to scour over the shoulder. That's 2 bodies now confirmed. Nobody's dropping Magic.
How is he alive? How is he alive? Zontix switched to an MP9, and he's good.
Oh,
he's hit
the
shot.
And all he knows is that Magic's
Wait.
on this MP9's down beneath him. It's a good amount of damage, and he gets the better of him. 12th secured.
He could feel it, man. It was
shit,
actually
dude.
really close in that moment.
Holy
but the MP9,
shit.
the extra players alive, there was too much confidence there for Spirit. And as good as that molly was, that landed on Goose. It's this opening tactic that helps out a lot, and they aren't protecting it properly. They don't expect Donk to swing right away. They maybe thought it was going to get smoked first or something, but they can't capitalize on this read.
We need a plot armor emote.
It's a well-earned round for Spirit for that first tactic. And wherever they sort of gambled Donk, they try to just
What's
tuck
that
him
smoke?
away,
The
right?
Monastery
They don't
throws
let
from
him
behind
swing early on
boxes
the round. They
and
want him
secret
to
him
be there.
smoke. That kind of looks like an easy.
To
It's
supplant
just
a
mid.
sub, a
Tony,
side
you
anchor,
just smoke
whether it's
mid
A or
double doors
B.
from there. You molly cat from there.
Instead of using him as a rotator throughout the
No
round,
fraud
I
watch.
feel
We need like
they
a
feel like
fraud
that's
watch.
less
We need like
risky.
looking around with like binoculars, dude.
And you can see why.
It's
He's
like-
always going to get at least one. Nico's cooled off.
I'm
a
gonna
little
think
bit.
it's gonna win.
Had a
Whoever
nice
gets to 13 first is who I'm gonna
healthy
tell you I think
scoreline
should
right
win.
there. So does Monacy, but a few misses in a
Okay,
couple
all
of
jokes
recent
aside,
rounds,
I thought
this is
Spirit
just
would
one of
win
those
this, but we'll
games
see.
where
You're
minor
clearly saying
mistakes
this because
are
you want
major
Falcons to win, so I
with
jinxed
how
them right
close
here.
they're
That's
playing.
smart.
While Donk floats around out mid.
Oh, he's went for it.
Easy. You have just lost a key piece.
Oh.
Luckily for you, Tesses ready to
Tesses, though,
recover. And
massive
luckily for
balls.
You, Monacy's playing like a star.
Donk thought he was
Picking up the
safe,
slack that Nico has left between Ancient
and that's the
and
round.
Dust 2 on his own.
Zontix is dead.
Op or AK, weapon
He
be
thought
damned.
Shiro was gonna stay and hold his push.
Being taken, it's too early in the round, and they're looking for this
Oh.
lurk. But will they expect a second?
Right. You'd have to consider this.
They're literally thinking about it, though.
Okay.
What the
They now
fuck?
know about it, and Magis
That
can
was
just
Magis?
continue to be a thorn in their side. How do you come to deal with this?
He's still fighting.
He goes for the fight. He opens up the door. But
Nah,
will
they have no money.
retake even?
No money.
Again, the money's on the line.
Yeah, money's on the line. It is the B site. They don't even want to try it.
Okay.
Are there good guns here to find? Monesi's got his upgrade. They can go into middle and grab him. It's just that spirit. I think they don't care. They want to let it go and play a proper round next time. This is Monesi's AK shot now into K Sharp to open
Now I
up
got
B.
that
The
shit stuck
same
in my
time
head.
Tessus refrags on middle.
God damn it.
4v5 win here for Falcons. They ran a couple of risks.
But they did it at the same time. Critical shot there on Zontix. Triple MP9. Plenty grenades are on the field here for Spirit. And Falcons have everything they can ask
Sicko,
for.
what if we just did a giant thumbs up in the camera, dude? Thoughts?
Excellent map from him.
You just fucking screen
We
grab
got
it
Donk
yourself.
versus Nico on Ancient. We're getting Shiro versus Monesi here on Dust 2.
Starting Donk out again
Wonder if
in
he's
a
got
new
the stream up.
position.
Sick
Double
out?
smoke into middle.
Ouch.
It may matter.
Yeah, hit him
It
with
is
the giant
Dust
one of
2.
these,
It's
dude.
not
I gotta
like you
do it
need all the
going live
utility in
post
the
on
world,
Instagram.
but that's 3 already
Or just
gone.
full cam it, fucking make, you know, we'll all thumbs up together. Who doesn't love a nice thumbs up, dude? A thumbs up always gets the people going.
And again, it's a lot of
Go for it. I will. I'll make the cam bigger at least.
Frag goes a bit too far.
Chat too. Yeah, me and chat. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet, guys. I know you guys are used to going too early, but not yet. Thumbs up got me riled up.
But it still pops on him.
No.
Careful.
No donk on Goose this time. Bot rests on Shiro. He's had a clean match.
Yeah. It's almost kind of the piece you want in this position. But a bunch of utilities going to deny him an early
That's all
angle.
the smokes. They have to go.
It's all they've got. It's got to be the commitment. Chopper locked in behind Gandalf. He's thinking that they may drop down through the smoke, so instead he tries to play on boxes.
Okay.
It's an instant headshot here from Nico, and Shiro lost all the angles. Magic's on the corner.
Is this really gonna go T? It's only
They
fitting.
are so
Last map of the day.
before
Yep.
that bomb site. Eventually, Kicksan's gonna have to plant. And Donk is looking to emerge from this CT spawn, bolstered by Zontix. Plenty of targets. It's a shooting gallery out here on the catwalk. Donk's got himself a double. Late peek out through mid is key. We go OT.
Okay.
Magic with the flank that actually makes the difference. I don't like this.
Perfectly
I don't like this
timed
timeline.
work in through the
I don't like it.
doors. Donk
I
looked
don't
like
like
he
it.
was going to rip off more heads if not for that one distraction.
I don't like it.
And Shiro just gets bogged down with utility
Oh,
usage. Those
man.
smokes, the last two smokes.
See, that guy that asked me who I thought was going to win at 10-12 knew. He
That
knew.
moment from Chopper. It jumps up on Fast Cat really late as they're crossing. And damage on Nico didn't matter early. Some other
You
moment
see
where Donk
Nico's
just was like,
reaction? That's why
wish I
I
was
don't
at
like
Goose
this
again.
game. That motherfucker, if this were actually
Utility was great
playoffs,
there for the Falcons. Gave Shiro
or
no
specifically to
chance
the crowd,
to
he'd
get
be
a shot
fucking
in.
amped.
Right, even with that one wasted smoke.
I'm telling you, it's the worst when we have games where players know they can't be eliminated.
Guest highlighted it well.
Because this is essentially a playoff
You
game,
never
right?
know
You're
when
either
that
quarterfinals or you're
potential,
semifinals.
rock back to B, but they will happily sign up for the swing.
You like this game? Don't lie, please.
And even on
I'm not
top
saying
of
I'm not enjoying the game. I'm saying I
time
don't
for
like this
matches.
format, and it's for the exact reason you just saw. It's because it still isn't
Nice
like
to see him find his groove.
you know. It's not.
Yeah,
It's
if that was
entertaining,
any
but it doesn't
slower-
have the stakes,
if that was
man.
any slower, Don keeps shooting. Maybe he jumps up and he just gets out of view entirely. Good to see him on his A game.
The loser can face Vitality in the semis, right? I'm not saying like it doesn't like that they don't want to win. That's not the point. The point is when you play Counter-Strike and you know you're not getting like eliminated as a player, it's always there.
It was
Oh,
a
tech boss, son of a bitch.
16-12 match that they
Same
won
thing
over
like when you're
Vitality on Dust.
like
That's
you're
the
trying to
most
be super serious in scrims,
impressive
even
win
if
that
you are
Falcons
super
pulled
serious,
out on
in the
Dust
back
2.
of your head, it's still a scrim.
Proven they can beat anybody right now on this map.
In a game where you
Again,
you know
early
it's
days for this
important,
win
you know you
streak on
should be
Falcons,
putting your all
but
into it.
flawless Since Nico has joined,
No matter
They played it
what,
4
you
times
know
in
that you still
Melbourne.
get to play again tomorrow. Or the next day, whatever, you know.
And more often than not, it's been total stomps, barring the one Vitality.
That doesn't
game,
make
right?
this
That one
game
went
not fun to
overtime,
watch
much
right
like
now.
This.
I don't like the format. So I wanted to take a moment while we have tech pause to talk
Pally
about how
hasn't been
shit
able
this
to talk
format
for a
is.
while now.
And
Actually
ESL and
ran out of
Blast
pauses
both need
a
to stop
few
running this
rounds
shit.
ago.
Tech issue lets them just catch their breath at least. Despite no strategy allowed. Feels like the key for the win here could still continue to be Monacy.
What's the exact format? Dude, just fucking best of 3 Swiss everything.
And Monacy continues to bully
No, but like
Zontix as
actually.
well on that mid cross. He's not having a good third map, not having a fun time either.
Stop yapping. You
Timing
stop
on the
fucking
peak tunnels is occupied, but Shiro misses
there's
his
other
chance.
formats besides best of 3 Swiss, but I will say best of 3 Swiss
Good one.
feels pretty good right now with PGL. Best of 3 Swiss with the decider feels really good.
also just popped
Shout
when he
out
was sitting
PGL
in
for that.
black plat
I
that
really
one
like
time.
that.
That's right.
AK-47 entry that just got them here.
I was honestly about to say, sure, like Spirit have done a good job of like changing up how they're getting across.
What do you mean the decider? So PGL does third place decider match now.
Okay.
And with VRS, it actually matters now. So even
Doesn't
though
wanna get too crazy just
you know,
yet.
I realize
Donk
some
on
teams
the
might not want to play that, but it actually matters.
Donk on the op.
What?
So that wouldn't really be possible without the third or fourth before, or without the VRS before the third, fourth match.
Donk op.
Donk off, baby.
Wow. Why didn't we think of this sooner?
This is how his rating gets even higher in 2025.
No.
He's gonna embrace the op.
It wasn't high enough.
Donk on the op.
On the op. In overtime.
And it's first blood.
I mean, that's one way to free up both sides.
So it matters for prize money. Well, it matters for prize money, but once that's not like
for his peak like there was in round 24. He delivers
that's
the first
not
one,
like
but Magisk
almost
still
never
keeps the hope
until the
alive.
Grand Slam's
Monacy
really
now
involved.
looking for
I
an
don't
angle
think
to
players
support,
ever even
and as
think
he
about a
does,
prize pool.
It's Chopper who gets clipped.
Just about
Utility
winning.
offered up here from Donk out of the spawn, and now Magix just runs rampant from top ramp. Is responded
That's where it
back
was
by
kind of like me.
Magisk. And we go 2v2. Ooh, Monacy misses his chance to strike him down, but Magis keeps the pressure up. And now the pistol's up for Donk versus a lower health Magisk. M4
Four bullets,
required.
four bullets.
He jumped off. A huge jump down.
41
And what's he
bullets.
gonna do? Jump for the kill? Donk anticipates the ramp play. He's got the kit to play.
Oh!
Doesn't see it coming.
I honestly.
He said Unk ain't going cat. He doesn't know about the boxes. That's
Donk
new.
got caught off guard right there. Few seconds
Magic
burn trying to
beating
get
Donk
back
in
to
a
a
clutch is
rifle
not
and
what
some
I expected to
frustration
start
as Falcons
overtime.
win the first round of overtime. Man, Monacy was just missing too. Up there shooting nothing on Cat. Days saved by Magisk.
Damn, really didn't consider the boxes at all. I forgot about it.
I forgot about it too.
Huge move for Magisk.
I mean, you jumping down and then going up on the fast cat box is like usually just like a death sentence, right?
If this
So
is
that
still
was, like, the
going,
one
if this
option where
goes to
Donk's
another
like, he's not
overtime,
even gonna
sick,
try
I'll
that.
just full cam.
I think
and rip
jumping
it.
off the site is already crazy.
We'll get chat to join in.
Absolutely. But maybe inspired by Magix in that first half.
Yeah,
Oh wait, actually, are you guys 20 gifted? Let me do that before I forget to.
Damn near sent it sailing. Ooh. Well done, Magisk. Huge clutch to offer up. Falcons in the lead. And Donk opping again. And I can get it. You know, that B site has been a struggle. 7 and 19 is the hard anchor in Zontix. You put an op on it, but you better be careful.
There you go, chat.
Donk is sort of inviting Monacy to go for this mid duel.
Donk opping on Monacy's birthday. When's that ever going to happen again?
Probably never. Back to back as well in OT, just trying to exploit the double ops and the economy of overtime.
My hair's wild right now, dude.
Can't
Haircut
beat him,
soon.
join him.
Surely, right? Yes, fat kid. Yes.
All right, this will be a real test.
Gifting
for,
subs is not an
the
infinite money
part-time
glitch.
Hopper. Donk, if this full B attack comes in, he's gotta
Matching
protect
subs,
the
I'm
doors
still
as well.
chilling, but it's not as much. But
Part-time
yeah,
Opper
it's the only way
and a
scam trains don't feel weird.
Zontix.
Oh boy.
He
Oh.
plays inside of it. What's Donk going to be able to do now? Zontix tries to come back.
Holy
Donk
fire,
burning down to a
dude.
crisp. Zontix strikes. Better
Oh!
late than never. 2.5 kills. But Donk goes down with nothing. And Monacy now fully health, looks to just cover this bomb, and Nico takes his sweet time with the cat play, and that's gonna put Chopper into a sketchy spot.
Yeah, how are they gonna play this? Nico's doing it perfectly. He can drop in a cat off of cat later.
At any point, Nico could just find them with backs turned. Kicksan decides to get aggressive, and Magix has been removed from it all. Zontix tries to make the play, but what does it do? It leaves Donk stranded in a dire spot, fire at his feet, awkward with the op, and just a huge pack of players spreading out in front of him.
I mean, that's the rough part. Yeah, the way that he's playing with the op behind him, but also Donk could have been playing from the window and played for himself, no problem. They still, I think they both required each other to be a distraction, but Donk was sort of more valuable to take out being the op in the back of the site. And you could see him struggling with the move speed, following somebody around the big box. Fair play to Zontix. He damn near did this by himself, but that's what happens when you try new setups.
I forgot how Shiro died. Why is he freaking out?
I think it was Nico. He was a drunk guy jumping up on Fast Cat.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Shiro fighting his demons.
Because they just did a full B exec, and he's like, what's this guy doing
so
over here?
But I mean, things are going so swimmingly on B. Why not? All right, crank of the dial here, looking for that flawless T-side. Tons of smoke spam damage out of Kicksan.
Literally the best rifler in Falcons, as we all predicted, right,
And
chat?
I do love that about Kicksan's timing. Always
right,
happy
guys?
to play it aggressive. Borderline insane at times. But we like that. I'll take it. Honestly.
Finally, a classic Dust 2 round. Full long control.
Smoke ahead of him, but it is unannounced. Not what he wanted to see, though. You're playing behind the smoke, and a fire pops, and he still gets a kill. They open that smoke up,
entry donk.
exposed, but who's locked in with who?
He fucking
Zontix
entry
and Shiro,
donk,
good
man.
answer for man advantage.
What
Still,
more you want from Unk, dude? He beat him in a clutch.
Damage has been dealt
He's
across
entering
the
him in
board here.
overtime. What more could you ask from
We've
this
got
guy?
Spirit scrambling for positions. Zontix takes his sweet time up close on sight. And a smoke in front of the offer. Oh, the attack!
Oh! I thought that was Tess's, but it was Monacy's D. Still looked good.
Magic's down to a quarter health. Tess with hands busy, and so Magix won't waste much more time. Nico steps forth, another victim, but he jumps, and it's a casualty. Falcons with a recovery and a flawless T-side in overtime.
As we all expected, Falcons are now in the lead.
On Dust 2, a clean sweep in overtime. One more to seal the deal and take this victory over Spirit, who showed up in rare form on Mirage.
I thought Magis was a sitting duck. Oh. Fire lands in front of him, exposed by the nade, and he fights back.
Surviving this game is ridiculous. These last few rounds have definitely been more clearly Falcons' favorite, the way that they played.
Oh, yes.
All the rounds leading up to it, it's, 50-50 all the way through. But now Spirit have got no excuses. They've got to turn it up to the next level. I think it's been made to be a little bit more confusing. These atypical setups.
According to you, that's what I'm doing all the time. So why would that be wild? That'd be the norm, idiot. Way to fucking go, dude. Way to go.
Monacy looks to lock it in. Here's the approach. He's got support from Nico. Who else would he want by his side? Nobody more than Nico. And so confidence brims over for the opening kill. Magis comes through. That double op goes both ways. Fight fire with fire.
It's the norm for you as well,
and
too, man. I
Magis
don't wanna hear it.
absolutely has earned the credit. Late game impact plus a clutch. Right there alongside Monacy in the slight absence of Nico earlier on. 5v3 with 3 match points.
What can't Magis do at this point, chat?
Falcons have been damn good
Magis
to get to this point. So early with this lineup.
Missed shot.
Can't close out a 12-6 lead versus Vitality and I am Melbourne.
Not a shoe-in just yet here, Falcons.
That's
Kicksan, though, fast on the flank. Bombs being covered by that smoke still. He'll deal with Magix. Activating on the long place. Chopper, last piece to try to keep it alive. But the bomb,
Chopper?
oh, the bomb is going to get defused.
Chopper,
and
1v4.
so this one's going to fizzle out right
Oh, there it is.
Welcome back from spring break, Spirit. But there's a new kid on the block. And
That was a
happy
crazy
birthday,
comeback. That was a crazy
Modesty.
comeback.
Here's to another decade of dominance. Falcons over Spirit and a Dust 2 streak
Do you guys
that lives
think?
on.
Do you think that if Spirit just went for Dust 2 instead of going for that Ancient, you think they just 2-0 it maybe?
Past the witching hour, but they have done it. Falcons have persevered, have survived, and have fended off the
It's an
attempts
interesting
of Spirit
topic. It's an
here
interesting
in
topic.
overtime. It took a lot of rounds. It took the distance in this series, but Falcons soar higher, and now
I feel
Spirit
like
find themselves on
after
the same
such a
side of the bracket
convincing
as
win
one Vitality.
from Spirit on map 1, if they had their map that's
Coke.
actually their
Coke,
comfort
heavy
pick
Coke,
and they
hard
just
Coke,
like
hard Coke,
and went straight into
Who
that
just got out of the copium
after that
den,
Mirage
me on the
game,
other
I feel
hand,
like they run away
just
with
as
it.
predicted. I mean, rewind the tape.
They got a little
before
tricky
the
in those
series,
vetoes.
52-48 favorites. That's what.
And certainly you never wavered.
Never
from that.
wavered. Never wavered for a moment. But great execution down the stretch from the Falcons. Okay, I feel like one guy who I personally have pointed the finger at regularly for Falcons failures has been Magisk, but he had some really strong
I'm gonna
moments.
piss.
The way he was able to
We'll watch
clutch up
these
at the
interviews.
end in the post-plan
We're all gonna do a
situation
thumbs up
against
together
Donk
for the
on that
Instagram
A
live
site.
little thing,
I
saying
mean,
we're live,
some
and then
of
we're gonna
the
get ready to
holes
watch
that he had
a
in
bunch of
general,
streamers
the
play
multi-frags that he
Counter-Strike.
found, especially
So we're gonna go
towards
from
A,
here all the way up here, all
really,
the way
really
down
great
to the
game for
bottom,
him.
and it's gonna be
I think we had
absolute
really
cinema. I
strong
literally can't
performances
wait.
from kind of the
It's gonna be fun to see
secondary
people
cast
that
of
haven't
both
played
teams.
CS
Magic
play
had a
before.
great game. We had something coming out of Magic.
It's gonna be like
for a lot of these
Silvercast, but like
rounds.
people
we
you
had
know.
a lot coming out of everyone on both teams, and I'm excited that this is the first time we're seeing this matchup, but we're gonna see it a whole lot more.
Yeah. AT&T thing. Yeah, I got sponsored to do a watch party.
We don't gotta be nice to him. See what happened. No, it was good.
Yeah, every consecutive day
Who are
he
the
gets a little
streamers?
bit more
We'll go
washed,
through
I
the
guess.
teams.
Is that,
We'll
is
go
that
through
what
the
you were
teams
trying
here in
to
a
say,
little
Mike,
bit.
in the pregame interview to him? Like, he's
No,
just
that's not
that's not what the people
well,
are
what's your
saying.
name?
No,
That's not what the people are
Bob?
saying. No, but I also
What's your
think
name?
Shiro had a great game too. I mean, it really did come down to just about everybody. In
Papa
fact,
Pickle, I've
I
played
feel
in it
like
before you knew.
of
Way to
the
just be
Falcons
fake and not
side, I
know
mean,
that I've played in it
It
before.
wasn't. Yeah, it really wasn't just down to Nico and Monacy. We saw
And
great
not know
moments
that I
from
just
Tessus
absolutely
at the-
farmed it last
At
time.
the very end of this game, also, don't let the
crazy.
stats fool you. The impact was absolutely there from everybody on the Falcon side.
Magisk second
Well,
fragger. That's
I
not
get the
something we
joke.
expected.
I think
everything
comparing
on
the two is
Spirit side
actually
more or less
still
what you
really
expect,
fucked
except
up.
for the scoreline. We
I feel like putting them in the
expected
same set
win.
was just wrong.
You expected.
But
But
yeah,
there's no we.
I'm gonna
There's
be
no
honest.
We, it's a you.
Yeah, I mean, that was impressive for Falcons. Not only that they come from map 1, they struggle, they bring it back map 2, that they beat a better team.
You're saying Falcons just beat the better team.
You're saying Spirit is
I
the
know,
better team.
being-
Still.
but
You're
still.
riding with this.
They're saving strats for the major.
You're riding and
They're
dying
saving
with
strats
this.
for the
All right.
They wanted to play Vitality.
I'll be
They
back.
wanted to
Classic
take
esports double down. The classic esports double down.
Yeah, Spirit actually wanted the Lucius so that they could end the streak of Vitality.
Actually,
remembered.
They are.
That sounds like a Reddit thread.
It does feel like, with a month break, that they are still going to have a chance. I mean, this game was so incredibly close. Even though Vitality does seem to be the sole occupant of the S tier, all of these teams that are in the A+ tier are knocking right at their door. Like Spirit were highly competitive in this series. Falcons and Mouse have both proven that they are incredibly competitive versus Vitality. So I think it's still possible. I think that this Spirit today could be the ones that do it to Vitality.
I'm really not unhappy with almost anything I saw out of Spirit. Dawn could have been a little better, and that would have pushed them over the line, but he was still their best player.
He could be better.
Zontic's had his struggles. He could have been a little better. They could have pushed him over the line, but from a Spirit team that we haven't seen for a month, that just had one warm-up game against the weaker opposition, that's what you want to see. Just don't pick Ancient next time, and we're good.
The context is fair. I mean, that might be a little bit of a failure out of Hallie's lab. Might need to rework the veto just a little bit, but you never know until you hit the officials. You never know until the rubber hits the road if the test car is actually going to explode on track, and apparently on Ancient they did.
That's the one thing with hindsight that definitely is a huge error in this veto. It was something that we brought up into question during the veto too, thinking that they would have probably tried to move this to a Dust 2 or a Nuke. And I think that it's kind of concerning that they didn't just go with Nuke if they thought that Dust 2 was going to be able to show up as the third pick here. But all in all, I mean, like, again, we're not really mad with how Spirit played. Like, it was by such close margins. Like, if Donk just wins that 1v1 versus Magisk on that A-bomb site, they might have just walked away with this game. So, all in all, great to see that Spirit,
I'll
even
switch
after
back
a month
when
break, are in very, very sharp form.
Yeah, and
So
the
fun,
safe
hold on.
thing about experimenting in this particular matchup is you're not out of the tournament. They're actually just going to have to play one extra at BO3 tomorrow. There will be another round of play, but we can look at the results of our groups that we've had so far because we have had a few games over these last 2 days to get to this point. And now, here's where it lies. Falcons moving straight on into the semifinals. FaZe besting FlyQuest to survive. How are we feeling about that one?
There you go.
It wasn't the most dominant victory of all time. That's how I'll put it.
It's like the least dominant 2-0 you'll ever see, actually.
If you're FlyQuest, you almost feel like you won a map in that series.
Yeah. That probably was one of the goals for FlyQuest coming into this, seeing all the top dogs that they were going to have to play. Like, you played Spirit in the first round, FaZe in the second. I bet an objective in their head is let's try to win a map at least. And spiritually, they did win a map versus FaZe.
We love a quality loss.
dude, Darth
But
Mike's
maybe a
crushing
quality
it,
win, a
crushing
little bit
it.
more so. We've got another group to check out, Group A, where we didn't see as many of these games, but it is Vitality to emerge. Alver Mouse moving straight into the semifinals as well. They will be in the path of
I'm on the
Wild
sisters.
Card and Spirit.
Apex Pro.
Meanwhile, on the other
Go
side
to.
of things, Mouse.
I am sponsored, but yeah, I've been on it for a long time, man. Love this thing.
Of FaZe.
Although I have
Oh,
another
yeah.
one too.
Yeah, no, I think that this is shaped up. I don't know. I mean,
another
between
one.
Wildcard and Pain, to me, that was sort of a coin flip. But the other teams that we have in the playoffs here,
Yeah,
of
I'm
the
10
rivals,
kilos, yeah.
kind of went as we wanted it to, in a way. Like in terms of narratives, in terms of getting the top teams
10
there,
kilos is
there
nice.
were no major upsets. So I think that all of these games actually have a lot of potential. Maybe with the caveat that Spirit Wildcard should be a little bit more of a stomp.
I think Wildcard is the map where is the team where Donk
Turtle,
had to
thanks for
drop
3 months,
something
Primer,
like
thank you.
50 kills on
He did.
Ancient to beat Wildcard.
That's actually true. Yeah.
They've
That
done
is
well
true.
against Spirit in the past.
Look, if anyone's
It
going
sounds
to
so
humble
funny
Donk,
because Donk
it's gonna
set
be
the kill
JVX.
record, but then
That's
when
what
you
everyone's
realize
been
that he had to do it
saying.
to
The
just
people
avoid getting
have
knocked
been
out by
saying
Wildcard.
that's how it might just happen. But if you're one of those people, you're going to have to watch tomorrow to find out if that's actually going to be the case. We've got more games. The stakes only get higher. We head into the playoffs. We head into
FaZe
the
Mouse,
quarterfinals tomorrow for
Spirit
two
Wildcard.
absolutely banging games of CS. You could see it there. FaZe versus
FaZe
Mouse.
Mouse really interests me.
versus
Should be
Wildcard.
fun.
This is going to be sparks flying all the way through.
Whatever it is, I guess not.
I
All right,
feel like they don't want there to be any sparks at all.
By the power of Amaranth, there
Chat.
will be.
Everybody,
I don't
wait.
think they want there to be
We'll
any
do,
fireworks.
we'll do
I think
this
they
real
just
quick.
want a cool
Oh, where is
evening.
my-
One maybe.
wonder
like
where my
one
face cam ends
sparkler
up when I
at
do this.
best. You
Ah,
know,
fuck it.
like they just want.
We'll move over here. Chat,
most,
thumbs up,
like, timid
motherfuckers.
flame possible
Get it
for
going.
that game.
Spirit
Get it
wanna
going.
roll
That's
in
there you
and
go.
destroy
One
them
thumbs
like
up.
they
Give
did
me an
Falcons
okay in the
half
chat.
one.
You guys just
That's
like
what
that.
they
Let me
want.
see it.
That's-
There you go.
FaZe Mouse, though. FaZe
No,
Mouse,
just
though. To
there
give the
you
audience
go,
absolutely
buddy.
anything
Good
here. FaZe
job,
Mouse
chat. Good job.
Could be fine. Okay.
Hell
Like, FaZe is a team
yeah.
that they haven't really proven it to us just
Perfect.
yet. But
You
if they're
guys
able to
did it.
ride
We did it
any of the
together.
momentum at all.
Nice.
We know
Super
FaZe is a
don't
momentum-based
spam, dude.
team. Then
Sorry,
maybe they could
YouTube
stick
chat.
it to Mouse.
I can't
although
fit
still
both
have
'cause I'm
Mouse
fat.
Considerably.
I
as
gotta
the
take
favorites.
up this
Well,
part
for
of the
tonight,
stream.
it's time to put a hold on the momentum because we are
All right,
going to
good
wrap
job,
up
guys. Good
our
job.
show.
You guys
Tomorrow
look
the
great
stakes
out
get
there.
higher.
Keep
We
it
head
up.
into
Keep
the
it up.
quarterfinals here, and the Blast Rivals can leave
All right.
only one when all is said and done. 3 more days of Counter-Strike. You don't want to miss it. See you bright
All right,
and
all
early
right, all right, all
for
right.
more CS.
Next thing's next, chat. AT&T Annihilator Cup time. So we got a sponsor stream coming up here. If you haven't heard me yap about it all day today, because I'm fucking annoying. Bunch of streamers are playing each other. They're competing a bunch of different games. They're going to start with Counter-Strike first. It's people you might recognize. Let me see if I can. Hold on real quick. We're going to get the list. Bum, bum, bum. Let's get the list, yeah? Here you go. Oh, nice. So they even got the teams here. So Team Double Lift. Nice. So it's Double Lift, Scump. Summit, Landmark. Wait, this team might win the CS event. Did you guys know that Double Lift used to play a shit ton of Counter-Strike? Actually, though, I think this team's just going to win unless I see something different. Ludwig, Tyler One, Squeaks, Amaru, Agent for Team Ludwig. Okay. Squeaks is going to have to hard carry this team, I think. Nade Shot, Octane, Hutch, Emily, Cat. I don't know them as much. Gingy's, Kaylee, Jake and Bake, Tens. Jake and Bake sweats. Tens is Tens. Okay. Okay, I definitely think it's going to be between Double Lift and Tens. I think it's going to be between those two. But Absolute Cinema might be Ludwig's team. I feel like they're Squeaks is gonna surprise, dude. He watched my guides. He has to be ready, right? All right. Let me. I gotta do a couple of things to set up for the stream real quick. Sicko, can you make the YouTube stream look pretty? Just from like the little Google Doc thing for me, real quick. All right, so we got this. Let's make sure we have their channel open. They're not live yet. All good. Holy fuck, that was loud. Did you guys hear that? Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Watch party, hashtag ad. There we go. Yeah, I have no ears anymore. Whatever, dude. Whatever, man. Oh, yeah, that's right. There's a PC giveaway for this. That's right. That's right. I got you guys. I got you guys. Here, hold on. Yeah. I got you guys. Add command. Boom. That should work. I think it's built into. Is it under sweepstakes? Let's see. Yeah, it's under the sweepstakes. You guys want to see what it is? Here. So 9800X. Okay, well, okay. This thing's a beast. This thing's an absolute freaking unit. So that's ideal. That's pretty good. That's that's pretty good. Okay, hold on. I gotta do a few more things here. Almost identical to the PC you ordered yesterday. Hell yeah, Drellum. Let's go, man. Okay. Oh, okay, that's the overlay for the stream. I could set that up on my other PC. Okay, we got our command. We got to put the overlay on the other one. We got our title set up. I don't think I need to do a panel. I think we're all good, team. But yeah, for those of you that haven't seen me play in this tournament previously or like don't follow, they're starting with Counter-Strike. Normally they have a couple other games. And then they're going to go into League of Legends, Street Fighter, and Call of Duty. Those are the 4 games. And then they're playing for 200K. So it's like all these teams accumulating points over the course of all the different games. It's pretty fun. When I got to play in it, I had a great time. It's good vibes. Put the overlay inside your cam where sponsors usually are. Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, we can do that. But yeah, it should be chill. What do you guys think? Who do you think is going to win, though, like the CS event? What do you guys think? So we got, like I said, we got Double Lift's team. Like I said, don't let me sway you, but I think Double Lift's team is definitely, like, got to be the favorite for CS, right? Like I said, the hidden OP part is Double Lift unironically played Counter-Strike all the time. Like, if you got, it was the funniest thing running it. Like, Double Lift played since like ESEA Pug days. I used to run into him all the time, even when he was in the LCS still. But Tens is, yeah, he can shit on him. If Tens gets rolling, dude, he could do the funny. And Jake and Bake does sweat hard. No, listen. I will never doubt Tyler 1 in my entire life, okay? I'm not doubting him. I watched that man 1v1 soda popping, okay? In World of Warcraft. That's all I ever needed to see, okay? Granted, I don't know if I've really seen Tyler 1 play FPS games before, but when is it live? 19 minutes. I'm just saying, doubting him always seems like a bad idea, dude, you know? He could be. He could be, guys. You know how much Tyler won deadlifts? He'll be fine. That's got to count for something. Yeah, no, Landmark also has a lot of CS hours. Yes, Landmark is like, also Scump used to pug Counter-Strike as well. I don't know if Lovely Low played Counter-Strike, but I know that these four have played a lot of CS at different times. More so than pretty much everybody else's team. Can you link the website? Yeah. It should just be... Wait, do I need a command for their... I feel like that's actually an oversight from them, but let me see. I don't think they actually had me create a command for this. Title requirement? No, they don't. Okay, but yeah, I got you. I was like, wait, I mean, I have the PC giveaway command, which will link to the same spot. I don't watch any of these people. Hey, all good. You can watch these people with me watching these people. It's all good. It's all good. Summit's warming up. Hell yeah. Okay, nice. The main stream just went live. I got one more thing I got to do here. We'll watch Summit warm up while we get into this, yeah?
This is AT&T. Where's AT&T?
Oh, he's warming up with Landmark right now.
Booyah.
Guys, you see this shit?
Love it. Love it. Love it. Hey, yo.
Yo.
What's up, guys?
I'll be watching,
How's
dude.
it going?
No.
What's up, Flammy? What's going on?
I'm making them nervous.
Oh, fuck, man. The whole Counter-Strike communities. I gotta hold their back up. I gotta hold our side up once again.
Yo.
Gotta let people know.
Are you guys in a game right now?
The Counter-Strike community doesn't fuck around. We don't just
No,
let
we just
anyone
won.
step into this shit.
Our last game though.
And play.
This
Pretty convincingly.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. Very
Yeah, we did.
decisive win right there.
But not without punishment.
You guys
What
want
are
to do something before the
They lose 13-2, you
the
said?
actual like match starts? We got like 15 minutes.
I'm down.
Stretch break.
Hit the DM. Hit the DM.
What are you feeling?
This match is
Prime
solid.
forgetter
I
her
actually
any
like both
prime
of those
subs.
strats.
Prime forgetter.
Hit the DM.
We might need to do both those strats to win.
That's the plan.
We need to
what I saw.
stretch to
From
win.
what I saw, bro, listen, you know,
They better
I'm
stretch.
actually really
Summit's got to
confident in
stretch.
myself right now. My aim is solid.
Yeah.
I was just swinging mid like a dipshit. That's all, and they were shooting me in the back of the head. And everything in front of me, you bet your ass I was headshotting.
Everything. You're aimbotting.
Besides that guy who degged me when you saw that, right? You saw that? Did you see that part?
That was just a crazy
That
shot.
wasn't
I'm not
fair
gonna
though,
lie.
right? Yeah. That's
Just
big
one
head
bulleted
mode.
you.
Gaben gave me that 10 years ago. Still is on my account.
All right.
I know it's a debuff.
We hopping in.
Sometimes your head is big.
Yeah, I used to say fuck Gaben.
I'm
all the
excited
time.
now. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go.
I'm sure he took offense.
All right, let's do
He
this.
headed up my
Are
account.
we hating on Gaben?
Why?
Game
Because
is-
you know, you hate the video game you play, right? You always, you know, every day you hate it, right? You love it, you hate it, but then you,
You
always
hate
have
the
to
guy
hate the devs too, right?
who
Like,
makes it.
it's their
Yep.
fault, right? It's like who the fuck
It's
made
his
this part of this map?
His fault
You know,
for
that-
putting you through this bullshit.
That is 100% true for like everyone around me. But
I don't
for
know
some
voices.
reason,
Is
have
that? I mean, I
never
know that's
really,
Lemmer. Is that
hated on
Sykkuno?
Riot. I think
Did
they
it,
did a
do you
good
have
job with
someone
League.
to hate on there? Like, is there a person you could like, you know, picture?
No, there's like a meme though with Freak. Like everyone
Okay.
blames Freak for everything wrong with the game,
Perfect.
but I think
That's
it's just a
good.
joke.
That's perfect though. It doesn't have to be serious. You know what I mean? I made up a dev for Star Citizen named Jerry.
Okay.
Jerry.
Bro made up a person to flame.
I actually remember you were on a Star Citizen binge, bro.
Yeah, it's a fun one, dude. They actually got some serious crazy updates right now. Because when I was playing it, it's like 100 people a server, and now it's like
Chat.
600 people a server. It's going
This stream is brought to you by AT&T. Shout out to them for sponsoring the stream. Okay, sorry.
smoother gameplay.
I'm just making the image slightly different here, okay?
We're doing
Holy
a DM?
shit.
I'm down to DM a bit.
It's slightly large
Yeah,
right now. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, just throw us in.
Yeah.
I think I'm double up. Do I have
Oh,
you
wait.
added already? What's your
Oh
gamer
my
tag?
god, it's still massive.
Um,
That's
mine-
what she
it's
said.
just my first name.
Oh, wait.
It's YILIANT.
AT&T Annihilator.
I do have you
I don't know if I
added.
have you
Dude, this
added, to
thing
be
is
honest.
actually so fucked.
I
Hold
see
on.
you online.
Can you invite
Okay, let me
me?
just
Alright.
be smarter about this.
How do I
Work
actually
smarter.
see
There
you
we go.
online?
Okay.
We're
Meow.
Lovely
playing.
low?
Oh, shit,
Yeah,
that
it's just lovely though.
Tens versus double.
I'm just gonna have
F
that
first
up
game.
there.
Put
I'll
the,
mess with
He's
it.
not a leader.
Connect in the past.
No, but actually, shout out AT&T for sponsoring the
Okay.
Coast stream
I don't know
and the
why I
watch
can't
party.
see you. Maybe you're appearing.
Please
in
invite
this
me
on-
back. Thank you.
on Steam or something. But send me a message.
Okay, let me send you a message.
Wait, not over
Okay,
radar.
yeah,
I'll
yeah,
mess
for
with
sure.
all of it when we're going live. We're co-streaming, so like,
Or better
we'll
yet,
do
why don't you
like, let's see, if
invite-
we're watching other people.
What do you think about this? Why don't you invite me and then I'll invite.
I don't want to cover
everyone
health
else,
bars.
and then
Kill
you can
feed's
pass
top
me.
right. Why don't we do this?
All right.
Man, do you think all the streamers are actually gonna have their spots set up for
Well, there we
CS? Ain't no
go.
way, right? That's where it should be. That's where
And
it should be.
then-
Right there.
I definitely have you added as a friend. Yeah. That's weird that I couldn't find you. All right, I'll invite you
Maybe
guys.
I'll just put it over your
offline.
cam.
Let me
They
try
said
to
close
change
to your
that right
cam.
now.
Man,
Yeah, I think
Sicko's
it's
reading my
probably it.
sponsor briefs, and I don't like it because he's actually being.
Me, dumb shit.
All right, that should be good.
But then at
Right
the top
here.
right, you can click on Summit and then
Oh, we can do here
click
for
on
now.
his icon, and then you can.
We'll
get a
just do
link.
that for now. It's gonna be like hella small if I put it in my frame.
Hold up, I'm trying to
All
figure
right.
out how to give him a lead.
It
I
doesn't
just
even
see
matter.
pick,
Honestly, just queue us
message.
up for some sort of death match. Is there like a, if you hit play, is there like a
Let's
death match?
see. I'm gonna check on the
option?
Discord and
see.
see if I got any timers or anything.
Yeah.
Do a little tab.
I'll just pick
maybe
the first one, right?
Yeah, that works.
Dust 2? Okay.
Check in the general chat. I'm totally
By the way,
snooping
guys,
on all the
that's not what's banned
players.
us, too. I'm-
Look at your
We're-
premiere
I-
rating.
we're playing
3,000.
a-
How dare
We're
you
playing
invite me?
tens first.
I really
with a
think we should ban Dust 2. I
3,000
mean, like,
premiere rating? Okay.
the map's small.
Holy,
right?
wait, who's got 3K premiere rating?
More. I know it's hard to retake.
Oh
speed,
shit,
but,
he's
like,
in my. Well, dude, I don't know. Is
because
my
the map
DM
is
full?
small, he's gonna be able to carry way harder than if we go like Mirage.
Do I tell him? Nah, he'll be alright. He'll be fine. Wait, but 3K rating is absolutely cinema. This is gonna
I
be
am
so much
pretty
fun,
new
dude.
to CSGO, so if you guys have any tips for me, I would super appreciate it.
Oh hell yeah! All right, so
Don't move
You're-
and shoot.
yeah, you're
unless you
caught
have
Don't move and
rifle
shoot.
Or an SMG.
Yeah.
Yeah, so rifles, you want to stop while you're shooting or crouch while you're shooting.
The crouch is key.
SMGs, if you want to kind of stick to COD-esque, you could play with guns like MP9.
No, no, no.
P90,
P90,
good, like,
yes.
run and gun type of guns.
P90, MP9 will
just
go
remember
too
if you're on
crazy.
Rifle, you want to kind of plant your feet. It can't be that accurate.
Do not recommend MP9 to new players. That will be go crazy, dude.
Shooting when
Maybe
you're
a bison, not even trolling.
Like where you're going.
The MP9's got so much
Check
kick.
will, like, instantly stop. I remember you played. I mean, we played together.
No, but dude, like if you've never played a game with recoil before, an MP9 is crazy, dude.
Yeah, that was like my first game on mouse and keyboard.
You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy.
Yeah, you're natural.
The fire rate kicks.
And then, obviously, this is not like always the case, but I feel like it's advantage for you to like swing out into somebody, then like hold an angle. Pretty
What
much
about,
everyone I
like,
know has problems like just holding an angle and then people swing into them, and if you miss your first shot, you're instantly dead. So
Yeah, it's a lot of recoil on these guns.
Goes a lot of ways.
Why-
in this game,
why
chat,
random
to be
up
honest with you. Angle holding is not bad in Counter-Strike, especially if you're holding off angles that people don't expect. Very importante. You're not always going to be able to swing around corners. You're not always going to be able to wide swing. Sometimes
Don't
you're going
never
to
let me
peek
use
a
a
little
pistol.
bit. It's a lot of things about Counter-Strike.
It's gonna be a good night. I got some Korean fried chicken. Oh, dude, that sounds really good. Holy.
Can't double peek every time.
I'm just living my best life on coffee. Actually, I should beg Nori for another coffee.
I gotta work on my
Someone with a sick inventory? Of course, dude. What do you mean? Ooh, the P250.
Return of Salamander Man 08. Scum.
Scotty Ray, thanks for the 46-month resub. Actually, wait. Guys, we have like 10 minutes until these games are supposed to go live. While they're warming up, I'm going to run an ad. Let's bounce around and let's check everybody out, yeah? Hold on, I'm going to run an ad. Let's see how everybody's warming up in the CS directory.
No!
Let's see. Wait, let's see Tyler 1. This will be cinema. Okay, this is a good start. I don't... Now, I hear music. He's got the game open. Come on.
think we're in.
Oh wait, did he join the server?
I think we're in.
Or what did he join?
All right.
Wait, he already joined the server early, and he didn't leak the fucking IP?
This is just about to start. I'm gonna go take a baby break real quick and some water. Be right back.
What? What the fuck? I thought for sure he'd leak it. I thought somebody... No way there's 3 people in here. Somebody's had to have leaked. Hold on. What? That's crazy work, dude. Wait, where's my AT&T stream? I had that open. Let's close some tabs. Wait, listen, Magic is an addiction, but we're doing a sponsor stream. We need to lock in. We need to lock in right now. Give me a second. All right. Locking in. Oh, we got Ludwig stream open.
Like when did it?
Wait, I heard draft night already. I heard. Is this Matt? Is Ludwig into Magic too? I had to close the stream. It's a problem. We can't do that. All right, the main stream is just kind of some vibes. All right, that's fine. Wait, so is Ludwig into Magic? Let me hear about. Wait, PAX?
Something in common, and it's not being pro players.
Oh, first off, hold up. I drafted Tyler 1 first. I had the first pick, and I don't know if you guys know, but he got Challenger in 5 roles in League of Legends. And League's one of the games. If you guys don't know, League's one of the games. So.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no. Somebody set his team down. Okay. So let's see what else we got going on. Oh, tens. How's tens looking? We're looking. All right, he's looking hydrated. Looking real hydrated. That's good. Double lift.
I have the winner's mentality.
Wait, I didn't see Hutch on a team.
Hello, I'm back.
Wait, yeah, I did. He's on Nadeshot's team. Aha, I remember. Look at that, I'm an expert. Okay. So wait, we got Hutch. Let's go ask Hutch how he's doing.
It'd be interesting to see a crossover show match, CS2 versus Valorant pros on each game.
Oh, they're already talking about Valorant.
What's up, squad?
Oh, skibbity scum. What's cracking, dude?
What's up, boys and lovely? How are y'all?
Do you see this shit? Do you see this? I'm telling you,
yo,
he's gonna farm.
I didn't know you could.
Do you see this man? Look at him. Look, dude. I told you this motherfucker plays. He got killed by a bot. Okay. Unlucky. He got killed by a bot. All right, let's see Hutch.
Entire time. You require additional pylons.
All good.
We Zerg rush it. We fucking aim fight them. We'll win, and it's over. CT side, we just play.
I was hyping him up maybe too much. We jumped the gun too fast.
Not worried about this one.
All right, I just say what. Let me just say what before. Before I get absolutely griefed.
You're not gonna get griefed, LaRue. You're gonna be just.
I'm
almost there, guys.
Coach me. Fom, coach me. Backseat.
Is our whole team here?
I think so.
I feel like I've only heard.
No, you don't get to leave your spawn. Peek me.
Alright, that is off.
I'm getting paid to watch this incredible match. Oh, okay. Bomb, call me skinny or something.
You okay, Matt? Is everything going okay for you?
No,
Oh my
it's not,
God,
bro.
Agent
I
just
literally,
killed me.
all I did was close Counter-Strike, and now my PC is exploding again.
He hasn't even seen his gun yet.
All right, there we go.
Listen, you haven't even spawned in yet. You haven't even seen your gun.
No, I did a quick DM.
Okay.
Wait, what's this?
I did a quick DM. Little quick.
What's this?
Little quick pro crow. What? Quid pro. Wait.
No nip having. That's not gonna help me feel better. Not gonna help me feel better.
Smoke that off, perp.
Smoked it off. Dude, he is spinning so fast. Oh my God, he knows go just.
Quid pro quo. You got it. We lost it? Okay, cool.
Hutch, I need you, bro.
Yes, hello.
Oh my God.
More than ever.
I don't know that
This is gonna be incredible, dude.
I'm yearning for you, Hutch. I'm yearning.
This is gonna be incredible. Okay.
It's gonna be.
Somebody tell him to turn down his sense, dude.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
I mean, just that. It's gonna be an interesting couple of weeks.
I think it's gonna be great.
Don't forget baby hands, dude. Hutch's chat, no matter how many fucked up things I say to Hutch, his chat's always one-upping. All right. Mobile players try not to play one FPS game on a million DPI. Challenge impossible. They're always like, dude, is my sense too high? It's like, holy shit. And they just fucking... Emiru's just opening cases? Emiru understands the hobby, is what you're saying. Wait, I don't see Emiru's stream. Am I fucking blind? Hey, let me refresh. What in the fuck is going on in Tarek's stream? Tarek's playing it? Wait, no, Tarek's on... Is he on LUDs or nade shots? Or is he watching? Is he watching too? Oh, she didn't change the game yet? Oh shit, wait guys, intro. Look at it! You see, that's the, you see that? Wait, am I in this getting farmed from previous years?
It was Jake and Bake who walked away as the winner of the
Yeah, I lost that one.
Annihilator Cup. He walks away with
I was in go, yep.
and the ultimate bragging right.
Imagine losing to an IRL streamer twice.
That's toxic. Oh, now I'm covering somebody's face. At this point, they should just name it the Jake and Bake tournament.
This is like super fun to be a part of again. AT&T does a really great job putting this together.
Someone's here to win games, and here it is on number 4 with the last shot.
Damn, Fortnite? Holy poggers. Average touch gameplay, dude.
We're cooking! Boom, baby!
I just got smoked completely. I can't do anything!
The practice paid off.
Double kill for double lift. Fuck, look at the shutting
Yeah,
down.
trying to put my face in the right spot is tough.
Ladies and gentlemen, it might just be a quadra. Honestly, Jake and Bake also.
Double lift on this is insane.
Leon's under pressure. Hunch coming up clutch. He gets a solo kill here in the top lane. Turns it into a 2-1 game.
Yeah, CS is the first one.
Told you, should have had AT&T internet. Wouldn't have an issue.
I love AT&T, baby.
Yo, AT&T's here.
We're playing all sorts of games for the AT&T tournament.
My face is covering half these people, I'm sorry.
Double lift is untouched. A quadra kill for the Jinx. A pentakill for double lift. The end of the game right there. Team double lift takes the win for League of Legends and the AT&T Annihilator Cup.
Honestly, I'm super grateful to
Drop
have
it,
won.
dude,
I
not
feel
right now.
Very lucky with my teammates and with the game selection. So I would love to be back and appreciate, everyone.
We're so back, guys. We're so back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the AT&T Annihilator Cup. I'm excited to welcome you back for the 5th year,
so back.
connecting you to 20 of your favorite streamers. We're broadcasting live from the 100 Thieves compound
Real Austin,
in Los
by the way.
Angeles all month long. I'm your host, Austin Show, and we've got an action-packed tournament for you. This year, AT&T is offering more ways to watch the AT&T Annihilator Cup, allowing fans to
First
stay
team
connected
Flom, I'm not allowed to play.
the talent they love. Visit AT&T Annihilator
They scared I would eat the
to see where you
competition.
can stay plugged into the action all tournament long. This week, we're kicking off the tournament with Counter-Strike 2. Before we begin, let's take a look at an overview of the 4-game tournament.
20 of your favorite streamers and Flom. Damn right!
Welcome back.
We're
to
in
the
there,
AT&T
damn it, we're here!
Annihilator Cup. Connecting you to 20 of your
Okay,
favorite
Sweetboy, that's
streamers
messed
as
up,
they
dude.
battle for glory across 4 epic games.
Tarek can play, though? And what does that say about Tarek if he's allowed to
League of
play?
Legends, Street Fighter 6.
Clearly
and
not
new
threatened,
this
don't
year,
worry.
Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Get ready for a whole new way to play. To
See?
honor 5
See?
years of
Ah!
the tournament, this year's AT&T Annihilator Cup will feature a new 5v5 teams format
Oh,
where
shit.
strategy meets skill like never before.
I think Tarek's just watching, isn't he? Because he's not on one of the teams. Unless I'm blind.
Individual performance. It's not just about the squad, it's about every player.
What up, Trouser? Thanks for 25.
with 100,000 for teams and another 100,000 up for grabs for individuals.
That's cool how they broke
There's
this down.
a lot on the line. And to raise the stakes, AT&T is teaming up with all winners to donate a total of $50,000 to charity. Yeah! To debut the new teams format, 4 top-tier captains connected their teams to compete together in the AT&T Annihilator Cup. Our captains participated in a draft where they selected players one by one. In the end, 4 teams were assembled to compete for
It's
the glory
best of
with all
1,
players connected
MR
like never before.
9.
Curious how it'll work?
No, MR
Here's how.
8.
Every
MR 8,
week,
first to
players
9.
participate in a new game, earning points towards both an individual and team score. Team
Oh, he was
scores
just
will
playing
be
with some
made up
homies?
of the
Gotcha.
combined score from each of the team members. Every game counts, so they'll have to consistently perform.
Jeezy,
at
thanks
their
for the 4 month
best
primer.
if they
Thank
want
you.
to take home a piece of the grand prize. The team that accumulates the most.
I don't know,
points
Squeaks is a
overall
sleeper,
will
dude,
win
for
the
sure.
Team competition, while the individual with the highest score across all 4 games will be crowned our AT&T Annihilator Cup champion. We have an incredible talent lineup.
Eric said he's done with Valorant? Yeah, okay.
Names in streaming and
Yeah.
content creation.
I'll fight
Yeah, and I'm skinny, Chet.
Will teamwork reign supreme, or will one player's epic performance steal the show? It's time
Who's
to
Summon's
find out.
captain? He's on Team Double Lift, so Double
Thursdays
Lift.
of May, brought to you by AT&T.
Okay, let's not get crazy.
All right, folks, let's summarize what you just saw. Competitors will earn points towards an overall tournament leaderboard. Each game will have the same impact on a streamer's final score.
Here we go,
based
here we
on
go.
Our unified point system. Final scores are based on final team rank and individual performance. After all 4 games have been played, the competitor with the highest score wins. As a reminder, you have a
Decaf,
chance to
I'm not
win
gonna
cool
brio.
prizes all tournament long. At the end of tonight, 5 of you will win a gaming monitor, and at the end of the tournament,
nah, no way,
one
Bloody
lucky
Heaven,
winner
no
will
way.
take home the grand prize PC. So what are you waiting for? Scan the QR code or head to AT&T Annihilator Cup.
Chat, if you don't want to scan the
fill out
QR code,
entry form
I know we're all
for
CS brains, so
your
exclamation point PC giveaway.
to win. To break down
I
this
got you.
week's gameplay, I'm joined by 2 Counter-Strike experts, Nothing and Stunna.
The
Gentlemen,
case? Nah, it's a 9800 X3D and a
welcome
5080.
back
I remember
behind
the
the table.
specs.
How does it feel to be back
Holy
behind
shit,
the
I know these
broadcast
guys.
booth?
Well, it's been a long time for me. Jordan, not so much. You know, he does this pretty regularly.
There you go,
I would
YouTube
say.
chat. I dropped the PC in there.
Overall, yeah, excited.
I know these guys.
James actually flew here straight from Australia just to be with us. So
Really?
I'm honored.
Are you close?
Are you jet lagged?
Absolutely. I couldn't really tell you where I am, to be honest, but I do see a
Or
lot
what
of
time it is?
Yeah, the sun's up. I know that much.
Yeah.
Where we are at least. But yeah, I flew to Australia, back to Alabama,
Stuff.
and now I'm sitting here next to Jordan.
And we've done this before together at the.
Yeah, I was going to ask, have you been sitting next to you? I know you've done it independently. Have you done it together?
Well, we've definitely shared hotel rooms and whatnot.
Oh.
It's like we go pretty.
You know, there's a lot of tension behind. I could sense it between you from the moment you walked in. So we'll have to see how that plays out.
It's fast. Anyways, take it.
All right, now let's take a look at the competitors and their teams. This year's teams will remain consistent throughout the whole tournament, which will change up how these players strategize from game to game. Take a look, gentlemen. Look here. Look at our teams. Team Ludwig, Team Nadeshot, Team Tents, Team Double Lift. What do you
Shroud
think?
wants to co-host with me.
I think this one, you know, it's kind of a
Rowdy
shoot
Rowdy?
in some regards. Someone might even say, but I'm sure we'll get into some.
Yeah,
sort
I'm
of
down.
predictions
Is he
here.
watching
Yeah,
right now?
just a little bit. My thing is, I look around, and I am seeing. Some
Or are we
Counter-Strike
doing the
potential here.
stream hopping
You called me
thing?
an expert. That was kind of like your first mess up. So.
Oh, you're not an expert.
Well, I mean.
Well, anybody's an expert sitting next to me.
If he wants to, I'm
So,
down. But I gotta.
you
make,
at least
I don't want to go
could fake it.
harass
I'm
him.
actually
then.
looking forward to your predictions.
Oh no, I've got a lot of great predictions. I've been studying.
Yeah.
All right, here's how
real
Counter-Strike
quick.
2 week is going to go down. All right? Competitors have been split into 4 teams based on a draft. Our round robin will feature MR16 matches between each of the 4 teams. The top 2 teams from the qualifying rounds compete in an MR24 match to determine the winner. The bottom 2 teams from the qualifying rounds compete in a MR24 match to determine the third
It's
place
not
finisher.
MR16.
Points
It's
will be
first to
awarded
9.
based on 2 factors.
It's
Team
not.
placement
It's not.
and
They-
individual KDA.
It's all right.
Kills, deaths, assists.
If it's first to 9, it's going to be 8 rounds a half.
This is how
So
points will be awarded to teams each week. First place.
It's
will get
first to
15
9,
points.
Chad. It's first to 9, 8 and a
10
half.
points. Third place, 5 points. And fourth place, 0 points.
it's okay. It's okay.
At the end of the 4 weeks, the team that accumulates
Chat,
the most
we're not going to
points
do the
will
actually
take the
thing as
crown
CS people. We're
and
going to behave,
first
damn it.
Place prizing. And similar to previous years of the Annihilator Cup, we're also awarding individuals who perform the best for their team. Following this unified scoring system, players will earn points based on KDA. So if you leave today with the highest KDA, you'll be adding 25 points to your total score.
Actually,
Gentlemen,
that's
let's
MR8
talk
and MR12.
MVP.
All right.
Who do you think is going to walk away being the MVP of this week?
Oh, I mean,
Yep.
it's a rough one.
Wait, Jordan hit him.
So listen, you look at the list of players here, and I feel like only one name really like sits at the top, and that's Summit Molotoving himself back at
1000%.
But right after that one is
Tens.
Tens in my mind, and
Probably Tens.
Tens is my my expert pick. I mean,
What an expert.
He's probably one of the best TAC FPS like aimers at least that North America has produced across CS, Valorant. He can basically play most shooters. So we're coming back to Counter-Strike. Tens is my pick for that one.
Yeah, we got Stunna, dude.
I can, but I don't think I need to.
Yeah, you don't need to Labradate, man. That's not necessary.
Labrador.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, well.
I was periodic table of the elements.
Yes. Look, I'm thinking in terms of an MVP for this week. Tins he does have the aim. He does have the raw mechanical skill and the ability, therefore, to kind of take a game perhaps even into his own.
Why is Jordan sitting so far away? They're both scared of Austin. That's why.
Guys, I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree.
I'm gonna hold my breath for this one.
I'm gonna go bold on this pick. All right.
Squeaks.
It's a sleeper pick. I'm going with Squeaks.
Yep.
My
What do I
MVP.
get for predicting their predictions?
Look, I don't know, but what I do know is the bar is low. Okay, the bar is low for him, so I feel like if he can just clear a very low bar,
You have
maybe
to
he
get
takes
5
home
subs.
the MVP.
All right, man.
Feels like a relative to
What happened to me
expected
again?
performance.
Yes, right, which isn't how an MVP works, but
Yeah.
anything could happen.
We draw our own lines in life.
Roll
Who's
the
the guy in
dice.
what?
Nobody's ever
I
said
forget
this
his
is Squeak's
old alias.
first
You
time
might know.
ever being
He's done like a lot of game
predicted
shows.
MVP.
He does like a lot of like event-based content.
We'll
But he
find
goes
out
by
who
Austin
arrived
shows now.
at the end of today's competition when we announce the true weekly MVP. And every week, AT&T will donate
Raj,
$10,000
yeah.
to the weekly
I
MVP's
forgot you,
charity
though.
of choice, connecting competitors and
It's been a minute
communities
since he
with
had that
shared
one.
values
Yeah.
and causes. There's a lot to play for. Okay, gentlemen, let's talk team performance. Who do you think will have the best team performance today?
I mean, we were kind of talking about this back in the green room here, and I'm sticking with Tens.
You got a
but
green
I am
room?
a little bit more on the fence about the team performance versus his individual performance here. That's what's interesting about the AT&T Annihilator Cup is you
Ooh,
have
what a plug.
these different
Let's go,
games,
baby.
these different backgrounds of all the different talent in the field. So you have Tens. Jake and Bake is someone I actually helped train for I think it was an Annihilator Cup number 2 with CS. So he has some background in it. He knows how to approach the general idea of a lot of the maps you play. That being said,
Team
Summit's
Double Lift
team
for
is
sure.
Double Lift.
Yeah.
Landmark with his, they're gonna have good comms over there with their the competitive gaming background. So that's a team I'm kind of on the fence about. I'm going with Team Tens just to keep myself consistent here. That's gonna be my vote, but I'm not feeling 100% confident.
Tens across the board.
I'm going Team Double Lift.
Be on the team.
Yeah.
Well, for him,
Team Double Lift.
I have to disagree here a little bit, but also agree. Starchly with what you're saying about the Team Double Lift, about what they've got going on in terms of pedigree. Can they put all the puzzle pieces together? My pick is Team Double Lift can do.
Okay. I mean, two amazing talents, professional esports players.
Oh, thanks, man.
Well, you guys, but I'm talking about your
Oh, yeah,
teams.
the gamer. Oh, okay.
The teams that you chose. Now, I'm going to make a bold prediction again. May shock you. All right? Team Ludwig. I think Team Ludwig's going to
All right, now he's cooked. Austin has cooked way too much. No.
It would be, I
Squeaks
think,
is going to have a
shock to everybody,
generational
but I
performance.
think sometimes even the worst of
No.
players can get
Squeaks
through.
is going to have to basically become Donkey himself.
Bold
I did
prediction.
get reports
They've
that he
got
was
a lot of
watching
heart
Nico
and
demos, though, so
chemistry.
maybe?
We learned that when he drafted the players, and I feel like that's going to carry them to victory.
And if anything, heart and soul, Jordan. If anything.
Something.
Heart and
Maybe.
soul. Sometimes that's all you need, right? Let's just conclude our expert pick segment with this disclaimer. These predictions are not guaranteed. But you know what is guaranteed? Connectivity you depend on, service you want, deals you
Oh, we're in
deserve,
there.
or they'll make it right. That's the
Jordan threw a
AT&T
thumbs up or like
guarantee. We're about to get started with our round-robin gameplay. Our first matchup will be
Have you ever
Team
seen
10
Squeaks and Donk in the
versus
same room?
Team Double Lift. If you want
No, but I
watch
did
the
just see
other
Donk
matchup,
play.
Feel free to hop to any competitor streams to capture.
I guess this is online,
all
though.
The action. Gentlemen, I'm going to leave it to you. Take it well. Actually, I'm not. I thought I was going to leave it to you.
You thought,
but I'm not going to leave it to you because the game's not ready yet.
Guys, come on.
Yeah, let's talk
It's
about
fine,
it.
but like, come on.
What do you think we could
There's a
expect?
sleeper on the board too.
Come
Skunk
on.
with his
Read the
competitive
room.
background.
which is why I go the team double lift.
Shaquille, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you.
Yeah,
Read the goddamn
mouse
room.
keyboard in his hands. Is it familiar or does it feel kind
All right,
of
Team
like
10s versus double lift. This is actually the matchup right here.
Okay, I love your analogy there. For
Wait,
some
do I got
reason,
mods
shape,
that can
or
do a
form, it
prediction?
Actually makes great sense, you know. So I think when it comes to attack-based, you know, perhaps shooters like these, like I think they can probably figure it out. If I had to guess.
Yeah,
You wanna
did
tell
you
me
not
these
just hear me,
probably
guys?
tried
What the hell?
Counter-Strike in the minimum.
Sorry, I was thinking about that carnitas burrito. We just
Yes.
Thank you,
There was a
Loretta.
burrito
No,
hat
they've
there.
definitely. There's guys. We're in California here, so Southern California Mexican
Delicious.
food is.
Is this better volume?
overwhelming. I think. I don't know who's played Counter Strike here. That's the
I thought
hard
you knew
thing.
everybody that played
Well,
Counter.
I don't
The
have
thing
to,
is,
guys.
I
I'm just
think
saying, just read
everyone's-
the room. You know,
Counter-Strike's
help
been
me out
around
a
so
little
long,
bit.
It's
Thank
like
you.
saying you've never played Monopoly, right? Like you've played Monopoly at least once or twice.
Yes.
Like I did it,
I
guys.
actually,
Like, you're
even
fine.
I've played Counter-Strike. So if I'm...
Let's talk about it then.
Yeah, sure.
What's your background?
Let's talk about it.
What's my gaming background?
Yeah,
Okay, all right, let's talk about it.
Are we
used to
stalling
play
already?
Call of Duty. All right, I grew up playing Call of Duty. I was
no
actually
game
really
tonight.
good in high school.
Like the best on your block, kind of good, or like
in the honor roll, or what kind of?
No. I used to rattle off like 36 and 4 in these multiplayer lobbies. Like I remember that was one of my best KDRs that I came out of a game with. And other than that, though, it was a lot of Madden and actually RuneScape was my big game.
Oh, they're doing some bans?
Respectable.
Dude, they're
RuneScape
doing
was
map
like
vetoes? That's
competitive
content,
I
bro.
think like some people like they got their
Wait,
start
wait.
money laundering from RuneScape.
Right. Well, no,
What in the fucking money laundering? What?
Train out of these ones, right?
Oh, they're banning. They're
I
banning.
don't know.
Lock in.
Yeah, we need like a second. We need
Train,
like two. that
Dust
we're
2,
aiming for.
Inferno, and Ancient.
You don't like Ancient?
We just got
I don't
shit
play
on
much
it, to be
Ancient,
fair.
honest. Okay, we can ban Ancient.
But, I mean,
Ancient
we're
without
good on
instant
playing it.
mid nades will be
It's fine, it's
absolutely
up to you.
peak.
I'm comfortable playing it, if you are.
Yeah, that's
I'll
one of
do
the only
whatever you
maps I
want.
haven't played. But again, I'm here for the
Ancient would
ride.
be such
No,
a
no,
clown
we gotta ban
card.
Yeah, get
Yeah,
it
we
right.
gotta ban it.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't like this, dude. I don't like this. Why? Wait.
I'm with it.
They need to go Dust to Inferno. I can't believe I just said that.
You get the last ban.
Oh, I hate Inferno, but they have all the CS experience. They should just play the basic maps because they're gonna have the most CS experience.
Dust, huh?
That's up to you, Bob.
I can't believe I'm saying it. But they're not gonna save. They're not gonna save. Chat, it's
I'm not the
actually
boss, bro.
fine.
You're the carrot.
Inferno is fine. They
I'm
literally
gonna
don't know
tell you
economy.
no.
It's okay. They won't buy nades. It will be
think
totally fine. If
Inferno
they do,
will
they might nade themselves. This could be peak.
We'll mess with him. We'll mess with
This
it.
actually
We'll
could be
mess with
really
Inferno
good.
better.
This is the only time.
And Dust.
Yeah, I think we get rid of Dust.
Yeah, I think ban Dust.
Yeah, I don't
KDA
wanna run
matters.
out
Yeah,
of
but they
double
don't
doors
like
and just get
know
off.
that they should.
Yeah,
say.
that's kind of
Yeah, I think.
It went
Sounds
Inferno.
All right, we're playing Inferno. I mean, I guess it's because Inferno.
I think
their
this
best player
works.
can only be at one site. Like he can't play mid or anything. You know,
Yes,
like
yes.
he's at A or B, and if
Nervous.
he's not at
That's
B,
extremely
Landmark, I love you, but that is every map.
Can't kill
Dust
all
is
of
more
us.
noob friendly. Yeah, you can
Also,
take
I don't think
over
anyone on
bomb
their team
sites.
has
You can
lineups
recover
or
bomb
anything.
sites easily.
In that case, I think CT is heavily advantaged because
I'm a little worried about
you don't have-
tens. His aim is solid.
Wait, why do they get picked off?
Landmark said on Inferno he can only play A or B. He can't.
I think we knife. I think we knife. Or...
I
Didn't
need
we
to
do that
learn
last year?
a lineup right now, just in case we're T side.
He's
Yeah,
not wrong.
that's what I heard too.
He's
Yes, I'm
not
gonna-
wrong. He is
you
not
guys
wrong.
take it away.
Oh, us?
Yeah, you guys take it away. They're
Oh, we
gonna
got Observer. Let's go.
You want to do this, Chase? You got play-by-play?
No, we're
I'll
just gonna
color
kind of
your
wing this.
comments.
one. Yeah, you know, I think you doing play-by-play is probably what the crowd wants. I mean, honestly, we'll just tell them flat out right now. We probably will be reading some
There's
of your
nothing in
chat
center.
messages in the Twitch chat actively. Jordan is on top of that, or at least wants to pretend he is. And nonetheless, here we go into the game. Double
Are you
lift.
doing a knife round or is this pistol?
It looked like
My face is going to be moving all over the place, guys. I'm going to be honest. This isn't going to be perfect because we're going to be bouncing
You know,
around
the
streams
thing
too.
about Counter-Strike, one thing I'm known for is
you're known for.
one thing I'm known for is like reading plays right and like doing the thing, the countdowns on YouTube, and I say, hey, this is what this guy's gonna do. In these kind of scenarios, when you're playing with people with so many different skill types, it's really hard to know what anyone's gonna do because the game sense is different. And so someone like Tens, if you're one of the better players here, or Summit, those two guys, they kind of need to sit back. If they play too aggressive,
those are the guys you want in the late round.
you want them to know where the enemy is so they can have easy kills. You don't want them to be hunting out information, right?
But also you want them alive late rounds because then they can.
Let's see. Let's check. Let's do a vibe check. Let's do a vibe check. Vibe check.
You see what I'm saying?
Wait, is Tyler's team playing?
We just got a 5
Oh
or 10
no,
to
that's
that, goes your
adorable.
way. Simple strat.
Hell yeah, family
Yeah,
time.
it really is.
Family time during the AT&T Annihilator Cup. Let's go.
We will murder all of us.
Hell yeah.
Are we live right now?
Yeah,
Nothing like bouncing from Tyler 1 with Kiddo to Summit saying they're gonna murder us.
He's probably gonna be peeking down mid. Looking for shots.
Wanna go banana?
All right, let's see it here.
Yeah, I'm
okay. Okay.
Nated?
Let's see it. Oh my god.
Nice, good job.
Okay, landmarks is mauling them. Wait, I missed it.
It's a mistake made, chat.
Fuck! I missed it on
Double
both.
die on the B rush. If one guy's gonna go for the fight, I don't hate it.
You can never double die, Jordan. That's the.
It's
You
cooked.
just need somebody to kick back. Now Double If is pushing
Oh,
so
okay.
far
Okay.
into
This might be
TT
fast.
spawn.
This might be
I'm afraid
fast.
this might be
Guys,
Jordan, I don't want.
indicative of the
You know
rest
what?
of the game.
Honestly, you probably just call the whole map now.
See, 10's baiting is a good thing, but 10's in a 1v5 every round is not how they're going to get anywhere.
Like as a team double lift fan like myself, like I just want to call out now that I did call this, Jordan. This is your pick, so hold that.
get
Tins
him!
does.
Get
and we
him,
do see the
Jared!
first
There you
round
go.
going well in the favor.
Old man still
of
got
team
it.
double lift. Barely anyone taking any damage.
Kidding, Jared's younger
Looks
than
like
me.
high
He's
fives,
28, guys.
Digital high fives all around.
Listen, there's a lot of RNG in pistol rounds, so we're not going to raid home too fast.
Jordan, what do you think about the idea of? Now, I'm not saying I like the idea. Right?
No,
out of
I'm not
gate. What
moving
do you
the
think
logo
about
above
idea
me,
of
Trill. That's the
moving
kill
pistol
feed.
rounds from said game. Kind of ruins Counter Strike.
Listen, we're bouncing around a little bit. We're getting a little weird here.
Economy based. Like, what would you do to supplement? That wouldn't make any sense.
This
yeah,
is not
you can
fair.
shift
Well,
up
remember,
the rest of the match economy, but if everyone's just buying the whole time,
remember, they
someone
pick
argue
their
that's
teams
fine,
from
but
multiple games,
think
chat.
about a pistol round
So there's
where
like it's CS, League, Street Fighter.
it's just a completely different style of play that I feel like.
What's the last
gives
game?
More depth to the whole game, right? Because pistol rounds, you can move. And
I'm
shoot
forgetting
with
one of the
the
last
team,
games. There's a fourth
like
game.
Right there on the B rush, like
Call of Duty.
if they
It was Call of Duty. So remember, these teams, like, yeah, Team Double Lift for Counter Strike.
yes, you
Holy
can
shit.
hit the headshot right away. The second kill might fall into your lap, but it's just point being.
Well, who's got Discord messages on?
Form, and it does
The Observer
sometimes
does. That's
override them,
freaking me
so
out.
that idea.
Sam, you didn't
Yeah,
message
guys
me
think
anywhere, right?
moving pistol rounds, it just seems too.
Seems a little unnecessary, right?
Yeah, too big of a change.
Yeah, I think so as well. Plus, you know, if there's one round I feel most confident in excelling in, it's the pistol round.
Looking great. Thank you.
If
Thank
get
you.
3 in the pistol.
You get that momentum early.
Yeah,
you get 3 in the pistol, 2 ecos. You feel like you've done something that half, but really you just fluffed. And by round 8, you have 6 kills.
So I'm trying to play. He's fine.
Man, I did my part, man. I
How many
swear,
rounds
I
are they
did my
going B?
part.
Do you think they just go B for the whole half?
Tear them apart.
Let's check in. Let's do a strategy check.
Hold
Strat
that
check.
Jordan, nothing, Gilbert.
Honestly, I'm just going to close my eyes until.
Actually, wait. Let's listen to Tens' team.
Can your teammates see that you're flashed, like when they're watching your screen?
Yeah.
Oh, they can. Okay.
Wait, let's get a 10 check in.
Coffins right now, and
Is he on 4-3? He is locked in.
You can hang out like back here in the back.
How much has he been playing right now? No way he's casually playing 4-3. That's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of flashes mid.
Flash mid, cat.
Oh, Jake and Bake, good comms. They have B control.
Do you hear them going ultimate? Because
Your teammates have B10s. Just send it, bro. Just send
If
it.
they have SMGs,
Risk
I go
it.
out.
You got to be at the right spot. Oh, God, there's one B. It might be all over. Tens has to be at the right bomb site for them to have a chance.
They're up mid,
Oh, he plays 4-3 on Valorant? Oh, shit. Isn't there, like, no reason? Ooh! Oh! Get you up more! Back to B! Back to B! Quick!
Not good. One's up top. No, how is he not dead?
Okay, wait, more. Come on. Oh, no. Walk through? Yep, you got to walk through.
There's 2 there.
Oh, no! If he had armor.
TNT. Yeah, I have an op now, though.
Wait, he's got an op. We're staying on 10's POV. Hold on.
So
Hold
right
on.
now, I'm gonna go for a car peek instantly. Fuck, bro, I'm whiffing.
He said I'm whiffing. He's hit more 1Ds in one round than I have in like 3 weeks.
Or did they just run up?
Sometimes they flash. Sometimes.
All right,
they
come
don't.
on. Let's see it.
Nade the right side where they sit.
Post up over there by that right.
I think he collided them. I think he collided them. Hold on.
Yeah, that's fine.
He knows. He knows. They just saw 10s to B. They're freaking the fuck out. They're gonna go. Wait. They're going A. They instantly are running up A. Back to 10s. Back to 10s. Oh shit! He's out holes.
Up. Oh.
Jake. Oh no. Oh. Okay. Let's get weird. Let's get weird, Jake. Hold on, I don't want to move. Jake's got one shot, but he's feeling it. Okay, I lied. Reload, Jake.
Middle sight.
Oh, wait.
Last one sight.
What a retake. Is this it? It's all summit 1G in the clutch. Oh no, they're out of bullets. Oh my god, what is happening? No kid.
Yes. Good job.
Wait, they have a kid. Holy shit.
There's an op-ed.
What a clutch.
That was not practice yesterday.
That was huge. All right, we'll go back to the main stream for a sec. We'll watch this round. Oh wait, they're doing individual streams as well.
Weather's just slowly coming over.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like the floor.
10 said op-ed moto. Guys, nobody on 10's team knows what the fuck moto is. Phrasing, sorry, language. Official co-stream. Thank you, AT&T, so much for sponsoring this stream. My bad.
Something I use.
My bad.
Can't say.
My chat's just being dumb. They pissed me off.
Good for you, I suppose. Double lift.
Yeah.
Quite a bit of aggression towards.
Jake wasn't alive.
The competition because for this week at least.
Almost a year.
Well, look, man, I saw who was on the team, and I just knew it was a lock-in right out of the gate.
Oh shit.
Another entry kill here.
Ooh, summit on the lurk.
Rusty.
Cutting off rotates.
It's still a lock-in though. I mean, it was 4-on-1.
Yeah, Gingy. This is gonna be a little tougher clutch than last time.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. The follow recoil actually paid off. Low-key actually makes me happy seeing somebody learning the game using follow recoil.
That's like really his MO.
It clearly helps, right? Like, actually though.
Keep that for another day.
Like, it's actually
he has smoke lineups.
without dunking on somebody trying to learn the game. That actually is like that's wholesome. You like to see that.
Pretty sure that was in.
That was on trade in Austin. He won. I think he killed the last guy. Like it was a 2v1.
Oh, what do we got? Are they going B again? Where's 10 starting?
He started cheering as he's running a bomb train.
Wait, I'm looking on the wrong side. I'm stupid. 4? Oh, he's lurk. Oh, 10. Look at this. You see this? Wait, 10's is ready to play. Maybe?
Team 10's looking, trying to find some way to maybe harness the control of.
Wait.
But
they got banana control. They're already going back. No, they're avoiding 10's perfectly.
No, actually.
Good. Well, we'll see if that works good. You know.
No! Don't over-rotate. 10's is there. Stay on your side.
So these ones are kind of a snooze.
Oh!
Trying to bring a little Szechuan spice into this. I'm pretty sure you spent a lot of time there and trying to.
Holy!
Szechuan.
Szechuan.
Okay, I was not expecting a 1D like that out of Jake and Bake.
Their hot pot.
Yeah, I'm not a huge hot pot kind of guy. I ain't gonna lie to you, man, but really.
You like spicy mayo though? So like, where does the spice level end? Like, what is your apex point?
What is
Oh
it?
boy. Well, I like to think in things in terms of like, you know, perhaps.
Guys, lock in. There's a retake here.
Maybe that's a scale we can.
Where's that?
Is that like your peak or how far?
No,
Wait, 10's is dead. That's right. I need to lock in. What the fuck am I talking about?
I'd say it's kind of unnecessary high. I like to be able to taste the food.
Ludwig's team is getting farmed. Are they playing over there as well?
It's pretty much over, man. Like,
Are they running 2 games at once?
Those have brought so much happiness to my life. Still at this point, at my young age.
Yeah. Okay. Wait.
Like,
This
I
is.
still really get
Keep
down
on the
with
prediction for this. Let's check in. I need to see this POV. Wait, I didn't.
On the box. Dead.
I'm reloading. I have no bullets. Dead.
It's all right. 2v2.
Dude, it's a close game. It's a close game.
Oh, I don't know where it is.
It looks like it fell down.
Squeaks! Somebody link me Squeaks to stream real quick so I can click it quickly. Haxel! Oh my god!
I need the op, bro. If you want to
We'll get you an op.
Tyler's an opera. Thank you, chat. Thank you.
We should save one, yeah?
Yeah.
Good job. W chat.
We have to save one.
He's 15 and 4?
Fast B. We need this round. Fast B.
He's going crazy!
I'll split them all in.
I need more Squeaks POV. Let's go!
confidence. We got this. These guys fucking suck.
Oh my god, I love
Go,
Squeaks'
go,
plant in the
go.
background. Holy shit. Oh my god. Squeaks is. Oh no!
Fuck, they molly behind it.
Who is that? Was that Hutch that just killed all of them? Oh my god, he mauled them. Wait, let's go. I'll go tell Hutch he's doing great. Wait, where did I have him? There he is. My B player.
Great round, guys.
We love that. We absolutely love that.
Let's
Wait,
go!
It's shorter games.
We love that.
Dude, Hutch is
Okay,
going
so what
nuts
we're gonna
too.
do the exact opposite of what they did. Let's go.
You guys
out
want to watch
long,
one more round
get
here,
that
then we
corner
check in on
nade,
tens and Summit, yeah?
I'm gonna smoke you guys. Actually, can you buy me? Someone buy me a smoke? No.
Let me
I'll
see
buy
it. Let's
smoke.
see this pistol round. Pistol round should be.
Go out
Wait,
long.
We're going
this
A.
should be good.
Does anyone want it? Okay.
Pistol rounds first to 9 is kind of insane, but I also really like it. I'm not gonna lie. For this type of tournament, I'm actually kind of glad they didn't just let him start with guns. It's way more fun.
I'm gonna smoke it. Just keep on moving. Keep on moving.
Keep on moving.
On cat one.
Oh, Squeaks!
Yeah.
Okay, am I the bad
Dude,
luck?
Nate
Like,
shot me in the back of the head. Get bombed down. One of y'all need to watch behind you on ramp. Watch behind you on ramp the same way
Ooh,
you guys
good
walked
call.
up.
look at Hutch, dude. Taking the reins, Hutch.
C2.
Oh,
Sure that we survived.
Tyler with the double kill? I could be the bad luck. I'm just gonna. Well, no, Team Double Lift was farming. I was watching them. I will go back to AT&T for a
I'm
sec.
getting out of that one. Jordan, what would you say is the coach of a team who just won the first massive amount of rounds, then lost the very last round of the half, and now have to look forward to a pistol?
Okay,
What would you say to
6-2.
You know, there's a little bit of imbalance here in our.
I can't believe
Rifle in our
Jordan
power
and Stunna
here.
thought that
Our
Team
equilibrium.
10s was going to be the
So
best
let's
team
just stick
purely
together
based
and
off
just try to
10s.
trade out kills and not put 10s in a 1v anything more than 1v2. You know, if we can get 10s.
I
in
missed
a
the 10s
1v2s, we win
4K.
those. But if we're putting them in 1v4s,
Of course I did, man. Who's got the clip?
So it's already
Run
started
thanks to
second
the
half,
11
though,
with primer.
so not a lot of time to adjust your
Thank
strategy.
God we didn't disclose that I miss literally everything all the time to them. In
Really?
when
Goosh down to 38.
There's 2 T spawn mid.
They haven't even gotten off T ramp. Jordan, what is
Nah,
that?
I bet you they're running one of chat. If I'm right, I'm a god.
I think that
The
10s just
score
wanna
will
see if
switch after
they're
this
gonna
round.
Push. This format.
The
where
score will
he knows
switch
the other team's
after this
confident, I think
round
he just
if
wanted
they're
to
using the program I think they're
evaluate
using.
the setup first. Big nade by him.
They're hitting. You got this, Scum. I believe you. Headshot.
Scum.
You got the best player. One's water. In water.
Why do I only hear Summit?
Just a second.
Yeah. I'll let bomb just go by.
Is he talking in game while the rest of them use Discord? No, it's in game. I could tell he's talking in game.
Not planning. I'm wondering if one's flanking.
Ooh, Landmark gets one though.
Huge kill. For another.
Ooh, the Tech 9!
Flanking you right now?
Kuno's just
Landmark though. Oh,
my
it's a battle! It's a battle!
You gotta squeeze the trigger. Just squeeze the trigger. 1-on-1. Kelly and Landmark. Couple shots from that USP, ringing out low HP on Kaylee, and with the time ticking, just
Unk didn't
20
get the
seconds left
Discord
on
invite.
clock.
I'm in the
Try to get the
Discord,
plant
bro.
in there as it stands. It's not really destined. at
15
this point
seconds.
probably for a
15
decided
seconds.
win here in this round, but
Teds, you gotta
certainly
tell
we'll
them to
find out.
plant.
10 seconds now remaining,
He's got that Tarkov patience.
and there's the plant. So they hear that Landmark goes.
Wait,
to
they
peek out,
canceled
looks for
it!
the planter,
Okay.
Finds.
All right, there we go. 7 rounds for Team Double Lift. The score did not switch after this round. I have no idea.
Not much feels better. than a
The
crisp
score
push
is
out of shot.
reversed.
It does feel great.
Okay, wait. This game, I think we kind of know the result of this game. So we're locking in here for content. Let's go. Oh, 1v2. 1v2.
Yeah, long.
Wow.
That's all we needed. We just needed an op in his hand.
Tyler won the opera, baby.
Squeaks by me.
He's going crazy, dude.
Dub, thank you.
Like a younger Modesty, man.
I'm going B.
Holy shit.
Who's going?
Yeah, take it.
Okay, I'll go B then. Or yeah, B.
You just teabagged him. That's encouraged here.
I'll just go B alone. Let's go.
Be fast. At
One
least
spot mid.
one.
Nice.
Look at the light shining
two
on
more,
Tyler one. Is that aura? Bro's got aura.
Just hold that right there.
Wait, do you see this?
Nate shot gotta be.
Bro, what the
fucking
fuck?
one hit, bro.
One mid, two B.
Watch your B.
Look at this.
He's B.
He has aura, dude.
Yeah, they should still be spawned. Yeah, right there.
No wonder his op shot's hitting so much.
Mid. Yeah.
I get it now, Chad. I understand.
Okay.
You guys are swapped to the same thing.
It has to be A.
Yep, they have a minute.
Yeah, I think they're just going A.
Yeah.
Ooh, 2v4.
Show, boys.
He said enjoy
I'm
the
not sure if
show.
they're both cat.
I'll turn him up. I'm here for cinema.
Let me get a quick peek, real quick. Just a real quick peek.
Let's see.
Okay. I should've
Close right.
Let me get a quick peek. You got sent. Yo.
Oh shit! Take a look. He took a little gander, dude. All right, let's tune in with the goat of the other team here real quick. Absolute balling out of his mind. By other team, I mean his own, but I want to see it.
I'm gonna play window, Tyler.
Sorry, I forgot Hutch was the one farming on the other team. I had him mixed in my head.
I'm just crossing.
There's a lot of names right now. I'm bouncing around a lot. Okay. Hopefully it's not too bad though.
Yeah, stay pit. Don't peek at all. Just stay.
Could
stay
be
still,
up
Tuck.
cat,
Don't even
by the way.
peek.
As you said it.
One is A long.
What Ludwig, if they shoot at you, I have to.
One's top mid.
No, just let me die. Let me die.
I'm gonna flank.
Okay.
10's lost 9-2. Yeah, dude. Team 10's is versus double lift is tough.
They're mid. They're mid.
I think they'll have a stronger time versus some of these other teams, but that team should roll everyone in the CS one. Like this should be
definitely mid and cat.
This should not even be close.
I'm gonna rotate back then.
Mid. They're going up cat maybe
They
late.
held a push.
I don't see anything.
Yeah, one's gonna
cat.
be there long, Tyler.
Oh, he hears them.
Going.
You heard lower.
What the fuck are they doing?
They're going really slow. I think they know we play aggressive and they're trying to take advantage.
All right. Let's see the position.
The mid or lower?
Ooh, hard spot to multi from.
Mid.
His
Yeah,
movement's
mid.
decent. Sweeks plays a fair amount though, right?
One thing about Hutch, he will
Oh,
the corner.
Play slow. I have a 6 flank.
that's a nice one.
It's a slow flank though.
Whoa!
3.
Oh,
Let me swing that.
that is a fight.
I can't see shit.
We need to get the op back in Tyler One's hands immediately.
They don't have real guns.
We need it op in Tyler One.
Nice. Real guns
Like
on the ground.
Tyler One might be reincarnated JDM.
Yep.
Try to get a gun.
If you guys never saw JDM gameplay, it's kind of like no.
Freaking
Sorry,
Hutch,
JDM.
bro.
I'm teasing.
So cringe.
I'm teasing. He just notoriously wasn't as great with rifles as he was with ops. Okay.
This is the last round, right? We have to buy.
Oh.
Is it?
Oh no,
Is
it's an
it?
8. It's
No,
a
no,
9.
no.
It's a 9.
Save
Yeah,
100%.
Let's save.
Save?
Yeah. Play. Man, they're just waiting for pushes.
Yeah, they were waiting for pushes. We can't push anymore.
Oh yeah, no. Well, you're thinking of Pete. Pete
just
went
play like
crazy
a
there,
spot.
Feeney. Versus Envy.
Watch your
Although
lock.
JDM might have too, but I always in my head when you say that event, a Pete comes into my head.
It's long.
No, JDM has that famous clip on Cash, but that wasn't an Aspen.
Took your fucking head off, did they?
Oh, he's got the dig. Let's see it. Oh. Oh, Tyler One is pure energy. Ooh, Hutch. Hutch. God damn, Hutch. He's gaming.
We gave him that. We wanted them to have.
All good. All good.
He's
We got it.
gaming.
All right, this is the do or die round.
Okay, I have a really good idea. Someone,
Please.
Oh.
Lud, come up fast cat with me. Let's push mid. Tyler, do you want to play long? Emmy, watch mid. Agent, go B.
Okay.
Lud, follow me.
Yes, sir.
Holy shit, they're going crazy here. Is Squeaks cooking here? Yes or no, chat? What do you think? Is this it? Is this the round
Go up cat right now.
winning call? Is this it? Is this gonna rally them to OT? Probably
fast.
not. Here we go. This is it.
Keep going. and we're gonna try to flank them.
Like a young Kerrigan, dude.
Start walking. Start walking.
I have no idea how old Squeaks is. Just Kerrigan's old. So
Push up.
smart. He's just pushing. He said, "You first, Lud. Just keep." He said, "Just keep going.
Push up.
Keep going, Lud. Just." Oh no! You went in front of him. Oh God, we're shooting each other. Ah!
Good.
You got two?
We have bomb. We have bomb.
Nice. Good trade there.
Squeaks is baiting is smart though.
One's on site.
Ooh, big flash.
They don't have bomb. They don't have bombs. So you
Ooh,
don't
he
have to worry
peeks
about that. Just
kinda
they're gonna
with
cross
it.
The other way.
Ooh.
Yeah, they're gonna go from left to right.
I don't know what that means. I'll be honest with you, coach. Can I go this way?
Yeah, you can go up there.
Did somebody just say I don't know what you mean when you said you're going left or right?
You can run though. You don't have to walk.
I love these comms.
All right. Yeah, you can start walking now.
I don't know people's voices, but that's funny.
Nice try. Nice try.
All right. Oh. Oh.
Holy, what a shot!
What a shot indeed. Absolute donk slide right there. Okay, it wasn't a slide, but a nice little donk peek.
Imru, anything to say?
First off, hold up.
Tyler.
As team captain, I gotta say we can't be nitpicking about bot frag. Okay.
No.
We're talking about 4 and 14 versus 5 and 13 here. We're not.
Damage. Look at damage charts though, bro.
Yeah, look,
Tyler.
I understand damage charts are a bit low here, but
I swear to God, bro.
you know it's the piss fight with the shit. We're all together.
5 and 12 shit talking the.
Banter. Like banter.
The 5 and 12 shit talking the 4 and 14 is crazy work. That is insane.
Take a look. I imagine he's at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Oh man.
They're
Tyler fits
tabulating
right
scores
in.
now.
I like that word.
He understands
How many
Counter-Strike.
people
He
are on
understands. He
tabulation?
understands.
If I had to guess, like that's like a full handful of
Can
people.
we get a B cam for
He
tabulation?
gets
team?
it, Chad.
We
He
need,
gets
like
it.
a sort of an overview Big Brother cam of the tabulators, if you will. Can we call them the tabulators?
Is the game
Salty
is
Boy,
the-
this
how
stream
far
is sponsored by
the game almost
AT&T.
over?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm not in the tournament.
Oh,
I'm
it is
watching it
over.
though, Salty.
Okay. Well, look, my prediction of
That's why
Team
I'm here,
Ludwig
guys. It's
winning,
over.
There's 22 and 9.
Whoa, sorry
Now, how
Hey,
does
bud.
he went?
Hit the button, man. What are you doing? Amateur hour.
Weeks
My
went.
God. Sorry.
He's been giving me so much crap for coughing into the mic.
Well, it's not even the coughing thing. You want to know what it sounds like? I'd feel terrible if I did this, but if I just rip this headphones off right now, right? Right? You want to try it? You guys want to see?
Nothing was fine.
Of course, they didn't do it when I did it.
Yeah.
I heard him.
Naturally,
Everything's fine.
in my professional career, I've never done anything like, here, let's just try to mess with the audio department live on air. That's a little...
Did your headset get messed up at all when you had to throw that guy
Oh!
back into the audience?
Or I didn't have a...
I think Jordan's got a belt on.
Headset either. I had in-ears.
Oh.
I'm gonna hit my button more.
No, it's cool,
ready?
man. There you go.
How about that?
It is called a...
Cough button.
Huh? Yep. No, but I think in terms of tabulators, I want to give them a shout out too, since we're
Big shout out to the
tabloids,
tabulators.
if you will, the Lloyd that works in the tabs.
They took a break from figuring out what the individual points are to tabulate Squeaks' 22 and 9. Now, how do you think? Like, do you think that's pretty good, right? That's
I'm thinking
22.
22 might be the amount of damage he did.
Salty Boy, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
22, 9 assists. I mean, it could be.
Did he
I'll be
dominate
honest.
that hard? If he did,
I'll just tell you right now, Squeaks, if you
I
can't
might be
hear
in my
us,
words.
I was unfamiliar with your game. So no matter what your scoreline was, if it was good or bad, I just wasn't familiar with
I know
it.
the CS gamers, bro.
that was a compliment.
I feel pretty good
It
about
is
my
kinda like a
evaluation of all the
backhanded
teams right now.
All right, let's
Actually,
let's
I
take a
missed
look
one
at the individual
person,
points,
and I am so sorry.
Scores right now. Oh,
Hutch,
Amazing. Look at the
I'm
KDA.
familiar with your game,
Okay,
and I'm sorry for underestimating you.
in first place.
Huh. Now, I would
How
say
the
that
hell did
someone is
Ludwig get
missing-
first?
Someone's missing off that list, oddly enough, but I don't
Wait,
wanna
no, this is
be the
so
guy
wrong.
Point it all out.
No, be the guy.
Where's double lift?
Let's be the guy.
Where's double lift?
That was all wrong. Whoever's doing the numbers over there did not
I
cook
don't know.
Tyler's
We
9
trust
seconds.
our tabulators.
I
We have
do too.
full confidence in our tabulators.
Okay, so what are they telling you in your head?
Nobody's saying a word to me in my head.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, no idea. What do you think? Is it anything shock you on that list?
I think they put the
I
list
need
in
to see the list
reverse.
again, maybe.
Yeah, can we get the list back?
Kind of happened too fast.
No, let's not go to the
They're
list.
tabulating.
Tabulating.
Let's not go to the list
I can
right
see
now,
a Rain
guys.
Man GIF, you know, with, like all the numbers.
Is it Rayman? There's also
The list was looking
Homeland,
slightly
which has all
off.
the
It was slightly off.
or some symbols. All the symbols, the different equations and stuff.
Yeah,
flying
yeah.
around.
But hey,
Oh, damn.
Ludwig.
Yeah, he was.
You think you're telling me
I'm
that's
tabulating?
If I honestly don't even know how. Like what
Never do
we're-
math on
what are we
stream. Number one
calculating?
rule, chat.
I am curious.
Individual
exactly
points.
What do the tabulators tabulate when they're tabbing?
This is some Willy Wonka chocolates we're eating here.
Yes, Jordan. Speaking of chocolate, tell me about. I guess you've played a lot alongside some of these guys, right?
What? What the segue?
What?
I'm saying you've played alongside of some of these guys, right?
No.
None of them ever. Not even
Never.
one time. Not like in real time, guy. Like you're not practicing.
Yeah, me and Summit did grow up near each other.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm curious because is your age known?
My age.
We're the same age. Oh, but okay, you is the
Right, Google it.
is the younger
your
generation
age
of
known?
esports players like what's the difference between the generations? Like in terms of skill, is there any difference? Is there any type of play? Like is there new type of play that
I will say, from a Counter-Strike perspective in particular, when you were coming up in Counter-Strike to get good when I was playing, you would think of it like any sport. You just go play the sport, or maybe you throw a bunch of basketball in your driveway, and maybe you have a couple drills for movement before you shoot. In Counter-Strike, it was kind of similar. You would just do a couple different game modes and practice reps.
Skip, thanks for the 45. Thank you,
and
dude.
I heard we have points, so I'll wrap this up. There are training tools and things now to practice isolated movements and things for mechanics in Counter-Strike. So
That hair
is
looking
one of the
wild?
differences. There's
I know
more
you like it.
communities around specific
Crazy,
aim
right?
training
Holy.
or movement training in the game.
Crazy
nowadays.
flow.
So that is one of the differences. The
I'm in my
young guns just
awkward
kinda
phase
have
right now,
more,
though. We'll keep going, though.
I guess like isolated training tools.
Okay. Interesting. I believe we have our points ready. Let's take a look.
Tabulator said.
Oh, dang it. I thought.
Yeah. See, that looks
Okay.
more right. Dude, Scump got number one?
suppose, I guess-
Wait,
Hey,
did
but
Scump start
sweet,
popping
son.
off?
He is above both of our picks right now, Trace.
Right. That's actually not true.
I don't know if we should.
They
leave
got to be
that.
valuing the KD really hard, right?
My whole team's up there, bud.
Yeah, but the individual. On
Yeah,
the
they remember the
these are
Hell yeah, Sparty
individual
Pants.
Points,
Pants.
right? So
That's fine.
I just let it be known.
Listen, we're not done yet. though,
Tens
right?
and
That's true,
seventh?
there's a
Well,
lot
they got a
more
lot
stuff.
more games. They got a lot more games.
There's a lot.
Oh, here's page 2. There's Ludwig. We had to put him on page 2.
Yep.
So, okay.
Haley in last place. Let's see, Ludwig, Emily.
And this is
So it seems
just
like it's
the
just
counting
KDA then.
technique. As a
Okay.
reminder,
Right, of
remind
course.
folks of the format here. These individual points and the team points, this is all part of a greater picture here that goes together. So this is the
this
beauty
is
of the
just
Annihilator Cup.
round one,
Scump win
week
14 and
one.
3?
It's-
Okay.
There's a lot of game left.
I mean, that's still really good, to be fair. He also,
man.
I'll shout out Scump, dude. I saw him playing the bomb more than anybody
a lot
else
of
on his
game left to be
team.
played, so obviously this is just a
On
snapshot
a real note,
of what happened in the last games. There's still a ton of things that could happen, and they'll probably end up going more towards your direction. But I'd like to say
There
that's
you go.
pretty good for me right
Better?
now.
I would like to ask both of you a question. The same question, even, and we'll start with Jordan.
Okay.
What is something that you would fix in Counter-Strike 2 at its current state
Oh my
and
goodness.
meta
Oh my
from an
God.
esports perspective, looking
wow.
from a top down?
holy.
And envision everything that's going on within the sphere of the game, and then how you would make it better. And then you're next.
Oh, are you kidding me? I already got an answer.
Hold on, then. He's thinking. I see the symbols flying
Austin
around.
says anti-cheat to win the crowd.
No pressure, bud. The internet is forever, though.
I would put Molotov spread
Yeah,
on
honestly,
CT and
one, I've
Cindery
talked
back,
about a lot
and
of
I'd delete
gameplay
Inferno.
specific things recently on stream, but one thing I don't think we talked about enough is just the overall optimization still is pretty tough. Like, I feel like the game, and when you're playing online, you have to have like a supercomputer for CS2 to feel anywhere as good as CSGO felt. So I don't know. Obviously, we like the improved graphics. We like the improved fidelity across the board. If we could somehow make the game simply run a little bit better, it might help just a greater audience be able to play at a higher level.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Nice, man. That was good.
Thank you.
You did dodge a bullet there.
Thank you. And I believe we have the group standings ready.
Here it is.
Looks like in first place is Team Nade Shot, followed by Team Double Lift in second.
Rounds
and
one
third
lost,
Team
one and
Ludwig,
one.
And fourth, Team Tens. What a shocker.
And just
We'll
to
get
kind of
the-
point out
we'll-
here,
we'll talk
Jordan
to the
did say that
scorekeepers
Team 10s
here.
would be the unequivocal champions. Like
He did.
Easily.
Don't you take that back right now.
On the money
Thanks for
train
6 month
running
private,
out
thank
with
you.
it.
Yep.
That's Jordan Gilbert, promise.
Next matchups we have, right? We have now it's going to be Nade Shot versus Tens, I think, right?
I believe so. I believe so.
I do think optimization for the
Yep,
game would be
so,
better, but let me.
you
Can
know-
I put my 2 cents in here that nobody asked for? Can we get a nobody asked or who asked?
I know that for sure.
We get a who asked in the chat real quick. Hear me out though.
But they did take down Ludwig.
When CS:GO came out,
his
okay.
squad with Tyler won, so
Way worse
this will be
optimization. Fair.
find out
CS2
if
should be better than
Tens
CS:GO when it came out,
they just
right?
play the best team in double lift squad
However,
first,
our
or,
standard for how much FPS and how smooth the game should be is also
Let's just imagine
incredibly
you play
higher.
Start, right? Let's just
Like,
theory that's what's
most
happening.
people,
And you
like
have
not
the
most,
chance
not
now to
most, but the amount of us that are trying to run on like high crazy hertz
ultimately all kind of comes
with
back
like
into the big picture
like
plan.
240 hertz monitors and shit, like you need that shit to be optimized worse, so it's like harder to do, if that makes sense. I think there's not many games that run at the FPS that Counter-Strike does. There's like 2.
Cool prizes all tournament long. At the
Yeah,
end
but
of
when Go
tonight's
came out, they
prize,
didn't
you
delete
win a
sources
gaming
because nobody
monitor,
fucking
and at
played
the end of
Source,
the
Meadow.
tournament, one
Sorry.
lucky winner will take home the grand
Anyway,
prize
guys,
PC.
exclamation point PC
Scan
giveaway.
the QR code or head to AT&T AnnihilatorCup.com to fill out the entry form for your chance to win.
I
The
played
next
Source.
round, gentlemen, is going to be Nade
Official
Shot
co-stream.
versus Tens. We just talked a little bit about how we think that could play out.
Yeah.
What do we think?
Trace, go for it. I mean, I should.
No, it's exclamation point PC giveaway, guys. Exclamation point
I don't know
PC
what's
giveaway.
expected of Team Nade Shot yet.
I really, would like to see what they're doing over there on Team Nade Shot.
Comparing
Not just
anything to
because,
CS:GO and
like, we're
release
in
is
their
so
house or
bad.
whatever,
Yeah, I
but
wasn't really trying to make the
basically,
comparison. I'm
I
just
do wanna
saying,
see
like,
what they're
in
working
general,
with
our
over there. I saw
expectations
Hutch
of what an
was
optimized
kinda
game
up
are
there
is
in
so
terms
much
of
higher.
statistics, you
Which
know,
is
and
fine,
sort of our
because technology is
tabulation,
pushed that far,
if
but
we'll call
like,
it that.
Now, you
we're
coached-
really
you
pushing
coached
shit,
Jake and
you
Meg,
know?
but in a
Like,
different
actually.
game, right?
No, it was for
The amount of
Counter-Strike.
games
It
where you
wasn't-
can
yeah,
even
it
get
was
above
for
like the
Escape
frames that you get in CS. It's like Valorant and Counter-Strike, and that's literally it.
Jacob Bake, yeah, he has some decent fundamentals.
That's
now,
all,
when you're
like-
playing against players who just have more experience, like he just played against Summit. Depending on the squad,
That's crazy. Be nice.
Counter-Strike's a game where
Shroud would never say mean things about me.
if you have just decent chemistry across the board, you'll take out someone who's slightly better than you. Now, Tens, who's way better than you, maybe he could win some of those scenarios. But like Summit versus some of these other people, he's way better than them. Even though he was never technically like a seasoned pro, he played close to that level at one point.
Yeah, to play on LAN in Austin at that time isn't, you know.
They should have put you and Shroud as leaders. Well, Shroud and I
there's a whole
both played in it at
process,
different times. I think
trying to
Shroud's played in it
qualify
every year
for
except for this one.
So yeah, he's definitely been around the scene within Counter-Strike, been there for a long time. Immortalized himself in more way than one. He's like one of the original CS streamers, right? He's been around for a hot minute. No pun intended, because of the 1G thing.
All right. Everything about what everybody's saying is pissing me off.
Well, that's a
I don't
great
know.
question.
Shroudy Boy did it all on his own.
Because usually in my normal day job, we'll call it, I never have to give predictions.
I do got a
And
nice
that's the best
butt,
part
though.
about doing what
No,
I gotta
they
watch
made
my
me
language.
give predictions. I mean, not for the games, but before
Before you're a full-time streamer, what are you doing? Competing?
It's maybe they shouldn't have
Competing in CS?
But
well, maybe we'll never know. You know,
Going to
that's the
school,
thing,
collecting the max amount of student
look,
loans
this isn't live
possible.
yet, and like, there's no record of you having
Parents own their own
actually said
business,
this.
so I did
No,
like
it's
some
not.
different like IT type
Oh,
stuff.
this is live?
This is live.
Oh, we're going live?
Did you not think this was live the whole time?
I thought we've been rehearsing the whole time.
No, this isn't VOD. This is live on Twitch. Yeah, oh yeah, we're live. They can hear everything that you're saying, every mistake you make.
All right, let's bounce around a little bit. Let's see what we got. Oh, they're already live. No, that's warm up. Ooh, Hutch versus Tens. Hutch is smart, dude. He's back on Dust 2. He's already warmed up on it. Wait, is it Tyler 1 versus... Oh, my God.
Yeah, missed opportunity to put Marvel Rivals.
That's
in.
right,
That would've
yeah.
put belt to ass.
Holy shit, I just...
Dude, same with Jump King.
It's Lud! It's Team Ludwig versus Team Double Lift.
All right.
Map select. Oh, what the
We're,
fuck? You got an
we're definitely
AK.
watching.
Holy
Oh, wait, they're doing vetoes. Vetoes? Wait.
Big pull.
The warm-up's on Dust 2. Okay, I got debated. Hold on.
Who's
Lock in.
captain?
They're-
Emmy, you're captain. You gotta.
Wait, they're banning first.
.ban and then DE underscore whatever.
Yeah, just let me know which ones you want me to ban.
Okay.
Guys, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. If Fegs is looking bad, I'm seriously playing for KD. It is what it is at the end of the day.
Yeah, play for KD, man.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
That's
I actually
fine.
don't think that's that bad.
I mean, playing for stats in
can't
this type of game,
do
like
worse.
trying to.
He for sure can do worse, bro.
Wait, that's Team Ludwig right there.
Are they strategizing?
Real leadership going. You can't be any worse, so it's all good, bro. Do what you gotta do.
Target ban what?
Oh, true. So true, bro.
I mean, maybe they will. Maybe they will.
All right, hold on. Yo, what's up, kid? How you doing, man?
This is making me so anxious. Can we get a Twitch Prime? I'm stressed out.
I like that. I gotta steal that. Chat, write that down.
Oh fuck! I'm so stressed.